Martial Peak, Chapter 4478, Eldest Senior Brother. Greetings, Ancestor. Su Ling Gong bowed respectfully. Yang Kai, who was standing behind Su Ling Gong, hurriedly followed suit and bowed. After listening to the way Su Ling Gong addressed this old man, how could he not know that this person was one of Yingyang Cave Heaven's supreme elders? More importantly, only those in the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm could serve as a supreme elder in the Cave Heavens and Paradises. This was Yang Kai's first time meeting a cultivator in the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm. Although Bai Shi possessed strength on par with an Eighth Order Open Heaven realm master, he was a divine spirit, so there was an obvious difference between him and an actual Eighth Order Open Heaven realm master. Yang Kai snuck a glance in that direction and saw that the old man's bare chest was covered in dense, crisscrossing scars. They looked like ferocious centipedes crawling all over his body. The longest scar extended from his left shoulder to the right side of his waist. Yang Kai was slightly taken aback. An Eighth Order Open Heaven realm master was extremely powerful. So who could injure an ancestor of Yingyang Cave Heaven so badly? It had to be said that Eighth Order Open Heaven realm masters had extremely robust vitality and vigorous recovery abilities, so most injuries would not leave a trace on them. Even so, the scars of past injuries remained shockingly apparent on this old man's body. It was conceivable just how severely injured he had been at the time. "What is it?" the Supreme Elder asked quietly. Su Ling Gong replied, "Ancestor, please understand. This disciple wishes to send this junior into the divine armament world. Please open the world boundary and create a corridor, Ancestor." The Supreme Elder glanced at Yang Kai and furrowed his brow lightly. This boy is not a disciple of Yingyang Cave Heaven, right? His eyes were incredibly sharp, so he could tell at a glance that Yang Kai did not belong to Yingyang Cave Heaven. Su Ling Gong explained, he might not be a disciple of Yingyang Cave Heaven, but he can be considered a Yingyang Cave Heaven son-in-law now. "So that's how it is," the old man nodded lightly. "Since he is a son-in-law of our Cave Heaven, he does have the qualifications to enter the divine armament world. Do you have the edict from the sect master?" "The edict is here. Please have a look, Ancestor." Su Ling Gong raised his hand and shot out a stream of light. The old man caught the stream of light and took a quick glance. Then he nodded. "Everything is in order." While saying so, he suddenly lifted a hand and pointed to a spot beside him. A huge vortex suddenly appeared in the void without a sound. The extremely clear and distinct aura of a universe world came from within the vortex. "Go on. The small source world is an interesting place. Don't panic no matter what you encounter inside. Carefully explore, and it will definitely benefit you." Su Ling Gong patted Yang Kai on the shoulder. "Many thanks, Martial Uncle Su. Many thanks, Ancestor." Yang Kai nodded and plunged straight into the vortex. A feeling of weightlessness immediately washed over him. It was not until Yang Kai's figure disappeared that the vortex slowly faded away. The Supreme Elder glanced at Su Ling Gong and asked, "You didn't give him a seal to escape. What if he dies inside?" Su Ling Gong smiled. "If he dies inside, then it means that he is nothing special. In that case, he is not qualified to become a Yingyang Cave Heaven son-in-law." "Good." The Supreme Elder did not say another word. Closing his eyes, his figure gradually vanished once more. "Eldest Senior Brother. Eldest Senior Brother. Wake up." Yang Kai felt as though somebody was tugging at him in his dazed state. An urgent cry entered his ears, and he slowly came awake and opened his eyes. However, the world spun around him, and his vision was bleary. Ugh! He held his head in his hands and groaned in pain. "Eldest Senior Brother, stop drinking. You'll die if you continue drinking like this." The voice that woke him up rang out again. A strong smell of alcohol lingered in his nose, and Yang Kai instinctively sensed that he was drunk. Thus, he couldn't help feeling surprised. He was not such a heavy drinker. Besides, how could a Sixth Order Open Heaven realm master like him get drunk so easily? When he tried to urge his power to scatter the effects of the alcohol and recover from his hangover, Yang Kai stiffened in shock, and his eyes abruptly jerked wide open. There was not much power in his body, only a faint trace flowing through his meridians and his body. Compared to his strength as a sixth-order open heaven realm master, this paltry bit of power was so weak that it was practically unnoticeable. The shock was so great that he immediately broke out of his drunken stupor. Before Xianxia could understand what was going on, though, he felt pain running through his head. An endless stream of complicated information poured into his mind, causing him to groan in pain like an injured beast. The person in front of him was startled and quickly exclaimed, "What's wrong?" "Eldest senior brother, don't frighten me." A short while later, Xianxia finally calmed down and stared at the table in front of him in a daze. His name was still Xianxia, but now he was a disciple of Void Spirit Sword Sect. Void Spirit Sword Sect was an extremely small sect with only several dozen members. It was nothing but a grain of sand when compared to the entire divine armament world. There were countless other small sects like Void Spirit Sword Sect in this world. He had entered the sect early and became the eldest senior brother of this generation of disciples. As the eldest senior brother, he had a mild temperament and treated people generously. His aptitude was relatively good among the others in the sect, so the elders in the sect had high hopes for him. They believed that he was their only hopeful candidate to enter the Earth realm in the last 100 years. There were 4 distinct great realms in this world, known as mortal, earth, heaven, and spirit. Furthermore, each great realm had 9 minor realms. This was how the cultivators in the divine armament world categorized their strength. At present, Xianxia was only in the 4th order mortal realm. He used to live up to the expectations of his elders, working hard and cultivating diligently. However, ever since he met a girl 1 year ago when he was running errands outside, he became so enamored with her that his entire life was turned upside down. Just a few days ago, he fought for the attention of that girl out of jealousy and lost her to another. As a result, he became depressed and tried to drown his sorrows in alcohol. This information was what Xianxia found from the memories that flowed into his head just now. Everything was so vivid and lifelike, almost as if these events had happened to him. Am I Xianxia from Voidland? Or Xianxia from Void Spirit Sword Sect? His thoughts were a mess. He could clearly recall Su Linggong bringing him to the entrance of the small source world where he was supposed to enter for training. Why was he suddenly in this situation then? In addition, his strength that was as vast as the sea could not be mobilized at all. He could clearly sense that his power was still there, but it was suppressed by some kind of inexplicable force. Is this the small source world? All of a sudden, Xianxia recalled what Su Linggong mentioned just before he entered the small source world. The small source world is an interesting place. Don't panic, no matter what you encounter inside. This is certainly very interesting. Xianxia suddenly thought back to the time when he brought a group of subordinates with him to train within the world fruits. Each world fruit was unique. For instance, when he entered the second world fruit, both he and Lang Xingshan had been transformed into rusty iron swords. It turned out to be a world of swords. There was also a time when several of his subordinates transformed into monster beasts. That was a world inside a fruit where monster beasts ruled. Inside each of those world fruits, Xianxia could only leave and obtain his prize once he found a method to escape. It would seem that the existence of the small source world was indeed somewhat similar to the world fruit, even though there were clear differences. When he entered this small source world, it felt as though the divine armament world had given him a brand new identity as the eldest senior brother of Void Spirit Sword Sect. This was the identity accepted by the entire world, so that was why everything felt very natural. Eldest senior brother, what's wrong with you? Please don't frighten me. The person in front of him was still shouting. Xianxia looked up, and after trying his best to focus his blurry vision, he finally managed to see clearly. A petite and adorable young girl was looking at him nervously from across the table, her expression filled with concern. She was only around 16 years old, but she had seemingly developed quite well for her age, as emphasized by the 2 large mountains on her chest. She was also wearing a light green dress that hugged her graceful waist. Wan Ying, the little junior sister of Void Spirit Sword Sect. This thought popped into his mind out of nowhere. It's you, little junior sister, Xianxia murmured, his tongue involuntarily slurring over his words. How are you, eldest senior brother? Wanting asked in concern. Where do you feel unwell? Ugh, my head hurts. Xianxia reached out to rub his forehead. Wait for a moment. I need to sober up. She quickly nodded at his words. Good, good, good. It's good as long as you stop drinking. Then, she turned around and called out, Shop hand, bring a bowl of hangover soup. The shop hand nearby responded immediately. A short while later, a bowl of hot hangover soup was brought over. Wanting personally brought the bowl to Xianxia's lips and fed him. Meanwhile, Xianxia sat motionless as he combed through all the new information in his mind. At the same time, he drew upon his strength to dispel the lingering effects of the alcohol. Although his cultivation in the fourth-stage mortal realm could not be considered anything amazing, it was still not bad for a member of the younger generation. It was at least enough to help speed up the process of sobering up. His current location seemed to be inside a restaurant, one that was filled with customers. Some were ordinary people, while others were cultivators. These people were drinking together in small groups of 3 to 5. The Divine Armament Tournament that is only held once every 100 years is finally over. When the masters fight, it's the ordinary people like us who suffer. I wonder how many lives were destroyed and how many people lost their homes during the Divine Armament Tournament this time. A voice came from one of the tables by the side. Xianxia immediately became interested and quickly paid attention to the ambient gossip. There's no helping it. The Divine Armament Tournament is the biggest event in the Divine Armament world. It only happens once every 100 years. Moreover, winning a Divine Armament means wielding supreme power. How could people not be tempted? Speaking of which, the 10 great Divine Armaments of our Divine Armament world change hands every 100 years. When will these battles end? If some heaven-defying person can collect all of the 10 great divine armaments, that might end the chaos in this land. What a joke, somebody shouted. It is said that just refining one divine armament takes infinite mental strength. Not to mention that each divine armament is extremely ferocious and bloodthirsty. If one's willpower is insufficient, one will only become the divine armament's puppet. It's difficult enough to refine just one of them. So who could possibly collect all 10? After listening to the conversation in the surroundings, Xianxia furrowed his brow slightly. This small source world was called the Divine Armament World. Furthermore, the Divine Armament Tournament would be held every 100 years. His purpose in coming here was to refine a portion of the small source world's source strength to enhance his small universe's heritage. Judging from the current situation, it would seem that the Divine Armament Tournament was the key. Perhaps he could obtain a part of the small source world's source strength by obtaining the Divine Armaments. 100 years. It's not a short time, so I should have ample time to cultivate in peace. Besides, I don't need to worry about the outside world right now. The small source world is similar to world fruit. Hence, the flow of time here is different from the outside world. 100 years in here might be less than 1 year in the outside world, maybe even just a month. Xianxia soon made up his mind. I have to cultivate diligently. In 100 years, I will participate in the Divine Armament Tournament. Martial Peak, Chapter 4479, I see disaster in your future. Young man, I can see a dark mark on your forehead. Moreover, your gaze is dull and your essence spirit has dissipated. I'm afraid a catastrophe will befall you soon. A voice suddenly entered Xianxia's ears. Xianxia turned to look to the side and saw an elderly man standing in front of him with a smile. The elderly man wore a tall hat and a long linen coat. He was also holding a cloth banner that had big characters for fortune-telling written on it. My eldest senior brother is just drunk. What nonsense are you saying, old man? Before Xianxia could respond, Wanning shouted with a glare. Xianxia raised a hand to stop her and looked up at the elderly man with a smile. A divination master? In his memories, there was indeed such a mysterious group of people in the Divine Armament world. He did not know whether their predictions were accurate or not, but he couldn't help being interested since it was his first time meeting one. This old master is indeed a divine oracle. I can see 500 years into the future and 500 years into the past. Everything below the heavens and above the earth is not beyond my knowledge. There's nothing I don't know. Young man, if you wish to resolve this catastrophe, then you should let this old master divine your future for you. Perhaps it might save you. You certainly have a lot of confidence. Yang Kai chuckled. If that's the case, then why don't you divine my fate for me? Sure. The divine oracle immediately felt refreshed now that he had a sail in his hand. Placing the cloth banner in his hand aside, he sat down and asked, Young man, do you want me to divine your handwriting or read your palm? Let's make it simple. Please read my palm. Do you want my left hand or my right hand? It doesn't matter. This old master's fortune-telling is not so limited. The divine oracle grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowing teeth. Wanting stood beside Yang Kai, looking hesitant. She wanted to tell her eldest senior brother that this group of people made a living by scamming people, so there was no need to believe them. After thinking about it again, though, she changed her mind. He had been so depressed and disheartened for the past year that it was rare for him to show interest in anything. So she couldn't bring herself to dampen his mood. We'll only lose some money, but it'll be worth it as long as it can make eldest senior brother happy. With that thought in mind, she quietly shot a look at the divine oracle to warn him to speak carefully. There was no saying whether the divine oracle noticed her look as he picked up Yang Kai's hand and studied the lines on his palm with a frown. Young man, it seems your life is not going very well and your path ahead is full of disasters. If this old master is correct, you encountered something sad recently, right? Wan Ying angrily spoke up from the side. Stop talking nonsense. Who wouldn't know something like that? The divine oracle chuckled softly. He was not bothered by her outburst and continued his examination until all of a sudden, he frowned as if he had discovered something extraordinary, and his expression became extremely dignified. Wan Ying grit her teeth at the sight and secretly vowed to herself, if this old fart makes another rude remark, I'm going to beat him up and throw him out. Old sir, Yang Kai called out softly. The divine oracle stared at Yang Kai's hand in his grip for a while, seeming to freeze in place. After a while, he slowly released Yang Kai's hand and stood up. He grabbed the cloth banner he had placed by the side of the table and retreated, cupping his fist in apology. I'm sorry for disturbing you. Wan Ying looked at the divine oracle in confusion, wondering what tricks this old man was playing. However, she watched as the elderly man retreated to the door and turned around to run away. Who could have known that he would happen to bump into someone? That person was an impressive and handsome young man who had a jade-like woman in his arms. One of his large hands fondled restlessly around the woman's waist. When the divine oracle ran into him, he was caught off guard and stumbled backwards suddenly. Furious, he grabbed the old man by the collar and shouted, Old dog, are you blind? Don't you look where you're going? The divine oracle apologized repeatedly before suddenly looking up at the young man and saying, Young man, I can see a dark mark on your forehead. Moreover, your gaze is dull and your essence spirit has dissipated. I'm afraid a great disaster will befall you soon. This situation made Wan Ying utterly speechless. Meanwhile, the young man became even angrier. He slapped the divine oracle with his palm and knocked him straight to the ground. Then, he stepped forward and added 2 more kicks for good measure. His stomps made the divine oracle scream in agony. After fiercely venting his anger, he finally grinned savagely. How dare you say that a great disaster will befall me? I'll show you what a great disaster looks like. The divine oracle was powerless to resist and could only curl up into a trembling ball. The young man called out, Pull out all his teeth. Show him the consequences of speaking nonsense. Yes. 2 attendants immediately rushed out from behind the young man. They grabbed the divine oracle from both sides and dragged him to the side. On the other hand, the young man sauntered into the restaurant with the woman held snugly in his arms. Wan Ying immediately turned pale. She stood next to Yang Kai and grabbed him by the arm. Eldest senior brother, let's leave quickly. Who could have known that Yang Kai would be as immovable as a rock? She could not budge him whatsoever. Near the door, the young man led the woman and his attendants inside. His gaze swept around and immediately landed on Xianxia, causing him to grin meaningfully. Isn't that Xianxia for Void Spirit Sword Sect? Goodness, what a coincidence! The gorgeously dolled-up woman who had been giggling away in his arms suddenly stiffened at those words. When she turned around to look at Xianxia, her expression immediately became uneasy and she murmured softly, "Young Master Zhang, this old place has a shabby atmosphere. Let's go somewhere else." The young man called Young Master Zhang sneered. "Does this place have a shabby atmosphere? Or are you feeling uncomfortable after meeting an old lover?" The woman looked embarrassed but did not open her mouth. He sneered, "Since you've met an old lover, you should definitely go and greet him." While saying so, he dragged the woman in his arms over to Xianxia and sat down opposite him. His attendants spread out to form a line behind him, giving off an impressive aura. Xianxia quietly watched the young man, and information floated into his head. This person was Zhang Yulin from Tianluo Hall. Compared to a small force like the Void Spirit Sword Sect, Tianluo Hall was much stronger. The cultivators in the divine armament world could be divided into 4 realms: mortal, earth, heaven, and spirit. The same applied for the great forces. Both Void Spirit Sword Sect and Tianluo Hall had Earth Realm Masters assuming command over their sect, so they could be considered Earth Realm Great Forces. However, the Earth Realm Masters in the Void Spirit Sword Sect were only in the 3rd stage at most. In contrast, Tianluo Hall had several 9th-step Earth Realm Masters. Therefore, Tianluo Hall stood on a different level compared to Void Spirit Sword Sect in terms of both quantity or quality of masters. Any random elder in Tianluo Hall could easily wipe out the entire Void Spirit Sword Sect. Zhang Yulin's strength was only slightly higher than Xianxia's, so there was not much of a difference between them. Be that as it may, their statuses and authority were as different as night and day, as the former was a descendant of a Tianluo Hall elder. Meanwhile, the woman next to him was called Zhou Xin. She was a disciple of the Zhou family. Xianxia had gotten to know her and secretly fell in love with her when he went out to run errands in the past. He initially thought that she was a gentle, kind, and intelligent woman, an ideal companion. Who could have known that Zhang Yulin would appear out of nowhere? Faced with a choice between Xianxia and Zhang Yulin, Zhou Xin had chosen the latter. That was also the greatest reason why Xianxia had been drowning his sorrows in alcohol lately. The identity given to me by the divine armament world was such a failure. Xianxia sighed slightly. "I told you never to appear before me again. I also told you that I would beat you up every time I saw you. Did you think I was joking?" Zhang Yulin glared at Xianxia coldly. He might have stolen Xianxia's woman, but he had no intention of forgiving Xianxia either. His arrival in this place today was not a coincidence. It was intentional. What a coincidence! I don't know why I get so worked up when I see your face. I have the urge to beat you up too. Xianxia grinned. The divine armament world had given him a brand new identity that naturally came with many different emotions. At this moment, he was filled with an inexplicable rage when he saw his love rival standing in front of him. Zhang Yulin was taken aback by those words. Similarly, Zhou Xin also looked at Xianxia in astonishment from where she stood within Zhang Yulin's arms. Her impression of Xianxia was that of a warm and kind-hearted young man who treated others with generosity. She had never seen him looking so aggressive before. He even gave off a murderous intent. A Xianxia like this was very unfamiliar to her. "What did you say?" Zhang Yulin cocked his ear to the side and leaned his head close to Xianxia. "Can you say that again? I don't think I heard you clearly." "Pa!" Xianxia raised his hand and slapped the other party without another word. His palm landed squarely on Zhang Yulin's face, causing a bloody tooth to fly out. The force of impact sent Zhang Yulin flying through the air, spinning several times before he collapsed heavily to the ground. Even Zhou Xin, who had been embraced in his arms all this while, collapsed to the ground with him. 2 screams rang out at the same time. They came from Wan Ying, who stood behind Xianxia, and Zhou Xin respectively. "Young Master Zhang." Zhang Yulin's attendants went pale with shock and hurriedly stepped forward to help him up, scrambling in panic for a moment. At the entrance of the shop, the disheveled divine oracle with several footprints still on his back rushed in with his cloth banner in his hand. He glanced at Zhang Yulin, who had collapsed on the ground with blood in his mouth, and roared with laughter. "This old master warned you that you will face a great disaster today, but you didn't believe me. Huh, let's see if you believe me now." After saying that, he turned around and fled like a column of smoke. Zhang Yulin stood up with some help from his attendants, feeling as though half of his face was swollen. Shaking his head vigorously, he stared at Yang Kai with a mixture of shock and fury. "You dare hit me?" Yang Kai replied nonchalantly, "I apologize. You stretched your head so far out that my hand just landed on it when I tried to turn." "Eldest senior brother, we need to go." Wan Ying was so anxious that her complexion was deathly pale. She tugged at Yang Kai's arm with all her might. When she first saw Zhang Yulin, she had immediately wanted to drag Yang Kai away. Unfortunately, she failed to do so. Who could have known that things would take such a turn? "I can't believe that eldest senior brother hit Zhang Yulin. Now that things have gotten out of hand, there is no way to resolve this matter peacefully. You want to leave?" Zhang Yulin was livid. "Why are you still standing around doing nothing? Get them. Break that bastard's limbs. I want him to suffer." His attendants immediately rushed forward from behind him. There was not much difference between his strength and Yang Kai's, as Yang Kai was in the 4th-step mortal realm, while he was in the 5th-step mortal realm. It was not that his aptitude was better than Yang Kai's, but rather that Tian Luo Hall had more abundant resources, so he received better support. However, the attendants that he brought with him were all in the 8th-step or 9th-step mortal realm. They might not be in the Earth realm, but they were not far from it. Eldest senior brother. Wan Ying's small face was as white as a sheet, and her petite body trembled slightly. Although she was extremely terrified, she stood in front of Yang Kai. "Go quickly. I will stop them." Yang Kai laughed and stood up, pulling her behind him. "Your eldest senior brother is here. There's no need for you to come forward. Just stand there and watch. My journey in this world will begin here." Sung. Following a soft sound, a sword light dazzled his eyes. Yang Kai looked down at the long sword in his hand and gave an exclamation of surprise. "Oh, it turns out that I have a sword. It looks like this world treats me quite well." Martial Peak, Chapter 4480, Neat and Tidy. Void Spirit's sword sect naturally focused on the sword Tao, so it was only natural that the disciples carried swords. Yang Kai had been ignorant of this fact, and it was not until he instinctively drew his blade that he discovered he had a sword. Chick. Soft stabbing sounds rang out as one of the 8th-step mortal realm masters charging at Yang Kai froze in place and looked down at his chest. A long sword had pierced right through his chest, and a stinging pain spread out from his heart. The attendant lifted his head and looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. He neither understood what had happened nor how he had been stabbed by a sword. "Pang San." The expressions of the other attendants nearby changed greatly. From their point of view, it seemed as though this attendant called Pang San had accidentally impaled himself on the other party's longsword, and this was the outcome of the accident. Yang Kai pulled out his sword, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Then Pang San turned pale and collapsed face first to the ground. "You court death." The rest of the attendants were enraged. There were several 8th-step and 9th-step mortal realm masters attacking a single boy in the 4th-step mortal realm. So how could they accidentally be killed by their opponent? It was a great humiliation to them. Roaring furiously, they circulated their strength and drew their weapons to attack from both sides. A fight had suddenly broken out, and one person had already died. Screams rang out in the restaurant, and everybody quickly fled outside. Even the shopkeeper and shop hands of the restaurant vanished without a trace. Inside the restaurant, Yang Kai and the attendants were at each other's throats. Sword lights flashed as Yang Kai retreated while protecting Wan Ying behind him. At the same time, he raised his sword to parry the ferocious attacks that kept raining down on him. The sounds of swords clashing against each other rang out endlessly. Xianxia suffered from the impact of all the blows landing on him, and consequently, his arms went numb and his vitality churned violently. His cultivation was no match for his opponents, so he was bound to suffer at their hands. He was at a disadvantage in a frontal confrontation, and his long sword trembled continuously, almost as though it could be sent flying at any moment. Another soft stabbing sound rang out as an attendant in the ninth-step mortal realm halted in his tracks and looked down at his chest in disbelief. His eyes instantly widened at the sight. He had suffered the same fate as Pang San. Xianxia's sword had skewered him through the chest and stabbed straight into his heart. Before he could understand what had happened, he felt a large invisible hand squeezing his heart. All the vitality in his body rapidly drained away, and he collapsed to the ground. The remaining two attendants were shocked and horrified. They did not understand why their companions seemed to have the tendency to run straight into the opponent's sword today. The boy opposite them was clearly much weaker than them, but he had managed to kill two of their companions in such a strange manner. Rather than being killed by Xianxia, it was better to say that both their companions had impaled themselves on the opponent's sword on their own. Weak. Too weak. Xianxia's expression was filled with dissatisfaction. The body given to him by the divine armament world was so weak that he could not bear to look at himself. Compared to the strength of his original body, this Xianxia of Void Spirit Sword Sect was no different from an ant. He only managed to kill two of his opponents by relying on his overwhelming experience and skill. Although he could not use his actual strength in this place, he could freely wield the techniques he honed from so many years of fighting. It didn't matter whether the enemy was greater in numbers or stronger than him. Killing them was not difficult as long as he could seize the fleeting opportunities before him to make his move. These attendants in the 8th step and 9th step mortal realm might have spirit chi protecting their bodies, but he could find openings at critical moments and position his longsword so that they impaled themselves on his sword all on their own. Rather than saying that Xianxia had killed them, it was better to say that their own strength had killed them. That was why, in the eyes of outsider, those two people who died seemed as though they had committed suicide. It was extremely peculiar. Zhang Yulin had brought along 6 attendants with him. 2 of them had gone to dispose of the divine oracle, and their current whereabouts were unknown. Out of the remaining 4, Xianxia had killed 2. Therefore, only 2 were left. These 2 remaining attendants were frozen in place, horror spreading across their faces. Their calm looks from before were gone. 2 of their companions had been killed in quick succession. It would be weirder if they failed to realize that something was strange about Xianxia. It was just that Xianxia was only in the 4th step mortal realm no matter how they looked at him. Not to mention, the fluctuation of the spirit chi surrounding his body was much weaker than their own. In a deadly battle, hesitation is one's greatest flaw. Xianxia flicked his sword and sneered coldly. When his body moved, he boldly took the initiative to charge straight towards those 2, and his sword flashed so swiftly that nothing could escape its reach. The 2 remaining attendants paled with shock and hastily defended themselves. However, what depressed them greatly was that even though their strength was clearly greater than their opponents and their spirit chi was much denser than his, the figure in front of them was as slippery as an eel. They could not grasp his position and instead were the ones to reveal more flaws due to the fear and unease in their hearts. A short while later, there were 2 additional corpses in the restaurant whose blood stained the ground. A family should never be separated. Xianxia flicked off the blood on his blade. The longsword in his hand was pitted and damaged along its entire length, as it was not some extraordinary weapon. It was simply a mortal-grade longsword, so after fighting with 4 8th step and 9th step mortal realm masters, the sword was at its limits. Still, Xianxia looked up at Zhang Yulin, only to see that the latter was utterly dumbstruck. When the battle first began, Zhang Yulin had energetically shouted provocations from the sidelines. But as his attendants fell one by one, the horror on his face grew stronger and stronger. At this moment, he was shocked to the core. Is he really the same Xianxia who grovelled and didn't dare to say a word in front of me? He felt as though he was dreaming. Everything felt almost surreal. Even Zhou Tsin beside him was full of doubts. Seeing Yang Kai approaching step by step, Zhang Yulin immediately panicked. "Stay away. Didn't you want to chop off my limbs? How are you going to chop my limbs if I don't come over?" Yang Kai stared at Zhang Yulin calmly, suppressing the rage in his heart. The divine armament world had given him a brand new identity that came with its own set of emotions. These memories felt so real that he felt as though they were his actual life experiences. I was just joking." Zhang Yulin shivered in fear. All of a sudden, he saw Zhou Tsin standing next to him, pale-faced with fear. Without hesitation, he hurriedly shoved her in front of him and shouted, "Didn't you like this woman? I'll return her to you. Just don't come near me." Zhou Tsin was shoved so hard that she stumbled and slammed into Yang Kai's chest, causing her complexion to turn even paler than before. When she looked up, all she saw was Yang Kai looking down at her coldly. The gaze was so unfamiliar that she couldn't believe what she was seeing. A sudden stab of pain came from her chest. Looking down, she saw the tip of a sword piercing her in the back and protruding from her chest. The sword had penetrated her body to stab into Yang Kai's abdomen. "Ha ha!" Zhang Yulin's hysterical laughter came from behind her. "How dare you act so arrogantly in front of this young master? Let's see if you survive that." Wan Yingying's scream rang out. On the other hand, Yang Kai gave a furious roar and raised a sword to slash at something behind Zhou Tsin. A sword light flashed, and Zhang Yulin's head flew into the sky. His vicious and triumphant expression remained on his face as his headless corpse swayed slightly before slowly collapsing to the ground, blood gushing out from his neck like a fountain. Zhou Tsin went limp in Yang Kai's arms. Yang Kai took 2 steps back and gently laid her down on the ground. Her gaze went slack, but she stared at Yang Kai fixedly and muttered, "I'm sorry." Wan Ying rushed over and immediately saw the wound traversing Zhou Tsin's chest. Zhang Yulin's long sword had passed directly through Zhou Tsin's chest and pierced her heart. With such injuries, there was no hope for her. After she finished speaking that sentence, her eyes slowly closed and her aura disappeared. The stench of blood was incredibly strong inside the restaurant, permeating the air and causing one to gag. "Eldest senior brother, are you all right?" Wan Ying glanced nervously at Yang Kai, only to see a patch of red slowly spreading across his abdomen and staining his clothes. Zhang Yulin's final attack, where he used Zhou Tsin as a distraction, had injured Yang Kai. That was not all. Both Yang Kai's sleeves were also dyed in red blood, a result of him tearing his muscles from his earlier battle. When fighting Zhang Yulin's 4 attendants, Yang Kai had killed them by relying on his overwhelming skills. Nevertheless, the gap in their cultivation had caused him to suffer some losses. The force of recoil that rebounded back at him had turned both his arms into a bloody mess. "I'm fine." He waved his hand dismissively as he sent a complicated gaze towards Zhou Tsin, who was laid out on the ground. "This world is strange indeed. I've never even met this Zhou Tsin before, but sorrow fills my heart to see her die in front of me." The reason he had been injured by Zhang Yulin was that a ripple had involuntarily emerged in his heart when Zhou Tsin was shoved into his arms. That feeling had left him reeling in shock for a moment. "You're bleeding so much. How can you say you're fine?" Wan Ying was close to tears. She hurriedly dug through the small cloth bag at her waist and took out a bottle of pills. Tipping a single pill out of the bottle, she stuffed it into his mouth. Then, she took out some medicinal powder, tore his clothes open, and helped him to apply the powder on his wounds. While treating his wounds, she also examined the severity of his injuries and discovered that the stab wound at his abdomen was just a flesh wound. It had not gotten further than 3 centimeters past his skin. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. "Eldest senior brother, we need to return to the sect immediately. We must not stay here any longer." It was her first time seeing so many people die and so much blood spilled. Despite that, she only experienced a short moment of panic before she quickly realized that they had to leave this place as soon as possible. Zhang Yulin was the favored descendant of one of the elders in Tianluo Hall. So Tianluo Hall would never let this matter go now that he had died at Xianxia's hands in a place like this. Moreover, this town was under Tianluo Hall's jurisdiction. Once word of this incident spread, Tianluo Hall's members would surely swarm out to surround and suppress them. Wan Ying's heart was filled with worry. Eldest senior brother caused such a huge mess. How will we resolve this incident? And Xianxia nodded in agreement. The two of them gathered their things quickly and swiftly left the restaurant. Walking on the street, he suddenly sensed something and turned around to look. The divine oracle stood at the corner of the street with his bruised and swollen face. He was stroking his beard and looking in this direction with an unreadable expression. When their gazes met, he bowed deeply. His attitude immediately became flattering, and he kept bowing politely with a cupped fist. This old guy is interesting. Did he notice something? Xianxia retracted his gaze and followed Wan Ying to the horse stables to retrieve their mounts. Afterwards, they traveled in the direction of Void Spirit Sword Sect, located several dozen kilometers away. In this world, only masters in the heaven realm and above could fly. Those in the mortal realm and the earth realm were incapable of such feats. Therefore, most people could only travel by horse. Be that as it may, even those in the heaven realm would not choose to fly unless it was an emergency, as doing so consumed too much spirit chi, making flight hard to sustain for long periods of time. Only those in the spirit realm would fly about without any care in the world. Martial Peak, Chapter 4481, A Good Thing. Void Spirit Sword Sect was located between several medium-sized spirit peaks. Xianxia searched his memories and found that Void Spirit Sword Sect had been established for quite a long time, over 1,000 years ago, in fact. In a world like this, not many great forces could pass down their inheritance for 1,000 years. Only the very ancient great forces had such long histories. Moreover, the ancestors of Void Spirit Sword Sect seem to have produced a Sword Lord in the past. The so-called Sword Lord was the master of a divine armament. The divine armament world had a total of 10 divine armaments. The true Void Sword was one of them. One of the ancestors of the Void Spirit Sword Sect had the great honor to obtain the true Void Sword and became the true Void Sword Lord. That era was Void Spirit Sword Sect's most glorious and prosperous. It was just that the divine armament world would hold a divine armament tournament once every 100 years, and the divine armaments would often change hands during that time. Void Spirit Sword Sect suffered terrible losses in the battle 100 years after obtaining the true Void Sword, and gradually weakened in strength over the following years. At present, only a small number of people remained in Void Spirit Sword Sect, barely keeping the sect from dying out. Even the strongest in Void Spirit Sword Sect was only in the third step Earth realm. Clop, clop, clop. The constant sound of horse hooves crunching against gravel filled the air as Xianxia led his little junior sister, Wan Ying, up the mountain on horseback. Their travel speed was neither fast nor slow, and the mountain gates of Void Spirit Sword Sect were only several kilometers ahead. However, Wan Ying kept staring at Xianxia's back in heavy silence throughout the return journey. His actions today had frightened her greatly. He was so different from the person in her memories that she couldn't help feeling a strong sense of unfamiliarity. Several 8th and 9th step mortal realm masters had barely lasted an incense stick of time against him before they were slaughtered. Even Zhang Yulin of Tianluo Hall was killed by his sword. Why do you keep staring at me? Do you no longer recognize your eldest senior brother? Xianxia's voice rang out. Only then did Wan Ying realize that he had stopped at some point and was currently looking back at her with a smile. The familiar face and smile reassured her considerably. Urging her horse to step forward, she continued onward side by side with him, where she asked tentatively, "Eldest senior brother, have you always been that strong?" Xianxia shook his head. "It's not that I'm strong. It's that they are too weak. They had too many shortcomings. When the gap between our cultivation is not big, a single small mistake can mean the difference between life and death in a fight. Is the gap between a 4th-step mortal realm master and an 8th-step mortal realm master not large?" Nevertheless, his performance today left her unable to refute his words. "Eldest senior brother, Were you using the Void Spirit Sword art just now? Why does it feel a little different? Wanting Ing continued asking questions. Void Spirit Sword sect was established based on the Void Spirit Sword art. So every single disciple was required to cultivate this sword art. Thinking back to the battle today, Wanting Ying realized that although the moves Xianxia displayed contained a shadow of the Void Spirit Sword art, they were not completely the same. It is the Void Spirit Sword art, but I modified it slightly. I'll teach you next time. Xianxia reached out to ruffle her head. She was speechless. The Void Spirit Sword art had been passed down through the sect for over 1,000 years. Countless seniors and ancestors had improved and modified the sword art over that time. It could be said that even though the Void Spirit Sword art was not highly ranked in the Divine Armament world, it was an extremely solid entry-level sword art. The fact that her eldest senior brother could further improve, it was simply incredible. During their conversation, they arrived at the mountain gates of Void Spirit Sword sect. It was a large stone monument that gave off an ancient aura. The characters Void Spirit were carved into the stone monument. In addition, there were 2 disciples dressed in blue and white robes guarding the entrance. These clothes were the standard uniform for Void Spirit Sword sect disciples. And as soon as they caught sight of Xianxia and Wanting Ying, they immediately came forward to greet them. Eldest senior brother is back. Xianxia nodded lightly. Leaping off his horse, he handed the reins to one of the disciples and asked, "Where is the sect master?" Sect master is most likely discussing matters with the 2 elders in the main hall. "You can find him there, eldest senior brother." Xianxia nodded. "You've worked hard." Afterwards, the 2 disciples couldn't help feeling a little absent-minded as they stared at Xianxia's departing back. "It feels like something is different about eldest senior brother today," one of them said. "I get the same feeling." In the past, eldest senior brother, the other person thought about it and considered his words carefully. He had felt like he was shrouded in heavy death chi before, but it feels like he came back to life today. That's right. That's right. That's what it feels like. It looks like eldest senior brother has gotten over the issue from before. That's good. The world is not lacking in flowers. Jotzen doesn't look like a good woman anyway. She is an ambitious, social climbing woman. It's a good thing that eldest senior brother can get over her. The Xianxia of Void Spirit Sword sect had a gentle temperament and always treated people generously. Hence, he received the love and respect of his junior brothers and junior sisters. When the incident with Jotzen took place, many of his junior brothers and junior sisters had been very worried about him. It was only natural for them to feel happy for him when they saw that he had overcome his hardships. Inside the main hall, Void Spirit Sword sect master Su Chong Fa, Great Elder Gu Kong Ning, and Second Elder Hong Xiao were gathered together. Void Spirit Sword sect was weak, so these 3 were the only pillars of the sect among the older generation. They were also the 3 strongest people in the sect. All 3 of them were in the 3rd step Earth realm. Unfortunately, there was a big dividing line between the 3rd step and the 4th step. It was similar to the 3rd order Open Heaven realm and the 4th order Open Heaven realm. One could not cross this dividing gap without sufficient aptitude and resources. Sect Master Su Chong Fa had exhausted his potential, and for that reason, he would never be able to go further than the 3rd step Earth realm. The same went for Great Elder Gu Kongning. If there was anybody among the 3 of them who could overcome the divide, then it could only be Hong Xiao. Hong Xiao was the youngest among the 3 of them, but be that as it may, she was already in her 40s. It was just that she had taken good care of herself, so she looked like she was only in her early 20s. Her skin was fair and tender, her bosom was ample and full, and her figure was slim and slender. She was also the only female among the 3 of them. I don't know how the information that we discovered a black jade mine within Void Spirit Sword sect's territory on Ash Mountain was leaked out. However, the sect master of Roaring Tiger sect has already sent a letter to me the other day. His message was heavily laden with hints. I'm afraid he wants a slice of the pie. Su Chong Fa sighed. He was now in his early hundreds. With a cultivation in the Earth realm, he theoretically had quite a long life ahead of him. But handling the affairs of the sect for so many years had exhausted him. causing him to look haggard and old. That bastard. That is Void Spirit Sword Sect's Black Jade Mine. What right does Roaring Tiger Sect have to ask for a share? Great Elder Gu Kongning roared furiously. Su Chong Fa sighed. Even if we refuse, Roaring Tiger Sect will not give up easily. An ordinary man is innocent, but treasures make him guilty. Roaring Tiger Sect is much stronger than us, so there's nothing we can do if they resort to using force. Hong Xiu chimed in solemnly. It's such a tempting meal. We won't be able to monopolize the benefits with Void Spirit Sword Sect strength alone. Roaring Tiger Sect is arrogant, but also powerful, so it's only natural that they want a share of the benefits. But what about Tian Luo Hall? Now that the news has spread, Tian Luo Hall won't remain silent either. Su Chong Fa shook his head. Tian Luo Hall has yet to make a move. I don't know what they are thinking, but it's a given that they will meddle in the Black Jade Mine. Hong Xiu contemplated and then said, if that's the case, we can just watch how things play out for the moment. Tian Luo Hall and Roaring Tiger Sect are similar in terms of strength, and since they both have interest in the Black Jade Mine, there will surely be conflict between them. Void Spirit Sword Sect might be able to find a good opportunity among the cracks. Su Chong Fa nodded. You're right, Hong Xiu. This old master had the same idea. That's why I have yet to send a reply to Roaring Tiger Sect. We should see how Tian Luo Hall reacts to this matter before we come to a decision. He suddenly paused and looked up in the middle of his sentence. Then, a smile appeared on his aged face. Little Yang Kai is back? Gu Kongning glared in that direction with an expression of disappointment. Meanwhile, Hong Xiu glanced at Yang Kai in concern. Disciple greets, honored master, and 2 elders. Yang Kai came to a stop before he cupped his fist and bowed in greeting. Behind him, Wan Yingying followed suit. Along the way here, Yang Kai had taken the time to change into another set of clothes. Otherwise, his bloody appearance would have surely frightened many people. Gu Kongning scolded angrily. Where were you? You've been slacking off on your duties all day long. And why do you stink of alcohol? Void Spirit Sword Sect will be wiped out if we depend on you. It was not that he disliked Yang Kai. It was just that Yang Kai's recent performance had disappointed him so greatly that he could not help but reprimand him out of anger. Hong Xiu quickly said, it's not that serious. A child's temperament is simply not steady enough. He just needs time to polish himself. Polish himself? Do you know how old he is now? He's only in the 4th step mortal realm still. When will he reach the earth realm? With his current attitude, I'm worried that he might not fight back even if somebody hits him. That's what happened last time after all. He came home with a bruised and swollen face after being beaten up outside. That was such an embarrassment to Void Spirit Sword Sect, he muttered angrily. Yang Kai bowed in the Great Elder's direction. Many thanks for your guidance, Great Elder. This disciple has learned from his mistakes. In the past, this disciple has failed the earnest teachings of honored master and 2 elders. Fortunately, this disciple has come to his senses and will work hard in the future so that I don't fail your expectations of me. Gu Kongning seemed a little stunned to hear those words. He could not tell whether Yang Kai meant what he said, but his anger still subsided and he nodded. It's best if you think that way. But I hope you can do more than just talk. This disciple has already begun following your teachings, Great Elder. I encountered some people who provoked me today, so this disciple gave them a painful lesson. Behind him, Wan Yingying's brow twitched at those words. Oh, the Great Elder immediately became interested. Who is this person with no eyes who dared to provoke you? What was the outcome? This disciple killed them all, Yang Kai nonchalantly replied. An eerie silence fell over the entire hall. After a while, Gu Kongning lightly coughed. It's good for young people to be hot-blooded. Only hot-blooded people have the drive to improve. Ahem. Who were these people? The only people who could be killed by Yang Kai were most likely inferior cultivators. Therefore, Gu Kongning was not too bothered, even though he was surprised that somebody as gentle and kind as Yang Kai could kill another person. Void Spirit Sword Sect might be weak, but not just anybody could afford to provoke them either. Zhang Yulin of Tian Luo Hall, and several of his attendants. Yang Kai reported truthfully, at the time, this disciple was in the restaurant when, before he could finish speaking, he heard a clattering sound and looked up. Both his honored master, Su Chong Fa, and great elder Gu Kongning had gotten to their feet with expressions of horror on their faces. Meanwhile, Elder Hong Xiu reached out to cover her red lips with her hand. You? What? What did you say? Who did you kill? Gu Kongning stuttered. Zhang Yulin of Tian Luo Hall. Great elder, you might not know this person. He is a descendant of Tian Luo Hall's third elder, Zhan Bo Xiong. You know Zhan Bo Xiong, right, great elder? Yang Kai explained seriously. Martial Peak, Chapter 4482, Black Jade Lode. Of course I know. Obviously. Gu Kongning roared, the corners of his eyes twitching violently. Are you certain the person you killed is Zhang Yulin? There's no doubt. Yang Kai nodded. The great elder slumped down in his chair, all the color in his face draining away. If that was what Yang Kai said, then there could be no mistake. Besides, there was a long-standing grudge between Zhang Yulin and Yang Kai. It was impossible for Yang Kai to mistake Zhang Yulin for somebody else. Zhang Yulin has been killed. It's over. It's all over. It's over for Void Spirit Sword Sect. Even Su Chong Fa and Hong Xiu were unable to react for a time. They could not understand why Yang Kai would cause such a catastrophic disaster. Zhang Yulin had been killed. How could Zhan Bo Xiong possibly forgive such a thing? Who in Void Spirit Sword Sect could stop a 7-step Earth Realm Master like him? Judging from his situation, it's not that there is no response from Tian Luo Hall. Rather, they've already taken action. After a long time, Hong Xiu finally said softly. Upon hearing those words, Su Chong Fa and Gu Kongning looked at her and suddenly seemed to understand something. They had been wondering why Tian Luo Hall had seemed disinterested in the Black Jade mine. It would now seem that they were not unresponsive. Rather, they had already taken matters into their own hands and were planning to use Yang Kai as their excuse to attack. As the eldest disciple of Void Spirit Sword Sect, Yang Kai represented the face of Void Spirit Sword Sect in the outside world. Therefore, they sent Zhang Yulin to stir up trouble with Yang Kai in order to use the grudges between the younger generation as a catalyst to start a war between the two great forces. It was all a conspiracy to obtain the Black Jade mine. They probably never imagined that Yang Kai would have the guts to kill Zhang Yulin, though. It would seem that Tian Luo Hall had a larger appetite than Roaring Tiger Sect. Roaring Tiger Sect had only sent a letter to ask for a share of the pie. In contrast, Tian Luo Hall had secretly plotted from the shadows. Their intention to devour and eliminate Void Spirit Sword Sect could not be more obvious. After considering all this, both Su Chong Fa and Gu Kongning gave a soft sigh. Even without the incident involving Zhang Yulin, Tian Luo Hall would have come up with a different method to oppress Void Spirit Sword Sect. It was just that Yang Kai had killed Zhang Yulin, which gave them an even better excuse to attack. This incident is not your fault. They were already planning on attacking our Void Spirit Sword Sect. Su Chong Fa waved his hand lightly. Hong Xiu furrowed her brow tightly. As things stand, our only option left is to cooperate with Roaring Tiger Sect. Perhaps we can borrow Roaring Tiger Sect's strength to stop Tian Luo Hall. Yang Kai was extremely perplexed by the flow of the conversation. Thus, he couldn't help asking, Honored Master, Elders, what are you talking about? Gu Kongning and Hong Xiu exchanged a glance, and, after a moment of consideration, Gu Kongning explained, As the eldest disciple of Void Spirit Sword Sect, you have the right to know. It's like this. We discovered a Black Jade lode with abundant reserves on Ash Mountain recently. It's just that the information was leaked out somehow. Roaring Tiger Sect has sent us a letter stating their intentions to help us develop the mineral lode, and it's likely that Tian Luo Hall tried to start trouble with you due to the mineral lode. A Black Jade lode. Yang Kai's expression changed. Aside from absorbing world energy, cultivators in this world could also consume certain resources to improve their cultivation. It was similar to the star boundary in this regard. The most common type of cultivation resource here was spirit jades. Spirit jades contain dense world energy inside them. Hence, they can increase a cultivator's cultivation efficiency by a large margin. Spirit jades could be divided into several grades. From the lowest, a spirit jade could be classified as a white jade, black jade, red jade, and finally gold jade. The difference in the value and the world energy contained within the spirit jade varied about 1,000 times between the same portion of gold jade and white jade. Xianxia checked his memories, and, in the past, it seemed he had used spirit jades to enhance his cultivation. Be that as it may, he only had the privilege to obtain white jades for his cultivation. Although he would occasionally receive a few pieces of black jade, these were extremely rare. Furthermore, they were things that Xianxia had specially saved up for him. If this was the case for the eldest senior brother of the sect, then there was no need to mention the junior brothers and junior sisters. Therefore, it was very shocking for a black jade lode to appear in the Ash Mountain. A single black jade lode was enough to allow the strength of an Earth Realm great force to soar within a few dozen years. Generally, only Heaven Realm great forces could monopolize such a thing, so it was no wonder Roaring Tiger Sect and Tianluo Hall were eyeing the black jade lode greedily. Xianxia continued. The black jade lode is too valuable, so Void Spirit Sword Sect does not have the strength to monopolize it. We initially wanted to see how things went between Roaring Tiger Sect and Tianluo Hall, but now... Xianxia immediately understood. Now that I've killed Zhang Yulin, Void Spirit Sword Sect can only borrow the strength of Roaring Tiger Sect to resist Tianluo Hall. That's right. Xianxia nodded. Feeling slightly stunned, Xianxia clicked his tongue and muttered, I would have left him alive if I had known earlier. Xianxia shook his head. Tianluo Hall's actions clearly indicate that they wish to monopolize the Black Jade Mine. Otherwise, they could have openly sent a message to this old master without creating an excuse by instigating a fight between the younger generation. Therefore, even if you had not killed Zhang Yulin, Tianluo Hall would not have given up so easily. Gu Kongning waved his hand dismissively. Now that you know these things, you should know how to be grateful. But there's no need to think too much about this. With your current strength, there's no point worrying about these matters. Even if the sky collapses, you have us to hold it up. We will protect you. You've already wasted a whole year, so it is better if you focus on your cultivation for now, rather than worry about things you cannot change. Xianxia quickly said, Yes. After this incident, this disciple has realized how lacking his strength is. I will cultivate seriously from now on. Xianxia and the two elders stared at Xianxia in amazement. Then, Xianxia nodded. It's good that you have such thoughts. Xianxia added, This disciple would like to request for some cultivation resources. I hope you will allow it, honored master. Xianxia immediately tossed the sect master token to Xianxia and declared, Go and collect them from your martial Uncle Chan yourself. You can take as much as you want. In any case, if Void Spirit Sword Sect survived this disaster, they would have more than enough resources in the future. On the other hand, if they failed to survive this disaster, then it was a waste to leave those resources untouched. Many thanks, honored master. Xianxia took the token and turned to leave. Is there something else, Ying? Hongxiu glanced at Wan Ying, who remained standing below them. Wan Ying opened her mouth and was tempted to say that her eldest senior brother had not only killed Zhang Yulin today, but also 4 other 8th step and 9th step mortal realm masters. However, she did not know how to express the words that were at the tip of her tongue. Nobody will believe me if I said something like that. Besides, now that I think about it, I can't be sure whether those attendants were really in the 8th step and 9th step mortal realm. It's nothing. I'm going to cultivate, she mumbled and quickly took her leave. Following a discussion between Xianxia and the two elders in the main hall, they eventually decided to cooperate with Roaring Tiger Sect. They hoped to borrow Roaring Tiger Sect's strength to block Tianluo Hall's advances. Zhang Yulin had been killed, so it was conceivable that the retaliation from Tianluo Hall would soon come. Void Spirit Sword Sect would be powerless to resist without the help of Roaring Tiger Sect. The survival of a 1,000-year-old sect was currently hanging by a thread thanks to the unexpected appearance of a single black jade lode. Standing in front of the sect's storehouse, Xianxia took the sect master token and came to the martial uncle in charge of this place. The martial uncle had the surname Chang, and although he was getting on in years, he was still stuck in the ninth-step mortal realm due to insufficient aptitude. In terms of hierarchy, he belonged to the same generation as Su Chang Fa. Martial Uncle Chang naturally had no objections when he saw the sect master token and readily allowed Xianxia to pass. Xianxia entered the storehouse and began walking around aimlessly, grabbing anything and everything that could help with his cultivation. It didn't take long before he walked out with a large bundle in his hands. After Xianxia departed, Martial Uncle Chang entered to check the storehouse and immediately felt his vision go black. He nearly fainted on the spot. That was because not a single spirit jade remained in the storehouse. Several dozen bottles of elixirs purchased from other sects at a high price had also been cleared out. Even the spirit flowers and spirit herbs for alchemy were gone. It could be said that anything with the slightest value inside the storehouse had been taken away by Xianxia. The entire storage was cleaner than a rice field devoured by locusts. Thus, it gave him such a shock that he hurriedly went to the sect master to report about this matter. Carrying his huge bundle, Xianxia stood in front of a statue and looked up at the several-meter-tall carving of a man. The statue was exquisite and highlighted the charming features of this person clearly. He was extraordinarily brave and heroic, and his gaze was powerful. A particular note was the sword he wore on his waist. This was a statue of Void Spirit Sword Sect's ancestor who became the true Void Sword Lord. In Xianxia's memory, he had walked past this statue on countless occasions, but this time he seemed to discover something interesting about the statue. After staring at the statue for a long time, he finally grinned and headed towards his residence with his large bundle in hand. As the eldest disciple of Void Spirit Sword Sect, it was only natural that Xianxia had a private residence. He entered the secluded home and put the bundle down before taking off his shirt to check his wounds. In addition to being stabbed in the abdomen by Zhang Yulin, his arms had been reduced to a bloody mess from him overusing them during his battle against the attendants. Even so, his injuries were already showing signs of recovery. He quietly examined his wounds for a moment before raising a brow. Is it the power of my dragon vein? Xianxia could clearly sense faint traces of his dragon clan bloodline flowing through his body and his meridians. It was precisely because of these faint traces of the dragon clan bloodline that his injuries could heal so quickly. It would seem that although he could not mobilize his sixth-order open heaven realm strength, the divine armament world was also unable to fully isolate him from the power of his bloodline. The power of the dragon vein flowing through his body was extremely weak, to the point that it was barely perceptible, but this power was enough to make a fourth-step mortal realm master undergo earth-shaking changes. Furthermore, he had the vague sense that the power of the dragon vein within him would become more and more powerful as his strength gradually increased and the endurance of his body was enhanced. At present, what I urgently need to do is to cultivate hard and increase my strength. It doesn't matter whether it's for the Divine Armament Tournament or for the imminent danger I will face. I'm running out of time. Xianxia sat down cross-legged and carefully went through the information in his mind. The sword was the foundation of Void Spirit Sword Sect. They cultivated a secret art known as the Void Spirit Art paired with the Void Spirit Sword Art. What he used when fighting Zhang Yulin's attendants back then was the Void Spirit Sword Art. However, it was a version that he had modified and improved. With his rich experience, modifying and improving a simple sword art was not a problem. It would now seem that the Void Spirit Art also had room for improvement. He immediately activated the spirit chi flowing in his body and slowly changed the cultivation route in his body. In less than an hour, Xianxia finished improving the Void Spirit Art. After a series of experiments, he discovered that both the cultivation speed and absorption of the world energy of the improved Void Spirit Art were at least 20% higher. Martial Peak, Chapter 4483, Crazy Cultivation. Xianxia was in no hurry to begin cultivating. After spending so many years in the outside world doing just that, he was no stranger to the principle of sharpening his axe before chopping wood. He dug out all the pills he retrieved from Void Spirit Sword Sect's storehouse. Several dozen bottles of pills sat in several rows before him. Then, he opened them one by one to check their various medicinal efficacies. His attainments in the alchemic Tao were extremely deep, so distinguishing the uses of these pills was very easy for him. More so since the pills in Void Spirit Sword Sect were not particularly high-grade products. It didn't take long before he had neatly sorted all the bottles of pills into several categories. He randomly grabbed one of the bottles, opened it without a care, and poured the entire contents into his mouth. Immediately after that, he followed with the second bottle, then the third bottle. It was not until he emptied the contents of the fifth bottle that his stomach felt slightly full and bloated. If he wanted to increase his strength, then his body was his greatest capital. Recalling the journey he took to get here, the toughness of his body had given him many advantages over time. Whether he was cultivating or facing enemies, the resilience of his physique always played a huge and crucial role in his success. The tougher his body, the more pressure he could withstand, and the faster he could cultivate. Xianxia had secretly examined his body in the divine armament world, quickly discovering that his current aptitude was neither particularly good nor bad. It could only be considered average, nothing special. However, the toughness of his body was practically unmatched. Something like aptitude was basically fixed from the moment of birth. It was difficult for him to enhance his aptitude, so he could only start from a different path. Fortunately, the potential of his dragon vein was still intact. Focusing on enhancing his dragon vein to improve this body was perfectly feasible. The medicinal efficacies inside his stomach dissolved, and the slight feeling of fullness from earlier rapidly ballooned. Xianxia soon felt as though there was a fire in his stomach, and all his internal organs were burning. This was only to be expected, though, as while Void Spirit Sword Sect's spirit pills weren't high grade, he was only in the fourth step mortal realm. In the divine armament world, his existence was no different from an ant. How could he possibly withstand the impact of so many medicinal efficacies all at once? If it were an ordinary fourth step mortal realm master, the explosion of such enormous medicinal efficacies would have been enough to kill him. Xianxia himself was also having a hard time at the moment. Crimson blood slowly flowed out of his 7 orifices. His body trembled uncontrollably. His complexion turned green and pale, and his stomach felt as though countless cats were clawing at him from the inside with all their might. Still, he forcefully endured the discomfort while at the same time circulating the void spirit art to guide the enormous medicinal efficacies through his blood and muscles, nourishing every part of his body. The power of his dragon vein hidden in his blood slowly exerted its power. Although it was not much, it constantly helped to repair his damaged body and meridians. It was enough to prevent him from dying as he walked along the fine edge between life and death to seek great opportunity. As he slowly became accustomed to the impact of the medicinal efficacies, Xianxia's mental state improved considerably. The enormous medicinal efficacies were gradually absorbed into his body with the help of the void spirit art to become the foundation of his strength. Approximately an hour later, he finally sensed that the medicinal efficacies in his body were almost depleted. Xianxia quietly examined himself and found that the toughness of his body had improved sharply compared to before. His muscles were more compact and felt stronger, and his meridians were wider and more resilient, allowing him to tolerate a stronger flow of spirit chi. These effects were not just thanks to the 5 bottles of spirit pills, but also thanks to the subtle transformation brought about by his dragon blood. In fact, the latter accounted for a larger proportion of these changes. Compared to before, the toughness of his body had increased by approximately 20%. This result was quite satisfying. A pungent smell filled Xianxia's nose, and he felt his entire body was incredibly wet and sticky, almost as though he was covered in a layer of mud. He knew that this was the effect of his body excreting a large number of impurities. However, he couldn't be bothered and simply swallowed several more bottles of pills. This cycle repeated over and over again. Those several dozen bottles of pills that Void Spirit Sword sect worked so hard to accumulate over the years were used up by Xianxia in a mere 3 days. The final result was that the toughness of his body had increased many times over. Even the power of his dragon vein had been greatly stimulated. Traces of golden dragon blood flowed through his veins now, carrying with it a horrifying power. In addition, his newly awakened dragon blood was now constantly influencing and enhancing his body. Even if he did nothing, the toughness of his body would only become stronger and stronger over time. His cultivation had also risen from the 4th step mortal realm to the 5th step mortal realm. There were 4 great realms in this world: mortal, earth, heaven, and spirit. Each great realm had 9 minor realms. The concept was similar to the 9 orders of the open heaven realm. Among them, the barrier of the 4th step and the 7th step were the hardest to overcome in each great realm. Doing so would lead to a whole world of difference in strength. On the other hand, one could easily break through from the 4th step to the 6th step as long as one had accumulated enough spirit chi. Xianxia had consumed many spirit pills during this period, and while most of the medicinal efficacies had been used to enhance and strengthen his body, quite a lot of the remaining medicinal efficacies had also been transformed into spirit chi. That spirit chi flooded his body and meridians, naturally allowing his cultivation to progress at a rapid pace. Suddenly, the sound of a grumbling stomach rang out. Xianxia was starving. He was so hungry that he felt he could eat a horse. This feeling was very new to him, or rather, very old, making him wonder just how long it had been since he last felt hunger. In the outside world, thanks to the constant advancement of his cultivation, Xianxia had long ago overcome the need to eat to sustain himself. Even if he ate something once in a while, it was only to satisfy his appetite and cravings, not to fulfill a basic physical need. However, things were different in the divine armament world. The cultivators in Immortal Realm were not at a level where they go without food indefinitely, and in fact, it seemed the higher their cultivation became, the greater their appetite. The impurities discharged from Xianxia's body had already formed a hard shell over his skin at this point, so he decided that he might as well leave his secluded home. He took a bath and changed into a new set of clean clothes before he went to the sect's kitchen and practically gobbled up everything he could get his hands on. The disciples guarding the kitchen stared at Xianxia in stunned shock, watching helplessly as he finished eating all the food in the kitchen. They could barely believe what they were seeing. The main reason was that Xianxia's appearance had changed quite drastically. Compared to the last time they saw him a few days ago, he seemed to have become much thinner. The clothes that used to fit him like a glove now seemed almost empty, hanging loosely around his frame. Those who met him for the first time would think that he was malnourished, yet his eyes were so bright that it was scary. Who were the visitors in the main hall? Xianxia held a half-eaten leg of lamb on each hand, chomping on his food with great relish while glancing in a certain direction. There were 2 rows of disciples lined up on both sides outside the main hall, making for quite the formal sight. In his memories, Void Spirit Sword sect would only perform such grand gestures when dealing with the arrival of important guests. A junior brother nearby quickly answered, "I heard that one of the protectors of Roaring Tiger sect arrived today. Sect Master and the 2 elders are currently discussing important matters with that person." People from Roaring Tiger sect, huh? Xianxia nodded lightly. They sure act fast. The reason for Roaring Tiger sect's arrival was undoubtedly the Black Jade Mine. It was just as Elder Xianxia mentioned before. With Void Spirit Sword sect's current strength, it was impossible for them to monopolize the Black Jade Mine. They were powerless to resist if Roaring Tiger sect wished to interfere in this matter. Therefore, they had originally planned to survive in the cracks formed when Roaring Tiger sect and Tian Luo Hall fought for control of the mine. It was just that Xianxia ended up killing Zhang Yulin, so it was useless to count on Tian Luo Hall now. Unfortunately, Xianxia's current strength was too low, so he couldn't help with these matters even if he wanted to. Burp! Xianxia let out a loud belch and licked the grease off his fingers. After that, he patted the person next to him on the shoulder and wiped the rest of the grease on his fingers on that person's clothes. Good. I'm going back to cultivate. Watch the kitchen well. Don't let some random wild beast in to steal all the food here." The junior brother stared dumbfounded at Yang Kai's departing back. When he turned around to look at the empty kitchen, he became desperate to cry, but was unable to shed any tears. "Our fellow brothers will most likely have to go hungry tonight." Yang Kai returned to his secluded home and glanced at the white jades scattered across the ground. Then he loosened his muscles. There were more than 2,000 pieces of white jade stored in Void Spirit Sword sect treasury. This number was not large, but for Yang Kai, in his current cultivation, it was not small either. It was enough for him to cultivate for some time. Each white jade was about the size of a finger. Moreover, it was cool to the touch, and the spirit chi contained within could be perceived clearly. He sat down cross-legged in the middle of the white jade pile. Grabbing a handful in each hand, he let out a breath and began to circulate the void spirit art. Pure spirit chi immediately flowed out from the white jade into his body. The spirit chi circulated through his meridians to sink into his body and dantian. His body that underwent 3 days of conditioning still might not seem that strong, but his physique had clearly gotten much stronger than before. It was perfectly reflected in the speed in which he absorbed the spirit chi from the spirit jade. His meridians had become wider and more resilient, which in turn allowed more spirit chi to flow more smoothly. It was only natural that his rate of absorption would increase significantly. Large amounts of spirit chi flooded his body and transformed into his new foundation. Yang Kai's originally thin figure seemed to swell slowly like a balloon being pumped full of air. It didn't take long before he transformed into a brave, heroic, and extraordinary figure. The loose clothes gradually fit around his body once more. A short while later, Yang Kai stopped feeling any spirit chi flowing into his body from his hands. He spread open his palms and saw that the 2 handfuls of spirit jade had become gray and dull. The energy in these spirit jades had been absorbed cleanly. Discarding the used spirit jades, Yang Kai grabbed another handful to continue his cultivation. Time passed slowly, and after refining more than 600 white jades, Yang Kai felt as though he had reached his current limit. His body was filled with spirit chi to the point that no more could be accommodated. The spirit chi surged wantonly throughout his meridians and his body. It was unbearably painful, and his exposed skin turned blood red as a result. Most cultivators would stop cultivating and slowly take the time to digest their gains when they encounter such a situation. After all, cultivation should be done slowly and steadily. Haste was never the answer. However, Yang Kai had no time to waste. He had kicked a hornet's nest as soon as he arrived in the divine armament world, and according to his estimations, Tian Luo Hall's retaliation would arrive soon. If he did not increase his cultivation quickly, he would not have enough strength to survive the calamity. Besides, he wanted to use this kind of crazy cultivation method to increase the limits of his body. As he continued to refine the spirit chi in the spirit jades, his body acted like a bottomless pit. His clothes danced and flapped around him, even though there was no wind, while the entire secluded home seemed to rumble faintly. Fresh blood leaked out of his pores and soon dyed his clothes red. But even so, Yang Kai ignored everything and continued to refine the white jades like mad. The damage to his body was left to the power of his dragon vein to heal. All of a sudden, he felt his entire body becoming light all over. It felt as though he had broken through a barrier, and the surging power in his body was immediately alleviated as a result. 6-Step Mortal Realm. Martial Peak, Chapter 4484, Disciple arrived late. Now that Yang Kai's cultivation had increased to the next step, the pressure that was bearing down upon him vanished without a trace. Thus, he grabbed another handful of white jades and frantically continued to circulate the void spirit art. The white jades scattered around him decreased at a very fast rate, and his cultivation improved rapidly in turn. 3 days after he advanced into the 6-step mortal realm, he achieved another breakthrough and advanced into the 7th step. At a certain point, his hand came up empty when he reached out to the side. Xianxia lowered his head and looked down only to see that he had finished consuming over 2,000 white jades in the short span of 6 or 7 days. Thanks to the abundant white jades and the several dozen bottles of pills, he had advanced from the 4th-step mortal realm to the 7th-step mortal realm in one session. If it were any other cultivator, it would have been impossible for them to achieve such a rapid cultivation speed. Xianxia had relied on the power of his dragon vein, which allowed him to be so unscrupulous in his cultivation. Even so, many dark injuries remained in his body from this process. These dark injuries were like cracks in the foundation of the building. The higher the building, the greater the chance of it collapsing. Nevertheless, Xianxia was not too bothered. With the power of his dragon vein, these dark injuries would repair themselves sooner or later. Moreover, with the increasing enhancement of his physique, the power of his dragon vein that he could stimulate would also become increasingly intense. There was a positive cycle that had no defined limits. Without more white jades, Xianxia could only cultivate by absorbing ambient world energy. Needless to say, he was dissatisfied with such cultivation speed. He was just considering whether he wanted to visit the Black Jade Lode to obtain some black jade for cultivation when a figure rushed inside his house. "Little junior sister, why are you in such a panic?" Xianxia stared at Wan Yingying in astonishment when she rushed over to him. Wan Yingying's complexion was pale as she stretched out her hand and stuffed a bag into his arms before hurriedly saying, "Eldest senior brother, Sect Master has issued an order. You are to set off for Green Mountain Town immediately." "Green Mountain Town?" Xianxia frowned. "That place is over 1,000 kilometers from here. What does Honored Master want me to do there?" Wan Yingying shook her head. "I don't know the specific details. Sect Master only said that you will know once you arrive. Eldest senior brother, this matter is very urgent. You need to leave now." While saying so, she grabbed his hand and tried to drag him out, but Xianxia did not budge. Despite tugging at him twice, Wan Yingying could not move him at all, so she turned around anxiously and stomped her foot. "Eldest senior brother, let's go." "What happened outside?" Xianxia looked at her quietly. Her expression immediately became unnatural as she shook her head hard. "In nothing. Since you were a child, you've always stuttered whenever you lied. Tell me, what happened outside?" "In nothing. I swear." He ruffled her head. "Did somebody from Tian Luo Hall come?" "And no." She shook her head vigorously. Xianxia stepped outside with a suspicious expression. How strange. Didn't Honor Master say that he was going to borrow the power of Roaring Tiger Sect to deal with Tian Luo Hall? Where are the people from Roaring Tiger Sect? Wan Yingying clutched at him from behind, screaming and crying, "Eldest senior brother, don't go. It's very dangerous outside. Sect Master wants you to leave now. It's also to ensure that Void Spirit Sword Sect will continue to exist. You have to hurry up and leave before they find you." "So, it really is somebody from Tian Luo Hall." Xianxia raised his brow and returned the bag in his arms to Wan Yingying. "I caused this situation. Tian Luo Hall will never relent if I don't show up. The Master Sect raised me, so how can I stand by and watch when it is in trouble? Let me go and have a look." Xianxia walked out with large strides as he spoke. Even though Wan Yingying desperately tried to stop him, how could she possibly do that? The sect's main square was a huge mess and fresh blood staining the entire ground. There were only several dozen people in Void Spirit Sword Sect, and all of them were gathered in this place. From Sect Master Su Chong Fa down to the most common disciple, all of them looked sorrowful. Su Chong Fa, Gu Kongning, and Xianxia were covered in wounds, and fresh blood dyed their clothes red. The corpses of more than 10 Void Spirit Sword Sect disciples lay scattered across that square. Many shadows stood around the square, surrounding the Void Spirit Sword Sect members. These people were vaguely divided into 2 factions. One was headed by a middle-aged man, while the other was headed by an elderly man wearing black robes. Su Chong Fa looked at the middle-aged man sadly and called out, "Protector Wan, is this how Roaring Tiger Sect does things? You and I clearly had an agreement." He initially thought that he could borrow the strength of Roaring Tiger Sect to resist Tian Luo Hall, and for that reason, Void Spirit Sword Sect had offered the other party a high price that amounted to 80% of the Black Jade Lode. In other words, 80% of the profit from the Black Jade Lode would belong to Roaring Tiger Sect. Who could have known that this bastard surnamed Juan would do nothing and simply watch from the sidelines when Tian Luo Hall attacked today? Juan Tian, he laughed when he heard those words. Agreement? What agreement? This protector does not recall ever making an agreement with Void Spirit Sword Sect. Juan Tian, his expression of denial made Su Chong Fa boil with rage. Blood surged up his throat and came out his mouth. His complexion immediately waned. Unfortunately, the overall situation was more important than his personal feelings at the moment, so he was forced to back down and plead in a trembling voice, Protector Juan, if you can save Void Spirit Sword Sect from this disaster, then the Black Jade Mine will belong entirely to Roaring Tiger Sect. Void Spirit Sword Sect will not intervene in this matter again. Juan Tian, he smiled lightly, but did not answer. The other elderly man coldly snorted, Su Chong Fa, do you still not understand? This is the law of the jungle. The strong stand on top. Only the person with the biggest fist has the right to speak. Void Spirit Sword Sect lost its right to exist in this world a long time ago. With Void Spirit Sword Sect gone, won't the Black Jade Mine still belong to Roaring Tiger Sect regardless? You've been colluding with each other right from the beginning. Su Chong Fa suddenly realized. Both Juan Tian, he from Roaring Tiger Sect, and Zhanbo Xiong from Tian Luo Hall were in the seventh-step Earth Realm. Void Spirit Sword Sect was completely powerless against them, and judging by their actions today, it was clear that they had been secretly working together for a while now. Void Spirit Sword Sect was the only one who had been kept in the dark. Su Chong Fa thought he could use the wolf to drive away the tiger, but all he did was invite the wolf into his home. Hand over the true Void Spirit art and that brat called Xianxia. Otherwise, I will wipe out your entire sect. Zhanbo Xiong shouted coldly. Void Spirit Sword Sect was undeniably weak nowadays, but the true Void Sword Lord was counted among their ancestors. It could be seen that the sect was not without some heritage. It was rumored that Void Spirit Sword Sect possessed a secret art known as the true Void Spirit art, one that was completely different from the one the disciples generally cultivated. Furthermore, the true Void Sword Lord supposedly achieved all his success by relying on the true Void Spirit art. If not to obtain the true Void Spirit art, Zhanbo Xiong would have already killed all the people in front of him rather than wasting his time talking to them. Su Chong Fa smiled miserably. There is no real or fake Void Spirit art. There's only one Void Spirit art. It is unfortunate that the younger generation is mediocre and are unable to reproduce the glory of our ancestors. It is ridiculous how you believed that there's some hidden inside story. You really are foolish. As for my eldest disciple, this old master sent him down the mountain a long time ago. Go ahead and search for him if you think you have the ability to find him. Ha ha ha. Cough cough. The smile on Su Chong Fa's face stiffened quickly as he stared at the figure running here from the bottom of the mountain. That figure moved incredibly quickly. He had only been halfway up the mountain when Su Chong Fa first noticed him, but he arrived at the top of the mountain in the blink of an eye. There was a loud explosion that sounded like a meteor crashing into the ground when the figure wrapped in a sharp aura landed at the top of the mountain. Honored Master, this disciple has arrived late. Xianxia shouted. Su Chong Fa's eyes rolled back into his head. He was so furious that he fainted from anger. Gu Kong Ning, who was drenched in blood, was so enraged that he slapped his thigh and cursed. Foolish, foolish brat. How maddening. We are in such a desperate situation. How dare this little bastard come here? Didn't we send Wan Ying to secretly pass him a message, asking him to leave this place? This is just great. The entire Void Spirit Sword Sect will be killed by the enemy and wiped from history now. Next to him, Hongxiu sighed softly. This is our fate. This disciple has been unfilial. Void Spirit Sword Sect's inheritance, which survived for 1,000 years, will die along with us today. On the other hand, Yang Kai was shocked and hurriedly rushed over to Su Chong Fa. It took a lot of effort before he finally managed to wake Su Chong Fa and asked in concern, "Honored Master, how are you feeling?" Su Chong Fa slowly opened his eyes and saw Yang Kai staring down at him. Yang Kai continued with a look of shame, "Honored Master, this disciple was immersed in cultivation and failed to extricate himself in time. This disciple has come late to the rescue. Please forgive me, Honored Master." You. Su Chong Fa pointed at Yang Kai and shuddered slightly. Then his head suddenly tilted to the side. He had fainted from rage again. Yang Kai did a quick check and discovered that Su Chong Fa was just unconscious. The wounds covering Su Chong Fa might look ghastly, but they were not fatal. The realization gave him a small sense of relief. Turning to look around him, he saw many corpses lying around them. There were at least 10 junior brothers and junior sisters lying in pools of their own blood. Meanwhile, those who were still alive were covered in wounds. The sight immediately made his expression turn frosty. "Are you Yang Kai?" Zhan Boxiong squinted at Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked Zhan Boxiong up and down. "That's right. Who are you?" "This old master is Zhan Boxiong." A look of understanding filled Yang Kai's face as he asked, "Are you the ones who kill my junior brothers and junior sisters?" "So what? It is a given that a murder should be paid for with one's life. I'm just here to collect my debt. How dare you kill my grandson? I will send the entire Void Spirit Sword sect to accompany him in the afterlife. As for you," Zhan Boxiong waved his large hand, "capture him. I'm going to skin this bastard alive in front of you Lin's mourning hall and drain his blood dry to comfort my pitiful grandson in heaven." As soon as those words left his mouth, 2 Tian Luo Hall disciples rushed out from behind him and charged at Yang Kai. The expressions of Xianxia and Gu Kongning immediately changed drastically. Judging by the spirit chi fluctuations of these 2 Tian Luo Hall disciples when they attacked, both of them were at the peak of the mortal realm, just one step away from advancing into the earth realm. On the other hand, Yang Kai was only in the 4th step mortal realm, even though he was Void Spirit Sword sect's eldest disciple of the current generation. There was no way he could resist them. "Run!" Hong Xiu screamed. It was not that she didn't want to help, but that she was too heavily injured. Moreover, Earth Realm Masters from Tian Luo Hall were watching her, so she couldn't take a single step forward. Likewise, Gu Kongning was caught in the same situation. To her despair, Yang Kai showed no intention to escape despite facing 2 masters at the peak of the mortal realm. On the contrary, he actually stood up and rushed straight at them. "Don't be so presumptuous." Zhan Boxiong's eyes were cold. When the 3 figures crossed each other, Yang Kai reached out both hands at the same time to cover the faces of the 2 people charging toward him. The confrontation lasted only a flash, and nobody saw what happened clearly. All they heard was a loud explosion, and after that, they saw Yang Kai half kneeling on the ground. His 2 large hands were wrapped around the heads of the 2 Tian Luo Hall disciples as he slammed them into the ground fiercely. "Kacha!" The sound of bones cracking rang out, and brains and blood flowed profusely. The 2 bodies twitched incessantly under Yang Kai's grip as horrifying cracking sounds came from the 2 heads. The entire square fell silent. Martial Peak, Chapter 4485, Calm Sword. Su Chong Fa slowly regained consciousness and saw the 2 Tian Luo Hall disciples twitching under Yang Kai's hands as soon as he opened his eyes. Thinking that he was dreaming, he closed his eyes again and continued to sleep. However, he soon jerked his eyes open again to stare forward with a mixture of shock and confusion. Life is beautiful, yet oh so fragile. It seems that you don't understand this. Unfortunately, the ignorant are destined to be cast out by the flow of time. Let me show you the true meaning of power. Yang Kai slowly stood up, cleaned the blood off his hands, and looked up at Zhan Boxiong coldly. 7th step, mortal realm. Both Hong Xiu and Gu Kongning couldn't help widening their eyes at the sight. The aura emanating from Yang Kai was clearly something that only a 7th step mortal realm master could possess. Isn't he only in the 4th step mortal realm? When did he become a 7th step mortal realm master? Has this brat been hiding his strength all this while? But even if he is a 7-step mortal realm master, how does that change anything? Even 3rd-step Earth realm masters like the 3 elders have been defeated so badly. A 7th-step mortal realm master was bound to be powerless to fight back in this scenario. Disregarding the fact that Tianluo Hall had a 7th-step Earth realm master like Zhanbo Xiong, there were also several other Earth realm masters present. This lineup was not something Yang Kai could fight alone. Arrogant Junior, how dare you behave so boastfully? Zhanbo Xiong was livid. In a moment of carelessness, 2 of his people had been killed by the other party. It was extremely embarrassing for him. The truth was that the power Yang Kai displayed earlier had shocked him too. A 7th-step mortal realm master had killed 2 masters at the peak of the mortal realm in an instant. Such a feat was not something just anybody could do. Only the most talented geniuses had the ability to kill enemies above their own realm. The current eldest disciple of Void Spirit Sword sect was not well known. Therefore, this sudden display of strength immediately gave Zhanbo Xiong all sorts of thoughts. Perhaps this boy cultivates the true Void Spirit art of Void Spirit Sword sect. As long as I can capture him, I can obtain the biggest secret of Void Spirit Sword sect. No matter how strong this junior is, he is just in the 7th-step mortal realm while I'm in the 7th-step Earth realm. There's a difference of a whole great realm between us. He is definitely not my opponent. His hatred towards his grandson's murderer and his greed towards the true Void Spirit art compelled Zhanbo Xiong to make up his mind to capture Yang Kai personally. His figure flickered while he was speaking, and he lunged towards his enemy. Under the urging of his Earth Realm Spirit Qi, he came pressing down on Yang Kai with overwhelming force. Honored Master, the ancestors of Void Spirit Sword sect actually left us a huge gift. It's just that we never noticed it before. Yang Kai suddenly uttered this inexplicable sentence. After that, he lifted his hand into the air and shouted, "Come, sword." Kacha! The sound of something shattering rang out. Su Chong Fa and the others turned to look in the direction of the sound and saw fine cracks running down the sword worn by the statue of their ancestor not far away. Su Chong Fa abruptly widened his eyes. Seeming to recall something, his expression immediately became filled with emotion. Kacha! Following that cracking sound, a sword light suddenly shot out from the statue and flew into Yang Kai's grasp. It was a sword that emitted an inexplicable halo of light. The sword was a little more than a meter long, with a flat surface that shone like a mirror, so clear it could reflect a person's image perfectly. The shape was smooth and streamlined, and its edge was so sharp that it looked like it could slice through space itself. The true Void Sword. Gu Kongning exclaimed softly. Hong Xiu revealed a look of realization. So it was here all along. It turns out that the records in the ancient books were true. Needless to say, this true Void Sword was not the real true Void Sword. The real true Void Sword was one of the 10 great divine armaments of the divine armament world. Only those with great destiny and opportunity could wield the real true Void Sword. The true Void Sword in Yang Kai's grip had been hidden in the old statue and was a replica of the divine armament. According to the records written in the ancient books of Void Spirit Sword sect, the true Void Sword Lord spent an enormous amount of manpower and resources to forge this imitation true Void Sword based on the divine armament during his final years to leave behind for future generations. It was just that nobody knew where the true Void Sword replica went after the death of the true Void Sword Lord, even though there were vague records in the ancient books. 1,000 years later, even if the disciples of the later generation came across the records written in the ancient books, they simply assumed that the true Void Sword replica was either lost or destroyed. Who could have known that it had always been concealed inside the Sex Guardian statue? It was hiding right under their noses the whole time. The true Void Sword replica was a far cry from the real divine armament true Void Sword. But even so, the power it contained was not to be underestimated. A spirit armament. Zhanbo Xiong charged towards Yang Kai, narrowing his eyes at the sight. Immediately after that, he became overjoyed. I never imagined that a small force like Void Spirit Sword Sect would have such a good thing hidden away. Ha ha ha. The heavens are truly on my side today. Junior, you are not worthy of this spirit armament. Hand it over to this old master. He reached out and grabbed at Xianxia while speaking. Cultivators were divided into mortal, earth, heaven, and spirit realm. The weapons in the divine armament world were categorized in the same manner. Below the divine armaments were spirit armaments, heaven armaments, earth armaments, and finally mortal armaments. The sword Xianxia carried previously was just a mortal armament and had been destroyed during his battle at the restaurant. Divine armaments could not be created and were only innately formed. Even if the true Void Sword Lord spearheaded the creation and collected the most precious materials available in the divine armament world, he was still unable to create a real divine armament. The most he could create was a spirit armament. That said, a spirit armament was powerful enough to wipe out an entire kingdom. Naturally, that also depended on who was wielding the spirit armament. In the end, a weapon was only an auxiliary, a tool to be used. Therefore, the amount of power it could exert depended on the strength of the wielder. A seven-step mortal realm master like Xianxia was cut by the sharp sword intent just by holding this spirit armament in his hand. His entire body became drenched in blood, and his flesh curled violently. On the other side, Tian He of Roaring Tiger Sect, who had been watching coldly from the side all this while, revealed a look of interest. Who would not be tempted in the face of a spirit armament? Just as he was preparing to join the fight and snatch the spirit armament for himself, his heart suddenly clenched tight. He instinctively felt a sense of crisis looming over him, as if a terrible fate would befall him if he made a move. His cultivation was not that great, only 7th-step Earth Realm. Even so, his danger perception had always been very sensitive. He had relied on his instincts to escape many disasters over the years. So after a moment of hesitation, he chose to remain motionless. Zhanbo Xiong had arrived within 10 meters of Xianxia and was staring greedily at the spirit armament in the latter's hand, already dreaming about his majestic appearance after obtaining this spirit armament. Who? An enormous, illusory phantom suddenly appeared behind Xianxia. The illusory phantom was several dozen meters tall and filled with an immense aura. The entire illusory phantom was formed from condensed sword chi. Moreover, the illusory phantom was identical to the statue that had stood in Void Spirit Sword Sect for 1,000 years. The illusory phantom also held a sword in his hands around which sharp sword chi churned. Ancestor Su Chong Fa stared at the illusory phantom in shock. The ancestor has appeared. Similarly, Gu Kong Ning and Hong Xiu were staring at the illusory phantom in shock while all of Void Spirit Sword Sect disciples were dumbstruck by the sight. Zhanbo Xiong felt his chest tightening all of a sudden, as if his skin was being pricked by thousands of tiny needles. Stabbing pain came from all over his body, and at the same time, an inexplicable sense of panic filled his heart. Xianxia swung the sword in his hand, staring at Zhanbo Xiong coldly. Death to all who have harmed Void Spirit Sword Sect. Sword chi was suspended in the air, while sword intent permeated the sky. Slicing sounds rang out incessantly, and fresh blood splattered everywhere, while severed limbs flew in all directions. It felt as though 1,000 years had passed in an instant, and when the sword chi rampaging in the void finally dissipated, all the Tian Luo Hall cultivators had been killed on the spot. Chunks of flesh and blood covered the ground, and not a single one of them retained a complete corpse, their bodies sliced into multiple pieces by the overwhelming sword chi. Even a mountain ahead had been razed to the ground. Meanwhile, the Void Spirit Sword Sect disciples who were collapsed on the ground were not harmed in any way. The crisscrossing sword chi seemed to have eyes and did not cause them any harm. Sii. Tian he drew a sharp breath of cold air, his expression a mixture of sickly green and deathly pale. He couldn't help feeling thankful that he had not made his move just now. Otherwise, he would have suffered the same fate as Zhanbo Xiong. Under that horrifying sword chi, a 7-step Earth Realm Master was no different from an ant. Fools who are completely ignorant of what true strength is. Xianxia flicked the sword lightly. His entire body was drenched in red, making him look like he had been dredged out of a pool of blood. He then turned to look at Wan Tianhe and asked solemnly, "Protector Wan, do you have anything to say?" The attack just now was naturally not his own strength. It was the power sealed within the spirit armament True Void Sword. All Xianxia did was use Void Spirit Art to stimulate that power. It was naturally impossible for him to come out unscathed after acting as the carrier for such power. There were countless wounds all over his body, and horrifying sword intent leaked out of those injuries, preventing them from healing. The blood that flowed down his legs had stained the ground around him red. Wan Tianhe gulped nervously and stared at the True Void Sword in Xianxia's hand in fear. Zhan Boxiong was in the 7-step Earth realm, just like me. Our strengths are fairly evenly matched. Zhan Boxiong was killed without the slightest hint of being able to resist. How can I possibly defend myself if that brat attacks me? He suspected that even a Heaven Realm Master would have been powerless against that strike just now. Only those in the Spirit Realm had the right to fight back. Zhan Boxiong dared to offend Void Spirit Sword Sect, so his death is not worth pitying. Little brother, you did well in killing him. To tell you the truth, this one has long disliked him. Both his legs trembled uncontrollably, but he lied without batting an eyelid. Let us be practical. Xianxia looked at Wan Tianhe calmly. Otherwise, I might just fail to suppress the restlessness of the sword. Wan Tianhe decisively said. This one was in such a hurry to come today that he brought nothing with him. In the future, this one will visit again with gifts of apology. I guarantee that you will be satisfied with the amount, little brother. Xianxia nodded lightly. Good. Wan Tianhe forced out a smile. Your noble sect underwent such a huge event today, so I'm sure you have many other things to deal with. This one won't disturb you any longer. Farewell. Xianxia nodded. Have a safe journey, Protector Wan. Little junior sister, please see Protector Wan off. Wan Ying had fallen behind when she followed Xianxia here, and when she arrived at this place, she was just in time to see Xianxia wiping out their enemies in a single move. At this moment, she was still unable to recover from her shock. She simply could not understand how her eldest senior brother had gotten so strong in such a short time. It was not until she heard his shout that she finally came back to her senses and responded with a nod. No need to trouble yourselves. Wan Tianhe replied politely. Leading the people from Roaring Tiger Sect, he hastily rushed down the mountain. After Wan Tianhe and the others left, Xianxia suddenly coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood and stumbled. He immediately stuck the sword into the ground and half knelt. Eldest senior brother. A bunch of people immediately panicked and shouted noisily. Su Chang Fa, Gu Kongning, and Hong Xiu hurriedly moved towards him. One supported him, another took out healing spirit pills for him to eat, and the last examined his wounds. They were extremely attentive. Martial Peak, Chapter 4486, Earth Realm. After a quick examination, Su Chang Fa's expression became so grim that he was practically dripping with gloom. Xianxia's internal condition was a complete mess. His flesh was torn, his bones were cracked, and his 5 viscera and 6 organs were heavily shifted. Such injuries were generally fatal. Truthfully, Su Chang Fa himself was surprised that Xianxia was still alive with these injuries. Just how strong is his vitality? He also immediately understood why Xianxia had not killed the people from Roaring Tiger Sect earlier and allowed them to leave peacefully instead. It was not that Xianxia did not want to, but that he simply could not. The first attack had already caused him such serious injuries. If he struck another blow, his body might explode on the spot. Brat, you better not die, Gu Kongning exclaimed in concern. Xianxia had turned the tides around and rescued the sect from a great disaster. It would be too much of a loss if he were to die here after everything had already been settled. Great Elder, rest assured, I won't. Ugh. Xianxia coughed up another mouthful of blood before he could finish his sentence. His blood sprayed all over Su Chang Fa's face across him. Hong Xiu anxiously said, Stop talking. The top priority is to treat your wounds as soon as possible. That's right. Gu Kongming quickly nodded in agreement. After making some arrangements, Yang Kai decided to focus on recovery immediately. Suchong Fa and the two elders personally stood guard around him, while the other Void Spirit Sword sect disciples scattered around in the vicinity to keep a vigilant watch and guard against any unexpected events. Suchong Fa looked at Yang Kai, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground with amazement. His disciples' display today had shocked him to the core. Not only had the threat to their sect's survival been resolved so easily, but the true Void Sword Spirit armament had also been found. With the strength that Yang Kai displayed earlier, Void Spirit Sword Sect's revival was just around the corner. For a moment, Suchong Fa felt as though he could rest peacefully even if he died today. Unfortunately, the most important matter at hand was whether Yang Kai could survive this disaster. Yang Kai could sense that his current condition was absolutely terrible. The injuries he received from acting as a conduit for such a heaven-defying attack were far more severe than how they seemed on the surface. If not for the fact that he had stimulated the power of his dragon vein greatly over the past week, he would have died along with the people from Tianluo Hall. Even so, he was currently on the verge of death. His physical injuries were actually not too worrisome. Although he could only stimulate a small portion of the true power of his dragon vein, his powerful regenerative abilities were slowly healing his injuries. All he needed was time. The main issue was the sharp sword intent. The true Void Sword forged by the true Void Sword lore contained his own sword chi. Upon activation, the sword chi had injured Yang Kai first before he could even harm the enemy. The horrifying sword intent permeated his wounds and prevented his injuries from healing. It could be said that his injuries would only worsen with time if he did not scatter the sword intent in his wounds. There was no possibility of healing under these circumstances. At this rate, he would eventually be slivered away by the sword intent. Although he tried to dispel the sword intent with his own power, his repeated attempts were only met with failure. The difference between this body's cultivation and the true Void Sword Lord cultivation was too large, leaving him completely powerless against this sword intent. Yang Kai suspected that even Heaven Realm Masters would not be able to dispel this sword intent. It was only possible for Spirit Realm Masters. However, if his strength was in the Spirit Realm, he would not have needed to rely on the sword chi within the true Void Sword Spirit armament in the first place. That was because he himself would already have that level of power. This isn't right. The true Void Sword Lord left the true Void Sword replica behind as a safety guarantee for his descendants. There's no reason for him to make them sacrifice their lives just for that security. There must be some way to resolve this sword intent. As soon as that thought entered his head, Yang Kai suddenly thought of another possibility. Perhaps this sword intent was never meant to be dispelled. Following that thought, Yang Kai quickly circulated the Void Spirit Art and guided the sword chi to circulate through his body. A week later, Yang Kai's spirits lifted. He could clearly sense that the horrifying sword intent permeating his wounds had weakened a little. This discovery delighted him greatly. It would seem that his guess had been correct. There was no need to dispel the sword intent at all. It would naturally be resolved as long as he circulated the Void Spirit Art. Furthermore, the dissolved sword intent did not disappear, but was transformed into pure spirit chi that filled his entire body instead. In just a week, he felt the spirit chi in his body increasing significantly while his body became nourished and refreshed. What would happen if he digested all of this sword intent then? Not daring to procrastinate, Yang Kai focused on maintaining his circulation of the Void Spirit Art. The sword intent that remained in his wounds decreased steadily as time passed while his aura became stronger and stronger. Suchong Fa, Gu Kongning, and Xianxia, who were standing guard around him, were astonished by this sight. They had been paying close attention to Yang Kai's movements and condition all this while, so it was only natural that they were aware of the changes happening to him. "Senior brother, how is this brat's aura getting stronger? Isn't he supposed to be healing his wounds? Why does it feel like he is cultivating instead? Not to mention, it feels like he's about to break through," Gu Kongning asked in confusion. Suchong Fa slowly shook his head. He had never encountered such a situation before either. A person suddenly reaching the point of a breakthrough during the process of recovery was truly an unheard-of phenomenon. We probably perceived wrongly. He might just be circulating his strength to alleviate his injuries. The words had only just left his mouth when he saw Yang Kai stiffen slightly. An invisible wave of energy erupted in all directions with Yang Kai as the center. The spirit chi fluctuation mixed in that wave of energy belonged to the 8th-step mortal realm. He really broke through. Xianxia was dumbfounded. It was not over yet, though, as no more than 2 days later, Yang Kai's aura showed signs of inflation again. His cultivation advanced from the 8th-step mortal realm to the 9th-step mortal realm not long after, but even so, his aura continued to strengthen as though there was no end to his progress. Su Changfei's brow twitched. He can't possibly break through into the earth realm, right? Gu Kongning shook his head decisively. The mortal realm and the earth realm are two different great realms. Breaking through to the earth realm is not something you can just do overnight. Intense spirit chi fluctuations erupted from Yang Kai at that moment, and their aura belonged to the 1st-step earth realm. Gu Kongning's mouth fell open in shock. He was forced to swallow the second half of his sentence. Stiffly turning his head to the side, he looked at Su Changfei and asked, "Senior brother, you've gone through so much effort to hide this from us." Su Changfei was confused. "What did I hide from you?" Gu Kongning said, "Did Yang Boy advance into the earth realm a long time ago? Why didn't you tell us?" Xianxia nodded sharply in agreement. No matter how great a person's aptitude was, it was impossible to just advance from the 7th-step mortal realm to the earth realm in a few days. That did not make any sense. Hence, the only explanation was that Yang Kai had advanced into the earth realm a long time ago, but had concealed the fact all this while. Su Changfei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I've also just found out that this little brat reached the earth realm." He had been eagerly waiting for Yang Kai to advance into the earth realm, so he could inherit Void Spirit Sword Sect and lead it back to prosperity. And yet, Su Changfei couldn't help feeling like he was dreaming when the time really came. "Honored Master, Elders, what are you discussing so spiritedly?" Yang Kai's voice sounded, and the three of them turned to look in his direction. To their surprise, they saw that Yang Kai had walked over to them at some point, holding the replica true void sword in his hand lightly as he looked at them curiously. "Have you recovered from your injuries?" Gu Kongning asked in surprise. Yang Kai nodded. "Yes, more or less." All the sword intent permeating his wounds had been refined into his capital to increase his strength, and without the interference of the sword intent, his injuries were no more than flesh wounds. Besides, this incident had further strengthened the power of his dragon vein. With such powerful regenerative abilities, it would not take more than a few days before Yang Kai completely recovered. "How do you feel? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Xianxia asked worriedly. Yang Kai replied, "This disciple feels like he is bursting with strength. I really want to find somebody to fight." While speaking, he swung the true void sword in his hand around. The sword intent left behind by the true void sword lord had allowed him to advance from the 7th-step mortal realm to the earth realm in one go. In that case, wouldn't he save a lot of cultivation time if he repeated the experience a few more times? However, he knew that his hope was unrealistic. That was because the sword chi sealed within the true void sword by the true void sword lord could only be used to attack thrice. There were actually two reasons as to why Yang Kai did not kill the people from Roaring Tiger Sect. The first reason was that his strength was lacking. The other reason, however, was that he did not wish to waste the limited resources he had. His current strength could not be considered high, and he would be powerless in front of a true master. Hence, the true void sword was a precious trump card. "Honor Master, Elders, thank you for standing guard for so many days. The three of you should hurry and get some rest. This disciple will explain everything tomorrow." Yang Kai cupped his fist. He knew that Su Changfei and the others would surely have many questions and doubts in their hearts. After all, his previous performance had been a little too outrageous. Su Changfa gently nodded, and they had also been injured during the conflict with Tianluo Hall, but they had to stand guard for Yang Kai over the past few days, so they had yet to get a good rest themselves. Following the departure of the three elders, Yang Kai finally looked around at the junior brothers and junior sisters surrounding him, their gazes filled with awe and respect. Have you all realized your own vulnerability and insignificance? Yang Kai asked lightly. They lowered their heads in shame upon hearing those words. Tianluo Hall attacked us, but we were powerless to fight back. Many of our junior brothers and junior sisters were killed before our very eyes, but we could only watch helplessly. Why? Because they were stronger than us. Because they have more power than us. Their heads lowered even more at those words. Do you want to get stronger? Do you want to seek revenge? Yang Kai questioned them. Eldest senior brother, we want to be as strong as you. We want to avenge our fellow brothers and sisters. Somebody shouted, but how do we do that? Yang Kai nodded lightly. It's enough if you have these thoughts. Even the tallest tree starts off as a weak seedling. There is nothing that can be achieved overnight. From tomorrow onward, I will prepare a training plan for all of you. I hope you can persevere through this training. For now, you should have a good rest. Yes. The disciples quickly dispersed with raging flames burning in their eyes. The next day, Su Changfa and the two elders sat on their elevated seats in the main hall. Meanwhile, Yang Kai stood below them and told them the story he had come up with beforehand. After a long while, Su Changfa finally spoke. So, you're saying that you learned that the true Void Sword is hidden in the Ancestor's statue thanks to the Ancestor's legacy inheritance? Indeed. Yang Kai nodded in affirmation. His previous performance had been far too bizarre. Somebody who was constantly drowning his sorrows in alcohol every single day had suddenly obtained the strength to turn the tides of an unwinnable battle and even brought out a secret weapon of mass destruction like the true Void Sword. Su Changfa and the others were bound to feel uneasy if he could not give them a reasonable explanation. After pondering for some time, Yang Kai could only come up with a nonsensical reason, like a legacy inheritance. It would now seem that the effects of his excuse were not too bad. Although Su Changfa and the others were skeptical, they had no choice but to believe him. After all, his previous performance had completely exceeded their ability to comprehend. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4487, Black Jade Mine. It's precisely because of the Ancestor's legacy inheritance that this disciple was able to advance into the Earth realm so quickly and learn the whereabouts of Ancestor's legacy artifact, the replica True Void Sword. In reality, Yang Kai had noticed that something was hidden inside the statue when he saw it for the first time. Combined with the records of the ancient books in his memory, it was easy for him to infer that the hidden object was Void Spirit Sword Sect's long-lost replica, True Void Sword. Gu Kongning nodded. It seems that Ancestor has not abandoned us incompetent juniors. I am too ashamed to face the Ancestor. On the other hand, Su Changfa looked at Yang Kai with concern and asked, You have indeed advanced into the Earth realm, but do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Yang Kai's advancement was too fast. It could be said that they had watched as he broke through from the seven-step mortal realm to the Earth realm in a matter of days. Speedy progress generally resulted in an unsteady foundation, so Su Changfa was naturally worried about this. Rest assured, honored master, this disciple does not feel any discomfort, Yang Kai replied. Holding the true Void Sword with both hands, he took 2 steps forward and offered the sword up. When the Ancestor first forged the sword, he sealed 3 mighty sword chi attacks inside of it. This disciple activated one of those attacks a few days ago, so there are 2 left. But, since this sword is the foundation of Void Spirit Sword Sect, I think it's best for you to safe keep the sword, honored master. Su Changfa glanced at the true Void Sword, but did not take it up. He slowly shook his head and said, Since the Ancestor left his legacy inheritance to you and told you the whereabouts of the true Void Sword, that means the Ancestor values you. He believes that you can lead Void Spirit Sword Sect and bring back our lost glory. This sword, you should keep it. Yongkai pondered for a while before he nodded. And, by the way, honored master, Ancestors' legacy inheritance also revealed many shortcomings in our cultivation and even contained an improved version of the Void Spirit art. This disciple has tried the new secret art and can conclude it is far superior to our current Void Spirit art. May I teach this secret art to the other junior brothers and junior sisters? Oh, Gu Kongming became interested. The ancestor improved the Void Spirit art? Hurry up and explain. He was not only the great elder of Void Spirit Sword sect, but also the elder in charge of teaching cultivation in the sect. Therefore, he naturally took these things very seriously. And so, Yongkai began explaining to the three elders everything about the Void Spirit art that he had modified. The three elders immediately gathered together to research the new secret art, and seeing their excited expressions, Yongkai slowly exited the main hall. This Void Spirit art was something he modified and improved himself, and it was certainly much better than the original Void Spirit art. He believed that the three elders in the sect would quickly teach the secret art to the rest of the disciples, allowing them to achieve twice the result with half the effort in their cultivation. Moreover, since it was an improvement made on the original foundation, there were no hidden dangers in replacing the secret art they were cultivating. But before that, the foundation of those junior brothers and junior sisters will need to be solidified first. Eldest senior brother, Wan Ying was waiting outside the hall. When she saw Yang Kai coming out, she quickly shouted, "Everybody is waiting for you." Yang Kai nodded and walked forward with her. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the same square as before. All the disciples of the sect were gathered there, but even so, the total number of people did not exceed 40. In addition, many of them were not completely healed from their injuries yet. Their complexions might be pale, but their spirits were surprisingly high. It looks like everybody is eager for greater strength. Yang Kai smiled and looked around. One of the junior brothers called out, "Eldest senior brother, what should we do now? Please teach us, eldest senior brother. Please teach us, eldest senior brother." The others echoed, their shouts reverberating through the skies. Yang Kai nodded. Even the grandest of palaces must be built from the ground up. What is the most important thing for cultivators like us? It is not an overwhelmingly powerful cultivation. It is an unshakable foundation. Without a strong foundation, everything else is meaningless. But if that is so, what is our foundation? Our foundation is our body. If our bodies are strong, then we can take in and circulate more spirit chi. If our bodies are strong, then we can exert greater strength. That is why we should train our bodies before we cultivate. If you can train your physique to its absolute limit, you can even crush cities and destroy nations without having the slightest spirit chi. While speaking, Yang Kai suddenly threw out a punch. A violent force burst out along with a deafening explosion that caused everybody's ears to ring and their eyes to glow with excitement. I will now teach you a set of body tempering techniques that you must all cultivate diligently from now on. Don't slack off. Yes, they promised with vigor. Yang Kai had mastered many body tempering techniques, and over the years, he had traveled far and wide, killing countless powerful enemies and gaining their secret arts in the process. Naturally, several body tempering techniques were included among them. It was not a problem for him to teach these secret arts to the younger generation of Void Spirit Sword sect after making some slight adjustments to them. As for how far they could go in the future, that would depend entirely on their own efforts. After teaching the body tempering techniques, Yang Kai summoned 2 junior brothers, wrote a prescription, and sent them down the mountain to purchase various medicines. The cultivation of Void Spirit Sword sect disciples in the younger generation was too low, so it was impossible for them to show significant improvement in a short period. They could only take their time to cultivate. Nevertheless, buying some herbs to concoct some medicinal liquid for body tempering would speed up the rate of their growth. The 2 disciples accepted his orders and left. Then, he asked Wan Ying to guide him to another place. The name Ash Mountain sounded extremely barren and desolate. However, it turned out to be a beautiful place. Inside one of the mining tunnels that stretched for several kilometers under the Ash Mountain, Yang Kai strode forward while Wan Ying followed behind him with a torch. The further they went, the more they could sense the dense spirit chi fluctuations. This place was a black jade lode that contained large amounts of black jade, after all. It was not surprising to have such dense spirit chi in this place. Void Spirit Sword Sect's storehouse had been emptied out by Yang Kai, but he needed large amounts of money to develop the sect and improve his own cultivation. The black jade lode was the only hope to quickly achieve this. This place used to be an ordinary mineral lode where ordinary mortals would come to mine for ores, but in the process, they managed to dig up black jade one day. As this place is under the jurisdiction of Void Spirit Sword Sect, the news was reported to the sect master and the two elders. Wan Ying explained from behind him. It was obvious that she knew that he had been so drunk over the past year that he was completely ignorant about everything in the outside world. Yang Kai nodded lightly. When he tried to activate the Void Spirit Art, he immediately felt abundant spirit chi flowing towards him. However, it was not as good as using the white jades to cultivate. This black jade needs to be mined, he said. She replied, we can ask senior brothers and senior sisters to come here. Yang Kai, however, shook his head. Void Spirit Sword Sect is already stretched thin. Just relying on the others alone won't be efficient. How about hiring people to work this mine them? Wan Ying suggested. No need. I have an idea. After saying that, Yang Kai turned around and walked out. A short while later, the pair returned to Void Spirit Sword Sect. Yang Kai instructed Wan Ying to cultivate on her own while he went to the stables and took out a horse before riding off into the distance. He soon arrived in the small city at the foot of the mountain. After he bought some herbs from the pharmacy, he spent half a day at an inn before he put away a small porcelain bottle and left on horseback. Tianluo Hall's headquarters was located in a huge manor. As an Earth Realm great force, they had many disciples under their banner, as many as 600 in total. Compared to the few dozen people in Void Spirit Sword Sect, it was a whole world of difference. Besides, so many people gathering together in one place had made the headquarters very lively and prosperous. Its existence was almost comparable to a small town at this point. Tianluo Hall's sect master and 8 elders were gathered together in their main hall currently. There used to be 9 elders, but 3rd Elder Zhan Boxiong was killed by Void Spirit Sword Sect, so only 8 remained. Nevertheless, all 8 of them were Earth Realm Masters. The weakest among them was in the 4th step Earth Realm. In contrast, the strongest among them were Great Elder Li Zhengqing and Palace Master Shu Wancheng. They were both in the 9th step Earth Realm, only 1 step away from advancing into the Heaven Realm. Compared to Void Spirit Sword Sect, where the strongest master was only in the 3rd step Earth Realm, Tianluo Hall had much greater strength. At this moment, the main hall was blanketed in gloom, and the atmosphere was absolutely depressing. Palace Master Shu Wancheng quickly said, I summoned all the elders here today because of a major incident that occurred recently. I'm sure you've all heard about it. 3rd Elder Zhan Boxiong was killed by somebody from Void Spirit Sword Sect. Moreover, the one who killed him was the eldest disciple of Void Spirit Sword Sect, a mere boy only in the 4th step mortal realm. The 8 elders scowled deeply. Palace Master, I've also heard about this matter, but my information is not that specific. Was 3rd Elder really killed by a brat in the 4th step mortal realm? Shu Wancheng nodded solemnly. It's the truth. This is information I received from Wan Tian He of Roaring Tiger Sect. He was present at the time, so he knows the situation best. In any case, the murderer apparently borrowed a power that was not his own. It was a sword chi attack left behind by the true Void Sword Lord. That's why the 3rd Elder was killed without any power to fight back. The true Void Sword Lord. Several of the elders looked terrified. The murderer was originally only in the 4th step mortal realm, but he suddenly became a 7th step mortal realm master for some reason. Shu Wancheng added. The 2nd Elder stroked his goatee and narrowed his eyes to activate the sword chi left behind by the true Void Sword Lord with cultivation in the mortal realm. I'm sure that things will not end well for that boy either. There is no power in this world that could be gained for free. Therefore, Activating power far beyond one's ability to withstand would surely come with a heavy price. Xu Wancheng confirmed the fact. According to Wan Tianhe, the boy who activated the sword qi was severely injured. He will not live for much longer. The eyes of the elders below him instantly lit up at those words. Palace Master, the reason you summoned us here. He explained, Third Elder has contributed greatly to Tianluo Hall. I cannot allow him to be killed by Void Spirit Sword Sect for no apparent reason. Otherwise, what would happen to Tianluo Hall's face if news about this incident were spread? This Palace Master intends to dispatch forces to Void Spirit Sword Sect to avenge Third Elder. He swept his gaze over the people below him. Which elder is willing to take a trip to help relieve the worries of this Palace Master? The 8 elders all fell silent suddenly, with nobody saying a word. Even a 7-step Earth Realm Master like the Third Elder had been killed by the sword qi left behind by the true Void Sword Lord. Not many among the elders present here were stronger than the Third Elder, so they were not confident that they could defend against such a sword qi attack. Although the brat who activated the sword qi attack in the first place was bound to have suffered a disastrous ending, who could say if there was anybody else in Void Spirit Sword Sect who could activate more of the sword qi? It would be bad if they met the same fate as the Third Elder. Acting as the vanguard was not a pleasant task, and the slightest carelessness could put their lives at risk. All the elders were worldly and experienced, so how could they not understand this principle? When Xu Wancheng saw that all the people below him were playing dead, he felt slightly angry in his heart. They always clamor to be the first when something good happens, but they hide away like turtles in their shells when something dangerous occurs. They are completely unreliable. Martial Peak, Chapter 4488. Not eating would be disrespectful. Second Elder. Xu Wancheng lowered his head to look at the Second Elder on his left. The Second Elder suddenly coughed violently. He coughed so hard that his complexion went pale and blood trickled out from the corners of his mouth. Once he stopped, he spoke with some difficulty. Sect Master, please understand, this elder is plagued with a chronic illness. It just happened to flare up again recently, so my strength has weakened considerably. As much as I am willing to share your burden, Sect Master, I'm afraid I will not be able to handle such important matters well. Xu Wancheng stared at the Second Elder fixedly. After a long time, he finally nodded and said, You should have a good rest if your health has deteriorated, Second Elder. He turned to look at another person. Great Elder. Li Jingqing stroked his beard and replied, It's only natural for this elder to obey the sect master's orders. But my 13th concubine is about to give birth. It will only take a few days. Can you give this elder a few days to witness the birth of my child before I set off for Void Spirit Sword Sect? For a moment, the entire group of elders stared at this old man in amazement. It was soon followed by a stream of congratulatory words. The great elder responded with a smile, and the main hall became very lively. On the other hand, Xu Wancheng's face twitched at those words. How could he not know that the great elder was simply making up excuses? Heaven knows what's the true situation with his 13th concubine. Am I supposed to wait forever if she doesn't give birth? He couldn't help but snort lightly. Only then did the people in the main hall finally quieten down. Xu Wancheng tiredly looked down at all the elders of Tianluo Hall and hardened his heart. Just as he was about to announce that he was going to take action himself, a strange commotion suddenly sounded outside the main hall. Even the weakest among the people present in this main hall was in the 4th step Earth Realm, so it was only natural that their hearing was extraordinary. They reflexively turned to look outside curiously. What's happening? Xu Wancheng asked with a stomach full of grievances. It's bad enough that the elders are only pretending to show compliance, but now even the disciples are acting so inappropriately. Tianluo Hall is no longer the united sect I first established. His question was naturally met with no response. Xu Wancheng's brow furrowed deeply as he could vaguely sense that something was wrong. Moreover, there seemed to be a faint stench of blood wafting through the air. Many of the elders also became vigilant, with the Second Elder exclaiming with a frown, Something is wrong. I'll go and take a look. The seventh elder volunteered, and his figure flashed as he rushed outside. A short while later, loud crashing noises mixed with the sound of painful groans came from outside. The expressions of the people inside the main hall immediately darkened when they heard those noises, and they all stood up from their chairs in unison. Xu Wancheng exchanged a glance with Li Zhengqing. They both saw the deep wariness in each other's eyes. Just then, a figure slowly walked into the main hall. It was a handsome young man with a brave and heroic figure. He was dressed in blue and white robes, holding a sheathed sword in one hand while carrying a person in his other. The person in his hands was none other than the seventh elder, who went out to check on the situation just now. The seventh elder, a fifth-step Earth Realm Master, was now unconscious and being carried by the young man like a sack. His weight of nearly 100 kilograms seemed as light as a feather in this young man's hands. The young man's footsteps were silent as he walked forward, which went to show his great strength and control. "Who are you?" The second elder shouted with a solemn expression. He could vaguely sense that this young man was not someone easy to deal with. This youth had knocked the seventh elder unconscious in just a few breaths, so his strength was clearly not to be underestimated. "Void Spirit Sword Sect, Yang Kai." Yang Kai broke into a dazzling smile and tossed the person in his hands into the main hall. The seventh elder crashed into the ground with a loud thud. "Yang Kai." Everybody was shocked by the greeting. Li Zhengqing narrowed his eyes. "Are you the eldest disciple of Void Spirit Sword Sect? We were just talking about this person. I can't believe he showed up here. He truly is reckless to dare to barge into Tian Luo Hall's main hall." "Indeed." Yang Kai nodded. "Were you the one who killed Elder Zhan Bo Xiong?" Li Zhengqing asked again. "Yes." Li Zhengqing turned his head and exchanged a glance with Xu Wancheng, a look of suspicion flashing through his eyes. Logically speaking, Yang Kai should have been heavily injured after he used that devastating sword chi attack. Even if he had survived, he should have been crippled, yet just a few days had passed since the incident, and he was now standing here in perfect condition. Even if he hadn't died and somehow made a miraculous recover, it was still impossible for him to knock the seventh elder unconscious. The gap in strength between a seventh-step Mortal Realm Master and a fifth-step Earth Realm Master was simply too wide to cross. Li Zhengqing frowned and looked at Yang Kai. "Good. We shall assume that you are Void Spirit Sword Sect Yang Kai. So, why have you come to Tian Luo Hall?" Yang Kai grinned. "Void Spirit Sword Sect discovered a black jade mine, but we lack the manpower required to exploit it. I heard that Tian Luo Hall has many disciples, so please submit to Void Spirit Sword Sect and send some people to help me with this work. You should also know that Void Spirit Sword Sect has very few members. We simply do not have enough hands to go around." Upon hearing those words, Xu Wancheng looked at Yang Kai with a weird expression. "You want Tian Luo Hall to surrender to Void Spirit Sword Sect? Did I hear it wrong? Or did you misspeak?" Yang Kai looked at Xu Wancheng. "Are you the sect master of Tian Luo Hall, Xu Wancheng?" "Yes, I am the sect master," Xu Wancheng acknowledged. The words had only just left his mouth when he felt a strong burst of wind blowing at his face. Upon a closer look, he saw that Yang Kai, who was originally standing below him, had appeared not far in front of him at some point. "Xiao!" A clear sword cry rang out, followed by a flash of light as the two figures brushed past each other. All the people in the main hall looked up in horror to see Yang Kai and Xu Wancheng standing back-to-back 1 meter apart. Xu Wancheng was standing frozen in place, as though somebody had cast a binding technique on him. On the other hand, Yang Kai slowly returned his sword to its sheath. It was only at this moment that the blinding sword light slowly dissipated. Xu Wancheng opened his mouth, but a line of blood seeped out from between his brow to the tip of his chin. Following a strange sound, his body split in half before both parts exploded out. Blood and organs scattered across the ground, and a heavy stench of blood instantly permeated the air. A series of shocked gasps rang out inside the main hall. Every single Tian Luo Hall elder looked at Yang Kai in terror, urging their respective spirit chi so that they were prepared for anything at any time. Shu Wancheng was dead. Tian Luo Hall's sect master was killed by Yang Kai in a single blow, and they didn't even manage to see how it had happened. Shu Wancheng was Tian Luo Hall's strongest master. He was in the peak of the Earth realm, only one step away from advancing into the Heaven realm. Yet such a master had been split apart by a single sword strike as easily as if he was a chicken. If Yang Kai were to attack any one of them, they would be powerless to fight back. The threat of death made all the hair on their bodies stand on end, and chills ran up their spines. They never expected that this young man would be so ruthless as to kill somebody without a single word. Where is Tian Luo Hall's great elder? Yang Kai turned around and looked down at them. Li Zhengqing felt his heart clench up in fear. He instinctively wanted to run away, but he could clearly feel that a trace of the young man's aura was locked firmly on him. If he acted rashly, he would immediately follow in Shu Wancheng's footsteps. Thus, he bit his lip and stepped forward. This old master is Tian Luo Hall's great elder. How may I help you? At this point, he could be certain that this person was not the eldest disciple of Void Spirit Sword sect. That was because Yang Kai was only in the 7th-step mortal realm. However, the burst of power from this person just now was obviously higher than the mortal realm. He could not distinguish the specific strength of the other party's cultivation because they had moved too quickly, but it was definitely above the mortal realm. Congratulations. From now on, you are the sect master of Tian Luo Hall. Yang Kai grandly sat down on the seat that used to belong to Shu Wancheng and looked down at Li Zhengqing standing below him. Li Zhengqing was speechless and did not know how to respond. Although he had been waiting for Shu Wancheng to die so that he could take the seat of sect master for himself, under these circumstances, he did not have the guts to take the seat of the sect master, even if it was given freely to him. This place will be Void Spirit Sword Sect's Tian Luo Hall branch from today onward. You will remain as Tian Luo Hall elders, while everything about how the sect is run will remain unchanged. Yang Kai issued orders without regard for the others. The elders below looked at each other, completely clueless as to what Yang Kai was trying to do. Li Zhengqing steeled himself and asked, "May I know what your purpose is?" "Purpose?" Yang Kai scratched his chin gruffly and replied, "Didn't I tell you just now? Void Spirit Sword Sect is short of miners, so I want you to send some people over to help." "Is that all?" Li Zhengqing stared at Yang Kai incredulously. "What else did you think I would want?" Yang Kai looked back at Li Zhengqing faintly. Li Zhengqing looked at the two halves of Shu Wancheng's corpse on the ground and let out a long sigh. The sect master truly died for no reason at all. He was killed just because of something as trivial as this. If that's all, then this old master can make the decision on his own and agree to your request. Tian Luo Hall has nearly 600 disciples, so mining the Black Jade mine will not be a problem. In any case, I just need to agree for now. As for the future, we will play it by the ear and see what happens. Good. Yang Kai nodded. In addition, this king came here to bring you some small gifts. You can consider them as a welcome present for joining under Void Spirit Sword Sect's banner. Saying so, Yang Kai reached into his pocket and took out a jade bottle. He opened the jade bottle and shot out several round objects with a flick of his hand. These objects flew towards each elder with great precision. Li Zhengqing and the others stretched out their hands to catch the item only to see a light blue soybean-sized pill in their hands. Their expressions immediately tightened, and they raised their heads and asked, "What is this?" "Poison pills," Yang Kai replied with a smile. Even though Li Zhengqing had prior speculations in his heart, his eyes still twitched when Yang Kai openly admitted the truth. You don't need to worry about what kind of poison pill it is. All you need to know is that you will need to consume the antidote once every month. Otherwise, you will suffer pain as though thousands of ants are biting your heart and your meridians are shattering. It is truly a feeling worse than being burned to death. With Yang Kai's attainments in the alchemic Tao, refining something like this was extremely easy for him. He had casually procured some herbs in the local city at the foot of the mountain and refined these poison pills. He was currently in urgent need of manpower, but he had no time to make others truly submit to him. Therefore, he could only use such methods. Such tactics might be considered despicable, but its advantage lay in the simplicity and convenience. Li Zhengqing suppressed his anger and glared at Yang Kai. "Is this the small gift you brought for us? Is it not to your liking, sect master?" Yang Kai asked. Li Zhengqing suppressed his anger as he yelled in his heart. "Who in the world will like something like this? Go on, eat. Why are you not eating? Not eating would be disrespectful. Disrespecting me will not lead to a good ending." Yang Kai stabbed the true void sword into the ground in front of him, and his expression darkened. Martial Peak, Chapter 4489, Tian Luo Hall Branch. You can keep something like that and eat it yourself. Kill him. All of a sudden, a furious roar rang out. Two figures flew out from the left and the right without warning, almost as though their actions were discussed in advance. The spirit chi in their bodies surged violently. One person wielded a dagger while the other was bare-fisted. They came at Yang Kai from both sides in a pincer attack. Xu Wancheng had managed Tian Luo Hall for many years, so he was bound to have a few loyal subordinates. That was the case for the two elders who lunged at Yang Kai. When Xu Wancheng was killed just now, they had failed to react and didn't even have the time to rescue him. However, their patience ran dry when Yang Kai forced them to consume this poison pill, and they immediately leapt forward. The sword chi on the dagger was impressive, causing it to gleam with a dazzling light. It was obvious that this dagger was an extraordinary earth armament. Meanwhile, the other person's swinging fists flushed red like a red-hot iron. It was obvious that he had pushed his spirit chi to its limits with some kind of secret technique. Yang Kai sat in the main seat, a trace of mockery flashing through his eyes at the sight. His sword slid out of its sheath with a loud clang. When the sword halo flowed out, he slashed at the person wielding the dagger. He simultaneously clenched his free hand into a fist and punched out at the other person. Dang. A crisp sound rang out and blood splashed in all directions. The victor was determined in that moment of confrontation. The dagger-wielding elder had fallen to one knee on the ground. Staring at the broken armament in his hand, he widened his eyes in shock and exclaimed, "How is this possible?" His dagger was an earth armament that had taken a lot of resources for him to hire somebody to refine. It was no heaven armament, but it was not that inferior in terms of quality. Even so, his dagger had been cut in two in a single blow. Furthermore, the cut was so clean that it was almost like a piece of tofu that had been sliced with a sharp knife. He looked up and saw a glowing sword radiating an overwhelming aura pointed directly at him, a drop of blood dripping from its tip. Spirit armament. The dagger-wielding elder's eyes widened in astonishment. No wonder my earth armament was so fragile in comparison. He is wielding a spirit armament. A dense and heavy darkness loomed over him in the next instant, and he collapsed to the ground head first. Blood gushed out of the wound in his chest, and his vitality swiftly dissipated. On the other hand, the other elder who lunged forward at the same time was being lifted into the air by the neck by Yang Kai with one hand. His crimson fists were a bloody mess, and his arms simply hung weakly by his sides. Yang Kai remained seated in the head seat, almost as though he had not moved from the spot at all. He slowly increased the strength in his grip as he spoke. "I like stubborn people like you. The sound they make when I crush them gives a very satisfying crunch." The elder who was being held by the neck struggled with all his might, but he could not break free from Yang Kai's iron grip. A gurgling noise bubbled up endlessly from his throat. "Kacha!" There was a loud crack, and the elder's head tilted to the side, his aura vanishing in the next instant. Yang Kai tossed the corpse in his hand to the ground and looked down coldly at the others. "You can all come at me together. I'll admit that you're capable if you can kill this king." The elders who were eager to take action earlier were now drenched in a cold sweat. They stared up at the young man above them, as though they were looking at a ghost. They had failed to see what happened when Xu Wancheng was killed. Hence, they suspected that the sect master's death was due to a sneak attack. They did not have a precise understanding of Yang Kai's power at the time. And it was not until the two elders working together had been killed just now that they finally realized the truth. The sword in Yang Kai's hands was a spirit armament. If their guess was correct, that was the true Void Sword replica left behind by the true Void Sword Lord. A single spirit armament was not enough to shock them to their core, but in the end, a spirit armament was just an external object. It was not enough to represent the wielder's true strength. It could be said that the dagger-wielding fourth elder had been killed because his weapon was inferior to his enemy's. His death was unfair. However, the fifth elder's death was a testament to the young man's true strength. The fifth elder was a six-step Earth Realm master, but in a head-on clash of fists, he couldn't even make that young man rise from his seat. Could this person be in the Heaven Realm? The elders immediately despaired as soon as that thought crossed their minds. They originally had their own thoughts and agendas, but all their plans dissipated in that moment. In front of a Heaven Realm master, they were nothing more than ants. Great elderly Xianxia was the first person to return to his senses. Stuffing the poison pill in his hand into his mouth, he swallowed hard and cupped his fist. Tianluo Hall will obey you from today onward, sir. As long as you have orders, Tianluo Hall will not disobey. It was not until this moment that the rest of them reacted. They swallowed the poison pills at the speed of lightning to profess their surrender. Yang Kai smiled brightly. A wise man will submit to the circumstances. You will not regret the choice you made today. What came next was simple. Tianluo Hall's sect master and two elders had died at Yang Kai's hands. In addition to Zhan Bo Xiong, who was killed previously, only 6 elders remained from the original 9. Great Elder Li Zhengqing took over as Tianluo Hall's sect master, and Tianluo Hall became a branch of Void Spirit Sword sect. The turbulent changes at the top had little effect on the disciples below them. Li Zhengqing announced to the public that the sect master, 4th elder, and 5th elder lost their lives due to dissonance in their cultivation. Although the disciples had some doubts in their hearts, they could only accept what they were told. A mighty procession consisting of hundreds of disciples then marched towards Void Spirit Sword sect under the leadership of the elders, ready to help Yang Kai with mining the Black Jade lode. Meanwhile, Li Zhengqing brought Yang Kai on a tour of Tianluo Hall's storehouses to report on the assets and the industries under Tianluo Hall's name. Yang Kai was not too interested in such matters. On the contrary, he was extremely interested in the items inside Tianluo Hall's storehouses. After refining the sword chi in the true Void Sword, his cultivation had advanced from the 7th-step mortal realm to the 1st-step earth realm in one go, but he was now short on cultivation resources. That was why he came here to obtain the necessary manpower for mining. Unfortunately, mining the Black Jade mine would not produce results in a short time. Conversely, the items inside Tianluo Hall's storehouse would solve his immediate needs. Enough. Everything in Tianluo Hall will remain unchanged. You can take care of it yourself. I'm going to cultivate and retreat for a while. Just send 3 meals a day to me. Yang Kai waved his hand dismissively and interrupted Li Zhengqing's endless chatter. This old man was very perceptive, and his ability to jump onto the bandwagon was quite amazing. Since surrendering to Yang Kai, his attitude quickly changed accordingly. Sir, are you going to enter retreat here? Li Zhengqing was slightly taken aback. Do you need this old master to find you a secluded room? No need. It's a pain to move around. Yang Kai waved Li Zhengqing away. In that case, this old master will take his leave. Li Zhengqing said nothing more and left respectfully. When the door to the storehouse closed tightly, the light inside became dim. Fortunately, various stones that glowed in the dark were placed around the interior of the storehouse, so it was not completely pitch black. Yang Kai took out the many pills stored in the storehouse and sat on top of a huge pile of white jades. Tianluo Hall's financial resources were undoubtedly many times greater than those of Void Spirit Sword sect. When Yang Kai emptied out the entire Void Spirit Sword sect storehouse back then, he only managed to procure slightly more than 2,000 white jades. He didn't even see a single piece of black jade. In contrast, Tianluo Hall storehouse had nearly 20,000 white jades, as well as several hundred black jades. On top of that, there were about 300 bottles of different pills. So many resources. I wonder how far my cultivation will increase with these. Be that as it may, he had already reached the Earth realm, so his need for cultivation resources was also greater now. Xianxia opened several bottles of pills and swallowed them whole. After that, he grabbed a handful of white jades with both hands. Just as he was about to circulate the Void Spirit Art, though, a thought suddenly occurred to him. The Void Spirit Art could be considered a fairly impressive secret art in the divine armament world. If not, the true Void Sword Lord would not have been born in the past. As long as one cultivated steadily and had enough aptitude and resources, advancing into the spirit realm was not an issue. There were two reasons as to why Void Spirit Sword Sect consisted of just a few mediocre disciples. The first was that their aptitude was insufficient, but the second, and more important one, was that they lacked adequate resources. If they had enough resources, Void Spirit Sword Sect would definitely be much stronger than it currently was. Besides, the current Void Spirit Art had been modified by Xianxia, resulting in its efficiency rising by some 30% compared to the original. But no matter how extraordinary it was still just a secret art from the divine armament world. It was unable to break free from the shackles of the divine armament world. Xianxia had been traveling across many worlds for hundreds of years, and during that time, he killed countless enemies and plundered countless secret arts. Naturally, he had secret arts that were much more powerful than the Void Spirit Art. Perhaps I could try using a different secret art to cultivate. While considering all this, a certain heaven-defying secret art suddenly leapt into his mind. Xianxia might have collected countless secret arts, but if he was honest, he never came across another secret art that was more amazing than this particular one. It was just that cultivating this secret art came with severe drawbacks, which was why he never tried it before, even though he had mastered it long ago. I might be able to try and study the mysteries of this secret art inside the divine armament world. This place is a small source world after all, so even if something goes wrong, it won't affect my true body too much. After various considerations, Xianxia quickly made up his mind. This was a great opportunity, and it would be such a waste to let it simply slip through his fingers. Taking a shallow breath, he activated the spirit chi in his body and modified its circulation route to activate the most profound secret art he knew, the heaven-devouring battle law. In an instant, Xianxia felt as though his body had turned into a bottomless pit. The spirit chi contained in the white jades poured into his body at a terrifying speed, and even the medicinal efficacies from the pills he previously consumed quickly dissolved into his body and seeped into his internal organs. He was absolutely astonished and nearly stopped circulating the heaven-devouring battle law as a result. This was the first time Xianxia had personally cultivated this strange secret art. Although he received the heaven-devouring battle law in the past, he only allowed his embodiment to cultivate this secret art. He had never tried it for himself before. Following a series of coincidental encounters, Xianxia later learned that not cultivating this secret art had been the right choice. The heaven-devouring battle law mainly worked by refining the energy of all things in the world for one's own use. Hence, the secret art could turn absolutely anything into a cultivation resource. Naturally, the benefits were extremely high. However, by using the secret art, a cultivator would refine both the good and the bad into his body, which would cause indelible damage to himself unless he could find a method to expel the massive amount of impurities this resulted in. The embodiment had the body of a stone spirit clansman, so he had the innate ability to expel all forms of impurities. That was why he did not suffer any drawbacks from cultivating the secret art. It could be said that the heaven-devouring battle law was perfectly suited for the Stone Spirit clan. Xianxia did not know how Wu Kuang resolved this drawback, but he was certain he had some method. Now that Xianxia was properly using the heaven-devouring battle law for the first time, he discovered that this secret art speed of refining was absolutely insane. The efficiency was not just several times greater than the Void Spirit art. It could be said to be over 100 times more effective. The light of the white jades in his hand dimmed at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. As the spirit chi faded away, The medicinal efficacies from the pills in his stomach were simultaneously refined cleanly. That was not all, though, as even the spirit chi of the white jades and the black jades around him surged madly and poured towards his body under the guiding force of the heaven-devouring battle law. Martial Peak, Chapter 4490, They Don't Believe. In less than 3 days, the energy contained within the white jades and the black jades surrounding Yang Kai was completely exhausted. The spirit jades turned into dull and dim waste as a result. That was not all. Over 200 bottles of pills had also been cleanly devoured by him. In exchange, his cultivation rose from the first step Earth Realm to the third step Earth Realm. This outcome surprised him. He originally thought that he could increase his cultivation by 5 or 6 minor realms with so many cultivation resources, but in the end, he was unable to continue after reaching the third step Earth Realm. There were many reasons for this outcome. The heaven-devouring battle law was powerful indeed. As soon as Yang Kai activated this evil art, his body would turn into a bottomless hole that refined all the energy in the world for his own use. However, his body was unable to withstand the burden. It would not have been a problem for his 6-step open heaven realm body, but in the divine armament world, he was just a trivial earth realm master. His body was unable to digest the enormous amount of power pouring into his body in such a short period of time. Some of the energy was inadvertently wasted, but a larger portion of the energy was diverted to temper the physical quality of his body. That was why his cultivation only increased from the first step Earth Realm to the third step Earth Realm. With the improvement of his physique, his dragon vein was further stimulated. In turn, the power of his dragon vein further enhanced his physical quality. It was worth the effort and sacrifice. However, the improved strength of his physical body resulted in him needing more energy than ordinary to advance to the next realm. On another note, Yang Kai was starting to feel the drawbacks of cultivating the heaven-devouring battle law. Most people would suffer from a weak foundation if their cultivation improved too quickly, and a weak foundation would put them at risk of experiencing cultivation dissonance one day. Fortunately, he did not have such worries. His original cultivation was in the 6-step open heaven realm after all, so there was nothing to worry about since his comprehension and consolidation were already far above the mere earth realm. This was a drawback he could ignore. The more serious drawback was that the energy devoured by the heaven-devouring battle law was very complex and filled with impurities. This secret art was meant to devour all the energy in the world for one's own use, but did not differentiate between what energy was useful and what was harmful. Everything was simply devoured altogether. Although he only started cultivating the secret art, he was already feeling the effects of this drawback. Surprisingly, the power of his dragon vein was slowly removing the impurities in his body and refining it into pure, useful energy. A sudden understanding washed over Yang Kai. It would seem that the heaven-devouring battle law could be cultivated as long as the impurities drawn into the body could be purged. I'm not sure if I can do that when I return to the 3,000 worlds. If it's possible, then my speed when refining large amounts of cultivation resources will be increased significantly. I should find an opportunity to experiment in the future. Tianluo Hall's storehouse had now been emptied. There were a few remaining items that were valuable, but they were not beneficial for cultivation. Thus, Yang Kai stood up and walked out the door. A familiar figure stood outside the door, and when she heard movement, she quickly turned around and exclaimed in a mixture of shock and wonder, "Eldest senior brother, you really are here." The person who came was his little junior sister, Wan Ying. The newly appointed palace master, Li Zhengqing, stood nearby and smiled when he heard those words. "Sir, young lady Ying came here to look for you. So this old master told her you were cultivating in retreat inside." Unfortunately, she did not believe this old master and nearly resorted to violence. He turned to look at Wan Ying. "How is it, young lady Ying? This old master did not deceive you, right?" A look of shame appeared on Wan Ying's face for a moment, but her embarrassment was quickly tossed to the back of her mind as she began shouting, "Eldest senior brother, what happened?" Yesterday, many people from Tianluo Hall came to the sect to help with mining the Black Jade mine. Moreover, they claimed that you sent them there. Sect Master and the two elders didn't know whether it was true or not. Xianxia raised a hand and rubbed her head with a smile. It's true, I sent them over. And things happened so quickly that I didn't have the time to report to Honored Master. Come, let's go back home. I'll explain the situation to Honored Master and the two elders myself. Turning around, he instructed Li Zhengqing, prepare the horses. Li Zhengqing quickly left to carry out his orders. Wan Ying couldn't help feeling like she was in a dream when she saw Tian Luo Hall's newly appointed palace master acting so respectfully and deferentially to her eldest senior brother. Soon, Li Zhengqing personally led 2 horses over, and a short while later, Xianxia and Wan Ying headed straight for the mountain gates of Void Spirit Sword Sect. Meanwhile, Li Zhengqing watched Xianxia's departure and secretly wiped away his cold sweat. When he turned around to check on the situation inside the storehouse, his vision turned dark and he nearly fainted at the sight. Half a day later, Xianxia and Wan Ying returned to the Master Sect. They went straight to the main conference hall to meet Suchong Fa and the two elders. To their surprise, they saw many junior brothers and junior sisters gathered outside the hall in extreme weariness. They gave off the air of those preparing to give up their lives for their cause. On the other hand, an elderly man stood outside the main hall with a bitter smile. He was all alone and looked to be in a rather awkward position. Upon hearing movement, the elderly man turned around to look and immediately reacted as though he saw the arrival of his savior. He stepped forward to greet Xianxia. Sir, you're finally here. This elderly man was Tian Luo Hall's second elder. What's going on? Xianxia's expression darkened. No matter how he looked at the situation, it seemed as though Void Spirit Sword Sect was prepared for battle. The second elder wiped at the cold sweat on his forehead and laughed dryly. Sir, please understand. Your sect seems to believe that this old master is here to harm them, so they got into formation to stop us. Xianxia was speechless. Didn't you explain the situation to them? The corners of the second elder's brow twitched. I did, but they don't believe me. They stubbornly claim that this old master is up to no good. In order to appease your sect's disciples, this old master doesn't even dare to let a single servant remain by my side. However, they're still on guard. Xianxia immediately understood the situation. After all, Tian Luo Hall's third elder was killed here no more than a few days ago. Anybody would assume that the second elder was here for revenge when he suddenly brought several hundred people here for no apparent reason. As for something as absurd as Tian Luo Hall submitting to Void Spirit Sword Sect, how could Suchong Fa believe such words? If he didn't even have this bit of common sense after living for such a long time, then he would have been swallowed whole by others a long time ago. Therefore, this incident was not the fault of Tian Luo Hall's second elder. Xianxia patted the second elder on the shoulder and said, Wait here. I'll go in and talk to Honor Master. The second elder nodded in response. Eldest senior brother. When Xianxia strode forward, a group of junior brothers and junior sisters respectfully cupped their fists in greeting. Although they were curious as to why their eldest senior brother was on such friendly terms with Tian Luo Hall's second elder, they did not ask any questions. Ever since Xianxia turned the tides and rescued the sect from disaster, his position as the eldest senior brother in their hearts had been elevated to an unreachable level. You've all worked hard. Xianxia responded and continued forward along the path they opened up for him. A short while later, he entered the main hall and explained the situation to Suchong Fa and the two elders. Suchong Fa, Gu Kongning, and Hongxiu were utterly dumbfounded by what they just heard. What happened over the past few days was too ridiculous to believe. When Xianxia resolved the annihilation crisis looming over the sect, it was still possible to explain that incident away by saying that the ancestor had shown himself and bequeathed his legacy upon his descendant. But now, Tian Luo Hall had surrendered and became Void Spirit Sword Sect's Tian Luo Hall branch. So, you're saying that Tian Luo Hall's second elder was not joking? Suchong Fa asked with a little uncertainty. Xianxia replied, How could he joke around about something like this? Rest assured, honored master. The entire Tianluo Hall is now under my control. Don't we lack the manpower to mine the Black Jade lode? That's why this disciple took it upon himself to let them mine the Black Jade for us. Gu Kongning said, and Shu Wancheng agreed to cooperate so easily. He is not such an easygoing person. I didn't ask him. I made an example of him by killing him. Yang Kai declared with a calm and relaxed expression. Hong Xiao was flabbergasted. Shu Wancheng is in the ninth step Earth realm. How can you possibly kill him? All of a sudden, she seemed to recall something. Did you use the true Void Sword Chi again? You're worrying too much, Second Elder. The true Void Sword Chi is an ultimate weapon. How could I possibly weigh something like that on trash? This disciple killed Shu Wancheng with his own abilities. I've already inquired around previously. Shu Wancheng has done many atrocious things in his life, so his death isn't worth pitying. At the moment, Tianluo Hall's palace master is Li Zhengqing. Su Chang Fa and the others looked at each other and wondered, if a nine-step Earth Realm master like Shu Wancheng is trash, then what does that make us? Although they did not dare to believe what Yang Kai was telling them, there was no other reasonable explanation for the situation in front of them. When several hundred people from Tianluo Hall came marching here yesterday, they thought that death was inevitable. Who could have known that the other party would plunge directly into the Ash Mountain and leave only the Second Elder to communicate with them? Even so, Void Spirit Sword Sect was powerless against the other party. Tianluo Hall's Second Elder was an 8-step Earth Realm Master after all. If he wanted to harm Void Spirit Sword Sect, he would have taken action a long time ago. Seeing that Su Chang Fa and the others were still doubtful of the truth, Yang Kai turned his head to the side and called out, "Hey you, the one standing outside, come inside and explain." Tianluo Hall's Second Elder. Actually, he should be regarded as the Great Elder now. Li Zhengqing had taken over as the Palace Master, so the Second Elder would naturally be promoted too. It was just that Yang Kai was uncertain how to address him and had not bothered to ask clearly either. Upon hearing Yang Kai's shout, the elderly man hurriedly walked in with a deep bow and an ingratiating smile. "Sir, this old master is Shi Minghui. What orders do you have for me?" Seeing his groveling attitude made Su Chang Fa and the others' eyes bulge in shock. This man was an 8-step Earth Realm Master. 8-step Earth Realm Masters rarely even bothered to glance at a person below them under normal circumstances. Why had they ever behaved so obsequiously before? "Tell my honored master about the current situation in Tianluo Hall." Yang Kai instructed. "Yes." Shi Minghui responded before he turned to face Su Chang Fa and the two elders sitting in the hall. Then he spoke righteously. "The entire Tianluo Hall admires Sir for his great character and virtue. Therefore, we decided to make a change and show our proper respect to him. From now onward, we will serve under him, come hell or high water." Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction and waved Shi Minghui away. "You can go now." "Yes." Shi Minghui retreated respectfully. Meanwhile, Su Chang Fa and the two elders stared down at Yang Kai from above with very complicated gazes. They seemed to have aged considerably in the blink of an eye, but they were mostly filled with excitement and gratification. After a long while, Su Chang Fa finally said, "Child, I'm not going to ask you how you did all of this. Since the ancestor passed his legacy inheritance down to you, it can only mean that you are the future hope of Void Spirit Sword Sect. It would now seem that the ancestor has very good eyes. Even so, you need to be more careful. Tianluo Hall is much stronger than us after all. If you are not careful, you may get burned." This disciple understands. "Please don't worry, honored master." Yang Kai nodded solemnly. "I'll leave the matters regarding the Black Jade Mine to you then." Su Chang Fa waved his hand to dismiss Yang Kai. It could be seen that the incidents today had been a huge shock to him. He needed some time to digest the overwhelming information he received today. Martial Peak, Chapter 4491, World Principles Restriction. After a few more questions, Yang Kai was preparing to leave when he suddenly remembered something and turned around to ask, "By the way, Honor, Master. Did Roaring Tiger Sect send anything over? Suchong Fa shook his head. No. Yang Kai gently nodded. This disciple will take his leave. Outside the main hall, Yang Kai asked his junior brothers and junior sisters who were standing guard to stand down and return to their cultivation. Only Wan Ying remained, and Shiming Hui quickly stepped forward to greet him. Sir. Yang Kai walked ahead while asking Wan Ying a question. I asked 2 junior brothers to go down the mountain and buy some herbs a few days ago. Have they returned? Wan Ying replied, Yes, but we didn't know what to do with the herbs they purchased, so we placed them all in your home, eldest senior brother. Good. Yang Kai responded and led the 2 of them in the direction of his secluded home. A short while later, they arrived outside his house, and Yang Kai asked Shiming Hui to wait for him before he entered with Wan Ying. The main reason Yang Kai sent his 2 junior brothers down a mountain to buy some herbs was so that he could use them to produce some medicine for body tempering purposes. Void Spirit Sword Sect was not only few in numbers, but the disciples also had very low cultivations. Even though he had taught them the modified version of the Void Spirit art, there would not be obvious results in a short time. In any case, cultivation was something that had to be done slowly and steadily. Using this body-tempering medicine to aid his junior brothers and junior sisters in their cultivation would also help to build a strong foundation for them. It was impossible for Yang Kai to continue doing something like this for the long term. Fortunately, Wan Ying was a good candidate. He could teach her about the methods to prepare the medicine. Inside the secluded home, Yang Kai skillfully separated and categorized various herbs. At the same time, he patiently explained the process to Wan Ying. It was a stroke of good fortune that she seemed talented in this regard. Although she had never been exposed to alchemy before, she quickly learned the skills under his patient explanation and tutelage. He taught her to prepare several medicines, and her performance was remarkable. Something like this could not be considered complicated, not even qualifying as true alchemy. It was simply mixing different herbs together in the correct proportions. When needed, they simply had to boil the herbs in water so that the medicinal efficacies would seep into the water. The disciples could then absorb the medicinal efficacies in the water while cultivating to strengthen their bodies. You can observe those within the sect to see if there are any junior brothers or junior sisters who are interested in alchemy. I will find an opportunity in the future to teach you all, Yang Kai casually said while instructing Wan Ying. The divine armament world also had alchemists. Moreover, they held great status. It was just that a small sect like Void Spirit Sword Sect had been too poor to raise an alchemist. The several dozen bottles of pills that he found in the storehouse previously were bought at a high cost from other places. Eldest senior brother, you also know alchemy? Wan Ying shouted in disbelief, to which Yang Kai just chuckled. As you know, the ancestor's legacy inheritance is in my possession. The ancestor knows many things. I'm just scratching the surface. Oh, she did not doubt his words at all. After confirming that Wan Ying had no issues with the proportions and methods of preparing the body temper medicine, Yang Kai immediately left the rest to her and walked out of his secluded home alone. Shiming Hui was still waiting outside and quickly approached Yang Kai when the latter appeared. Yang Kai swept a glance at Shiming Hui and asked nonchalantly, How does Roaring Tiger Sect compare with Tian Luo Hall in terms of strength? The difference is not much, Shiming Hui replied respectfully. The sect master of Roaring Tiger Sect, Zhuang Juhe, is also in the 9th-step Earth Realm, while their left and right protectors are in the 8th-step Earth Realm. There are also several elders in the 4th-step Earth Realm and above. But this meager amount of power is nothing in front of you, sir. Are you planning to attack Roaring Tiger Sect, sir? He had personally witnessed the 9th-step Earth Realm Master, Shu Wancheng, being killed in an instant by Yang Kai. Zhuang Juhe was not much different from Shu Wancheng in terms of strength. So how could he be Yang Kai's opponent? They owe me something, Yang Kai snorted lightly. Wan Tian he had boldly claimed that he would return with a gift of apology that would satisfy Yang Kai the other day. So many days have passed since then, but there has been no sight of him. Did he think that he was easy to bully just because he was young? It's only right and proper to pay back one's debts. Shiming Hui's expression was righteous. I'll be honest with you, sir. Juan Tianhe of Roaring Tiger Sect once contacted us. He was the one who told us about the third Elder Zhan Bo Xiong's death and the appearance of the true Void Sword. This man is despicable and cunning. He clearly wanted to instigate a fight between Tian Luo Hall and you so that Roaring Tiger Sect could swoop in at the last moment to enjoy all the benefits. Is that so? The corner of Yang Kai's mouth lifted. It's the truth, Shi Minghui vowed. Yang Kai pondered something for a moment before looking at Shi Minghui. If I send you to deal with Roaring Tiger Sect. Shi Minghui's expression stiffened, and he gave a dry laugh. Sir, please understand. Roaring Tiger Sect has been operating for hundreds of years, so its foundation is very solid. Even if Tian Luo Hall dispatched all our elites, it is unlikely that we will come out on top in their territory. Waste. Yang Kai looked livid. If I have to do everything myself, then what's the point of having you? Shi Minghui did not dare to make a single sound in response. Where is Roaring Tiger Sect headquarters? Lead the way. We'll set off right now, Yang Kai instructed. It just so happens that I've run out of cultivation resources, and the mining of the Black Jade mine will still need some time. It's not a bad idea to plunder Roaring Tiger Sect for resources. Besides, Roaring Tiger Sect will surely have many people. If I can rope them into mining for me, it will help to increase the efficiency. 2 men on horseback departed from Void Spirit Sword Sect soon after. 3 days later, Shi Minghui led hundreds of people to Void Spirit Sword Sect. The sect master of Roaring Tiger Sect, Zhuang Juhe, also met with Suchong Fa under Shi Minghui's leadership to announce that these people were here to help with the mining. Moreover, Roaring Tiger Sect had surrendered to Void Spirit Sword Sect and would be known as Void Spirit Sword Sect's Roaring Tiger Sect branch in the future. After the previous experience, Suchong Fa easily accepted this turn of events. Be that as it may, he still felt like he was experiencing a strange dream. How did the 2 largest great forces within the surrounding 1,000 kilometers suddenly become Void Spirit Sword Sect subordinates? Not to mention how hesitant and cautious Zhuang Ju he had been when he met me. I wonder why his face was bruised and swollen. Over 1,000 people had now poured into Ash Mountain, and a constant stream of black jades were being mined. It had to be said that these 1,000 people were not ordinary commoners either, as they were all cultivators whose strength ranged from the mortal realm to the earth realm. Their efficiency was naturally much higher than ordinary people. A few days later, Yang Kai returned from Roaring Tiger Sect. After devouring the abundant resources inside Roaring Tiger Sect's storehouse, his cultivation had now reached the 5th step Earth realm. It had to be said that the heaven-devouring battle law was simply heaven-defying. If not for the secret art, Yang Kai could not have had such a speedy cultivation rate. This heaven-defying evil art that he obtained from Wu Kuang had greatly accelerated his growth in this world. Void Spirit Sword Sect was now the veritable overlord within a radius of 1,000 kilometers. The 2 strongest sects, namely Tian Luo Hall and Roaring Tiger Sect, had already submitted to Void Spirit Sword Sect, so it was only natural that the remaining small fries could not do anything to change the situation. In any case, Yang Kai had no plans to cause trouble for those small great forces. On the contrary, these small great forces themselves could not hold back anymore. They did not know why Void Spirit Sword Sect rose up so suddenly, or what attitude Void Spirit Sword Sect had towards others. Therefore, they quickly sent representatives to give their greetings and express their willingness to submit to Void Spirit Sword Sect in the future. Yang Kai was open to all those who came. These small great forces had no grudges against him, and they might not have many resources themselves, but each sect could always send some manpower over to help with the mining. In less than a month, there were more than 2,000 people working day and night on Ash Mountain. The number of black jades that were mined every single day ranged from 300 to over 1,000 pieces. Moreover, as the mine deepened, the number of black jades that could be mined in a day increased steadily. 80% of the mined black jades were delivered to Yang Kai's secluded home, leaving only 20% for the development of the sect. Even so, this amount was not enough to keep up with his consumption. The black jades were quickly swallowed up almost as soon as they entered his hands. 2 months later, Yang Kai's cultivation reached the 9th step Earth Realm. That was not all, though, as the cultivation of the Void Spirit Sword sect disciples also began to show progress. Although the increase in their strength was not that great, their physical strength had been enhanced to a remarkable degree. Aside from cultivating, Yang Kai spent his remaining time teaching Wanting Ying and 2 other junior brothers alchemy. Void Spirit Sword sect would surely have a high demand for pills in the future. Thus, it was necessary to train their own alchemists. Aside from Wanting Ying, the other 2 junior brothers were disciples with some talent in alchemy whom Yang Kai recruited from the sect. It was just that Void Spirit Sword sect was too few in number. He could not ask for too much and could only make the best of what he had. Even though the aptitudes of the other 2 might not be as great as Wanting Ying, they were not bad. Unfortunately, as their cultivation was still low, they were unable to use their spirit chi for alchemy. Moreover, Void Spirit Sword sect had no earth fire for them to use. Every time they performed alchemy, they had to use something called a radiant flame stone as their alchemy flame. This was the path that many new alchemists in the divine armament world had to take. It was fortunate that Void Spirit Sword sect had the Black Jade Mine. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to support Yang Kai's consumption. In addition, Roaring Tiger sect and Tian Luo Hall operated many businesses. The profits from the various businesses were delivered directly to Yang Kai to satisfy his insatiable cultivation needs. Life might be a little difficult these days, but they managed to persevere. Yang Kai was teaching Wanting Ying and the 2 junior brothers when a set of footsteps came from behind him. He remained seated and didn't bother to turn around. It wasn't until he finished what he needed to say that he finally addressed the person behind him. "What is it?" Shiming Hui stood behind Yang Kai and cupped his fist. "Sir, I've gotten news." "Oh, so quickly?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrow in surprise. "It was by luck," Shiming Hui replied. "In half a month, the heaven-grade alchemist Gao Xian Peng will be staying in Heavenly Martial City for 3 days. Before Gao Xian Peng became famous, he became indebted to Heavenly Martial City City Lord. Not only is Heavenly Martial City Lord old and frail, but he is also reaching the end of his life expectancy. Gao Xian Peng will personally come and help him refine some life extension pills." Heavenly Martial City. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "How far is that?" "It will take 3 days to arrive by horse." Yang Kai nodded lightly at those words and instructed, "Make preparations. We will set off for Heavenly Martial City in 3 days to meet Gao Xian Peng." "Yes," Shiming Hui quickly replied and turned around to leave. Yang Kai issued a few more instructions to Wanting Ying and the others before he entered the secluded room next door. The black jades that were mined today had been delivered. Aside from the 20% left behind, all the rest were here. There were as many as 700 pieces. Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and activated the heaven-devouring battle law to swallow them. However, even though he devoured all the black jades cleanly, he continued to show no signs of advancing into the heaven realm. It looks like this is the world principles restriction of the divine armament world. If I want to advance into the heaven realm, I will really need the 10 revolutions clear heart pill. Martial Peak, Chapter 4492, Heavenly Martial City. With a secret art as heaven-defying as the heaven-devouring battle law, Yang Kai had already advanced into the 9th step Earth realm a month ago. He was only 1 step away from advancing into the heaven realm. However, he remained stagnant at this realm even though 1 month had passed since then. It was not that his cultivation resources weren't sufficient. He refined and devoured hundreds of black jades every day. After accumulating bit by bit for a whole month, this amount was extremely terrifying. It should have been enough to meet the advancement requirements a long time ago. It was not that his aptitude was lacking either. The identity given to him by the divine armament world might only have average abilities, but Yang Kai himself was a 6th-order open heaven realm master. Something like aptitude would not limit his progress in any way. When it came down to it, it seemed he was simply lacking a certain pill. In the divine armament world, It was not difficult to advance from the mortal realm to the earth realm. Anybody with adequate aptitude and sufficient cultivation resources could advance from the mortal realm to the earth realm as long as they put in enough effort. However, it was not as easy when it came to advancing from the earth realm to the heaven realm. One required the help of a pill known as the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill in order to succeed. Without that pill, one's efforts would be futile no matter how great their aptitude or cultivation resources were. Xianxia originally wanted to borrow his many years of cultivation experience to force his way through this shackle. But to his dismay, he discovered that all his efforts were in vain after working hard for 1 month. His cultivation seemed to be bound firmly by shackles. Furthermore, the invisible chains vaguely felt like the principles of the heavenly way. It could be said that the divine armament world itself was preventing him from advancing into the heaven realm. Unless he had the strength to go against the entire divine armament world, there was no way he could break these shackles. Advancing from the earth realm to the heaven realm required the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill. On the other hand, advancing from the heaven realm to the spirit realm required the 100 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill. The former could only be refined by a heaven-grade alchemist, while the latter needed a spirit-grade alchemist. The 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill was a heaven-grade pill, while the 100 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill was a spirit-grade pill. Thanks to the memories from his divine armament world self, Xianxia had long known that the status of alchemist was extremely high in this damned place. In fact, it was even higher than in any other world that he had ever known in the past. That was because alchemists were needed to refine both the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill and the 100 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill. It could be said the advancement of a cultivator often depended on a tiny little pill. It was somewhat incomprehensible. In the outside world, many pills had the effects of aiding advancement and improving the success rate of breakthroughs. Be that as it may, it was never a necessary component. Even without those pills, there was hope for a cultivator to achieve a breakthrough by relying on their own efforts. However, that was impossible in the divine armament world. The 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill and the 100 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill were requirements for those standing at the peak of the earth realm and the heaven realm, respectively. Consequently, the status of alchemists became absolutely unrivaled in this world. Not only were many masters willing to act as bodyguards for alchemists in the same realm as themselves, but they were also very proud of such deeds. While this was something that was inconceivable in the outside world, it was something very normal in the divine armament world. Xianxia had very profound accomplishments in the alchemic Tao. All the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pills that were currently being consumed by Voidland's disciples when advancing into the open heaven realm came from his hands. Needless to say, he had handed this matter over to little senior sister Xianxia and wondrous pill Great Emperor now. With his attainments in the alchemic Tao, refining a 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill was not difficult. If not for the limitations of his cultivation, even refining the 100 Revolutions Clear Heart Pills would not be a problem. The main issue was that he did not have the pill recipe. This was an extremely awkward problem. Void Spirit Sword Sect was a rundown sect in the divine armament world. It might have been glorious 1,000 years ago, but that glory was long since faded. They no longer had any alchemists in their sect, much less various rare pill recipes. Regardless of whether it was 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill or 100 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill, both were extremely valuable and they would never be sold to the general public. More importantly, the pill recipes of each alchemist were different, each one having slight variations and arrangements. However, all the results were ultimately the same. The Clear Heart Pills refined by any alchemist would have the effect of helping cultivators break through to the next great realm. It was just that the subtle differences in their refining methods and materials would also result in slightly different effects. If Xianxia wanted a 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill, then aside from refining one himself, he could only spend copious amounts of money to purchase it. Unfortunately, There were many cultivators in this world who were stuck at the peak of the earth realm and wanted to advance into the heaven realm. If nothing else, Roaring Tiger sect master Zhuang Juhe, Tian Luohal's former palace master Shu Wancheng, and great elderly Zheng Qing had been stuck at the peak of the earth realm because they had no 10 revolutions clear heart pill. Both parties had once paid exorbitant prices for a heaven-grade alchemist to help them refine a 10 revolutions clear heart pill. However, that heaven-grade alchemist schedule was fully booked for years to come. Even though the heaven-grade alchemist accepted their luxurious gifts with no trace of politeness, there was a long waiting list before they could obtain their 10 revolutions clear heart pill. Zhuangju, he had a 4-year wait before his turn for the heaven-grade alchemist to refine the 10 revolutions clear heart pill for him. On the other hand, Shu Wancheng was worse. He had to wait for 10 years. How could Yang Kai afford to wait for such a long time? Besides, a conservative estimate indicated that he would have to spend 100 years in the divine armament world. Running around on his own for such a long time would be too tiring. He would have to recruit some trustworthy people. Those in the earth realm were too weak, while those in the heaven realm were just barely acceptable. Be that as it may, who would be willing to slave away for him without the temptation of the 10 revolutions clear heart pill? After thinking about it, Yang Kai felt that it was more secure to obtain this pill recipe for himself. As long as he could refine the 10 revolutions clear heart pill, he could easily obtain both cultivation resources and subordinates in the heaven realm. Unfortunately, the alchemists in the divine armament world were extremely respected. Each alchemist had a large group of guards around them, so he could not conspire against them. Thus, he had no choice but to think of a different method. Gao Xian Peng was the heaven-grade alchemist who accepted Zhuang Juhe's large payment but could only perform alchemy 4 years later. According to Zhuang Juhe, Gao Xian Peng belonged to a great force known as the Profound Pill sect. This sect was built on the alchemic Tao, and their inheritance had been passed down for countless years. There were as many masters in the sect as there were clouds, which not only included a large number of heaven realm masters, but also spirit realm masters. At present, the Profound Pill sect was one of the top 10 sects in the divine armament world. The main reason was that the sect master of the Profound Pill sect had won one of the 10 great divine armaments during the last divine armament tournament, the Medicine King Furnace. Originally, there were several sects in the divine armament world which dealt with alchemy. They used to compete with the Profound Pill sect on equal ground. But ever since the Medicine King Furnace came to the Profound Pill sect, the Profound Pill sect established its position as the top alchemy sect in one fell swoop. For the next 100 years, the Medicine King Furnace would bring overwhelming prosperity to Profound Pill sect, and it could be said to be at the peak of its power. Gao Xian Peng was not only backed by a behemoth like Profound Pill sect, but he was also a heaven-grade alchemist himself. It could be said that his status was extremely noble. The truth was that Shi Ming Hui felt extremely uneasy about Yang Kai's intention to meet Gao Xian Peng. Even so, Yang Kai had already made up his mind. There was nothing Shi Ming Hui could do to stop Yang Kai. 3 days later, 3 people set off from Void Spirit Sword sect on horseback and headed straight for Heavenly Martial City. Aside from Shi Ming Hui, there was also a female elder from Roaring Tiger sect who was traveling with Yang Kai. She was known as Du Yu. There was no saying what Zhuang Juhe's intentions were, but Du Yu was as beautiful as a cherry blossom. Moreover, she had 2 majestic peaks, a soft and slender waist, and enchanting eyes. Even the way she spoke was very sweet and charming. Yang Kai was not bothered by this, as he only asked Zhuang Juhe to send somebody to accompany him to Heavenly Martial City. Zhuang Juhe probably sent Du Yu here because he felt that a woman was easier to talk to. Heavenly Martial City was not located near Void Spirit Sword sect, but it was not far either. After traveling for just over 3 days, a majestic city suddenly appeared in front of them. Shi Ming Hui called out, "Sir, Heavenly Martial City is just ahead." Yang Kai lifted his head and looked at the sky. Then he nodded, "Let's find a place to stay." Shi Ming Hui quickly said, Rest assured, sir. This one has made arrangements in advance. Tian Luo Hall has property here. Very good. Although Yang Kai was surprised that Tian Luo Hall had property here, he did not inquire any further. It didn't take long for the three of them to enter the city. Under Sure Ming Hui's guidance, they soon arrived in front of a shop. The shopkeeper immediately greeted them and arranged living quarters for them in the inner courtyard as soon as they stepped inside. There was another 10 days before Gao Xianpeng was scheduled to arrive at Heavenly Martial City, so Yang Kai was not anxious. What he needed to figure out right now was how to meet Gao Xianpeng and obtain the pill recipe for the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pill from him. According to the information Yang Kai obtained, Gao Xianpeng came here to refine life extension pills for Heavenly Martial City's city lord, to whom he was indebted. When he arrived, Gao Xianpeng would surely be welcomed into the city lord's mansion. The city lord himself was at the peak of the heaven realm, and in addition, commanded a large number of masters. I will lose all chance of contact if he enters the city lord's mansion. Perhaps I can approach Heavenly Martial City's city lord and enter the city lord's mansion in advance to wait for his arrival. Yang Kai pondered for some time, and a plan gradually forming in his mind. All of a sudden, a knock came from outside the door, and he looked up reflexively. Enter. The door opened, and Du Yu walked in with a tray. She was dressed very lightly. Furthermore, there were several plates of exquisite dishes and a bottle of alcohol on the tray. Yang Kai couldn't help taking a second glance at the woman. The main reason was that she was very scantily dressed. Her clothes were as thin as gossamer, and her chest and thighs exposed large patches of her snow-white skin. What's more, she seemed to have just gotten out of the bath. As soon as she walked into the room, a faint fragrance filled the air. Her hair that was not fully dry also gave her a stunning appearance. Seeming to notice Yang Kai's gaze, Du lowered her head slightly, and a red blush crept across her face as she sweetly announced, "Sir, it's time to eat." In. He nodded lightly. "Put it down over there." Du placed the dishes on the table and personally poured him a glass of wine before she stood nearby with her hands hanging by her sides. "I don't need you to serve me here. Help me buy something instead," Yang Kai instructed. "What do you want this mistress to buy?" "First, bring me a brush and some paper." She made a sound in response and turned around to walk out again. Not long afterwards, she brought the brush and paper. Yang Kai wrote something down before he handed it back to her. Du glanced at the paper and saw a list of herbs. Unable to recognize the names, but still understanding what she had to do, she bowed elegantly. "This mistress will go and buy them now." Yang Kai had decided to bring 20% of the mining proceeds accumulated by Void Spirit Sword Sect over the past 2 months on this trip, in case he needed to purchase something. As a result, there were close to 10,000 pieces of black jade in his wallet. Judging from the current situation, his decision had been a wise one. Martial Peak, Chapter 4493, Night Visit. The city lord of Heavenly Martial City was getting old and frail and would not live for much longer. Therefore, the reason for Gao Xianpeng's visit was to refine some life extension pills for him to extend his lifespan. Yang Kai had many pill recipes for longevity, and their effects were extraordinary. If he could refine just one of them, he could guarantee that Heavenly Martial City Lord would regain his vitality in an instant, and his lifespan would increase significantly as a result. The problem was that his pill recipes required extremely rare and valuable herbs. Leaving aside whether he could find them in the divine armament world, the chances of finding them in a small Heavenly Martial City were slim to none. Besides, Yang Kai did not know anything about the life extension pills that Gao Xianpeng planned to refine or what kind of effects they had. But if he could gain the trust of Heavenly Martial City's city lord, then he could enter the city lord's mansion in advance. Under those circumstances, he was bound to run into Gao Xianpeng once the latter arrived. That was why Yang Kai planned to prepare some pills that would strengthen and regulate one's vitality. These pills were relatively easy to refine, and more importantly, the required herbs were not that rare. He should be able to find them in Heavenly Martial City. If Heavenly Martial City's city lord consumed the pills that Yang Kai refined over the long term, Living for a few additional years would not be an issue. The night passed peacefully, and when dawn broke the next day, Du Yu returned with a large bundle of herbs. Good work, Xianxia nodded. She smiled. It's an honor for this mistress to share your worries, sir. Do you need anything else? No, you can leave. Yes. Du Yu retreated respectfully. Only then did Xianxia take out a rudimentary and simple-looking alchemy furnace and several fiery red stones. This alchemy furnace was something he found in Void Spirit Sword Sect's storehouse. He did not know how many years it had been left there, but it was probably a relic left behind by one of the alchemists in the sect from several generations ago. There were quite a few of these alchemy furnaces in Void Spirit Sword Sect's storehouse, in fact. Wanning, Ying, and the two other disciples learning alchemy had also obtained one each. The fiery red stones were the radiant flame stones. Xianxia had no alchemy flame of his own, and there was no earth fire to borrow here either. Hence, he could only use the radiant flame stones for alchemy. The vitality pill that he planned to refine was not complicated. He would have easily succeeded in refining these pills in the outside world, but unfortunately, it would take some effort for him to refine them in this place. 2 days later, Xianxia finished refining a bottle of vitality pills. These dark red pills were around the size of soybeans, and one small bottle contained 100 pills in total. Xianxia summoned Shiming Hui and sent the latter to offer up 2 of the vitality pills to the City Lord's mansion. As long as the City Lord's mansion could verify the efficacy of the vitality pills, they would surely invite him over for a discussion. At that time, he could openly stay in the City Lord's mansion and wait for Gao Xianpeng to arrive. Contrary to his expectations, however, Shiming Hui vanished without a trace. Despite waiting for an entire day, Shiming Hui did not return, and no one appeared from the City Lord's mansion. Thus, Xianxia faintly realized that something had gone wrong and instructed Du Yu to ask around for information. The outcome left him stunned. It would seem that women were indeed much easier to talk to. More so if the woman was as beautiful and well-endowed as Du Yu. She easily managed to obtain some clues, even though the information from the City Lord's mansion was tightly guarded. According to what she learned, Shiming Hui had indeed offered up the vitality pills to the City Lord's mansion, but apparently, a problem arose during the testing of the pills. One of the Earth-grade alchemists in the City Lord's mansion declared that the vitality pills Shiming Hui brought with him were poison and accused Shiming Hui of trying to assassinate the City Lord. Therefore, Shiming Hui was captured on the spot and thrown into Heavenly Marshal City's dungeons. It was currently unknown whether he was dead or alive. Xianxia was so furious that he burst out laughing. An emperor-grade alchemist like myself deigned to take the time and effort to refine those vitality pills. How dare they claim that they are poisonous? Xianxia immediately felt the urge to storm straight into the City Lord's mansion with his sword drawn. Shiming Hui might have been subdued using rather unscrupulous means by him, but he had been a good subordinate for Xianxia during this time. Xianxia could not ignore the situation now that something had gone wrong. Moreover, seeing as nobody from the City Lord's mansion came searching for him, it was obvious that Shiming Hui had not revealed any information about them. Otherwise, the people from the City Lord's mansion would have come for him a long time ago. However, Xianxia quickly suppressed the impulse to act. He had the nagging feeling that this matter was more complicated than it seemed on the surface. He seemed to have gotten involved in some sort of power struggle, which meant that Heavenly Marshal City's City Lord was likely not just on the verge of dying from old age. Hence, Xianxia couldn't help feeling doubtful about the current situation. With his current abilities, charging straight into the City Lord's mansion was actually not difficult. The difficult part would be rescuing Shiming Hui. Xianxia was confident that he could move about undetected if he infiltrated the City Lord's mansion, but it was different if Shiming Hui was added into the equation. There were many Heaven Realm Masters in Heavenly Marshal City after all. Not to mention, Heavenly Marshal City's City Lord himself was at the peak of the Heaven Realm. He also had the backing of Gao Xianpeng of Profound Pill Sect. It would not be beneficial for Xianxia or Void Spirit Sword Sect if things got out of hand here. After pondering for some time, Xianxia asked Yu to find a way to inquire about Shi Ming Hui's current condition. His main concern was to determine whether Shi Ming Hui was alive or dead. Meanwhile, he decided to wait until nightfall to infiltrate the city lord's mansion. Du Yu accepted the orders and left. On the other hand, Xianxia began making meticulous preparations. It was not until night fell that he changed into a set of black clothes, snuck out of his room, and headed straight for the city lord's mansion. As he ran forward, Xianxia felt exasperated in his heart. A noble sixth-order open heaven realm master like him was acting like a thief in the divine armament world. It was nothing less than a disgrace. The perimeter of the city lord's mansion was heavily guarded, to the point that even heaven realm masters could only dream of sneaking into the building without anybody knowing. Nevertheless, these defenses were useless against Xianxia. He concealed his aura and infiltrated the city lord's mansion under the cover of the night, and it didn't take long for him to slip through the outer perimeter and reach the inner courtyard. The surroundings were quiet. From time to time, Xianxia would pass by some patrolling cultivators or come across people talking in hushed voices. Unfortunately, their conversations held nothing of value. At first, he wandered around aimlessly. As he did not know where Heavenly Martial City Lord was located, he could only search slowly. A short while later, Xianxia quickly hid in the shadows of a rockery as he heard the pitter-pattering of light footsteps came from not far away. He snuck a glance in that direction and saw a luxuriously dressed woman walking along the corridor with several maidservants in tow. The woman had a gorgeous appearance, an ample bosom, and a slim figure. However, she had a cold and indifferent temperament. She walked straight into one of the palaces. Meanwhile, the maidservants accompanying her stopped outside and quietly stood there waiting. Xianxia did not know the identity of the woman, but judging from a scene in front of him, her status in the city lord's mansion was not low. Just as he was preparing to leave, he suddenly heard another set of heavy footsteps accompanied by an extremely ferocious aura. A heaven realm master. Xianxia's eyes narrowed. Even though there was no spirit chi fluctuation around the other party, he could clearly sense that this person was in the heaven realm. This was his first time meeting a heaven realm master since entering the divine armament world. Thus, he couldn't help glancing in that direction curiously. The approaching person was a strong and burly man. He was short and stocky, and his muscles were quite bulky. Although Xianxia was confident in the secret technique he was using to conceal his aura, he did not dare to act recklessly at such close distance. The other party had a much higher cultivation than him, so he only glanced briefly in that direction before he withdrew his gaze, lest the other party noticed him. The burly man walked straight to the door of the palace that the woman had entered earlier. The two maidservants by the door bowed elegantly in greeting. On the other hand, he simply pushed the door open and entered the room without saying a word. A short while later, some strange sounds came from within the room. It was a mixture of grunts and muffled moans. Xianxia's expression turned black, and he took this opportunity to leave. An incense stick later, Xianxia hid in the shadows and studied the majestic palace in front of him. There were guards stationed outside the palace, and pained groans sounded faintly from within, giving off a sense of breathlessness similar to when a lamp was running out of oil. If my guess is correct, then this place is the residence of Heavenly Martial City's City Lord. After searching for so long, he finally came across the right place. Before coming here, Xianxia had been thinking about how to approach Heavenly Martial City's City Lord and explain his intentions, as well as how to convince the City Lord about the efficacy of the vitality pills he refined. However, when he heard the sounds coming from within the palace, he realized that Heavenly Martial City's City Lord was dying. The situation seemed to be more serious than what he had heard, as he could even detect a weak death chi coming from within. All the plans Xianxia made earlier were now useless. He did not know when Heavenly Martial City's City Lord would die, so he could not afford to hesitate any longer. Xianxia found an opportunity and tossed a stone to distract the guards outside the door. With that, he successfully infiltrated the palace from a skylight on the roof. Inside a private room with a spacious area, Xianxia unexpectedly found not a single person standing guard. There was only one person lying on top of a large bed, covered by a blanket. Moreover, this man was breathing weakly and would cough with great difficulty from time to time. The dim candlelight inside the room only illuminated a small portion of the room. Xianxia looked down from above and saw that the man lying on the bed did not look very old. That man had the appearance of someone in his early 40s, but his sickly complexion made him seem deathly pale. Be that as it may, it could be seen that this man had good facial features and could be considered quite handsome. As Xianxia was observing the situation, the man on the bed suddenly opened his eyes and stared straight at where he was hiding on the roof beam. The gaze might be a little turbid, but a piercing light flashed through those eyes at this moment. Xianxia was shocked, as he did not expect to be discovered so quickly when he had taken such pains to hide himself. Soon, though, Xianxia figured it was related to how he had been staring at the other party for such a long time. At the same time, it also went to show just how powerful the man on the bed was. It was rumored that Heavenly Martial City's City Lord was at the peak of the Heaven Realm, only one step away from advancing into the Spirit Realm. It could be seen that he really lived up to his reputation. Even though his physical condition had deteriorated so badly, his perception was still extremely sharp. "Who are you?" The man on the bed spoke calmly, showing no intention of calling for help, and simply asking this question quietly. Since Xianxia had already been discovered, he couldn't be bothered to hide any longer. He landed lightly on the ground without making the slightest noise and walked over to the bed. Then, he tentatively asked, "City Lord Miao?" Heavenly Martial City's City Lord had the surname Miao and the given name Hong. It was only natural that Xianxia knew about such information. "It is this, Miao. Who are you, little brother?" Miao Hong glanced at Xianxia calmly. "Why did you come to visit the City Lord's mansion so late at night?" After confirming that this person was Miao Hong, Xianxia cupped his fist. "Void Spirit Sword Sect, Xianxia." "Void Spirit Sword Sect," Miao Hong frowned, as though recalling the information he received about Void Spirit Sword Sect. Void Spirit Sword Sect was just one of the small great forces nearby, so he never really paid much attention to such things. For that reason, he could not recall much information at such short notice. Thus, he frowned and asked, "Void Spirit Sword Sect is far from Heavenly Martial City. Why did you come here? Are you here to kill me?" Martial Peak, Chapter 4494, Nothing More Poisonous. Xianxia laughed and said, "There is no enmity between Void Spirit Sword Sect and Heavenly Martial City. You worry too much, City Lord Miao. Looks like this guy has many enemies. Otherwise, he would not have asked me if I was here to kill him as soon as he saw me." After pausing for a moment, Xianxia eventually continued, "I'll be honest with you. I am an alchemist. When I heard that you were ill, City Lord, I decided to try refining some pills for you. I sent my subordinate to offer the pills to you as a sign of my sincerity. But to my dismay, the City Lord's mansion claimed that the pills I refined contained poison and captured my subordinate on the spot." "You are an alchemist?" Miao Hong glanced at Xianxia in surprise. Xianxia didn't just look young. He was young, probably no more than 17 or 18 years old. Having his cultivation at that age was surprising enough, so it was hard to believe that he was also an alchemist. It had to be said that alchemists were highly revered in the divine armament world. Moreover, their inheritance was very strictly guarded. Not just anybody could become an alchemist. "What grade of an alchemist are you?" Miao Hong asked curiously. "Earth grade." Xianxia did not dare to say too much. In truth, his alchemy grade could not be categorized according to the standards of the divine armament world. If he had enough materials and adequate strength to persevere, even refining a spirit grade pill would be a simple task for him. Miao Hong originally showed some interest, but his expression immediately turned cold and a trace of displeasure entered his eyes when he heard what Xianxia said. It was one thing to have such outstanding cultivation at such a young age. Somebody like that could be considered a talented individual, but an earth-grade alchemist. How could a young brat achieve something like that? It had to be said that Heavenly Martial City was a notable great force in its own right. Even so, they paid a huge fortune and spent hundreds of years just to nurture 2 earth-grade alchemists. It would take at least several dozen years of hard work to become an earth-grade alchemist. Little brother, this city lord has no idea why you came here. I don't have the mood to ask, let alone be bothered to care. Just go back to where you came from." After saying that, Miao Hong closed his eyes a little disinterested. Yang Kai was astonished and asked, "You don't believe me, city lord?" Miao Hong replied coolly, "There's nothing interesting about mocking a dying man." Yang Kai nodded lightly and took a good look at Hong Miao before he started speaking. "If my guess is correct, your condition is not caused by old age, but the relapse of an old injury. Isn't that right, city lord?" Miao Hong's tightly closed eyes opened slightly again, and he murmured approvingly, "You have a good eye, little brother. How could you tell?" The public only knew that he was dying of old age. They did not know that he was actually suffering from the relapse of an old injury. Yang Kai explained, "You don't seem that old from your appearance, city lord. Of course, when it comes to a master like you, your cultivation makes it hard to tell your actual age from your appearance alone. However, the vitality in your body has clearly not been exhausted, yet is still strangely weak. Moreover, you seem to have a different force surging inside your body." Miao Hong finally revealed a surprised look at those words. "You can even tell that much?" Yang Kai asked, "City Lord Miao, if you can trust me, can you let me perform an examination on you?" Miao Hong studied Yang Kai solemnly for a moment before he lightly said, "There's nothing for a dying man to fear. You can take a look if you want, little brother." Yang Kai apologized for any offending actions and took Hong Miao's hand. Placing 2 fingers on Hong Miao's wrist, he probed Hong Miao's condition with his spirit chi. Hong Miao immediately noticed Yang Kai's true cultivation as soon as his spirit chi flowed into his body. This boy was actually at the peak of the earth realm. Although Hong Miao had been fairly certain that Yang Kai was at least in the earth realm after seeing him silently sneaking into this place, it wasn't until this moment that his speculations were confirmed. Not only was Yang Kai in the earth realm, but he was at the peak of the earth realm. He was only 1 step away from advancing into the heaven realm. "Little brother, how old are you?" Miao Hong asked curiously. 18, I think," Yang Kai answered casually. In his memories, that was indeed the approximate age of this body in the divine armament world. Miao Hong smacked his lips in wonder, a true genius. It was unprecedented for anybody in the divine armament world to achieve such outstanding cultivation at such a young age. If there was a 10 revolutions clear heart pill on hand right now, Miao Hong was certain that Yang Kai could break through into the heaven realm in one go. An 18-year-old heaven realm master. Just how sensational is that? Although he never had much expectations for Void Spirit Sword Sect in the past, Miao Hong now had a vague feeling that the rise of Void Spirit Sword Sect was just around the corner. A short while later, Yang Kai retracted his hand. "There's indeed a strange force in your body, City Lord. It is devouring your vitality." Miao Hong replied, "I was injured in battle many years ago, and that energy has always been lurking inside my body. I can't get rid of this energy no matter how hard I try to dispel it. Since you are aware of this, do you have any good solutions to the problem, little brother?" Yang Kai mulled over the question for a moment. "I have both good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first, City Lord?" "Tell me the bad news first." Miao Hong decided. "City Lord, you have very little vitality remaining, and what little is left is rapidly fading away. If left untreated, you will die within 3 days." Miao Hong couldn't help snorting. "That sounds like pretty good news." Yang Kai replied, "I'm actually amazed you can still maintain consciousness, City Lord. Logically speaking, most people in Miao Hong's condition would have lost consciousness or become confused and disoriented. However, Miao Hong was still capable of speaking coherently. It could be seen that his willpower was extremely strong. "What's the good news?" Miao Hong asked. "The good news is that I can help you extend your lifespan, City Lord Miao. You won't die so quickly, but to remove this energy from your body." Yang Kai shook his head slightly. "I don't have enough strength. I'm afraid I can't help you with that." Miao Hong's eyes lit up. "It's fine. You only need to help this City Lord stay alive for another 7 or 8 days. 7 or 8 days. Yang Kai calculated the time. That was probably when Gao Xianpeng would arrive at Heavenly Marshal City. It looks like Miao Hong is staking his hopes on Gao Xianpeng. That was not surprising. Gao Xianpeng not only had a long history with Miao Hong, but he was also a heaven-grade alchemist. Compared to a person of unknown origins like Yang Kai, it was only natural for Miao Hong to trust Gao Xianpeng more. Going by this logic, it would seem that Gao Xianpeng was not coming here to refine life extension pills. He was probably coming here to help suppress the strange energy in Miao Hong's body. That's not a problem. Yang Kai nodded. Taking out the vitality pills he refined, he tipped 2 pills out of the bottle. These are the pills I refined personally. They can enhance and stimulate the vitality in your body, City Lord. They should help improve your condition. Miao Hong glanced at the soybean-sized pills in Yang Kai's hand, feeling uncertain whether he could trust Yang Kai. While Miao Hong was hesitating, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. Somebody's coming. Miao Hong had also detected the approaching presence. He might be terminally ill, but his powerful cultivation was not just a decoration. Besides, the visitor had no intention of hiding their movements. There was no way he could not hear them coming. Hardening his resolve, Miao Hong sucked in a breath of air that drew up the 2 pills in Yang Kai's hand into his mouth. Yang Kai had no time to escape, so he could only leap back onto the roof beam where he had been hiding before. A short while later, the sound of light footsteps approached from a distance and soon arrived in front of the door. "Greetings, madam." The voice of the guard at the door rang out. "How is the city lord?" A cold voice sounded. "It obviously belonged to this madam," the guard replied. "Same as usual. Open the door. I'm going to take a look." Immediately after that, there were some sounds and the door was opened. Moonlight spilled into the room and a slender figure stepped inside. Yang Kai looked down and couldn't help feeling startled. That was because the madam was somebody he had seen before. It was the woman he encountered while he was wandering around earlier. Their tryst ended so quickly. Yang Kai couldn't help muttering to himself in his heart. However, his expression soon became strange. The guard at the door called her madam. What kind of relationship does this woman have with Miao Hong? The only person in the city lord's mansion with the right to be called madam is the city lord's wife. Yang Kai suddenly felt as though he had discovered a huge secret. Nevertheless, he was not sure whether his speculations were correct. It's possible that this woman is not Miao Hong's wife. But if they are not husband and wife, then why is she here in the middle of the night? When Miao Hong spoke to Yang Kai earlier, his voice had been weak, but he still had some energy. At this moment, however, he just lay motionless on the bed. His aura was faint and gloomy, almost as though he might die at any time. "Husband," the woman came over to Miao Hong's side and sat down by the side of the bed, calling out to him softly. Yang Kai immediately knew this woman was really the city lord's wife. Lying on the bed, Miao Hong twisted with difficulty and tried his best to open his eyes to look at her. A low groan involuntarily came out of his mouth. "Husband, your condition has gotten worse." The woman's beautiful brow was slightly wrinkled. Combined with her cold temperament, she seemed very pitiable. "Looking at you in this condition breaks this mistress' heart." Yang Kai sighed in his heart when he heard those words. A married couple is devoted to each other for life after all. Even if this woman betrayed Miao Hong with her actions, it must be hard for her to see him in this condition. Before he could finish his thought, though, he heard the woman's voice continue. "Why do you bother to struggle so hard? Why don't you just die here? Death ends all troubles. How much longer can you live in this condition anyway? 2 days? 3 days?" A gurgling noise came out of Miao Hong's throat. There was no telling what he wanted to say. On the other hand, Yang Kai was completely flabbergasted. The woman smiled, and the dimly lit room suddenly became dazzling for a moment. Then, she leaned down and pushed her ample bosom into Miao Hong's face. She gently said, "Smell this. This mistress still has a scent on me. It's very fresh." Miao Hong probably could not breathe properly with her twin peaks in his face. His hands tried to push her away weakly, but his efforts were to no avail. Her laughter gradually became more sinister, When you used such despicable means to snatch me from his arms back then, did you ever think that such a day would befall you? At this point, I'm not afraid to tell you this anymore. Our daughter is not yours. She's the product of Ko Yong and I. Those extremely vicious words came out of the mouth of this seemingly cold-tempered woman. If Yang Kai had not heard them with his own ears, he would never have believed it. He couldn't help thinking of the saying, "A wasp's stinger and the fangs of a poisonous snake's mouth were both venomous." But there was nothing more poisonous than a woman's heart. When Miao Hong spurted out a mouthful of blood, the city lord's wife deftly got up and stepped to the side to avoid being splattered by the filth. "Be bitch!" His entire body shuddered, and he coughed up blood again. She stood by the side of the bed and looked at him coldly. It was not until his eyes rolled to the back of his head and he lost consciousness completely that she turned around and walked out. A short while later, her commanding voice came from outside the door. The city lord coughed up blood again. "Go in and clean it up." "Yes." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4495, Conspiracy. Half an hour later, Yang Kai leapt down from the roof beam once more and nimbly came to stand beside Miao Hong's bed. A faint stench of blood remained in the air, but the blood Miao Hong coughed up earlier had already been cleaned up by the guards. "I apologize for letting you see that, little brother." Miao Hong abruptly opened his eyes. Yang Kai jumped in fright. He thought that Miao Hong had fainted earlier, but it would now seem that Miao Hong was only pretending to be unconscious. Moreover, his tone of voice was so indifferent at this moment that Yang Kai couldn't help wondering whether he had always known that his wife was having an affair with another man. In any case, the city lord's wife was ruthless indeed. Miao Hong was already in this condition, but she still came over to specifically anger him. If it were anybody else, they might have died from rage just then. The fact that Miao Hong managed to survive showed that he was definitely a person who could endure pain, both physical and mental. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling amazed. Despite traveling across many worlds for so many years, he had never encountered something like this before. Be that as it may, this incident confirmed his previous conjecture. He had definitely gotten involved in a troublesome matter on this trip to Heavenly Marshall City. "Little brother, your pill is very effective," Miao Hong exclaimed approvingly. He could clearly feel his vitality recovering slowly. If he previously had the mentality that it couldn't hurt to give a dead horse medicine, he now had much more trust in Yang Kai. "At this point, I'm sure you've guessed the truth. This city lord did not capture your subordinate who came here to offer medicine. Rather, it was the doing of others. They want this city lord dead." Yang Kai frowned. "If that's the case, why don't they make a move against you directly?" Given Miao Hong's current condition, he would probably be helpless to fight back if they attacked him. Miao Hong coldly snorted. "If they make a move, they will leave behind too many traces. I have a friend who is coming to Heavenly Marshall City in a few days. Those people would not survive if he noticed any issues." Realization struck Yang Kai. He immediately understood why the city lord's wife ran here specially and used such vicious words to anger Miao Hong. It was all to aggravate his injuries and hasten his death. The friend that Miao Hong mentioned earlier was probably Gao Xianpeng. With the perception and experience of a heaven-grade alchemist, Gao Xianpeng would definitely notice if Miao Hong was murdered by somebody. On the other hand, there was nothing he could do if Miao Hong died of natural causes. Fortunately, the heavens never close off all paths. This city lord is thankful to have met you, little brother. Do you have more of the pills you gave me earlier, little brother? "I do," Yang Kai nodded, "but there's another problem." "What problem?" Yang Kai wrinkled his brow. "I did not know about your current condition when I refined these pills, so I didn't consider something like this. These vitality pills will stimulate the vitality in your body after being consumed, but you also need to be supplemented with rich nutrients after taking them. Otherwise, you will overdraw your remaining strength. Even if you can get through your current hardships, you will face endless troubles in the future." Miao Hong understood, so that's how it is. He could tell that Yang Kai was not lying. Having consumed the vitality pills himself, he was the most aware of their effects on his body. After some consideration, he looked at Yang Kai earnestly. "Little brother, I am afraid I must ask for your assistance. Can you help this city lord bring in some supplements for the next few days? With your skills, you won't have any trouble coming and going from this place as long as you're careful. If this city lord can survive this crisis, I will definitely reward you handsomely in the future. Xianxia helplessly said, that seems to be the only way. He only wanted to come and investigate the situation in the city lord's mansion, but how could he have known that things would turn out like this? Xianxia couldn't help feeling speechless. City Lord Miao, my subordinate is still locked up in your dungeon currently. I don't even know whether he is dead or alive. Xianxia said after a pause. Miao Hong pondered in silence for a moment. I'll give you my faith token. Go and find a man named Huangda. He is the deacon of the city lord's mansion. With his help, your subordinate will not be in danger. Although he was basically placed under house arrest by his own wife, Miao Hong still had some loyal subordinates under him. This deacon named Huangda was probably one of them. While speaking, Miao Hong took out a jade token the size of his palm from under his pillow. Xianxia took the jade token, which felt cool to the touch, and asked City Lord Miao if Huangda asks about your condition. Miao Hong's eyes flashed. You can tell him the truth. Good. Afterwards, Miao Hong told Xianxia how to find Huangda's residence. Only then did Xianxia take his leave. The city lord's mansion was not small. Fortunately, Xianxia still had a faint recollection of the layout after his earlier exploration. With the help of Miao Hong's directions, he quickly found Huangda's residence. It was only natural that their first meeting was laced with some misunderstanding. After Xianxia revealed the faith token, though, Huangda became very emotional and asked about Miao Hong's condition. As such, Xianxia explained everything to him. Huangda was both pleased and surprised by the news. It was not until Xianxia mentioned Shiming Hui that he finally realized that the latter was Xianxia's subordinate. Don't worry. Your subordinate is only being locked up in the dungeons for the time being and is in no real danger. The city lord's mansion is currently facing troubled times with many people plotting in secret who do not want to raise any further fuss. So he won't be in danger until the dust of this huge incident settles. If anything unexpected happens, this old master will help to watch out for him, Huangda promised. Many thanks, Deacon Huang. Xianxia responded politely. After a busy night, it was almost morning by the time Xianxia returned to his living quarters. A short while later, Du came to greet him. Xianxia handed her the note he prepared in advance and sent her to purchase some items. Miao Hong needed a large amount of nutrients to support his waning vitality. However, his body could not currently withstand the burden of strong supplements. Even his cultivation, which was at the peak of the heaven realm, could not help in this particular case. Therefore, Xianxia needed to think of a gentler method. After some consideration, Xianxia determined that preparing a medicinal soup was the safest option. Du did not know what Xianxia wanted these ingredients for, but her biggest merit was her obedience. It didn't take long before she returned after buying the listed items. In the meantime, Xianxia casually asked about Ko Yong. Ko Yong was the man who had an affair with the city lord's wife. According to the city lord's wife, her daughter was the result of her affair with him. Ko Yong, Du pondered for a moment. Is Sir referring to Heavenly Marshal City's Vice City Lord? I think he is in the 7th-step or 8th-step heaven realm. Xianxia raised a brow at those words. It was not judgmental. He just felt that Miao Hong's life was quite pitiful. Xianxia was busy all day, and when night fell, he secretly snuck into the city lord's mansion again, this time to deliver food to Miao Hong. The effects of the vitality pill were evident, and after finishing off a huge pot of medicinal soup, Miao Hong's complexion became noticeably rosier. He was full of praise for Xianxia, complimenting him on being a promising young man. It was clear that he was trying to win Xianxia over. After all, it was impossible to find another person in the divine armament world who not only stood at the peak of the Earth realm, but was also an Earth-grade alchemist at such a young age. It would surely be helpful if he could win Xianxia over. In the following days, Xianxia would head to the city lord's mansion at night to deliver nutrient-rich tonics to Miao Hong in order to supplement the vitality pills he had provided. Miao Hong's condition improved by the day, but his underlying injuries did not heal. There was no saying exactly how much strength he could exert. So he continued to endure under these circumstances, and he would deliberately pretend to be dying whenever his wife came to visit him. The city lord's wife would visit every few nights, and each time she came, she would viciously provoke him until he coughed up blood before she left in satisfaction. On one occasion, Xianxia was hiding on the roof beam when he saw the city lord's wife and Ko Yong visiting together. They kissed and flirted openly right in front of Miao Hong. This time around, Miao Hong was probably so angry that he passed out for real, as it took Xianxia a lot of effort to wake him up again. On a certain day, Xianxia was here to deliver the medicinal soup and vitality pills. After Miao Hong finished consuming both, he lay back on the bed and said, "Little brother, I need to ask you for a favor." Xianxia put away the items he brought and said, "Please speak freely, City Lord Miao. I want you to go and welcome the heaven-grade alchemist of profound pill sect, Gao Xian Peng." Miao Hong panted for breath. According to the plan, Alchemist Gao will arrive at Heavenly Martial City in 3 days' time, but that cheating couple will not wait that long. You've seen the current situation over the past few days. They can't wait for me to die. If I'm still alive when Gao Xian Peng arrives, they will probably risk making a move directly. That's why I want you to meet Alchemist Gao and ask him to hasten his arrival, preferably without allowing anyone to find out. Xianxia smiled. "Don't worry, City Lord Miao. I've already taken care of this matter. There's no need to disturb Alchemist Gao." Xianxia had anticipated the situation that Miao Hong mentioned. Knowing that the city lord's wife and Ko Yong would become desperate, he had made preparations in advance. "Oh," Miao Hong was surprised. "What have you arranged, little brother?" Xianxia reached into his pocket, took out a small jade bottle, and tipped out a Longan-sized black pill from the bottle. "This is a turtle breath pill. City Lord Miao, you will fall into a kind of false death state after consuming this pill. Both your vitality and aura will be suppressed to the point that even those two will not be able to detect it." Miao Hong was extremely astonished. Taking the turtle breath pill from Xianxia's hand, he asked a little hesitantly, "Is this pill really that effective?" "City Lord Miao, do you not trust me?" Miao Hong shook his head. "I might not have known you for long, but I can tell that you're a brave and righteous young man. If you really wanted to harm this city lord, you could have made your move a long time ago. Besides, you saved this city lord's life, so how can I not trust you? It's best if you can trust me, City Lord Miao. You don't need to worry either, as this turtle breath pill does not have any negative side effects. You just need to consume the antidote later, and you will wake up within a quarter hour." Xianxia paused for a moment. Besides, meeting Alchemist Gao now will only tip them off. They also know that Alchemist Gao is your only hope, City Lord Miao, so I'm sure they're already monitoring his approach. There's no saying what consequences we might face if we rashly contact him at this time. Miao Hong pondered for a moment and nodded. "Your words make sense, little brother. Let's follow your plan." Xianxia did not know how much Miao Hong trusted him, but it was clear that someone as stubborn and forbearing as Miao Hong would not be a kind man at heart. The betrayal of his closest confidant would surely have caused him to lose his trust in others. Nevertheless, he could probably sense that Xianxia had no ill will towards him. Coupled with the fact that he had experienced Xianxia's abilities over the past few days, it was reason enough to accept Xianxia's suggestion. 2 nights later, Xianxia hid on the roof beam and personally witnessed as the city lord's wife, Qin Yushuang, and Ko Yong angered Miao Hong so much that he spat up 3 liters of blood and died on the spot. Martial Peak, Chapter 4496, Gao Xian Peng. The sudden death of Heavenly Martial City Lord caused the entire city to mourn. Everybody knew that the city lord was old and frail. It was public knowledge that he was reaching the end of his life expectancy. Even so, many people had trouble accepting the truth when this news was announced. Many shops and houses voluntarily hung white silk cloth above their doors to express their condolences to City Lord Miao Hong. Xianxia stood beside the window on the 2nd floor of Tian Luo Hall's shop. You stood beside him. Following his gaze, she looked out the window, but did not see anything unusual, so she asked curiously, "Sir, what are you looking at?" "A storm is coming," he said. Du Yu looked up at the sky where the scorching sun was obviously shining brightly and thought, "Is there something wrong with his eyes? Somebody might come looking for me later. Just let me know at the time." After saying that, Xianxia returned to his room. He had handed the antidote for the turtle breath pill to Huangde in advance. It was foreseeable that there would be a bloody battle at the city lord's mansion, but Xianxia had no plans to participate in something like that. It was enough for him to quietly wait here. The only thing that interested him was the heaven-grade alchemist Gao Xian Peng, who was coming soon. The pill recipe for the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pill was in that person's hands after all. Less than a day after Miao Hong's death, Gao Xian Peng arrived. A heaven-grade alchemist held an extremely high status in the divine armament world. So his arrival created a great sensation in the city, and many people went to look at the excitement from afar. As a heaven-grade alchemist of profound pill sect, Gao Xian Peng was quickly welcomed into the city lord's mansion. It was not until late at night that Du Yu suddenly knocked on Xianxia's door. "Sir, a deacon from the city lord mansion named Huangde is here to see you. Also, Shiming Hui is back." "Good," Xianxia responded as he stood up and walked out. Huangde stood waiting outside the shop, and Shiming Hui stood next to him, looking ashamed. When he saw Xianxia, he quickly spoke with chagrin. This subordinate was incompetent. "Please punish me, sir." He was only supposed to offer up 2 pills, but he was captured and detained for 8 days instead. Even he felt that he was very incompetent. Nevertheless, it was exactly as Huang had mentioned before. The city lord's mansion was facing troubled times, so the city lord's wife, Qin Yushuang, and the vice city lord, Ko Yong, had no intention of causing further trouble. As a result, Shiming Hui was only captured and, fortunately, was not subjected to torture. "It's not your fault. Go and have a good rest." Xianxia waved Shiming Hui away and cupped his fist at Huangde. "Deacon Huang." Huangde returned the greeting. "You are too polite, little brother Yang. The city lord sent this humble one here to invite you to the city lord's mansion." Xianxia had already expected this outcome, so he simply nodded. "Lead the way." Turning back, he called out to Du Yu, "Come with me." Du Yu quickly responded with a confused look. She clearly heard Huangde saying that the city lord had extended his invitation. But wasn't the city lord dead? Did Heavenly Martial City obtain a new city lord so quickly? Even though Xianxia had gone in and out of the city lord's mansion on numerous occasions, this was actually his first time walking in openly. Upon entering the premises, Du Yu was horrified. The guards around them were busy cleaning up the place, as there were bloodstains that had not dried up all over the ground and traces of battle in many areas. It was obvious that a huge struggle had occurred in this place. However, she could not understand why people were killing each other in the city lord's mansion. Soon, the two of them arrived at a grand hall under Huangde's leadership. This hall was brightly lit, but a bloody aura permeated the air. Heavenly Martial City's city lord, Miao Hong, sat majestically on the main seat. As soon as he saw Xianxia, he laughed loudly and stood up in greeting. "Little brother, I was waiting for you." "This Yang is reassured to see that you are safe, City Lord Miao." Xianxia greeted warmly. "It's all thanks to you that this city lord can stand here today. Come, come, come. Let me introduce you to an honored guest." While saying so, Miao Hong enthusiastically grabbed Xianxia by the arm and led him into the hall. Xianxia immediately saw the man sitting at the first seat on the left at a glance. There was nothing special about this man's appearance. Rather, he seemed extremely ordinary. He was dressed in pale blue robes, and at this moment, he was looking over with an inquisitive gaze. Behind him stood a man and a woman. Their auras were concealed, but Xianxia could clearly sense that they possessed horrifying strength. Similar to Miao Hong, these two were most likely masters at the peak of the heaven realm. At this moment, they were standing behind the seated man like bodyguards. Thus, Xianxia immediately knew that this man was the target of his visit, heaven-grade alchemist, Gao Xian Peng. Sure enough, Miao Hong pointed at Gao Xian Peng and introduced them. "Little brother, this is Alchemist Gao of Profound Pill Sect." Xianxia gently nodded. This junior has long admired Senior Gao. Gao Xianpeng looked at Yang Kai with interest. On the other hand, the expressions of the two guards behind Gao Xianpeng turned cold, and a chilly pressure loomed down on Yang Kai. The status of a heaven-grade alchemist was highly revered, so most people would bring large gifts and act worshipful. Nobody would ever act as open and aloof as Yang Kai. It was only natural that these two were unhappy with his conduct. Even Miao Hong was slightly surprised. It was just that he was not in the position to say anything, considering all the help that Yang Kai had given him. Thus, he simply chuckled and continued with the introductions. Brother Gao, this is the one I mentioned to you before, little junior brother Yang. It's all thanks to little junior brother Yang's help that this Miao turned misfortune into great fortune in this situation. Like you, he is this Miao's savior. Gao Xianpeng nodded lightly and smiled. I didn't quite dare to believe it when I first heard about you from City Lord, but now that I see you, you are indeed a brave and talented young man. I've taken a look at both the vitality pills and the turtle breath pill you refined. Your methods are quite unusual, but profound. Even the way you proportion the herbs is very innovative. I gain a lot from studying those pills. Are you an earth-grade alchemist? Probably. Yang Kai smiled. Gao Xianpeng was stunned. If you are, then you are. If you're not, then you're not. What do you mean by probably? Forget it. Seeing as you can refine those two pills, you definitely have the foundation of an earth-grade alchemist. It looks like your master is not an ordinary person. As a heaven-grade alchemist, Gao Xianpeng was qualified enough to take no notice of earth-grade alchemists, but Yang Kai was a little different. He was so young that his future was unlimited. Otherwise, Gao Xianpeng would not have been this polite. Yang Kai casually replied, perhaps. It's just that the master who taught me alchemy has no origins, so I'm not too certain either. Gao Xianpeng nodded lightly. There are many such hidden masters in the world. If possible, can you introduce us, little brother? I would like to meet your master. To teach a disciple like Yang Kai, this hidden alchemist was bound to be a heaven-grade alchemist or higher. Thus, he was qualified to discuss alchemy with Gao Xianpeng. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you, Alchemist Gao. I won't hide the truth. My master only taught me for a few years when I was younger before he left. I've not heard from him since. As expected, Gao Xianpeng revealed a disappointed expression and sighed. Is that so? What a pity. Miao Hong smiled by the side and said, let us sit and talk. After Yang Kai sat down, he finally continued, both of you are my saviors. If not for your help, this Miao Hong would have died a tragic death. Yang Kai had helped him to prolong his life, buying him time, until Gao Xianpeng arrived. On the other hand, Gao Xianpeng brought two masters at the peak of the heaven realm with him to help clean out the traitors in the city lord's mansion and regain authority over heavenly Marshall City. As for what happened to Ko Yong and the others, Yang Kai could not be bothered to ask. They most likely were met with a tragic end. In fact, Ko Yong might have contributed to the smell of blood in this very hall. Brother Gao and I have known each other for several dozen years and have a deep and inseparable friendship, so this city lord won't bother offering his thanks. Gao Xianpeng chuckled. If not for your help back then, City Lord Miao, this Gao would not be standing here today. If you need help, this Gao will naturally come to your aid. Miao Hong nodded lightly and turned to look at Yang Kai. Little brother, we had not met until a few days ago, but you've already done a great kindness for me. This city lord is extremely grateful. Besides, this city lord promised to reward you handsomely. Little brother, do you have any wishes? If you do, please do not hold back. This city lord will not refuse as long as it is within my means. It could be seen that he was in a jubilant mood. Moreover, it was a gesture of sincerity to speak of such matters in front of Gao Xianpeng. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before nodding. There is indeed something I'd like you to do for me, City Lord. Go ahead and speak freely. Miao Hong looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Yang Kai turned to look at Gao Xianpeng. I wish to compete with Alchemist Gao in alchemy. The smile on Miao Hong's face stiffened while Gao Xianpeng looked surprised. As for the two bodyguards behind Gao Xianpeng, They shouted in unison, "How dare you!" Gao Xian Peng raised his hand slightly and looked at Yang Kai curiously. "You want to compete with me in alchemy?" "Yes. I hope you will fulfill my wish, Alchemist Gao," Yang Kai said seriously. Gao Xian Peng burst out laughing. "You are an earth-grade alchemist while I am a heaven-grade alchemist. We are in different grades altogether. How can we compete?" Yang Kai replied, "I've never competed with other alchemists before, so I'm curious about the difference between myself and the others. It is a rare opportunity to encounter Alchemist Gao, so I have a bit of an itch." Miao Hong spoke up from the side with a strange expression. "Little brother, didn't your master tell you that a competition between alchemists is a very serious matter? Unless they have grievances against each other, they would never make such requests easily." Yang Kai was extremely astonished. Is there such an etiquette? He turned to look at Du Yu. Her complexion was ashen, but she nodded yes. When she heard that Yang Kai wanted to compete against Gao Xian Peng in alchemy, she had been so frightened that she nearly fell to the ground weakly. Miao Hong burst into laughter and shook his head. "Little brother, your actions are equivalent to pointing a sword at this Miao and declaring a battle to the death." Yang Kai was stunned. No wonder the two bodyguards behind Gao Xian Peng reacted so strongly. "It seems that my request is no different from challenging Gao Xian Peng. Thank goodness Gao Xian Peng is not such a petty man. Otherwise, we could have fallen out with each other right here and now." Yang Kai was ashamed and cupped his fist apologetically. "It appears this Yang is truly ignorant and uninformed. Please forgive me, Alchemist Gao." Gao Xian Peng laughed. "It looks like your master did not tell you much about the taboos among alchemists." Yang Kai did not know what to say to that, as he did not have a master to speak of. The only master he had in the divine armament world was the sect master of Void Spirit Sword sect. His random excuse was only to deal with Gao Xian Peng's questions. "But if I can't compete with Gao Xian Peng, then how am I going to get my hands on the pill recipe of the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill?" Just as Yang Kai was feeling extremely conflicted, Gao Xian Peng suddenly spoke up. "It's been a while since I've encountered something so interesting. Let's do this instead. We can exchange some pointers with each other." Martial Peak, Chapter 4497, I will prepare them myself. Really? Yang Kai raised his brow at those words. He thought that he would need to change his plans, but who could have known that Gao Xian Peng would agree to his request? It was an unexpected surprise. Gao Xian Peng smiled. "It's just a friendly match. Since it's not a competition, it's not a big deal. Besides, this Gao is interested in your alchemy techniques." He was certainly an honest person who said what he was thinking. If he was not interested in Yang Kai's alchemy techniques, he would never have agreed to this request. After all, he was a heaven-grade alchemist. It was impossible for an earth-grade alchemist to surpass him in alchemy techniques. Miao Hong hesitated. "Brother Gao, is this really all right?" Gao Xian Peng smiled slightly. "Why? Are you afraid that this Gao will bully the weak, City Lord?" Miao Hong quickly waved his hands in denial. "Brother Gao, you know that's not what I meant. It's just, forget it. Since you've already agreed to this request, Brother Gao, this Miao won't say any more. I just hope that you know when to stop. Don't harm the peace." "Of course." Gao Xian Peng turned to look at Yang Kai. "Little brother, since you wanted to learn from me, I'll let you decide on the topic. What pill do you think we should refine?" "The 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill," Yang Kai immediately replied. Gao Xian Peng was slightly stunned. "The 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill? Little brother, are you sure you want to refine the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill?" Yang Kai said, "I'm already at the peak of the Earth realm, and I currently need a 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill to advance into the Heaven realm. After I complete this pill, I can also make the best use of the pill." Gao Xian Peng asked, "Little brother, could it be that you're not aware? The 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill cannot be refined by those who are not in the Heaven realm." "Why is that?" Yang Kai furrowed his eyebrows. Gao Xian Peng explained, "The spirit chi in Earth Realm Masters is not sufficient to support the refining of the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill. Only those in the Heaven Realm can refine the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill. Seeing Yang Kai's ignorance, he couldn't help doubting whether the Vitality Pills and the Turtle Breath Pill were refined by Yang Kai. Yang Kai had never heard of such things before. Although the divine armament world had given him some memories along with an identity to move around in the world, he didn't know much of the common knowledge about the alchemic Tao here. Upon further consideration, though, Yang Kai realized something. Cultivators needed the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill to advance from the Earth Realm to the Heaven Realm, but the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill could only be refined by those in the Heaven Realm. If that was the case, then how did the first 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill come about? This question was similar to the question of which came first, the chicken or the egg. There was no answer. You won't have any advantages if we refine the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill. Why don't you change it to something else instead? Gao Xian Peng suggested. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. I am confident that I can refine the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill. Leaving aside the fact that the spirit chi in his body was much stronger than General Earthrealm Masters, his own accomplishments in the alchemic Tao were enough to allow him to figure out a solution when faced with various problems. His top priority was to obtain the pill recipe for the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill. Seeing Yang Kai's persistence, Gao Xian Peng became slightly annoyed. He felt as though Yang Kai was deliberately trying to show off in front of him. No matter how good-tempered he was still a highly revered heaven-grade alchemist. Nobody had ever been so presumptuous in front of him before. As a result, Gao Xian Peng's voice turned frosty and he declared, if you're so insistent, then we'll refine the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill. There was no denying that Yang Kai was extremely talented. He had heard from Miao Hong that Yang Kai was only 18 years old. Be that as it may, Yang Kai not only stood at the peak of the Earth Realm, but was also an Earth-grade alchemist. Such a person was incredibly outstanding in the divine armament world. His extraordinary talent must have made him arrogant. It might not be a bad thing for somebody like him to face some hardships in life. Gao Xian Peng quietly vowed to himself, I'm going to put him in his place during our alchemy exchange. I have to show him that there's always somebody better than him out there. Seeing that the two had come to an agreement, Miao Hong laughed. This Miao is very fortunate to be able to witness two alchemists competing with each other. What herbs do you need to prepare? This Miao will send somebody to purchase them immediately. Yang Kai immediately perked up his ears. How could he know what herbs he needed to refine the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill? All his hopes were pinned on Gao Xian Peng right now. All his efforts in Heavenly Martial City were only for this moment. A complete pill recipe not only included the list of herbs, though, the refining steps, techniques, as well as the strength of the fire required was also needed. Nevertheless, it would be easier for him to deduce the pill recipe if he knew what kinds of herbs were needed. Gao Xian Peng smiled. There's no need to trouble you, City Lord Miao. This Gao will send his subordinate to purchase the necessary herbs. After saying that, he turned around to the two Heaven Realm bodyguards behind him and issued some instructions. The female Heaven Realm Master immediately walked out. Yang Kai nearly spat out a mouthful of blood at the sight. Despite knowing that it would not be easy to get his hands on the pill recipe of the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill, the scene in front of him still made him exceptionally gloomy. No wonder they say that the pill recipe for the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill is an alchemist's greatest secret. Gao Xian Peng's actions were naturally to prevent others from learning what kind of herbs he used in this refinement process. But if he was acting so secretive, then how was Yang Kai going to know what kinds of herbs were needed in the pill recipe? Miao Hong turned to look at Yang Kai, who forced out a smile. Many thanks for your concern, City Lord. I will also prepare my own herbs. Good. Miao Hong stopped insisting. It's getting late today, and I'm sure the two of you have many preparations to make. In that case, let's do this tomorrow. When the two of you are ready, this Miao will open up the pill room so that you may compete to your heart's content. The City Lord Mansion was in turmoil today, and many people had been killed and injured. Miao Hong himself had barely escaped from the jaws of death earlier. Thus, He was dead tired after forcefully pushing his energy to the limits and talking so much. Even so, he made sure to personally arrange for Gao Xianpeng and Yang Kai's living quarters before he left to get some rest. That night, Yang Kai sighed and put on his familiar black robes. Instructing Du Yu to keep watch, he silently left on his own. In order to refine the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill, he had to know what kind of herbs Gao Xianpeng had purchased. Therefore, he could only go out and investigate by himself. It was fortunate that he had been wandering around the city lord's mansion recently, and he had perfected his stealth techniques over the past few days. After a short search, he quickly found the place where Gao Xianpeng was staying. Concealing his aura, Yang Kai silently crouched beside the skylight and looked down into the room. There was a single flickering candle inside the room. Gao Xianpeng sat on the bed, seeming to be resting in meditation. There was no sight of the male bodyguard, so he was probably outside the door. Thus, Yang Kai breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Both of Gao Xianpeng's bodyguards were at the peak of the heaven realm, and not people he could oppose right now. There was already a precedent of being discovered by Miao Hong previously, so Yang Kai did not know whether his presence would be discovered if he kept spying into the room. Therefore, the fact that the bodyguard was not inside the room was something to be celebrated. Although Gao Xianpeng was also in the heaven realm, his cultivation was not at the peak of the heaven realm. Besides, an alchemist like him would spend most of his energy on alchemy. Despite being a heaven realm master, he probably could not exert the strength corresponding to his cultivation. As long as Yang Kai was careful, he would not be discovered. After waiting for about an hour, Yang Kai suddenly heard the sound of footsteps entering the room. His spirits lifted, knowing that the female bodyguard had returned from buying the herbs. Sure enough, the female bodyguard knocked on the door and entered the room. She placed a bag in her hands on the table and cupped her fist. "Sir, I've bought the herbs." Gao Xianpeng didn't even bother to open his eyes. "Good. You may leave." "Yes." The female bodyguard responded and respectfully took her leave. Yang Kai's gaze lashed firmly upon that bag like a leech. He knew that all the herbs needed to refine the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill were inside. As long as Gao Xianpeng opened the bag to check the contents, he could get a glimpse of what he needed, and so he waited quietly. What made Yang Kai so depressed that he wanted to spit blood, though, was that Gao Xianpeng continued to meditate without moving. Dawn was about to arrive, but Gao Xianpeng remained calm and peaceful. It was obvious that he was extremely confident in his subordinate's ability to carry out her duties. However, Yang Kai was waiting for Gao Xianpeng to open the bag. What am I supposed to do in this situation? Yang Kai was beginning to contemplate luring the two bodyguards and Gao Xianpeng away with some sort of trick in order to investigate the contents of the bag himself. But just as he was preparing to move, Gao Xianpeng, who had been sitting cross-legged all this while finally roused from his meditation. Under Yang Kai's scrutinizing gaze, Gao Xianpeng got out of bed and boiled a pot of tea. While sipping slowly on his tea, he seemed to recall something and opened the bag, taking out all the herbs and checking them one by one. Seeing this, Yang Kai was tempted to summon the Azure Dragon Spear and stab Gao Xianpeng to death. Unfortunately, he knew that the idea was unrealistic, so instead, he quickly memorized all the quantities and the types of herbs. A short while later, Yang Kai quietly slipped away. He led Du Yu out of the city lord's mansion and returned to Tian Luo Hall's shop. Taking all the black jades that he previously brought with him, he hurriedly rushed to the various medicine shops. When the sun was high up in the sky, everyone gathered at the pill room in the city lord's mansion. Miao Hong personally opened the pill room. Then he led Yang Kai and Gao Xianpeng inside, smilingly reporting, "This is the pill room of the city lord's mansion. You can access the earth fire here. Of course, it cannot compare with your alchemy flame, Brother Gao, but it is enough for the lowly alchemists in Heavenly Martial City." Gao Xianpeng nodded reservedly. Since this is a learning exchange with little junior brother Yang, it's only right for everybody to use the same alchemy tools. This is fine. He obviously did not wish to seem as though he was bullying the weak. Otherwise, it would not be an honest victory, even if he won. It was a symbol of fairness for both of them to use the same earth, fire, and alchemy furnaces in this place. Miao Hong personally explained to Gao Xianpeng and Yang Kai about how to use their spirit qi to draw upon the earth fire. Then he asked the two of them to each find an alchemy furnace of similar standards. Only then did he stand to the side with a proud expression. As the witness of this competition, he was full of smiles. Although he was a master at the peak of the heaven realm, he rarely had the chance to observe heaven-grade alchemists like Gao Xianpeng personally performing alchemy. Under normal circumstances, the alchemy techniques of heaven-grade alchemists were absolutely confidential. Except for a few assistants, it was impossible for others to observe and emulate their actions from up close. Miao Hong had known Gao Xianpeng for decades, but he had never seen Gao Xianpeng refining pills. It was only natural that he was extremely interested in this matter. If the two of you are ready, then this exchange competition can begin now. Miao Hong gestured. Gao Xianpeng nodded lightly. He opened his bag, took out the herbs, and arranged them by the side. Meanwhile, Yang Kai continued to activate his spirit qi and familiarize himself with the earth fire. The strength of the fire was extremely important in alchemy, so it was very important to familiarize himself with his new tools. Martial Peak, Chapter 4498, I have something to ask you. Needless to say, Yang Kai's main reason was to buy more time so that he could observe and emulate Gao Xianpeng's refining process. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible to obtain the secrets of the pill recipe just by observing an alchemist during the process of refining a pill. However, Yang Kai was not comparable with ordinary alchemists. His profound attainments in the alchemic Tao were his greatest capital. Besides, he had partially deduced the pill recipe in his mind while buying the herbs. At this point, he already had several ideas in mind. If there was a complete 10 revolutions clear heart pill in front of him right now to further supplement the information he received already, he was 60% confident that he could fully deduce the pill recipe. Naturally, this process would take a long time, possibly taking several months to several years to complete. On the other side, Gao Xianpeng finished arranging and preparing his herbs. He activated his spirit qi and stimulated the earth fire. Then he skillfully placed herb after herb into the alchemy furnace to condense the medicinal liquid. In the meantime, he also glanced over to see what Yang Kai was doing. When he saw that Yang Kai was still getting familiarized with the earth fire, he couldn't help shaking his head slowly. He wondered whether he had been a little too hasty when he agreed to this competition, as Yang Kai's current performance was very disappointing. It was not until Gao Xianpeng had tempered most of his medicinal liquid that Yang Kai finally made a move. Under Yang Kai's instructions, Du opened the bag they brought and took out the herbs one by one. Gao Xianpeng glanced over and couldn't help being startled. Even the earth fire below his alchemy furnace flickered for a moment. It was obvious that his mental state had been affected quite badly. He panicked for a moment and quickly controlled the alchemy flame again. The reason for his reaction was that he noticed the herbs Yang Kai brought were practically identical to what he took out earlier. Moreover, even the quantities were similar. This was very strange. Although the 10 revolutions clear heart pill could be refined as long as one was a heaven-grade alchemist in the divine armament world, the pill recipe owned by each sect was bound to have subtle differences. The most obvious manifestation of these differences was the difference in the type of herbs. Naturally, the medicinal efficacies of different 10 revolutions clear heart pill also varied in strength. As one of the current top 10 sects in the divine armament world today, Profound Pill Sect boasted an impressive heritage and long-standing inheritance. The pill recipe for their 10 revolutions clear heart pill had thus undergone countless generations of improvements and modifications. Even if they dared not claim to be the best in the world, they would still rank among the top 3. Hence, it was impossible for the pill recipe mastered by other people or other alchemy sects to be identical to that of Profound Pill Sect. That was why Gao Xianpeng was so shocked to see that the herbs Yang Kai brought out were almost identical to his own. On the other hand, Yang Kai looked up and nodded lightly at Gao Xianpeng. He knew that Gao Xianpeng was feeling suspicious. He had previously considered buying several extra portions of herbs to disguise his intentions. His main purpose in performing alchemy today was to imitate Gao Xianpeng. By doing so, he could then deduce and perfect the pill recipe during the process. Those additional herbs would not only prove to be useless at the end of the refinement process, but they would also serve to highlight his guilty conscience instead. So, he decided against that method. Fortunately, Gao Xianpeng said nothing, even though he did not understand why the herbs that Yang Kai brought were so similar to his own. The only difference was in their quantities. He simply suppressed his doubts and decided to inquire about this matter after he finished the refinement process. As time passed, Yang Kai formed various hand seals that changed constantly. His spirit chi fluctuated wildly, and the earth fire he controlled also became stronger and weaker accordingly. Yang Kai looked like he had fully immersed himself in condensing his medicinal liquid, but in reality, he had separated a thread of his consciousness to observe Gao Xianpeng's movements. He then mimicked all of Gao Xianpeng's methods, though he did not copy everything exactly. His own attainments in the alchemic Tao were extremely deep, so even though he was imitating Gao Xianpeng's refining process, the truth was that many different concepts would instantaneously appear in his head. This allowed Yang Kai to use his own special means to replace Gao Xianpeng's secret alchemy techniques. Be that as it may, their alchemy refining process looked extremely similar. There was too little time, and he needed to keep up with Gao Xianpeng's various alchemy processes, so Yang Kai could not afford the time to conceal his actions too much. Even Miao Hong, who didn't know anything about alchemy, could tell that something was wrong from where he stood watching by the side. His gaze would flicker between Gao Xianpeng and Yang Kai from time to time with a puzzled expression. With Miao Hong noticing something was off, there was obviously no fooling Gao Xianpeng. Even though Yang Kai had tried to change things up as much as possible, Gao Xianpeng could tell that Yang Kai's movements when refining the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill were performed at practically the same rhythm as himself, only slightly slower. This realization made his expression change subtly. At this point, Yang Kai could not be bothered to care so much anymore. Things had already progressed to this point, so he could only continue until the end. As long as he could completely observe and emulate Gao Xianpeng's refining process, it would be a success. As more and more medicinal liquid was condensed at a steady rate, the temperature in the pill room increased accordingly. Gao Xianpeng's expression remained unchanged. For a heaven-grade alchemist like him, refining the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill was not a difficult matter. All he needed to worry about was whether or not he could succeed in producing a pill at the end. In contrast, Yang Kai was drenched in sweat, and his complexion was pale. It looked like the process was consuming a lot of his energy. He was not faking it either. Refining the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill required a considerable amount of spirit chi, and it was only now that he finally understood why Gao Xianpeng had said that it was impossible to refine this pill unless one was in the heaven realm. The spirit chi in the body of an earth realm cultivator could not satisfy this level of consumption. Yang Kai was the only exception, as his heritage was incomparable to ordinary earth realm cultivators. That was why he managed to persevere until now. If it had been any other earth realm cultivator, their spirit chi would have been exhausted long ago. That was not all, though, as he also needed to keep an eye on Gao Xianpeng's situation at all times and prevent the other party from finding any flaws in his performance. The mental consumption was not small. Yang Kai was indeed rather tired, but his fatigue was not as severe as it seemed on the surface. Half a day later, both of their refining processes reached the final stages. Miao Hong's expression was filled with shock and amazement. At this stage of the refining process, the pill was almost formed. He never imagined that Yang Kai might actually be a heaven-grade alchemist. Even so, Yang Kai remained steady and did not make any mistakes. The only difference between him and Gao Xianpeng was that his complexion was so pale that it was frightening. It would seem that refining the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill with a cultivation in the earth realm was still a little too much. Nevertheless, this was enough to showcase his attainments in alchemy. All that was lacking was his cultivation. An 18-year-old young man who not only stood at the peak of the Earth realm, but was also very likely to be promoted to the Heaven realm soon. Not to mention, he had the heritage of a heaven-grade alchemist. Such a person was absolutely terrifying. Miao Hong felt that he needed to reassess his opinion of Yang Kai. The status of a heaven-grade alchemist was enough to leave even him behind in the dust. Not to mention that Yang Kai's cultivation was superb for his age as well. At this moment, Gao Xian Peng suddenly reached his hand into his pocket and took out a clear bottle. The bottle contained an unknown substance that looked like some sort of viscous liquid. Opening the alchemy furnace, he uncorked the bottle and tipped the bottle slightly. A drop of amber liquid dripped into the alchemy furnace. Yang Kai's expression instantly became gloomy. After all the effort he went through to reach this point, he never imagined that Gao Xian Peng would have a hidden ingredient. He had already figured out the necessary herbs and basic processes to refine the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill. But what is inside that bottle? It was fortunate that his mental strength was still strong. Otherwise, his alchemy furnace could have exploded on the spot if he was not careful. All he could do at this point was pray that the ingredient inside that bottle was not a necessary ingredient in the refining process. Otherwise, his attempt to refine the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill would end in a failure. After Gao Xian Peng dripped a drop of the unknown medicinal liquid into the alchemy furnace, he quickly began condensing his pill. It didn't take long before an unusual medicinal fragrance spilled out from within. Miao Hong became excited. He knew that Gao Xian Peng was about to condense the pills. Success or failure would depend on this moment. Gao Xian Peng was indeed worthy of being a veteran heaven-grade alchemist. Under the ever-changing hand seals he used, he executed a pill condensing technique, and a soft sound immediately came from inside the alchemy furnace. Taking a small breath, he was in no rush to open the furnace. Instead, he looked up at Yang Kai and stared fixedly. Similarly, Yang Kai was about to condense his pills. His tense nerves slowly relaxed. He discovered that even without the unknown medicinal liquid, the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill he refined were not affected. It would seem that the medicinal liquid Gao Xian Peng added at the end was not a necessary one. When he reached the final stage to condense his pills, Yang Kai did not use his 9 Heavens profound pill method, as this pill condensing technique was far too powerful for the divine armament world. Hence, he only used another pill condensing technique that was neither too good nor too bad. A series of clanging sounds rang out soon after, and the medicinal fragrance in the pill room became denser than ever. Yang Kai's complexion was so pale that it was frightening. Pretending as though he was about to die, he stumbled and collapsed face first towards the ground. Fortunately, Diyu moved quickly and caught him before he fell, calling out anxiously, "Sir." Gao Xian Peng hurried over and stated, "He is suffering from overconsumption. It should have been impossible for an Earth Realm Master to refine a heaven-grade pill in the first place. I can't believe he actually did it. Hurry up and let him lie down." Diyu laid Yang Kai down as she was told. Then Gao Xian Peng took out a pill and handed it to her and ordered, "Give this to him." She took the pill but hesitated slightly. On the other hand, Yang Kai just weakly said, "Many thanks, Alchemist Gao." Gao Xian Peng waved his hand dismissively. "Don't talk. Just focus on recovering. There's something I want to ask you after." Yang Kai sighed in his heart. He knew that Gao Xian Peng was very concerned about his performance earlier. Whether it was in terms of alchemy ingredients or the refinement process, he was being suspected of imitating Gao Xian Peng. Anybody who encountered something like this would probably be unable to get over it so easily. He secretly felt thankful that Gao Xian Peng was good-natured and did not kick up a fuss on the spot. But how was he supposed to explain this situation now? The current Void Spirit Sword sect could not afford to upset a heaven-grade alchemist. If he offended Gao Xian Peng here, he would probably suffer greatly in the future. After being fed the pill by Du Yu, Yang Kai's spirit Qi quickly recovered. On the other side, Miao Hong walked over with 2 jade bottles in his hand and smilingly said, This Miao has taken the initiative to collect the 10 revolutions clear heart pill that you two refined. This is what Brother Gao refined. There are 4 pills. 3 of them are mid-rank pills, and 1 of them is a low-rank pill. He handed one of the jade bottles to Gao Xian Peng. Gao Xian Peng accepted the bottle without reservation. This is what you refined, little brother. Miao Hong's eyes gleamed as he looked at Yang Kai. You produced 1 low-rank pill. Martial Peak, Chapter 4499, a series of strange coincidences. Alchemist Gao, your skills are truly superb. This Yang is very lacking in comparison. I've learned a lot. Yang Kai cupped his fist slightly. Regardless of everything else, he had succeeded in secretly learning the pill recipe for the 10 revolutions clear heart pill. So it made no difference to him, even if he admitted his loss in this competition. Besides, he deliberately made it so that he produced only 1 low-rank pill at the end. If he really put his mind to the task, it would have been impossible for him to produce such poor results, even if it was his first time refining the 10 revolutions clear heart pill. Gao Xian Peng shook his head. This Gao was unable to refine a heaven-grade pill with the strength of an Earth Realm Master. It is this Gao who is lacking. He turned to look at Miao Hong. Brother Miao, please prepare a secret room. I need to have a good chat with little junior brother Yang. No problem. Miao Hong immediately agreed. Yang Kai sighed in his heart. He knew that it might be a blessing and not a curse. But even if it was a curse, it couldn't be avoided. The traces of how Yang Kai had imitated Gao Xian Peng were far too obvious. Gao Xian Peng probably suspected something a long time ago. He probably did not ask anything earlier because he did not want to be distracted during the competition. Now that the competition was over, though, it was only natural to get to the bottom of the matter. How should I explain this situation? Yang Kai was a little perplexed. I can't say that the pill recipe I obtained is identical to his. How can something so coincidental happen? But there is no other reasonable explanation otherwise. At this point, he could only take 1 step at a time. Gao Xian Peng did not look like a pedantic person. Furthermore, he was a heaven-grade alchemist. Yang Kai did not wish to have a falling out with him, if possible. Miao Hong quickly prepared a quiet room, and Gao Xian Peng and Yang Kai entered it with their entourages. Then, Gao Xian Peng turned to the 2 Heaven Realm bodyguards who had been following behind him all this while, and said, "Leave us." "Sir," the female Heaven Realm Master hesitated slightly. "Leave us," he instructed once more in a firmer tone. Only then did the 2 bodyguards take their leave. Before they left, they shot a deep glare at Yang Kai, as if to say that they would immediately rush in and chop him into pieces if he dared to harm Gao Xian Peng. "You stand down too," Yang Kai ordered Du Yu. Du Yu said nothing in particular and respectfully left the room. As soon as the door closed, Gao Xian Peng and Yang Kai were the only ones left in the room. Gao Xian Peng stared fixedly at Yang Kai with a measuring look. The way he observed Yang Kai up and down was as though it was his first time getting to know him. Yang Kai was watched so keenly that he felt uncomfortable all over. Thus, he began mulling over how to end things later once the truth was exposed. There were 2 more sword chi attacks that he could activate in the true Void Sword, but those attacks were ridiculously overpowered. If he used the true Void Sword here, forget Gao Xian Peng, the entire City Lord's mansion would be razed to the ground. He neither wished to be pursued by Profound Pill Sect as a wanted man, nor drag Void Spirit Sword Sect into his mess. Therefore, he could not use the true Void Sword Chi unless it was absolutely necessary. "Little brother, do you know the identity of the master who taught you alchemy? What was his name?" Just as Yang Kai's thoughts were bouncing around in his head, Gao Xian Peng suddenly popped out this question. Yang Kai shook his head solemnly. "Unfortunately, I don't. I'm sure you know that I'm a Void Spirit Sword Sect disciple. Alchemist Gao. Master came to Void Spirit Sword Sect, taught me alchemy for a few years, and then left to travel around the world again. From the start to the end, he never revealed his name." He casually responded to the question while thinking to himself, "How would I know what my non-existent master is called? It's unrealistic to make up a name now. If Gao Xian Peng decides to investigate, my secrets will quickly be discovered. I can only be as ambiguous as possible." Gao Xen Peng raised his eyebrows. That's senior. Why did he teach you alchemy? Yang Kai shook his head again. I was only 6 or 7 years old when my master taught me alchemy. I was too young at the time, so I don't remember much from back then. 6 or 7 years old. Gao Xian Peng quietly made some calculations, so this happened approximately 10 years ago. And, do you remember how he looked? Gao Xian Peng continued asking. Yang Kai was helpless and could only continue talking nonsense. I don't quite remember. I think he is quite old as his hair was graying. He also always wore a set of dirty clothes. Gao Xian Peng's eyes immediately lit up at those words, frightening Yang Kai so much that he quickly said, as you know, I was very young back then. I don't remember much. Understand. Understand. Gao Xian Peng nodded repeatedly. Think about it carefully. What other more specific special characteristics did your master have? More specific? Which aspect? Yang Kai was honestly at his wit's end by now. He no longer knew how to continue with his story. His hand. Gao Xian Peng raised his left hand and waved his hand around in front of Yang Kai's face. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before the realization struck him. Yes, there was something. I think he either had an extra finger or was missing a finger. An extra finger. Gao Xian Peng's expression was serious. Yang Kai slapped his thigh. Yes, that's right. He had an extra finger. He didn't dare to say more. If he said anything else, he might end up exposing his own secrets. At this point, he had the vague feeling that this nonsensical master he created on the fly was an actual person. It was just that Gao Xian Peng seemed to have misunderstood something. Therefore, he quickly tried to take control of the conversation by asking, Alchemist Gao, do you know my master? Gao Xian Peng breathed out lightly. Yang Kai could sense that the way Gao Xian Peng looked at him had become much more cordial. Nodding lightly, Gao Xian Peng replied, Of course. How can I not know him? If that's the case, everything makes sense now. Yang Kai sat up straight. Please enlighten me, Alchemist Gao. Gao Xian Peng smilingly said, Didn't you realize that the herbs you and I both needed to refine the 10 revolutions clear heart pill, as well as the refining process, and the steps are basically the same? Yang Kai was astonished. Is that so? Gao Xian Peng nodded and explained, You were very focused on performing alchemy earlier, so you probably didn't have the time to observe your surroundings. However, I saw everything clearly. The pill recipe for the 10 revolutions clear heart pill that you and I have is almost identical. This should have been impossible, as there are countless pill recipes for the 10 revolutions clear heart pill in the divine armament world. Moreover, each pill recipe will have subtle differences unless they come from the same sect. I was puzzled earlier and wondered why you had the pill recipe belonging to Profound Pill sect, but everything makes sense now. Yang Kai pretended to humbly ask for advice. Gao Xian Peng smiled. Do you still not understand? The one who taught you alchemy belongs to Profound Pill sect. Huh? Yang Kai was genuinely shocked. I can't believe that the non-existent master I randomly created became related to Profound Pill sect. This is quite a pleasant surprise. Alchemist Gao, Yang Kai didn't know what to say. After careful consideration, he realized that the main reason for Gao Xian Peng's speculation lay in the fact that their pill recipes were identical. As for the special characteristics of his fabricated master, half came from his imagination, and the other half was guesswork thanks to Gao Xian Peng's guidance. Why are you still calling me Alchemist, Gao? Gao Xian Peng looked at Yang Kai with a smile. It was said that great fortune brought wisdom, and Yang Kai's wits were keen thanks to the good luck that came to him. He stood up and cupped his fist. Greetings, senior brother Gao. Sit down and talk. Gao Xian Peng seemed even more amicable now. Yang Kai sat down as he was told, not knowing whether to laugh or to cry. He had been worried about what Gao Xian Peng would do to him, but things had taken such a sudden turn instead. By some unfathomable circumstances, he was now Gao Xian Peng's junior brother. Of course, it's hard to talk about the specifics since I have not met your master in person. It's only my speculation that you are the disciple of that person, but I'm quite certain that is the case. Only that person will, act in such a manner. The pill recipe for the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pill that you obtained is the best proof. In this world, there is nobody who could deduce a complete pill recipe just by observing and imitating another person performing alchemy once. That was why Gao Xianpeng never suspected Xianxia of imitating his refinement process on the spot. From the beginning, he suspected that Xianxia was a disciple taught by one of the wandering senior experts of Profound Pill sect. His subsequent inquiry was only to confirm his speculation. Senior Brother Gao, what kind of person is my master? Xianxia took the opportunity to inquire more about his fabricated master. Otherwise, he might accidentally expose his own lies in the future. Gao Xianpeng pondered the question for a while before he gave a short and helpless laugh. That person, how do I put it? His manner of conduct is very eccentric. It's not something you can guess by using common sense. In any case, you only need to remember this. That man is one of the oldest and most authoritative seniors in the sect. Even I have to call him Martial Uncle if I run into him. It's just that it has been many years since I last saw him. He doesn't really like to stay in Profound Pill sect. He prefers to travel all over the world. Only the heavens know what he does out there. Xianxia was stunned. It turns out that master comes from such a prominent background. But I'm surprised that person actually took in a disciple. Gao Xianpeng turned to look at Xianxia with a pensive look. All of a sudden, the realization struck him. Martial Uncle has such discerning eyes. No Earth Realm Master in Profound Pill sect could have refined a heaven-grade pill. Could Martial Uncle have noticed that Junior Brother Yang is incredibly talented? Is that why he made an exception and took in a disciple? Xianxia shook his head. Master only taught me alchemy for a few years. Moreover, he never allowed me to call him master. He claimed that it was a disgrace to him. Gao Xianpeng failed to stifle his laughter. That's definitely how he does things. Don't worry about it, Junior Brother Yang. Seeing as you were taught by that man, that makes you part of Profound Pill sect. You should pack up your things later and follow me back to Profound Pill sect to greet your seniors. But Void Spirit Sword sect, Xianxia hesitantly said, I'll be honest with you, Senior Brother Gao. This junior brother is the eldest disciple of Void Spirit Sword sect. Furthermore, I grew up in Void Spirit Sword sect and am deeply indebted to the Master sect for raising me. This junior brother cannot be ungrateful. Gao Xianpeng was slightly taken aback. I forgot about that. He pondered in silence for a moment before he continued. In that case, I'll return to Profound Pill sect and ask for instructions first. We'll see what the sect master decides. Your situation is rather special after all. Profound Pill sect has never had such a precedent before. I'll visit Void Spirit Sword sect to inform you once I have further information. Then I shall have to trouble you, Senior Brother Gao. Xianxia secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He definitely had no intention of going to Profound Pill sect. The master he casually created on the spot had accidentally gotten him involved with Profound Pill sect. Although he managed to fool Gao Xianpeng, he was bound to face more inconveniences if he went to Profound Pill sect. It would be bad if his lies were exposed in some way. Why are you being so polite with me, Junior Brother? Gao Xianpeng was clearly in a good mood. Reaching his hand into his pocket, he took out a jade bottle. Since you are already at the peak of the Earth realm, you will need a 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pill to advance into the Heaven realm. Don't use that low-rank pill of yours, as its effects won't be good. Your aptitude might be extraordinary, but it's better to be careful. I have a high-rank 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pill here. It's just right as a welcome gift from me as your senior brother. This high-rank pill was clearly not the one he refined earlier. Nevertheless, Gao Xianpeng was a veteran heaven-grade alchemist. It was not strange for him to have such a pill on him. Xianxia did not refuse and accepted the pill gratefully. Martial Peak, Chapter 4500, Heaven Realm. With a high-rank 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pill in hand, Xianxia's advancement into the Heaven Realm was as good as an accomplished fact. Afterwards, Xianxia asked about the amber liquid that Gao Xianpeng added at the end of the refining process. Gao Xianpeng only said that it was a secret recipe he developed himself, which could increase the success rate of pill condensation by a slight margin. Its presence or absence had nothing to do with refining the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pill. Something like this was very common. Even if everybody had mastered the same pill recipe, each person would have a different understanding of it. That was why many alchemists had their own special tricks. It was just that Xianxia was meeting another alchemist for the first time in the divine armament world, so such practices were very curious and strange to him. With your talent, junior brother, you might even be able to modify the pill recipe for the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pill if you work hard in the future. By doing that, you will leave your name in history. You will be famous for countless generations to come. Xianxia was embarrassed. You're praising me too much, senior brother. Gao Xianpeng shook his head. I have high hopes for you. To successfully refine a heaven-grade pill as an Earth Realm Master, as far as I know, you're the first person to ever succeed. Good. Let's end our idle chat here. Let's go out now. I need to return to Profound Pill Sect as soon as possible and report about today's matters. It would have been different if Xianxia was an alchemist with mediocre aptitude, but the key point was that his aptitude was extremely outstanding, so much so that he might even become the next master of the Medicine King Furnace in 100 years. This matter was related to the glory of the Profound Pill Sect, so it could not be handled sloppily. The two of them pushed open the door and walked out, smiling and chatting with each other. Miao Hong, who had been standing outside the door, hurried over to greet them only to be stunned by the sight. Gao Xianpeng then briefly explained the situation. Miao Hong was shocked by the turn of events. Even his gaze became solemn when he looked at Xianxia. He initially planned to recruit Xianxia into Heavenly Martial City, but it would now seem that his plan was hopeless. Xianxia had not only gotten a connection with Profound Pill Sect, but he also considered Gao Xianpeng as his fellow brother. How could he take interest in Heavenly Martial City? In addition, Miao Hong had also planned to prepare a banquet. There were two reasons for his actions. The first reason was to welcome Gao Xianpeng. The other reason was to thank both Gao Xianpeng and Xianxia for helping him. Unfortunately, Gao Xianpeng was in a hurry to return to Profound Pill Sect to report about Xianxia's matters and politely declined the invitation. Miao Hong did not insist. Afterwards, Miao Hong and Xianxia saw Gao Xianpeng out of Heavenly Martial City. It wasn't until the luxuriously decorated carriage disappeared from view that Xianxia turned around and cupped his fist. City Lord Miao, I must take my leave too. I apologize for all the trouble I caused over the past few days. Alchemist Yang, you are too polite. This Miao has received your life-saving grace. If there is anything this Miao Hong can help with in the future, please don't hesitate to let me know. This Miao and Heavenly Martial City will never refuse. Ever since he learned about Xianxia's connection with Profound Pill Sect, he recognized Xianxia's terrifying potential. Therefore, these words came out decisively. Next, Miao Hong abruptly changed the subject. Alchemist Yang, are you really not going to stay a few more days? Xianxia shook his head with a smile. No. I need to return to the Master's sect, but we might meet again very soon. Miao Hong was overjoyed to hear those words. In that case, this Miao will quietly wait to hear from you. While he was speaking, he clapped his hand smartly. Two carriages immediately drove out from behind him. The furnishings might not be as luxurious as the carriage Gao Xianpeng took, but they were not bad either. Not to mention, the carriages seemed to be filled with something very heavy. The body of the carriages was clearly weighted down by something. Xianxia looked at the carriages questioningly. 100,000 pieces of red jades to show you my sincerity. Alchemist Yang, please don't refuse. Despite listening to those words, Xianxia did not react. On the other hand, the eyes of Du Yu and Ming Hui standing behind him immediately gleamed brightly. 100,000 pieces of red jade was equivalent to 1 million pieces of black jade, or 10 million pieces of white jade. This was a great display of sincerity indeed. Void Spirit Sword Sect might own a black jade mine, but they could only mine 10 to 20,000 pieces of black jade a month at most. It would take them at least 7 to 10 years just to accumulate an amount that was equivalent to 100,000 pieces of red jade. Therefore, Du Yu and Shi Ming Hui were blown away by Miao Hong's generosity. Miao Hong laughed. Alchemist Yang, you will advance into the heaven realm soon. When your cultivation reaches this level, it's best to cultivate using red jades. The efficiency is far too low if you use black jades. Yang Kai cupped his fists. Your kindness is appreciated, City Lord. It would be impolite for this Yang to refuse. Yang Kai currently required a large amounts of resources for his cultivation. Besides, Miao Hong was showing his favor in advance. There was no reason to refuse. The value of 2 carriages worth of red jades was not small. For that reason, Miao Hong further arranged for people from Heavenly Martial City to escort them back. It took several days, but Yang Kai and his companions finally returned to Void Spirit Sword Sect. The escorts left immediately after delivering the items. Even so, the appearance of such a large force frightened Su Chong Fa and the others badly. They thought that somebody else was here to pick a quarrel with them again. After receiving an explanation from Du Yu and Shi Ming Hui, Su Chong Fa's mouth fell wide open. It was not until a long while later that he shook his head in amazement and disappointment. I've gotten old. Upon returning to Void Spirit Sword Sect, Yang Kai recounted the events at Heavenly Martial City to Su Chong Fa and the others. During the conversation, he secretly revealed that he was taught alchemy by a strange man when he was younger. There was no choice. Gao Xian Peng would surely come to Void Spirit Sword Sect in the future. At that time, Su Chong Fa and the others would learn about this matter. Rather than letting them hear about this from somebody else, it would be better for him to disclose this information in advance to give them some buffer time. Sure enough, Su Chong Fa and the others were completely stunned by the news. Gu Kongning frowned. When you were 6 or 7 years old, weren't you spending all day long thinking about how to peek on your martial aunt Hong Xiao while she was bathing? Where would you find the time to learn alchemy from others? As soon as those words left his mouth, Hong Xiao immediately shot a sharp glare at him. Yang Kai was shocked. Did I do that when I was younger? Cold sweat dripped down the back of his head in waves. Hong Xiao's sharp knife-like gaze immediately swept over him, and his cold sweat oozed out even harder. Su Chong Fa lightly coughed. If it was a senior expert from Profound Pill Sect, we would not have been able to detect anything. That a good thing. I just never imagined that a brat like you would have such amazing talent in alchemy. You even managed to refine a heaven-grade pill. However, when he recalled that even the ancestor had handed his legacy inheritance to Yang Kai, Su Chong Fa found that it was not that surprising after all. Gu Kongning and Su Chong Fa exchanged a glance with each other before they nodded lightly in unison and said happily, "It is a joyous occasion for Void Spirit Sword Sect." The true Void Sword replica that had been missing for so many years finally reappeared. The 3 true Void Sword Chi fortified the fate of the sect. Now that Yang Kai was a heaven-grade alchemist who had connections with Profound Pill Sect, it was easy to see that Void Spirit Sword Sect would soon rise to glory. Honored Master, I'm afraid I have to enter retreat immediately even though I just returned to the sect. Senior Brother Gao gave me a high-rank 10 revolutions clear heart pill before he left. By the time this disciple exits retreat, I will probably be able to advance into the heaven realm. Hong Xiao couldn't be bothered to be annoyed by what happened in the past upon hearing that. Instead, she exclaimed in astonishment when she heard those words. What is your current cultivation? The peak of the earth realm. Yang Kai surged his spirit chi while speaking. The aura belonging to a master at the peak of the earth realm immediately permeated the air. Su Chong Fa and the others instantly became dumbstruck. The 3 elders of Void Spirit Sword Sect were astonished by how fast Yang Kai's cultivation speed was. They could not wrap their heads around how a cultivator in the 4th-step mortal realm could reach the peak of the earth realm in a short span of 3 months. Ignoring their reactions, Yang Kai went off to cultivate in retreat on his own. He had tried to break through before, but there was a layer of shackles formed by the world principles of this world. The help of an external source was required to advance from the earth realm to the heaven realm. Otherwise, it was impossible to break through to the next realm just by relying on his strength alone. He did not know the reason behind this phenomenon and could only assume that it was a special characteristic of the divine armament world. Xianxia sat beside a pile of red jades inside his secluded home and took out the high-rank pill that Gao Xian Peng gave to him. After a quick check, he confirmed that there was nothing wrong with the pill and swallowed it. The process of advancing from the earth realm to the heaven realm was a process of transformation for any cultivator. It was their first baptism in life. It was a sublimation of their power. It was a test of life and death. If they crossed this threshold, they would step into a wider world and see greater sights. If they failed to cross this threshold, they would suffer endless troubles in the future. Be that as it may, Xianxia's heritage as a sixth-order open heaven realm master was not just for show. Not to mention that he had a high-rank 10 revolutions clear heart pill to support him, so there was no need to worry that he might fail. He activated the heaven-devouring battle law, and the medicinal efficacies in his abdomen quickly dissolved. In addition, the pure spirit chi contained within the red jades around him seemed to be pulled by a strong guiding force and transformed into a wave of spirit chi that poured into his body through his pores. His aura was released without any reservations. Then it began to climb with a steady momentum and soon reached a peak. During his past attempts, Xianxia would feel an invisible layer of shackles restricting his body whenever he reached this point. As a result, he became powerless to proceed any further. However, things were different this time. When he felt the invisible shackles wrapping around his body, he also felt the medicinal efficacies of the 10 revolutions clear heart pill in his body simultaneously flowing throughout his body and quickly shattering the shackles around him. He immediately felt lighter, as though a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. His aura that had reached the peak earlier continued to climb once more. Moreover, it grew in leaps and bounds. An overwhelming force burst out with him as the center, along with a ripple of air waves visible to the naked eye. The loose rock around his secluded home cracked and heaved noisily. All the cultivators in Void Spirit Sword sect sensed something at that moment and quickly stopped what they were doing to look in the direction of Xianxia's secluded home. Suchong Fa, Gu Kongning, and Hongxiu had been standing guard not far away from Xianxia's home all this while. At this moment, the old man's aged face became emotional. A Heaven Realm Master. There is finally a Heaven Realm Master in Void Spirit Sword sect. Our ancestors have finally taken pity on us and have given us their blessings. While speaking, tears flowed down his cheeks freely. Gu Kongning and Hongxiu were similarly moved. Suchong Fa was getting older, and his vitality was beginning to decline. His martial Dao would forever stay in the third step Earth realm. But that was not the case for Gu Kongning and Hongxiu. They still had the potential to move forward. The main reason for the slow growth of their cultivation was the lack of resources that could not keep up with their demands. Fortunately, the situation was getting better by the day. There were black jades being mined from the black jade mine every single day, and Xianxia was a heaven-grade alchemist who could refine the 10 revolutions clear heart pill. As long as they worked hard in their cultivation, they would eventually reach the heaven realm in their lifetime. For a moment, their eyes were filled with great hope. On the other side, Du Yu and Shi Ming Hui stood together. Having followed Xianxia out on his trip this time, it could be said that they experienced many new things. Besides, their cultivation was not low. One was in the 7th-step Earth realm, while the other was in the 8th-step Earth realm. It would not take more than a few years for them to reach the peak of the Earth realm. At that time, Xianxia would be their biggest hope of advancing into the heaven realm. After all, it was not difficult for a heaven-grade alchemist like him to refine some 10 revolutions clear heart pills for his own subordinates. After considering all this, the two of them exchanged a glance with each other and understood what the other was thinking. Even if Xianxia were to remove the poison from their bodies now, they would not leave. They had made up their minds to follow him to the end. Martial Peak, Chapter 45:01, Loyalty. Inside the main conference hall of Void Spirit Sword Sect, Xianxia sat valiantly in the main seat. To his left sat a group of elders from Tianluo Hall, with Li Zhengqing as their leader. On the other hand, to his right sat another group of people from Roaring Tiger Sect with Sect Master Zhuangju He at their head. There was a clear distinction between the two sides. Moreover, all the people present today were cultivators in the 4th step Earth grade and above. It had been 1 month since Xianxia advanced into the Heaven Realm, and many things had happened during this time. The biggest incident that affected the entire Void Spirit Sword Sect was that the old sect master Suchong Fa had abdicated his position. The eldest disciple of the younger generation, Xianxia, had taken over in his stead. This was also what everybody desired. Xianxia was the one and only Heaven Realm Master in the entire Void Spirit Sword Sect. Not only was he the strongest, but he was also very young. Thus, it was only a matter of time before he took over as the sect master. Suchong Fa had simply brought this matter forward a little. What's more, Void Spirit Sword Sect was now a booming business thanks to Xianxia's efforts in developing the sect. Not only did Roaring Tiger Sect and Tianluo Hall become branches of Void Spirit Sword Sect, but all the other sects and clans within 1,000 kilometers radius had also decided to submit to Void Spirit Sword Sect. Therefore, Void Spirit Sword Sect was indeed in need of a stronger sect master to act as a deterrent and a symbol. Suchong Fa was getting on in his years. Although he was happy to witness the rise of Void Spirit Sword Sect, he no longer had the energy to manage the sect. In this aspect, Xianxia was full of vigor, which was perfect for the circumstances. For that reason, Suchong Fa swiftly decided to pass the torch to Xianxia after a simple discussion with Gu Kongning and Hong Xiao, regardless of whether Xianxia agreed or not. The succession ceremony was held half a month ago. All the nearby great forces sent their representatives to express their congratulations, making it a lively scene. Aside from that, news of Xianxia refining the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill in Heavenly Martial City had spread like wildfire among the elders of Tianluo Hall and Roaring Tiger Sect. This was something that could not be kept secret, and Xianxia had no intention of keeping it secret either. That was why he did not care when Du Yu and Shi Minghui either intentionally or unintentionally spread this news to the public. The news caused a huge stir among the elders of Roaring Tiger Sect and Tianluo Hall. Accordingly, the attitudes of these people were obviously much more respectful and attentive nowadays. In the past, they had no choice but to surrender under Xianxia's brutal ferocity after he forced them to consume poison pills. However, it was different now. Xianxia was not just a Heaven Realm Master, but also a Heaven-grade alchemist. A person like that was a pivotal figure in the divine armament world. Once this information spread, there would be many Heaven Realm Masters willing to follow him. In the divine armament world, it was not shameful for a Heaven Realm Master to serve under a Heaven-grade alchemist. Rather, it was an act that was approved and recognized by the public. That was because Heaven Realm Masters required large amounts of resources for their cultivation, while Heaven-grade alchemists were wealthy people. As long as a Heaven Realm Master could serve under a suitable Heaven-grade alchemist, there would be no need for them to worry about cultivation resources again. Naturally, there was another, more important reason. If the Heaven-grade alchemist they served could advance to become a Spirit-grade alchemist, then they had hope of obtaining 100 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill and advancing into the Spirit Realm in the future. They were simply investing in their future in advance. The 2 bodyguards at the peak of the Heaven Realm who served beside Gao Xian Peng were eagerly waiting for the latter to become a Spirit-grade alchemist and subsequently refine 100 Revolutions Clear Heart Pills for them. After all, there were not many Spirit-grade alchemists in the entire divine armament world. Even if masters at the peak of the Heaven Realm like themselves begged those Spirit-grade alchemists for a pill, they might not have a chance of success. The people of Roaring Tiger Sect and Tianluo Hall were well aware that Xianxia could easily amass a large force of Heaven Realm Masters with his current status and identity. Therefore, they were dispensable pawns in his eyes. It was not easy for them to gain a connection to a Heaven-grade alchemist. Hence, They would never let this opportunity slip by without a fight. Inside the hall, these people sat upright with their backs straight. They also had attentive looks on their faces. Despite so many people gathering in the main hall, it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Even the sound of their breathing had been suppressed to the limits. They did not know the reason why Xianxia summoned them all here. Ever since he returned from his previous trip, he had remained in retreat. Aside from the one time he showed up at the succession ceremony, there had been no sight of him. Looking around, Xianxia nodded in satisfaction after seeing the respectful behaviors of these elders. He then shouted, "Li Zhengqing, Tianluo Hall's sect master, Li Zhengqing, hastily stood up and cupped his fist. Subordinate is here. How long have you been stuck at the peak of the Earth realm?" Xianxia casually asked. Li Zhengqing quickly replied, "Reporting to Sir, it has been 13 years since this old master advanced to the peak Earth realm." Xianxia nodded and looked to the other side. "What about you, Zhuangju He?" Roaring Tiger sect master, Zhuangju He, also stood up quickly and smiled brightly. "I'm slightly better off than Brother Li. It has been 8 years for me." Xianxia said, "This world has shackles that bind us tightly. Unless you break free of these shackles, you will never get a glimpse into the mysteries of the heaven realm." Raising a hand, he threw out 2 bursts of light towards Li Zhengqing and Zhuangju He. "Take this and cultivate hard. Don't disappoint this king." Both Li Zhengqing and Zhuangju He accepted the beams of light, and when they stared down at the item, they immediately became emotional. Li Zhengqing's lips trembled. "Sir, see, could this be?" Zhuangju He took a deep breath and finished the sentence for Li Zhengqing. 10 revolutions, clear heart pill. There was an uproar among the people in the main hall, and numerous gazes latched onto the pills that Li Zhengqing and Zhuangju He were holding in their hands like leeches. They might not need this pill right now, but it was something they would need one day. Yes, they are 10 revolutions clear heart pills. As you know, I am now a heaven-grade alchemist. This king refined these 2 pills himself. Xianxia responded indifferently. He had already learned the pill recipe for the 10 revolutions clear heart pill by heart. So a few days prior, Xianxia sent his subordinates to purchase some herbs for him and quickly refine some 10 revolutions clear heart pills. Seeing as he had no need to conceal his skills anymore, Xianxia went all out during the refining process and produced 6 pills in the end, out of which 1 was a high-rank pill and 5 were mid-rank pills. To prevent standing out too much, he had only given Li Zhengqing and Zhuangju He a mid-rank pill each. Even so, his actions made those 2 incredibly emotional. They had known that Xianxia would one day give them 10 revolutions clear heart pills to aid them in advancing to the heaven realm if they were loyal enough. However, they never imagined that such a great blessing would come to them so soon. They thought that it would take several years of loyal performance for them to obtain the 10 revolutions clear heart pill. Thinking about it again, though, Xianxia's strength was obvious, not to mention that he was also a heaven-grade alchemist. Earth realm masters like themselves were probably of little importance to him. As such, they could play a greater role if he helped them advance into the heaven grade as soon as possible. Li Zhengqing was the first to return to his senses. He put the pill away with great care and cupped his fist. "Many thanks for your gracious gift, sir. This old master swears that he will repay your kindness." He used to be the great elder of Tianluo Hall. Although Tianluo Hall was not a bad place, he had been suppressed by the palace master Shu Wancheng, who stood above him. Most of the resources had been taken by Shu Wancheng, so even if Li Zhengqing wanted to ask a heaven-grade alchemist for a 10 revolutions clear heart pill, he could not gather enough compensation to do so. On the other hand, Shu Wancheng had managed to accumulate enough compensation to make such a request. Be that as it may, he still had to wait several years for his turn to come. The problem Zhuangju He faced was similar to Shu Wancheng. Back then, Zhuangju He traveled tens of thousands of kilometers to Profound Pill Sect to request a 10 revolutions clear heart pill. He had handed over a substantial reward only to be told that he had to wait for another 8 to 10 years. But now there was a 10 revolutions clear heart pill right in front of him. He gave a deep sigh as he thought to himself, "The treatment, sure, is different when you have powerful friends." With this pill, he was 80% certain that he could advance into the heaven realm. Cupping his fists solemnly, he said, "Many thanks, sir. This subordinate will not let you down. I will definitely advance into the heaven grade as soon as possible and dedicate my services to you." Xianxia nodded lightly and swept his gaze over the others below him. "As for the rest of you, there's no need to be envious of them. If any of you reach the peak of the earth grade and wish to advance into the heaven realm, feel free to come to me. I will prepare a 10 revolutions clear heart pill for each of you." The expressions of the others changed upon hearing those words, and they thanked him with great emotion. Even if Xianxia tried to drive them away now, they would never leave. Staying here meant that there was no need to worry about the 10 revolutions clear heart pill that was required to advance into the heaven realm. Where else would they find such a beneficial deal? Afterwards, Xianxia dispersed the crowd and went to check on the studies of Wan Ying and his other 2 junior brothers. He taught them some common knowledge and techniques for alchemy, and only then did he return to his secluded home. Out of the 100,000 pieces of red jade Xianxia brought back from Heavenly Marshal City, only half of them remained. If anybody were to learn about his consumption rate, they would be absolutely shocked. However, for a person who used the heaven-devouring battle law like him, this was the result of deliberate suppression. The power of the heaven-devouring battle law was unfathomable. Even Xianxia was horrified by this secret art that allowed him to devour everything in existence when activated. If he did not deliberately suppress the power of this secret art, he would have finished consuming the 100,000 pieces of red jade a long time ago. Unfortunately, Xianxia needed to allow his body to become accustomed to the surge in his cultivation, and he also needed time for the might of his dragon vein to remove the hidden dangers brought about by cultivating the heaven-devouring battle law. Therefore, he had no choice but to slow down his cultivation. Fortunately, the toughness of his body gradually increased as his cultivation improved and more power from his dragon vein could be stimulated as a result. All of this formed a delicate balance with the heaven-devouring battle law, so there were no hidden dangers for the time being. During this past month, his cultivation did not grow by much as he only advanced from the first step heaven realm to the second step heaven realm. The main reason for such slow progress was that the amount of resources he required just to advance by one step was colossal now that he was in the heaven realm. Other cultivators might not face such issues, but Xianxia knew that he was unlike other people. If it was said that one's body was a container, then other people might have the capacity of a large lake when they reached the heaven realm. In contrast, Xianxia's capacity was as large as an ocean. The spirit chi he needed to accumulate in order to advance into the next minor realm was many times greater than average. The reason for such an occurrence was that the gradual strengthening of his body allowed him to accommodate even more spirit chi. That was why Xianxia was confident that he could win against most masters at the peak heaven realm despite only being in the second step heaven realm. Moreover, he could succeed purely with his own strength, without the support of the true void sword chi. The days went by smoothly. In addition to cultivation, Xianxia would take the time to teach Wan Ying and the others daily. Nothing else required his personal attention, as ever since giving Zhuang Juhe and Li Zhengqing the 10 revolutions clear heart pills, the entirety of Roaring Tiger Sect and Tianluo Hall had become absolutely loyal to him. Meanwhile, the diligence of the younger Void Spirit Sword Sect disciples was gradually producing results in their cultivation. At present, Void Spirit Sword Sect was no longer lacking in financial resources. Not only did they have the Black Jade Mine, but Roaring Tiger Sect and Tianluo Hall also kept sending various cultivation resources over as tribute. As a result, the disciples no longer needed to suffer through poverty like before. Thanks to the consumption of various cultivation resources and supplemented by the body-tempering secret art that Xianxia taught them previously, the bodies of Void Spirit Sword Sect disciples not only became stronger, but their cultivation also improved at a steady pace. Martial Peak, Chapter 4502, someone from Profound Pill Sect. Void Spirit Sword Sect was flourishing by the day. Soon, 1 month had passed. Xianxia stepped out of his secluded home on a bright sunny day. After 1 month of training, he finally reached the next step in his cultivation. He was now in the third step Heaven Realm. However, he had used up all the red jades that Miao Hong had given to him. There were many black jades in Void Spirit Sword Sect, so he decided to give it a try. However, he realized that just like what Miao Hong had said, when a cultivator reached the Heaven Realm, it would be ineffective to use black jades to cultivate. Red jades would be a much better option. He knew that he should head out to look for cultivation resources. The notion made him feel somewhat dispirited. Nevertheless, it wasn't a difficult task for him. Now, he was a heaven-rank alchemist, and he possessed the pill recipe for the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pill. Therefore, it wasn't hard for him to collect some resources. As long as he exposed the fact that he was able to refine the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pill, countless cultivators would come over to request alchemy services from him. After all, in this divine armament world, a lot of cultivators were stuck at the peak of Earth Realm. Xianxia had already expected this day to come. Therefore, before he left Heavenly Martial City previously, he had insinuated to Miao Hong that he might return to the city soon. Compared to Void Spirit Sword Sect, Heavenly Martial City was much more powerful, and it also had a larger population. Xianxia had already decided to return to Heavenly Martial City and set up a pill shop. While refining pills for others, he could also collect the resources he needed. With sufficient resources, he would be able to reach the peak of the Heaven Realm at the fastest speed. As for the 100 Revolutions Clear Heart pill needed for achieving an ascension to the Spirit Realm from the Heaven Realm, Xianxia could only play it by ear. He wasn't in a rush anyway, and he believed that a solution would present itself eventually. He left his secluded home while he was still lost in his thoughts, and when he looked up, he became startled for a moment. That was because Wan Ying was seated outside his home as she stared vigilantly at Li Zhengqing, who was just standing in a nearby place with a helpless expression, as though he was waiting for Xianxia to come out. However, the old man wasn't in a healthy state as he had been injured. His face was slightly pale, and his arm seemed to have been fractured as it was hung close to his chest with a long piece of cloth. Upon hearing the noises, Wan Ying and Li Zhengqing gazed at Xianxia. The former got up joyfully and dashed towards Xianxia. In an obedient manner, she called out, "Eldest senior brother." Xianxia nodded gently and stroked her head. Wan Ying instantly started blushing as she moved away and pouted, "I'm a grown woman, eldest senior brother. Please stop treating me like a child." Despite what she had said, she appeared to be enjoying his touch. Xianxia laughed and nodded his head. "Got it. I'll be more mindful." Then, he gazed at Li Zhengqing. "What happened? Who hurt you?" An embarrassed Li Zhengqing bent his back and replied, "Sir, I have no idea who hurt me. The person's movement skill was brilliant, so I was unable to see them clearly." Xianxia was surprised. "You're in the Heaven Realm now. How could you not even see who hurt you?" Although it had only been a month since he last met Li Zhengqing, Xianxia could sense that the old man was now in the Heaven Realm. Li Zhengqing started flushing. "I really couldn't see the person clearly. I'm truly useless." "So what happened?" Li Zhengqing hurriedly narrated the incident in detail, as that was the reason he had been waiting here in the first place. Before Xianxia entered retreat to cultivate, he had ordered that no one should disturb him. Therefore, Wan Ying had been standing guard outside of the secluded home, and she wouldn't even let Li Zhengqing come anywhere near the place. Upon hearing his story, Xianxia finally learned that about half a month ago, a Heaven Realm master snuck into Void Spirit Sword Sect. No one knew who the person was, or even if they were a man or woman. They also had no idea why the person had snuck into this place. Li Zhengqing and Zhuang Ju, he ascended to the Heaven Realm not long after. Since this was a serious incident, they personally led their subordinates to look into the matter. Unfortunately, when they finally detected some traces and found the intruder's hiding place, they were easily defeated by that person. Li Zhengqing and Zhuang Ju, he were injured even though they had joined forces. Fortunately, That person didn't seem to have the intention to kill. So after injuring Li Zhengqing and Zhuang Juhe, they immediately fled. Otherwise, the two new Heaven Realm Masters wouldn't have been able to survive. Other than the ones guarding the Black Jade Lode, the people from Tian Luo Hall and Roaring Tiger Sect had gone all out to look for that mysterious person, but they hadn't found a single clue so far. The reason Li Zhengqing had been staying there was to inform Yang Kai about it, as soon as the latter exited his seclusion. A mysterious person? Yang Kai frowned. Why do you think that person came to our sect? The elusive person never killed anyone, and they were able to defeat two new Heaven Realm Masters, so it was obvious that they were very strong. The person must be in the third step Heaven Realm at the very least. There must be a reason for such a person to sneak into this place. Li Zhengqing replied, Brother Zhuang and I discussed it before, and we're worried that the person came here for the Black Jade Lode. After all, in Void Spirit Sword Sect, only the Black Jade Mine could arouse the interest of Heaven Realm Masters. Yang Kai nodded gently. It's a possibility. Did you find anything in the lode itself? Li Zhengqing shook his head. That's what's strange about it. We didn't find any trace of the intruder in the mineral lode. Is that person still in Void Spirit Sword Sect? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Yes, I believe so. Li Zhengqing bowed his head. That person is powerful. Even though we discovered them once, they didn't immediately leave. Brother Zhuang found the person again last night, but they soon disappeared. Interesting. Yang Kai's lips curved into a smile. There was a mysterious Heaven Realm Master who appeared in Void Spirit Sword Sect and kept hiding in different places. It was expected that the people here were anxious. Before they figured out the person's intentions, the entire Void Spirit Sword Sect would be shrouded in suspense. All right, Before Yang Kai finished his words, he saw a burly man rushing towards them. He's from Tian Luo Hall. Li Zhengqing spoke up. The burly man stood in front of Li Zhengqing and cupped his fist. Greetings, Sect Master. What's wrong? Li Zhengqing asked. The burly man replied. There's a Heaven Realm Master at the bottom of the mountain who has requested to meet the Sect Master. Li Zhengqing turned solemn. A Heaven Realm Master? Did he reveal his background? The burly man shook his head. He didn't. However, he gave me this thing. He said that the Sect Master will understand it when he sees it. Upon finishing his words, he held out a token with both hands. A doubtful Yang Kai took it and instantly saw the character Gao on the token. Upon realizing who the visitor was, he said to the burly man, invite him to the reception hall. I'll be waiting for him over there. Yes, the burly man replied and turned to leave. Li Zhengqing gazed at Yang Kai and asked, Sir, could the visitor be? No, he's from Profound Pill Sect. Profound Pill Sect? Li Zhengqing straightened his face as the sect was truly famous. It was one of 10 great sects in the divine armament world that currently controlled the Medicine King Furnace divine armament. A moment later, a muscular man stepped into the reception hall. Just like what Yang Kai had expected, the visitor was the one he had in mind. However, what surprised Yang Kai was that the man was carrying a person in his hand. This person's strength was apparently sealed, so they appeared weak while trying to struggle out of the man's grip. Gao Ming greets Alchemist Yang. The man directly threw the person on the ground, and ignoring their glare, he cupped his fist to Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded his head. Are you the bodyguard of Senior Brother Gao? When he saw the token just now, he reckoned that Gao Xian Peng must have sent someone over. When they parted ways in Heavenly Marshal City previously, Gao Xian Peng said that he had to return to Profound Pill Sect as soon as possible to report the matter of Yang Kai's existence to his sect. 2 months had passed, so it was about the right time for Profound Pill Sect to react. Yes, Gao Ming nodded. It was the first time Yang Kai heard his name, so he asked curiously, you share the same surname as Senior Brother Gao. Are you two from the same family? Gao Ming nodded. That's right. I see. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai reckoned that Gao Ming's loyalty could be guaranteed since he and Gao Xian Peng were from the same family. Gao Xian Peng must share the same concerns, which was why he asked Gao Ming to be his bodyguard. Then, Yang Kai took a glance at the person who was squirming on the ground and asked curiously, "Who is this?" The person on the ground was a woman, but her face couldn't be made out for now. Although her spirit chi had been sealed, she was still squirming like a worm, as though she was trying to flee. The sight was quite comical. Gao Ming replied, "I detected this person's aura when I was climbing the mountain. Since she was being rather stealthy, I decided to capture her. Please forgive me if she's from your sect." Yang Kai was instantly amused. "She's not from Void Spirit Sword sect." Then he turned to look at Li Zhengqing. "Is it her?" Li Zhengqing shook his head. "I can't be sure. Just ask her about it." Yang Kai rose from the chair and walked up to the woman to block her way. The woman immediately lifted her head and roared, "Get lost." Yang Kai adjusted his clothes and squatted in front of her before clenching her chin and lifting her up. He realized that she was a young woman with an alluring face and skin was as fair as snow. Despite her beautiful looks, the woman was clearly quite fierce and incensed, as the first thing she did was widen her mouth in an attempt to bite Yang Kai's hand. Yang Kai exerted more force into his grip, which ensured that she was unable to close her mouth. She could only hoot in response. "Are you the one who has been hiding in Void Spirit Sword sect?" Yang Kai questioned. The woman still hooted in response. Yang Kai grunted and scolded, "I'll release you, but don't you bite me. Otherwise, I'll break all your teeth." The woman glared at Yang Kai without saying anything. It was only then that Yang Kai released her, which instantly left some red marks on her fair face. "Speak. Are you the one who has been making a scene in Void Spirit Sword sect? Are you the one who hurt my subordinates?" So what if it was me? Despite her alluring face, the woman was hot-tempered. "Release me if you have the guts and fight this great ant." Yang Kai chuckled and gazed at Gao Ming. "What's this woman's cultivation?" Gao Ming replied, "6-step heaven realm or slightly higher." "You're unlucky then." Yang Kai started sympathizing with her. A 6-step heaven realm master should be quite powerful, and she was basically peerless in Void Spirit Sword sect. However, she happened to come across Gao Ming, which was why she was easily captured. Martial Peak, Chapter 4503, Unlucky Huarong. "What's your name? Where are you from?" Yang Kai asked. The woman glared at him. "Do you think I'll tell you? You're pretty hot-tempered." Yang Kai grinned, then yelled, "Li Zhengqing." "Yes." Li Zhengqing hurriedly stepped forward. "Whip her 100 times before I interrogate her." Li Zhengqing was startled for a moment, but he soon replied, "Yes." Then, he moved towards the woman. The woman was horrified. 100 whips were no big deal, as since she was a Heaven Realm master, the torture wouldn't kill her. However, after 100 whips, her clothes would certainly be destroyed. How was she going to face anyone when her body was exposed by then? She couldn't believe that such a vicious man existed in this world. "My name is Huarong." "Huarong." The woman hurriedly spoke up. "So it's Sister Hua." Yang Kai nodded gently. "What are you doing in Void Spirit Sword sect?" Huarong batted her alluring eyes. "Will you believe me if I say I'm having a stroll around here, since this place is beautiful and serene?" Yang Kai looked up and shouted, "Li Zhengqing." "Wait, if you don't believe me, I'll come up with another excuse." Huarong cried. Yang Kai waved his hand. "Take her away and whip her 100 times." "True Void Sword." Huarong exclaimed. "I'm here for the true Void Sword." "Oh!" Yang Kai arched his brow, then took the sword from his waist and waved it in front of her. "You're here for this sword?" Huarong nodded. "Yes." Yang Kai stared fixedly at her and realized that she didn't seem to be lying. She really seemed to be here for the true Void Sword. It seemed that he and Li Zhengqing had gotten it wrong. The Black Jade Lode in Void Spirit Sword sect wasn't the only thing that could arouse the interest of Heaven Realm masters. There was also the true Void Sword. Nevertheless, it wasn't surprising at all. Although the true Void Sword was just a replica of a divine armament, it was still commissioned by the true Void Sword Lord using a lot of money and resources. Therefore, the true Void Sword was no ordinary weapon, as it was a spirit armament, making it practically invaluable. However, Since this was the inheritance left behind by the true Void Sword Lord for his descendants, there were naturally some security measures in place. The sword had 3 distinct portions of sword chi sealed within it, and could only be safely used by one who cultivated the Void Spirit Sword art. If an unsuspecting person rashly activated the sword's power, the true Void Sword chi would kill the wielder instead of their enemies. It wasn't certain how Hua Rong found out that the true Void Sword had appeared, but that was apparently the reason she had come all the way here. Unfortunately, even if she managed to obtain the sword, she wouldn't be able to use it unless she was able to remove the sword chi from within it. That's the true Void Sword. To the side, Gao Ming, who had always remained calm and collected, was shocked as he looked dazedly at the sword in Yang Kai's hand. As a Heaven Realm master, he certainly had heard about true Void Sword before, as it was one of the 10 great divine armaments. Yang Kai shook his head. Of course, it's not the real true Void Sword. An ancestor from Void Spirit Sword sect made this weapon by imitating the divine armament. It's just a spirit armament. A spirit armament. Gao Ming took a deep breath. Although this true Void Sword was just a spirit armament, no ordinary person had the right to possess it. Such a treasure would bring misfortune to its owner if they weren't strong enough. It was imaginable that if word got out, Void Spirit Sword sect would never have any peaceful days again. Forget about Heaven Realm masters. Even many Spirit Realm masters would come over to snatch this weapon. You're pretty good at gathering information. Yang Kai flashed a smile at the woman. Hua Rong remained curled up like a worm, but she was no longer squirming. The main reason was that all her spirit chi had been sealed, so it was pointless for her to struggle. As she gazed at Yang Kai with a tilted head, she suggested by saying, "Your sect is unable to keep this weapon. Why don't you give the sword to me to save yourselves some trouble? Your problems will all be solved then. Even if I give it to you, do you think you can keep it?" Yang Kai burst into laughter. Hua Rong shrugged. "That's my problem." To the side, Gao Ming snorted. "A spirit armament is truly precious. However, if Alchemist Yang is unable to keep it, no one else in the world can do that." Hua Rong was startled for a moment. How arrogant! How could Void Spirit Sword sect? Gao Ming cut her off by saying, "Void Spirit Sword sect naturally can't hold onto a spirit armament. But what about Profound Pill sect?" Profound Pill sect? Hua Rong was astonished as she gazed at Yang Kai in puzzlement. "You're from Profound Pill sect?" Gao Ming stated. "Alchemist Yang is a disciple of the 34th generation from Profound Pill sect, and he's also a heaven-grade alchemist." "What?" Hua Rong was flabbergasted as she got on her knees and looked up at Yang Kai. With widened eyes, she stuttered, "Is a heaven-grade alchemist? What's so surprising about it?" Yang Kai looked smilingly at her. Hua Rong examined him and tooted. "It said that one can't judge a book by its cover. If I hadn't heard it from a cultivator who's at the peak of the Heaven Realm, I wouldn't have believed it. By the way, who are you?" As she spoke, she turned to look at Gao Ming. She was truly unlucky to have been captured by Gao Ming. Initially, given her cultivation, Void Spirit Sword sect was basically defenseless against her. Unfortunately, she happened to come across a cultivator who was at the peak of the Heaven Realm. It was said that curiosity killed the cat. When Gao Ming was going up the mountain, Hua Rong secretly took a peek at him, which was why her whereabouts were exposed. She was subsequently captured by him. A proud Gao Ming declared, "I'm a blood warrior under heaven-grade alchemist Gao Xianpeng Gao Ming. A blood warrior from Profound Pill sect." Hua Rong's pupils contracted. Then she let out a sigh. "It's no wonder you were able to capture me easily. I admit defeat." She no longer appeared high-spirited as she sat on her backside and looked away. "Just kill me. I made a rash move and offended a heaven-grade alchemist, so I deserve to die despite being such a young woman." She seemed to be a resolute person, and if it weren't because her eyes were darting around when she spoke, Yang Kai would have admired her audacity. "Since you've barged into Void Spirit Sword sect and wounded my subordinates, I can't let you off easily. However, seeing as you didn't have the intention to kill, I won't sentence you to death. Why don't you receive one attack move from me? I'll release you after that." Yang Kai looked condescendingly at her. Hua Rong was surprised. "Are you serious?" Do I look like I'm pulling your leg? Yang Kai dispassionately replied. Huarong was startled for a moment, then nodded. You're a good man. I'm in the wrong, as I shouldn't have offended your sect. Yang Kai turned to look at Gao Ming. Please lift your seal. Gao Ming appeared hesitant, but he still stepped forward and sent his spirit qi into her to release the seal he had placed. Huarong immediately got up and began stretching her limbs. Gao Ming said, Please be careful, Alchemist Yang. Although this woman is weaker than me, she's still pretty strong. It took me quite some effort to capture her just now. Yang Kai nodded and gazed at the woman. Are you ready? Of course I. Before Huarong could finish her words, she saw something flashing through her eyes. When she came to her senses, she realized that Yang Kai was already right in front of her. From the corner of her eye, she could see something coming right at her head, so she anxiously lifted her arms to block it. Before she could accuse Yang Kai of launching a sneak attack, she heard a loud bang. Instantly, she became dizzy, and, after staggering for a bit, she collapsed to the ground. Raising his true void sword, Yang Kai took a glance at the unmoving woman and frowned. I guess I used too much force. The weapon was sheathed when Yang Kai struck Huarong's head with the flat of his blade. Although she had passed out, her injury shouldn't have been serious. Gao Ming was dumbfounded. After lifting the woman's seal, he secretly circulated his spirit qi and was ready to make a move to ensure nothing unexpected would happen. But the subsequent incident thoroughly shocked him. He thought that Yang Kai was a pretty despicable man. How could Yang Kai launch a sneak attack on such an alluring woman? That wasn't what a gentleman should do. Nevertheless, he wouldn't dare to say it out loud. Ying, throw her off the mountain. Yang Kai gave an order to Wan Ying, who was still dumbstruck. Wan Ying replied and picked up Huarong before shuffling out. A moment later, a speechless Wan Ying returned. Li Zhengqing was stunned. Did you get rid of her so soon? Wan Ying replied, No. That woman wasn't really passed out. Not long after I left this place, she woke up and leapt off the mountain. Upon realizing what had happened, Li Zhengqing remarked, She's quite a clever woman. That Huarong obviously pretended to have passed out. Otherwise, she couldn't have regained consciousness so soon. Then, Li Zhengqing looked worriedly at Yang Kai. Sir, will there be a problem if we let her go? Yang Kai waved his hand. Don't mind her. She doesn't have any ill intentions. I guess she's just interested in the true void sword. Otherwise, you and Zhuangju, he would have been killed. Since she doesn't have the intention to kill, a light punishment for her was enough. You're indeed a righteous man, sir. Li Zhengqing bent his back. Yang Kai recalled the sight of him striking the woman with his sword. Now he had a better understanding of the power he had grasped. He then turned to look at Gao Ming and said, Sorry for the farce, Brother Gao. Gao Ming hurriedly replied, Please don't call me that, Alchemist Yang. I don't deserve it. Just call me Guardian Gao. Yang Kai nodded. Why have you come to Void Spirit Sword Sect, Guardian Gao? Does Senior Brother Gao want you to pass on a message to me? Gao Ming cupped his fist. Senior Gao want me to bring you back to Profound Pill Sect. He said that since you're also part of Profound Pill Sect, you should return to your roots and acknowledge your ancestry. Besides that, the elders have some questions for you as well. I see. Yang Kai felt his heart skipping. Although he knew that the matter regarding Profound Pill Sect would be a problem, he hadn't expected it to come so soon. Previously, in Heavenly Martial City, Yang Kai randomly came up with an imaginary master to explain his skills, and Gao Xian Peng someone concluded that person was a senior from Profound Pill Sect. That was why Yang Kai suddenly became related to Profound Pill Sect. Honestly speaking, Yang Kai never wanted to go to Profound Pill Sect. Although he was able to fool Gao Xian Peng previously, it would be terrible if his lie was exposed after he headed there. Yang Kai believed that there were many spirit realm masters in Profound Pill Sect since it was one of the 10 great sects, and there was no way he could go up against such a force as he was currently. Once his lie was exposed, he would be doomed. Martial Peak, Chapter 4504, Blood Warriors of Profound Pill Sect. However, since those from Profound Pill Sect were aware of Yang Kai's existence, and Gao Xian Peng had sent someone over to invite him, it would arouse their suspicion if he rejected the invitation. and his lie might be exposed. It seemed that he had no choice but to head to Profound Pill Sect. Nevertheless, it would be a good thing if he could really join Profound Pill Sect. Although it had only been 2 months since he ascended to the Heaven Realm, it would only take him a few years before he could make it to the Spirit Realm, given the speed at which he cultivated using the Heaven-Devouring Battle Law. By then, he would need to use the 100 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill. The 100 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill was a spirit pill. Only a small number of great forces in the divine armament world possessed the pill recipe, and each one was a top existence in this world. It was practically impossible for Xianxia to get the pill recipe of the 100 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill from those great forces. However, if he could assimilate into Profound Pill Sect, he might be able to get the pill recipe from them. All in all, there were pros and cons if he headed to Profound Pill Sect. After giving it a thought, Xianxia decided to give it a try. It was said that fortune favors the bold, so he reckoned that it was worth going to Profound Pill Sect. As long as he was careful enough, his lie wouldn't be exposed. After all, he had successfully fooled Gao Xian Peng already. At the thought of this, he nodded. Since it's an order from Senior Brother Gao, I'll definitely obey. However, Void Spirit Sword Sect. Gao Ming said, "Don't worry, Alchemist Yang. You're a heaven-grade alchemist and a disciple from Profound Pill Sect. As long as word spreads, no one will dare to harm Void Spirit Sword Sect." Xianxia reckoned that the other man was right. No one in the divine armament world was willing to rashly offend a heaven-grade alchemist, especially when he had something to do with Profound Pill Sect. "Will you please wait here for 2 days, Guardian Gao? I'll settle everything in my sect and follow you to Profound Pill Sect." Gao Ming naturally wouldn't object to it. For the next 2 days, Xianxia was busy handling all the trivial matters in Void Spirit Sword Sect. His trip to Profound Pill Sect was risky, so he decided not to bring anyone with him. Furthermore, there were only 2 Heaven Realm Masters in Void Spirit Sword Sect, so it was pointless to bring them with him. He'd rather let them stay here to protect the sect. With Li Zhongqing and Zhuang Ju guarding Void Spirit Sword Sect, they could at least fend off some reckless people. Xianxia then refined some 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill and passed them to Suchong Fa, so that there wouldn't be a lack of such pills when their disciples had to achieve an ascension. There was a black jade mine in the Master Sect, as well as other businesses controlled by Tian Luo Hall and Roaring Tiger Sect, which could sustain the sect's development for a long time. As for the junior brothers and junior sisters, Xianxia had some arrangements for them as well. Wanting Ying and 2 other junior brothers had gained some experience in the alchemic Tao, so there wouldn't be a problem after they were given some pills for body tempering. What they lacked was cultivation, which couldn't be solved in a short time. Xianxia also left behind a book which contained his insights into alchemy for Wanting Ying. The book also contained many pill recipes. With this thing in her possession, she could still cultivate alchemy on her own, even though Xianxia wouldn't be by her side. Everything was settled in 2 days. Outside the mountain, Xianxia bid farewell to the seniors, junior brothers, and junior sisters of his master sect. Suchong Fa and the others were worried as, after they parted ways, it would probably take a long time before they reunited. Furthermore, Xianxia was going to a faraway place. As seniors, Suchong Fa and the others were expected to be worried. Wanting Ying was sobbing as she wouldn't let go of Xianxia's clothes. "All right, stop crying. I'll come back to visit you all after some time." Xianxia helped Ying brush the tears from her eyes. If it weren't because he was worried that he might fall into trouble in Profound Pill Sect, he could have brought Wanting Ying with him and personally taught her. However, his future was uncertain, so it might do more harm than good to her if he brought her with him. "Please take good care of yourself, eldest senior brother. If you feel aggrieved in the outside world, remember you can always come back." Wanting Ying cried, "And please protect the sect on my behalf. If anything happens, go to Profound Pill Sect to look for me." Xianxia then turned to look at Li Zhongqing and Zhuang Ju. "Both of you will be in charge of Void Spirit Sword Sect when I'm not around." They cupped their fists and said with straight faces, "Don't worry, we'll not disappoint you." Then Xianxia also talked to Suchong Fa, Gu Kongning, and Xianxia for a bit before he leaped onto his horse and beckoned to Gao Ming. "Let's go." Gao Ming nodded his head and led the way for him. After waving his hand to the crowd, Yang Kai clenched the horse with his legs and charged forward, soon disappearing into the distance. Profound Pill Sect was pretty far away, as it would take them half a month to arrive at their destination. They would also pass by Heavenly Martial City on their way. However, not long after they left the mountain, Gao Ming frowned and looked behind as though he had detected something. Yang Kai said, "Keep going. Let's see what she's up to." A surprised Gao Ming asked, "You're aware of it as well, Alchemist Yang?" He was at the peak of the Heaven Realm, so it was expected that he could detect any anomaly around them. However, Yang Kai was a newly promoted Heaven Realm Master, so it was surprising that he had also noticed it. Yang Kai replied with a smile, "Alchemists have very sensitive perceptions. Otherwise, we can't accurately control our alchemy flames." After giving it a thought, Gao Ming realized that it was true. Alchemists indeed had more acute senses. Therefore, he obeyed his order and kept going. Upon moving past the call, they hid on the side and waited patiently. Soon, a figure was charging forward in their direction. As soon as she dashed past the call, she saw two people staring fixedly at her. She instantly stiffened and became rooted to the spot. With a cold expression, Gao Ming glowered at Hua Rong, who had been tailing them. Hua Rong batted her eyes, then rubbed her palms together and beamed at them. "What a coincidence. I didn't expect to bump into you here. Are you leaving? Where are you going?" There was still a bump on the woman's forehead after Yang Kai struck her with his sword previously. It looked like there was a horn on her head, which was quite comical. Gao Ming questioned grimly, "Why are you stalking us?" "Huh? Who's stalking you?" Hua Rong looked around, then pointed at her own nose. "Are you talking about me? I'm worried it's just a misunderstanding." I happened to. She soon realized she was unable to keep fabricating a lie, so she said meekly, "All right, it seems that you won't believe me." Not wanting to waste any more time on her, Yang Kai shook his head and warned, "Stop following us, or I'll hit your head one more time." Then he leaped onto the back of his horse and beckoned to Gao Ming before galloping away. However, Hua Rong used a profound movement skill as she tagged along with Yang Kai closely and asked curiously, "Are you really a heaven-grade alchemist? Did you lie to me?" Yang Kai shot her a glance, wondering what was wrong with her. Her head was previously struck by his sword, but she still relentlessly followed him. It wasn't certain what she was up to. "Would you like to hire a bodyguard who is loyal and manageable? How do you find me?" Hua Rong kept babbling regardless of whether Yang Kai would respond to her. "It's really easy to manage me. You just have to give me some resources and food every day, and I won't demand anything else. If anyone tries to harm you, I'll protect you." Hua Rong tried her best to recommend herself. "Moreover, I'm quite beautiful, so you can look at me when you're bored. Of course, you can't do anything to me. I'll only be a bodyguard, not a whore. What do you think? Do consider hiring me. I'm a powerful six-step Heaven Realm Master." Unable to take it anymore, Yang Kai grabbed his sword and attempted to strike her head while bellowing, "Take this." A shocked Hua Rong instinctively covered her head and leaped away. Seizing the chance, Yang Kai hastened his pace and left her behind. Watching the man leave, Hua Rong was infuriated. She gritted her teeth and raced after him. However, she wouldn't dare to go near him this time, as she tailed him from a distance. After pondering on it for a moment, Gao Ming said, "It seems that woman is determined to become your bodyguard, Alchemist Yang. It's no wonder you're unable to get rid of her." A helpless Yang Kai replied, "I can't believe there's such an unreasonable person in this world." Gao Ming shook his head. "You might not be aware of it, but it's actually quite normal. Many Heaven Realm Masters aspire to become the bodyguards of heaven-grade alchemists. In that case, not only could their cultivation resources be guaranteed, but they also wouldn't have to worry about obtaining 100 revolutions clear heart pill once that heaven-grade alchemist manages to ascend to the spirit grade in the future. It's a clever move." Although Yang Kai was already aware of such information, he still found it inconceivable when he finally had a taste of it. Hua Rong was a powerful six-step Heaven Realm Master, but she could be so obstinate in order to serve him. Is that the same case for you, Guardian Gao? Yang Kai asked. Gao Ming shook his head. I'm different from them. As a blood warrior of Profound Pill Sect, I was born to protect the alchemists in the sect. When you arrive at Profound Pill Sect, you also have a right to select blood warriors to protect you. Oh, that's wonderful. Yang Kai was surprised. He then recalled that when Hua Rong saw Gao Ming 2 days ago, she indeed mentioned the blood warriors of Profound Pill Sect. However, he wasn't bothered about it at that time. Gao Ming went on to say, alchemists spend most of their time practicing alchemy, and they rely on pills to increase their cultivation. Therefore, they're usually not very strong. In that case, their safety can't be guaranteed when they go outside. Considering all that, our sect trains a number of blood warriors from youth. When an alchemist of our sect reaches the Earth realm, he'll have a chance to select a blood warrior, and there'll be another chance when he ascends to the heaven realm. Therefore, a heaven-grade alchemist from our sect usually has 2 blood warriors, while an earth-grade alchemist has 1. Of course, besides the blood warriors from our sect, the alchemist can also hire bodyguards from outside. Nevertheless, he'll have to bear the costs of hiring one. Yang Kai was stunned by how generous Profound Pill Sect was. Just like what Gao Ming had said, blood warriors started receiving training in the sect when they were young, so they could be said to be the disciples of the sect. The only difference was that they were trained to fight, and their loyalty wasn't a concern at all. With the protection of blood warriors, the alchemists from Profound Pill Sect could rest assured when they headed out into the world. Blood warriors were something that was familiar yet distant to Yang Kai. When he was still in the Great Han Dynasty, there was a group of blood warriors in the Yang family whose duties were about the same as those from Profound Pill Sect. Martial Peak, Chapter 4505, Recruitment Stage. Unlike the bodyguards hired from outside, blood warriors can get a certain amount of resources from the sect every month, so we could be considered part of the sect. Moreover, Gao Ming put on a smile at this point. We can get a lot of good stuff from the alchemists we follow. Therefore, those from the Blood Warrior Hall yearn to be selected by an alchemist. Whenever an alchemist comes over to select a blood warrior, those little brats all become quite energetic. It's understandable. Yang Kai could imagine the sight. Then he took a look at Hua Rong, who had been tailing them. In that case, it seems I was wrong about her. Gao Ming said, that doesn't matter. You'd better not rashly accept any strangers. If you want a bodyguard, you can select one from the Blood Warrior Hall when we get to the sect. Yang Kai nodded gently, then suddenly recalled something. Are there spirit realm masters in the Blood Warrior Hall? Gao Ming shook his head, no. Throughout the entire divine armament world, spirit realm masters are considered peak experts. Such people naturally wouldn't stay in the Blood Warrior Hall. However, many of the blood warriors grow with their alchemists. Therefore, the bodyguards of the elders are basically all spirit realm masters. You'll find out more about it when you arrive at Profound Pill Sect. Yang Kai went on to ask more about Profound Pill Sect, and Gao Ming replied to him honestly. The main reason was that Yang Kai didn't inquire about any secrets, so there was no need to hide anything from him. In any case, given Gao Ming's position in the sect, he was unable to get his hands on any top secrets. Yang Kai stealthily tried to get more information about the person he claimed to be his master. However, Gao Ming had no idea about this revered but mysterious person. The main reason was that he wasn't Gao Xianpeng's bodyguard at that time, as he was still in the Blood Warrior Hall, so he had never come across that person. Since Yang Kai was unable to gather any useful information, he could only give up. Now, he could only play it by ear and try to make sure his lie wouldn't be exposed. He still hoped to get the pill recipe for the 100 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill from Profound Pill Sect. As they moved forward at full speed, they arrived at Heavenly Martial City 3 days later. They decided to visit Miao Hong and stayed over for one night. Miao Hong received them in a hospitable manner, and upon learning that Yang Kai was returning to his roots in Profound Pill Sect, he congratulated him. The next day, they leaped onto different horses and continued their journey. They never came across any trouble along the way. Gao Ming was at the Peak Heaven Realm, and he was from Profound Pill Sect. Naturally, no one would dare to offend him. Half a month later, they finally arrived at Profound Pill Sect. The mountains were huge, and the spirit peaks were beautiful. As one of the 10 great sects in the divine armament world, Profound Pill sect was located in a picturesque mountain range. There was a city at the bottom of a mountain that was named Profound Pill City, which was bustling with noise. According to Gao Ming, even though the city was the property of Profound Pill sect, they didn't really mean to develop it. It was just that the city had developed into such a scale over a long time. Countless cultivators would come here every year to ask the alchemists from Profound Pill sect to refine pills for them. Most people were unable to enter Profound Pill sect, so they would wait at the bottom of the mountain. There wasn't a city initially, but as more people gathered together, a city was gradually formed. The city scaled and increased over time. Now, Profound Pill City was one of the largest cities in the entire divine armament world. In Profound Pill City, there were a lot of herb shops and pill shops. One could find any herbs that existed in the divine armament world in this city. Before Xianxia even entered the city, he saw many people flying around in the sky, which greatly surprised him. He was now a Heaven Realm Master, and although he was able to fly, he would have to consume a lot of spirit chi to do so. Heaven Realm Masters usually wouldn't fly unless it was absolutely necessary. People who could fly as they pleased were Spirit Realm Masters. In other words, the people flying around before his eyes were basically all Spirit Realm Masters. These are the strongest cultivators in the divine armament world, and there was no doubt that the Spirit Realm was the goal for all Heaven Realm Masters. At the very least, Xianxia could see a sense of yearning in Gao Ming's eyes as he gazed up at the sky. Gao Ming was now at the peak of the Heaven Realm, so with just 100 revolutions Clear Heart Pill, he would be able to make it to the Spirit Realm. Unfortunately, Gao Xian Peng wasn't a spirit-grade alchemist yet, so he was unable to refine the pill for him. Outside Profound Pill City, there was a wide avenue that was paved with stones which led to the nearest spirit peak. Gao Ming led Xianxia to charge forward in that direction, and no one stopped them. However, Xianxia could see many people walking on both sides of the road. Some of them appeared nervous as they were going up the mountain, while some of them appeared dejected or excited as they were going down the mountain. Although there wasn't a restriction around the avenue, there seemed to be an invisible power that ensured no one would dare to step on it. While Xianxia and Gao Ming were moving forward, those people looked at them with envious gazes. Noticing Xianxia's doubt, Gao Ming secretly explained, "This avenue is exclusive to the disciples of Profound Pill sect. Those who are not our disciples are not allowed to use it. The people you see are the ones who are here to ask for alchemy services from our sect." "There are so many of them." Xianxia was shocked. Gao Ming said with a smile, "There are actually not many people today. There are days when more than twice as many people line the streets here." It was then that Xianxia realized why those people sported different expressions. Those who got their pills were excited, while those who didn't were crestfallen. The sect established the Seeking Pill Pavilion, where people would go to request for pills. When you have a right to make pills in the future, you can set up a place there and get a medicine boy to be stationed there. If anybody wants you to refine pills, they will pass the necessary ingredients and compensation to your medicine boy. Xianxia's eyes brightened when he heard that. That's interesting. Then, he turned to look in a different direction. What are those people doing there? Is that Seeking Pill Pavilion? He could see that there was a huge platform where a large group of people, both men and women of different ages, gathered together. After scanning them, Xianxia realized that many of them were cultivators in the Earth Realm or Heaven Realm. They had occupied the corners as they either looked around vigilantly or cultivated with their legs crossed on the ground. There were several dozen to 100 of them. What bothered Xianxia was that there were traces of blood that had turned crimson on the ground. The traces of blood were a mess, and some of them were multi-layered. Xianxia had a feeling that many fights had taken place here before. The place was at the bottom of the mountain where Profound Pill sect was located, so why would anyone get into a fight there? Looking over, Gao Ming explained, "That's not Seeking Pill Pavilion. That's the recruitment stage." Recruitment stage? Xianxia frowned. What is it for? Gao Ming swept a glance over them and suddenly pulled the reins of his horse. Since we still have some time, you could take a look to find out what the place is for. Xianxia stopped his horse beside Gao Ming and looked curiously at the recruitment stage. Just then, a young man with a blue hat walked down the mountain with his hands behind his back. Despite his young age, he looked pretty arrogant. Xianxia felt like laughing when he saw him. However, when the cultivators on the recruitment stage saw the blue hat youth, they broke into a commotion as though a stone had been dropped into a still lake, which caused a layer of ripple to form. The blue hat youth directly shuffled towards the center of the recruitment stage and looked around with a smug expression. Seeing that all of their attention was on him, he coughed lightly and said, "My master needs to hire 2 bodyguards. He has total trust in me, so he has entrusted me to handle this matter." As soon as he finished speaking, one of them hurriedly asked, "Sir, is your master in the heaven grade or the earth grade?" The blue hat youth glared at the person who spoke as though he was blaming him for saying something unnecessary. A moment later, he reluctantly replied, "He's an earth grade alchemist for now, but I believe he'll make it to the heaven grade soon." Right after he finished his words, the eyes of many of the cultivators on the recruitment stage dimmed, and soon, many cultivators left. Seeing that, the blue hat youth yelled, "Don't go. I said that my master will make it to the heaven grade very soon. By then, you'll be the bodyguards of a heaven grade alchemist. It's not every day you get such a chance. If you don't seize it now, you'll regret it in the future." Regardless of what he said, those who were determined to leave had stepped down from the recruitment stage. About half of the cultivators were left. Xianxia could clearly see that the people who left were all in the heaven realm, while the ones who stayed were in the earth realm. He had a speculation about the use of the recruitment stage, so he gazed at Gao Ming and asked, "Is it a place where alchemists hire bodyguards?" Gao Ming nodded. "That's right. Besides the blood warriors assigned to them, alchemists can also hire their own bodyguards, and there isn't a limit in number. Of course, the prerequisite is that they have enough money to employ them." Did the Heaven Realm Masters leave because they think an Earth-grade alchemist wouldn't have enough money to pay them? That's one of the reasons. Another thing is these Heaven Realm Masters treasure their dignity, and it's reasonable that they want to follow at least a Heaven-grade alchemist. They wouldn't be able to get over it if they followed Earth-grade alchemists. Xianxia nodded to mean that he got it. The blue hat youth was haughty when he came, but at this moment, he appeared dispirited. While standing in the center of the recruitment stage, he let out a sigh. One of the Earth Realm Masters asked, "Sir, what are your master's requirements when selecting bodyguards?" Requirements. The blue hat youth looked up at the sky as though he was bored. Then he grinned. "There aren't really any special requirements. Why don't all of you fight against each other? I'll select the people I prefer and bring you to see my master. Perhaps my master will hire some of you." The demand was boorish, but the Earth Realm Masters seemed to have directly accepted it, so the person who asked the question nodded, "Understood." At that instant, the atmosphere around the recruitment stage became tense. Everyone, regardless of their age or gender, gazed vigilantly at the people around them. It seemed that a scuffle was about to take place. It was then Xianxia realized why there were so many traces of blood on the recruitment stage. A scuffle could be ignited when it was just an Earth-grade alchemist who tried to hire bodyguards, so nothing need be said about a Heaven-grade alchemist. This situation was clearly quite common in this place. "Let's go." Xianxia wasn't in the mood to watch such a farce. He pulled the reins and beckoned to Gao Ming, after which the two of them continued moving forward. Soon, the noises of battle could be heard coming from behind them. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4506, Seeking Pill Pavilion. With Gao Ming leading the way, Xianxia soon arrived at the spirit peak nearest to them. It was supposed to be the reception peak of Profound Pill Sect, as there was a reception palace located here. Upon his arrival, Xianxia was led by a maidservant to a room to get some rest. Gao Ming stated, "Please wait here, Alchemist Yang. I've sent a message to Sir, and he'll be here soon." Xianxia nodded gently, "Many thanks." Gao Ming cupped his fist and turned around to leave. Xianxia was left in the room to wait patiently. 1 hour later, Gao Xianpeng was still nowhere to be seen. Since Xianxia was bored, he decided to leave this room and take a stroll. The maidservant followed him closely. Xianxia took a glance at her, but didn't mind it. After all, he was unfamiliar with this place as he had just arrived, so it would be good to have someone to guide him and answer his questions if he got lost. The reception peak was in the periphery of Profound Pill Sect. Xianxia wasn't surprised that he was told to stay here. After all, he wasn't a disciple of Profound Pill Sect yet, so he didn't have the right to enter the inner area. The view on the reception peak was splendid as the buildings were finely built and there was ample world energy. After taking a stroll for half a day, Xianxia returned to the guest room. Gao Xian and Peng happened to arrive at this point. Junior brother Yang, I'm sorry for making you wait for such a long time. Gao Xian and Peng was still as passionate as ever. It so happened that it was my turn to teach today. I was giving a lesson on alchemy to the juniors, which was why I was held up. It's fine, senior brother. I didn't really wait for long. Xianxia put on a smile and invited him to have a seat. Gao Xian and Peng took a glance at him and nodded. You're a Heaven Realm Master now, junior brother Yang. Xianxia replied with a smile. It's thanks to the high-rank 10 Revolutions clear heart pill you gave me, senior brother. Gao Xian and Peng waved his hand. Even without that pill, you still would have broken through successfully. After all, your aptitude is extraordinary. All of a sudden, his expression turned solemn. I'm sure Gao Ming told you about the reason you were asked to come here. Xianxia nodded. All my alchemy skills come from Profound Pill Sect. Although I don't have a title, I'm still a disciple of Profound Pill Sect. That's right, Gao Xian Peng gently knocked on the table. The thing is, when I returned to the sect previously, I reported your matter to the higher-ups. They take this matter very seriously. After all, it has something to do with that person. That's why they told me to invite you to this place. However, before that, there'd be a test to find out whether you've really inherited the alchemy skills from Profound Pill Sect. A test. Xianxia arched his brow. What is it about? Gao Xian and Peng replied with a smile. Don't worry, junior brother. They'll just be asking you to refine a 10 Revolutions clear heart pill. The pill recipe you possess is the best proof. Some of the higher-ups will also observe the test. You'll just have to perform as usual by then. Of course, they may ask you some questions, but I'm sure that won't be a problem for you. The last part was actually what Xianxia was most worried about. There wouldn't be a problem if he was only asked to refine the 10 Revolutions clear heart pill. After all, he had stolen the pill recipe from Gao Xian and Peng, so there wouldn't be any mistakes. However, he wouldn't be able to explain himself if he was asked to talk about that person. The only things he knew were that the master was an old person with an extra finger on one hand. Although he felt helpless, Xianxia didn't show any distress on his face and simply asked, when will the test be held? It's up to the higher-ups, but I believe it will be held within a few days. You have to get prepared. I'll inform you when there's any news about it. Gao Xian and Peng seemed to have other matters to attend to as he rose from the chair upon finishing his words. Since you've come all the way here, I'm supposed to treat you to a meal. However, I'm truly busy today, so I'll get back to you on that. Not to worry, I'll prepare a proper banquet for you at a later time. Xianxia got up and saw him off. Please attend to your matters since you're busy, senior brother. I can take care of myself. Good, then I'll take my leave now. After Gao Xian and Peng finished his words, he left the place in a hurry. Xianxia followed him to the door, then turned around and sat down to get some rest. A night passed in silence. The next day, Xianxia waited for half a day, but there still wasn't any news, and he didn't have any resources with him to cultivate. Since he was bored, he decided to take a walk. After taking a stroll around the reception peak, though, he was still quite bored. Therefore, he found the maidservant and asked, "Will it be all right if I go down the mountain?" The maidservant saluted him in an elegant manner. Alchemist Gao has said that Sir is free to do whatever you want. Just make sure to come back every night. Oh, there won't be a problem then, Xianxia said and walked down the mountain. When he was going up the mountain alongside Gao Ming previously, he only took a glance at the recruitment stage but didn't pay attention to the view along the way. As he walked down the mountain now, Xianxia realized that the moving clouds were rather soothing. Upon reaching the middle of the mountain, he saw many people mulling around. The people who were supposed to be asking for pills from the bottom of the mountain were streaming in that direction. As he recalled Gao Ming's words, Xianxia soon realized that this was around where Seeking Pill Pavilion was located, the place where outsiders came to request alchemy services. A curious Yang Kai shuffled towards Seeking Pill Pavilion as he listened to the people talking among themselves. As he continued moving forward, a huge palace soon came into his sight. There was a stone monument in front of the palace on which the characters Seeking Pill Pavilion were carved into it. Yang Kai was startled for a moment. When he heard about Seeking Pill Pavilion previously, he thought that it would be a small pavilion. It wasn't until this moment that he realized he had underestimated the wealth of Profound Pill Sect. The huge palace before him could easily accommodate several hundred to 1,000 people. As he followed the crowd inside, Yang Kai saw that the main hall was crammed with people, as though it was a big market. Although there were many people, they were not rowdy at all. The cultivators tactfully kept their mouths shut. Even if they had to talk, they would do so in small voices. The first thing Yang Kai could see were long lines of people that looked like dragons. There were many desks around the corners of the main hall, and behind every desk sat a young man or woman with a blue hat. Their outfits were about the same as the one the young man who had appeared on the recruitment stage some time ago was wearing. So Yang Kai supposed they were medicine boys and girls of Profound Pill Sect. A sign was hung in front of every desk that looked like a name. Yang Kai reckoned that those were the names of the alchemists. There was a line of people in front of every desk, even though there were some desks where fewer people queued up. There was also a round counter facing the entrance of the main hall. Behind the counter stood 8 maidservants who were scattered around. Some people would come over to ask them some questions, and upon getting the directions, they would leave. The maidservants behind the counter were busy, as there was never a lack of people asking questions. "Alchemist Yang," someone suddenly called out. Yang Kai turned to look in that direction and felt helpless. "You really followed me all the way here." The person standing in front of him was Huarong. Yang Kai couldn't believe that the woman had tailed him all the way here from Void Spirit Sword Sect. He wasn't sure how she got to this place, but she appeared to be covered in travel dust. "I knew you'd come to Profound Pill Sect. I was just wondering how I could look for you when I bumped into you here. Don't you think we're fated to meet again?" Huarong looked smilingly at him. Yang Kai replied in a perfunctory manner, "Right. You think so too? I totally share the same sentiment. Since fate has brought us together, why don't you take me on as your bodyguard? I can fend off your enemies for you." As she spoke, she looked longingly at the man. "There's no need for that." Yang Kai waved his hand. "I'll get a blood warrior from Profound Pill Sect soon. I don't need to hire a bodyguard." "Well, don't reject me so soon. Although a blood warrior is good, he might not be to your liking. I'm different." "How are you different?" Yang Kai found the woman funny. After giving a thought, Huarong replied willfully, "Anyway, I'm different. By the way, what are you doing here?" "I have nothing to do right now, so I'm here to look around." "Let's go together then." Huarong chuckled and followed Yang Kai closely. Realizing that it was the first time Yang Kai came to this place, she took the initiative to explain, "The people who seek pills have to go through those ladies." She pointed at the 8 maidservants behind the counter. "There are many alchemists in Profound Pill Sect who are in the Earth grade, Heaven grade, and even Spirit grade, but there are different experts in different fields. The pills that the alchemists are good at making vary quite a bit. Therefore, the people who have come to seek pills have to find out which alchemist will have the best chance of successfully refining what they want by judging from the amount of pills they've produced before. Those maidservants will give them some information regarding that." Yang Kai nodded. "I can see that." After observing for a bit just now, Yang Kai quickly realized what the maidservants were there for. Just like what Huarong had said, every alchemist was an expert in a different field of study. Those who sought pills naturally wanted to look for the alchemists who were most adept at making the pills they wanted. This place is divided into 3 areas, which are Earth, Heaven, and Spirit. They correspond to Earth-grade alchemists, Heaven-grade alchemists, and Spirit-grade alchemists. The people behind the desks are their medicine boys or girls, and the signs in front of the desks are the names of the alchemists. Hence, those who seek pills can easily find the alchemist they want. By the way, when will you be setting up a place here? You don't necessarily have to hire me to be your bodyguard. I can even be your medicine girl." This idea suddenly sprang into Huarong's mind. There's not a single medicine girl in the 6-step heaven realm in the entire Profound Pill Sect. What do you think? Are you familiar with alchemy? Yang Kai asked. No, Hua Rong directly denied. How can you be a medicine girl when you're not familiar with alchemy? I'll learn as long as you're willing to teach me, Hua Rong said, matter-of-factly. Yang Kai helplessly shook his head. However, at this point, he realized that jobs in Seeking Pill Pavilion were clearly divided, which was convenient for the people who sought pills. Regardless of who they were, they could easily find their targets. Of course, it took time to make pills, and it depended on their luck whether they could get the pills they wanted, as an alchemist wouldn't necessarily succeed every time he or she refined pills. There was always a chance of failure. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4507, a test. Yang Kai walked around inside Seeking Pill Pavilion for a while before leaving. Hua Rong followed him as though she was close to him. Initially, Yang Kai intended to go down the mountain and take a stroll around Profound Pill City, but he was no longer in the mood to do so. That was because Hua Rong was so garrulous that he was unable to take it anymore, so he decided to return to his resting place. Hua Rong watched longingly as the man shuffled towards the reception peak of Profound Pill Sect. She stopped in the middle of the mountain as she wouldn't dare to keep going further. Waving her hand, she shouted, "Look for me when you change your mind, Alchemist Yang. I'll be waiting for you." Yang Kai pretended to not hear her. Upon returning to his room in the reception palace, he told the maidservant to inform him immediately when there was any news. He then went on to stay in his room for the next few days. It wasn't until 3 days later, when darkness was about to descend upon the world, that Gao Xian Peng came over in a hurry. After some small talk with Yang Kai, he took a seat and said, "You have to get prepared tonight, junior brother. Those from the Elder Council will give you a test tomorrow." Yang Kai replied. Although he already knew that there would be a test, he still became apprehensive when the time finally came. What if his lie was exposed then? After giving it a thought, Yang Kai reckoned that it didn't matter even if his lie was exposed. He could just fight his way out of this place, as he was fairly strong now. Even if he was faced with Spirit Realm Masters, he would still stand a chance to flee. However, those from Void Spirit Sword Sect would be dragged into this mess if that happened. The only reason Gao Xian Peng was here was to inform Yang Kai about the upcoming test, so after chatting with him for a bit longer, he left. Before that, he told Yang Kai to be at ease, as someone would lead him to the venue the next day. The night passed in silence. Yang Kai got up early the next day and washed up before waiting patiently. When the sun was up above the sky, a voice was suddenly heard speaking from outside. "Is Yang Kai here?" Upon hearing that, Yang Kai stepped out and saw a middle-aged man standing quietly outside his room. The man's bright eyes looked like those of an eagle. Spirit Realm Master. Yang Kai was surprised. Although the man never revealed his aura, Yang Kai could still sense that the man before him was in the spirit realm. Nevertheless, he couldn't be certain about his exact step. "I'm Yang Kai." "You are?" Yang Kai asked politely. The man nodded gently. "I'm the blood warrior of the sect master. I was told to come over to fetch you. Come with me." He never mentioned his name. "Many thanks," Yang Kai replied politely, then thought to himself that those from Profound Pill Sect indeed took the matter seriously. Even a blood warrior of the sect master was sent here to personally escort him. Without speaking further, the man suddenly dashed towards Yang Kai. The next instant, he activated his spirit chi and engulfed Yang Kai in it before shooting into the distance. It was the first time Yang Kai flew in the divine armament world, even though he was technically being carried by someone. Nevertheless, he was no stranger to flying, so he wasn't flustered at all. On the other hand, the man glanced at Yang Kai with surprise as he wondered why the latter was so calm. Soon, they saw a spirit peak where there were a lot of palaces. The man landed in front of a particular palace alongside Yang Kai and extended his hand. "Just go in." "Yes." Yang Kai cupped his fist and took a glance at the palace. After adjusting his clothes, he strode inside. Since the door was open already, Yang Kai directly stepped into the palace. He initially thought that he would instantly see the higher-ups of Profound Pill Sect and go through their test. However, he was surprised that there wasn't anyone or anything in the hall. Before he could figure out what was going on, the door was shut with a loud bang. A shocked Yang Kai instantly put up his guard and scanned his surroundings. Although he couldn't see anyone, He could sense that there were some curious gazes in the darkness. All of a sudden, lights lit up and illuminated the hall. Xianxia soon saw that there was an alchemy furnace in the middle of the room and a rack to the side that was filled with different kinds of herbs. A voice abruptly sounded and reverberated around the hall. "We've prepared an alchemy furnace for you, and you can draw on the earth flame in this place. There are different kinds of herbs on the rack. Choose what you need and refine a furnace of 10 revolutions clear heart pills." Upon hearing that, Xianxia became slightly at ease. It seemed that, just like what Gao Xianpeng had explained, the pill recipe Xianxia possessed was the best proof of his identity. As expected, he was asked to refine a batch of 10 revolutions clear heart pills. Settling his nerves, Xianxia replied respectfully, "Yes." Then, he turned around and walked over to the rack to look for the herbs he needed. There were many herbs that were not needed to refine the 10 revolutions clear heart pill here, which was obviously part of the test. Nevertheless, Xianxia had already memorized the 10 revolutions clear heart pill recipe, so he could easily find the herbs he needed. Gathering everything he needed, Xianxia walked towards the alchemy furnace. In a side hall, just off from the room Xianxia was in, 5 old men with gray hair and beards stood. They were elders of Profound Pill sect. One of them was the sect master, Bailey Yun Sang, who was one of the most outstanding spirit-grade alchemists in the divine armament world. The other elders were also spirit-grade alchemists. Although both rooms were separated by a wall, they could easily see what Xianxia was doing through a special one-way glass. On the other hand, Xianxia was unable to see through the wall and look at the side hall. Gao Xianpeng was standing respectfully behind the elders and the sect master. Although he was a heaven spirit-grade alchemist, he still felt pressured in such an environment as he brushed away the cold sweat from his forehead from time to time. Good. There's nothing wrong with his selection of herbs. Those are the exact ones used in the pill recipe from our sect. Great Elder Wu Fenghua nodded gently. Let's see if there's any problem with his techniques and other details. Bailey Yun Sang stroked his gray beard and said with a smile, "We'll see." The second elder turned to look at Gao Xianpeng. "Little Gao, are you sure that this brat was an Earth Realm master when he refined the 10 revolutions clear heart pill in your competition?" Upon hearing that, Gao Xianpeng hurriedly replied, "Yes, second elder. I saw it with my own eyes, so it's definitely true. Junior brother Yang was a peak Earth Realm master when he made that 10 revolutions clear heart pill." Third elder remarked, "I believe little Gao. In that case, this boy is quite the talent." Wu Fenghua asked, "Have you looked into his background?" Gao Xianpeng replied, "Yes. Junior brother Yang is an orphan who grew up in Void Spirit Sword sect. He's only 18 years old this year." 18 years old. Bailey Yun Sang took a deep breath. An 18-year-old heaven-grade alchemist who is in the heaven realm. Such aptitude is really rare. Wu Fenghua shook his head. In fact, there's never been a person with such an aptitude in the past 10,000 years. He's probably the first in at least that long. Although it's rare, there have been a small number of 18-year-old Heaven Realm Masters in the past. The crux of the matter is that he's also a Heaven-grade alchemist. I was already in my 50s when I became a Heaven-grade alchemist. Bailey Yin Sang suddenly stated, "Stop talking for now. That boy is about to start." Everyone looked in that direction and realized that Xianxia had drawn on the earth flame as he was preparing to begin. Under their observation, Xianxia skillfully dropped the herbs one by one into the alchemy furnace and accurately controlled the earth flame below. His mastery of the temperature and timing was quite good and matched up with the pill recipe from Profound Pill sect. These experienced alchemists couldn't have done better even if they were to refine a furnace of 10 revolutions clear heart pills themselves. However, some small mistakes were made here and there during the process, likely due to a lack of experience or familiarity with this recipe, but that didn't really matter. The entire process lasted for half a day. The elders of Profound Pill sect talked among themselves while observing the process and eventually confirmed that the pill recipe Xianxia possessed was from Profound Pill sect. The way this boy condenses pills is a little peculiar. Wu Fenghua fell into his thoughts. "I've never seen such a technique before." Second elder added with a smile, "You know that guy very well. He likes to study all sorts of strange things. Perhaps he invented this pill condensing technique after he left the sect. Wu Fenghua nodded. That's the only explanation. Just then, Yang Kai's voice was heard coming from the hall. 3 pills have been successfully refined. 1 mid-rank and 2 low-rank. Please have a look, seniors. Bailey Yun Sang arched his brow, then turned to look at Gao Xian Peng. How many 10 revolutions clear heart pill did you say he had made previously? What were the ranks? Gao Xian Peng replied, when I competed against junior brother Yang, he only made 1 pill that was in the low rank. Bailey Yun Sang tooted. His skills have improved so much in just 2 months. His aptitude is truly extraordinary. Second elder followed up. That old guy has a terrible temperament, but he does have sharp vision as he's found such a talented disciple. Wu Fenghua spoke up. We can basically confirm that he has inherited his skills from Profound Pill Sect. In the hall, no one replied to Yang Kai after he finished speaking. However, he could still sense that some people were watching him, so he could only wait patiently. A moment later, the voice from earlier sounded again. This time, he asked many questions about the person who wasn't really Yang Kai's master. Yang Kai told him what he knew and tried to beat around the bush when he had no answers to the questions. He just told him that he was a young kid at that time, so there were many things that he had forgotten. The other party didn't really probe him further. Then, Yang Kai was asked to make another kind of pill, and he directly told him that he couldn't. He said that his master only passed him the pill recipe of 10 revolutions clear heart pill and taught him nothing else. The other pill recipes he possessed were obtained from other places over the years. He wasn't sure if he could fool the elders of Profound Pill Sect using this explanation, but no one replied to him after that. He went on to wait for an hour inside the hall before the door opened again. Turning his head, he saw Gao Xian Peng standing outside the place with a smile. In a passionate manner, Gao Xian Peng called out, Junior Brother Yang. Senior Brother Gao. Yang Kai walked up to him, and upon making sure that no one else was watching, he asked in a small voice, the test. Congratulations, Junior Brother. You've passed the test. Gao Xian Peng didn't intend to keep him in suspense. It was only then that Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. Martial Peak, Chapter 4508, Generosity. Fixed Moon Peak was a spirit peak where the heaven-grade alchemists of Profound Pill Sect gathered together. With that said, there were only 3 to 5 heaven-grade alchemists of Profound Pill Sect who lived there. Gao Xian Peng was one of the residents on this spirit peak. The palace on the left side of the peak was his territory. Although there were many spirit peaks in Profound Pill Sect, they couldn't afford to assign a spirit peak to every heaven-grade alchemist. Only a spirit-grade alchemist had the right to own a spirit peak of their own. There were about 10 to 20 spirit peaks in Profound Pill Sect that were just like Fixed Moon Peak. In other words, there were about several dozen to 100 heaven-grade alchemists. That was a staggering figure. Besides Gao Xian Peng, there were 2 other heaven-grade alchemists who lived on Fixed Moon Peak. They had previously selected their favorite spots. One of them built a cave mansion, while the other built a palace, just like what Gao Xian Peng had done. There was also a ready-made cave mansion in that place. After asking Yang Kai about it, Gao Xian Peng decided to bring him here. This cave mansion originally belonged to a senior brother. However, he passed away more than 10 years ago due to old age, so this cave mansion had remained unoccupied since then. Although it's in the middle of the mountain, the world, energy, and environment here are excellent. It's also just half a mountain away from my place, so it'll be convenient for you to look for me. Gao Xian Peng led Yang Kai to walk around inside the cave mansion while giving him an explanation. Since Yang Kai had passed the test, he was now considered the 34th generation disciple of Profound Pill Sect. Naturally, he had a right to own a cave mansion in the sect. Gao Xian Peng was the one who brought Yang Kai to Profound Pill Sect, and he was also the only person Yang Kai was familiar with, so the elders had asked him to help Yang Kai settle in. He gladly accepted the job, since Yang Kai's aptitude was exceptional. He was more than willing to get closer to him. The cave mansion still looked the same as the time when the original owner passed away, so it was obvious that the place was cleaned up frequently. Although the place had remained vacant for a long time, it was still neat and tidy. Xianxia was fine with this place, so after walking around alongside Gao Xianpeng and familiarizing himself with his new residence, he cupped his fist. "Many thanks for your help, senior brother." Gao Xianpeng patted the other man's shoulder with a smile. "We're one family now, so stop being overly polite with me. It's late now, so you should get some rest. I'll bring you to get an identity token and make a registration tomorrow. Also, since you're new to the sect, there are many trivial matters you have to deal with. And I'll tell you more about it tomorrow." "Good." Xianxia nodded. After Gao Xianpeng left, Xianxia took a stroll around the cave mansion again and found a place to take a rest. Then he closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. The reason he was able to pass the test from the elders of Profound Pill Sect was because of the pill recipe he possessed. Just like what Gao Xianpeng had said, the pill recipe was the best proof of his identity, for there were no great forces in the world that would expose their own pill recipes, especially the pill recipe of the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill, which was extremely precious. Xianxia's refining process also proved that he had inherited skills from Profound Pill Sect. Another reason was probably the aptitude he had showcased. Even if the elders of Profound Pill Sect were doubtful, Xianxia's aptitude was good enough to impress them. Those from Profound Pill Sect would want to make such a person stay, even if he had nothing to do with their sect. Since Xianxia had passed the test, there was nothing else he had to worry about. Gao Xianpeng came over pretty early the next day and led Xianxia to register himself. Xianxia then obtained an identity token and some miscellaneous items. It was already afternoon when everything was done. They returned to Fixed Moon Peak together, where Gao Xianpeng had already prepared a meal to welcome Xianxia and congratulate him on becoming a disciple of Profound Pill Sect. They had a jovial chat during the meal. A while later, Gao Xianpeng spoke up. "Junior brother, since you're new to the sect and unfamiliar with everything, the elders will give you 1 month to familiarize yourself. After 1 month, you have to start providing alchemy services in Seeking Pill Pavilion, just like other heaven-grade alchemists." Xianxia turned solemn. "What do I need to prepare?" Gao Xianpeng chuckled a lot. "I was just about to talk to you about it." After taking a sip of the wine, he put down the cup and continued. "Since you're going to provide alchemy services, you'll need a medicine boy to be stationed at Seeking Pill Pavilion. You don't have a medicine boy yet, right?" Xianxia shook his head. "To alchemists like us, medicine boys are very important. There are assistants who will help us deal with trivial matters, as well as the disciples we personally train. Moreover, since the job has something to do with alchemy, medicine boys must be familiar with both spirit herbs and pills. Not everyone can take on this job." Gao Xianpeng wiped away the grease from his mouth. "Of course, it's actually quite easy to settle this problem. There are new disciples joining the sect every year, so you can go over to the disciple hall and select some medicine boys that meet your requirements. I'm sure those brats will be more than happy to follow a heaven-grade alchemist." After giving a thought, Xianxia asked, "Other than the disciples in the sect, can I look for helpers from outside?" Gao Xianpeng nodded. "There's no problem with that, and you're free to do so. However, if you find medicine boys from outside, they'll have to join Profound Pill Sect and become outer disciples. Do you have any candidates?" Xianxia nodded. "When I was in Void Spirit Sword Sect, I taught alchemy to 2 junior brothers and 1 junior sister. They've shown talent in the alchemic Tao." "Good. Just tell them to come over. However, that place is far away from here. You better get someone to fetch them so that they won't fall into danger on the road. I suppose your juniors are not very strong yet, right?" "They're not." As Xianxia spoke, he took a glance at Gao Ming, who was behind Gao Xianpeng. Gao Xianpeng burst into laughter. "Well, please do not have your eyes on him. It'll take 1 month to go back and forth. Moreover, I'm leaving the sect in a few days, so Gao Ming will have to come with me." A surprised Xianxia replied, "I'll come up with another way then." At that instant, he regretted not bringing Wanning Ying with him when he came to this place. At that time, he was worried that he might fall into danger in Profound Pill Sect, dragging her into his mess if he brought her along. However, it was no big deal, as he could just ask someone to fetch her. A name sprang into Xianxia's mind as he thought he could use a particular woman's help. After all, Other than Gao Ming, she was familiar with the route. After nibbling at his food, Gao Xianpeng went on to say, besides the matter regarding medicine boys, you'll also have to settle the issue of an alchemy furnace and alchemy flame. I believe you still don't have a personal alchemy furnace and alchemy flame, right? An embarrassed Yang Kai replied, I do have an alchemy furnace, but it's an old, generic one. The alchemy furnaces in Void Spirit Sword sect were all low quality. Even when he was still just an earth-grade alchemist, Yang Kai found it difficult to use his current alchemy furnace. Now that he was a heaven-grade alchemist, the furnace was basically useless to him. Therefore, he didn't even bother to bring it with him when he set off on his journey. Gao Xianpeng put on a smile and suddenly clapped his hands. Instantly, a maidservant came in with an alchemy furnace in her hands. It was a petite furnace only about a forearm length in height, but the surface was emblazoned with 5 dragons, their mouths facing the lid. What's this? Yang Kai looked doubtfully at him. Gao Xianpeng explained, the 5 dragons furnace. A senior brother gave it to me when I became a heaven-grade alchemist in the past, but I've never used it as I have my own. Since you don't have a suitable alchemy furnace yet, why don't you use it for now? Please don't turn me down. This is a gift from someone after all. Although I've never used it, I wouldn't have the nerve to give it away. I'm just lending it to you. When you have your own furnace, you can return it to me. Yang Kai parted his lips for a moment, then picked up his cup and drained it. Many thanks for lending it to me then, senior brother. Gao Xianpeng waved his hand with a smile and told Gao Ming to send the 5 dragons furnace to Yang Kai's cave mansion before he went on to say, since you've settled the issue of an alchemy furnace, you can head to the Divine Flame Hall to get an alchemy flame. There are many alchemy flames available, but as for what kind of alchemy flame you'll get, that will depend on your luck. An astonished Yang Kai asked, the sect will also provide us an alchemy flame. Gao Xianpeng put on a proud smile. Profound Pill Sect has been in existence for a long time, so we do have a lot of alchemy flames. Those from the Divine Flame Hall are responsible for handling these affairs. After centuries of accumulation, even if there aren't 1,000 alchemy flames over there, there are at least 800. There's a rule, though. If you get an alchemy flame from the Divine Flame Hall, you'll have to return it before your death. After all, it belongs to the sect. Yang Kai nodded his head to indicate he understood. Still, he was shocked by the generosity of those in Profound Pill Sect. As long as an alchemist reached a certain grade, they could easily get a medicine boy, alchemy flame, and blood warriors. Yang Kai believed that he could also get an alchemy furnace. However, since Gao Xianpeng had already lent one to him, it should be better than the one offered by the sect. Get some rest tonight. I'll bring you to the Divine Flame Hall tomorrow to get an alchemy flame. It's the most important issue for you now, because you'll need some time to get used to the flame after obtaining one. It'll probably take you a month to do so. You'll also have to head to the Blood Warrior Hall. Since you're now a heaven-grade alchemist, you can get 2 Blood Warriors from the Blood Warrior Hall. I'm sure those from the Blood Warrior Hall will be quite excited. 2 hours later, an intoxicated Yang Kai returned to his cave mansion. When he left his residence the next day, he saw a blue-hat youth waiting for him outside the place. Greetings, Alchemist Yang. The blue-hat youth saluted him. Are you senior brother, Gao's medicine boy? Yang Kai took a glance at him. He had come across this medicine boy in Gao Xianpeng's place the day before, so he could faintly remember him. Yes, Alchemist Yang. I'm senior Gao's medicine boy. Yang Kai looked curiously at him. What are you doing here? Where's senior brother Gao? The medicine boy replied, Senior Gao told me to wait here to pass on his word to you. Senior Gao had to leave the sect this morning after receiving an order from the elders. Therefore, he can't accompany Senior Yang to the Divine Flame Hall. However, he has informed those from the Divine Flame Hall about it. If Senior Yang wishes to obtain an alchemy flame, you can directly go over. Martial Peak, Chapter 4509, Divine Flame Cave. Senior brother Gao has left? Yang Kai was surprised. Although Gao Xianpeng did say he was leaving the sect in a few days, Yang Kai hadn't expected him to be gone on this day. It was an emergency. Since the elders had given the order, Sir had to leave, the medicine boy replied respectfully. Yang Kai nodded. After giving a thought, He asked the medicine boy about the location of the divine flame hull, then walked down the mountain. The medicine boy thoughtfully asked Xianxia whether he needed a guide. However, getting an alchemy flame shouldn't be a difficult task. Moreover, Gao Xinpeng had informed those from the divine flame hall about it beforehand. Therefore, Xianxia turned him down. The divine flame hall was located in a mountain valley where there were many guards. As Xianxia headed to his destination, he was stopped and checked several times. Nevertheless, after he showed them his identity token, the guards at the divine flame hall stepped aside respectfully. Soon, he arrived at a large palace, and as soon as he entered, he saw two people chatting among themselves. One of them was clad in the clothes exclusive to heaven-grade alchemists of profound pill sect, and he was followed by two bodyguards. The other person was clad in black tight-fitting clothes. Xianxia was unable to sense his cultivation since his aura was restrained, but he had a feeling that the man was a spirit realm master. The spirit realm master in black clothes said, "Since you're all ready, Alchemist Wei, good luck." Alchemist Wei cupped his fist with a smile. "Many thanks for your kind wishes, Vice Hall Master. I'll definitely succeed. After all, I've been preparing for it for 2 years. You may go now. Someone from the Divine Flame Cave will lead you there." The Spirit Realm Master nodded. Alchemist Wei nodded, then led his blood warriors towards the door. Before he left, he shot a curious and doubtful glance at Xianxia. Despite finding the man unfamiliar, he didn't say anything. After he was gone, the Spirit Realm Master turned to look at Xianxia and examined him, then asked, "Alchemist Yang, I presume you know me?" Xianxia asked curiously. The Spirit Realm Master replied with a smile, "There are only a small number of heaven-grade alchemists in the sect, and I've met them all. The only one I've never met is the newly joined heaven-grade alchemist. Alchemist Gao informed me about your arrival yesterday." Upon hearing his explanation, Xianxia asked, "I see. How may I address you?" "Divine Flame Hall, Vice Hall Master, Wu Xianxia." "So, it is Vice Hall Master Wu." Xianxia cupped his fist and thought that it was no wonder this person was a Spirit Realm Master. Since he was the Vice Hall Master of the Divine Flame Hall, the fact that he was a Spirit Realm Master wasn't so surprising. "Have you come here to obtain an alchemy flame?" Wu Xianxia asked. "Yes." Xianxia nodded. Senior Brother Gao said that since I've joined the sect, I should prioritize getting an alchemy flame. Although Wu Xianxia wasn't an alchemist, he knew a thing or two about alchemy since he had been in profound pill sect for a long time. Upon hearing that, he nodded. Since Alchemist Gao has said so, there wouldn't be a mistake. However, it is my first time coming to the Divine Flame Hall. Is there anything I should prepare? Xianxia inquired modestly. Wu Xianxia replied with a smile. You don't have to prepare anything. The Divine Flame Cave is a special place where the alchemy flames accumulated over the years are stored. You just have to go in and sense your surroundings. As long as you are capable enough, you'll find a suitable alchemy flame. What's more, the alchemy flames will also be looking for worthy masters to follow. Xianxia was puzzled. You mean those alchemy flames are sentient? Wu Xianxia burst into laughter. Alchemy flames are not living creatures, so why would they be sentient? However, the Divine Flame Cave is a special place. It was built by the ancestors of profound pill sect, taking much time and care. It is also one of the sect's foundations. I'm not an alchemist, so I don't understand the abstrusity of it. Nevertheless, the same thing happens to every alchemist who tries to obtain an alchemy flame, so you don't have to worry about it. Moreover, I heard that the greater a person's aptitude, the better the alchemy flame they can obtain. Are the alchemy flames graded? Xianxia figured out there was a deeper meaning to the Vice Hall Master's words. Of course, Wu Xianxia looked curiously at him, wondering why a heaven-grade alchemist wasn't aware of such common knowledge. Just like we cultivators, alchemy flames are divided into mortal, earth, heaven, and spirit grades. Although there are different grades, an alchemy flame can swallow others to improve itself. Therefore, even if one only gets a mortal rank alchemy flame, it will grow into a spirit rank alchemy flame as long as there's enough hard work and opportunity. Moreover, the powers of the alchemy flames in the same rank can vary greatly. Good, If you want to find out more about it, you can head to the records hall when you're free. There are many books about alchemy flames inside. Many thanks for your guidance. Vice Hall, Master Wu. Yang Kai thanked him sincerely, for he had no knowledge of such information prior to this. By the way, do you mean that there are spirit-rank alchemy flames in the Divine Flame Cave? Indeed, Wu Xianxia nodded. The alchemy flames that the elders possessed over the generations were all spirit flames. Before their predestined time of death, they would try to separate the spirit flames from their own bodies and return them to the Divine Flame Cave. This process normally damages the spirit flames, causing them to regress into heaven flames. Nonetheless, some of the spirit flames still survived over the years. However, I advise you against coveting a spirit flame. After all, they're very powerful. If you don't have sufficient power to match, you'll be harming yourself instead. I understand. However, is it all right that so many alchemy flames are put together? You just said that an alchemy flame could swallow others to upgrade itself. Wu Xianxia shook his head. The alchemy flames that have returned to the Divine Flame Cave are all planted with seals, so they won't swallow each other. Otherwise, the cave would have been gone for good long ago. I see. Yang Kai finally figured it out after his explanation, but he still asked worriedly, is there really nothing I have to prepare? Just now, I heard Alchemist Wei say that he had been preparing for it for 2 years. Wu Xianxia burst into laughter. He's different. He wants to obtain a particular alchemy flame from the Divine Flame Cave, so he's been trying to prepare some bait over the past 2 years to tempt that alchemy flame. If you have your own target, you naturally have to prepare some things in advance. However, if you're just getting a random one, you don't have to do that. It was then Yang Kai realized he had been overthinking things. Following that, he replied, I'll just obtain one at random then. Do you have other questions? If not, you can head to the Divine Flame Cave now. Yang Kai shook his head. Come with me then, Wu Xianxia said, then led the way for him. It wasn't certain whether it had something to do with Gao Xi and Peng, or that the fact Yang Kai wasn't familiar with this place was taken into consideration. But when Alchemist Wei headed to Divine Flame Cave, just now, Wu Xianxia didn't lead the way for him. Instead, Yang Kai had the honor to receive such treatment. Naturally, Yang Kai had to thank him again. The Divine Flame Cave wasn't far away, and there was an entrance that led to it inside the hall. When they arrived, Yang Kai saw that the blood warriors that Alchemist Wei had brought with him were standing outside the cave, while the alchemist himself was nowhere to be seen. It was apparent that he had entered the cave. Wu Xianxia pointed ahead and explained, that's the entrance to the Divine Flame Cave. There's a rule in the sect that only alchemists can enter this place, so I'll have to stop here. You could just go in. Many thanks. Yang Kai cupped his fists and shuffled into the cave. The Divine Flame Cave was located deep beneath the ground, and as Yang Kai walked down, it took him almost an hour before descended into complete darkness. It wasn't the kind of darkness that was caused by a lack of light, but rather a kind of pure black color that was indescribable with words. Yang Kai initially intended to look for Alchemist Wei and observe how the latter was going to obtain an alchemy flame. However, he could see nothing in the darkness, let alone look for Alchemist Wei. Turning his head, Yang Kai saw that there was a bit of light at the entrance that served as a beacon for when he needed to leave. However, the light was restricted in a radius of 3 meters in an eerie manner. It seemed that the Divine Flame Cave was truly abstruse, so it was no wonder that it was one of profound Pill Sect's foundations. Shaking his head, Yang Kai continued moving forward. In the darkness, he was unable to determine how far he had gone, so he could only turn a look at the light at the entrance to know that he had moved forward for quite some distance. Reckoning that it was time to stop, he sat down on the ground with his legs crossed. Wu Xianxia had said that the Divine Flame Cave was a special place, and upon entering, an alchemist just had to sense their surroundings to look for the alchemy flames that suited them. Yang Kai didn't understand the abstrusity of it, so he could only do as he was told. After emptying his mind, he focused on sensing his surroundings. He initially couldn't detect anything special, But as he released his divine sense, he realized that dots of light started appearing out of thin air. He was taken aback by the sight and almost awoke from his meditative state, which caused the lights to start flickering. However, he soon composed himself, and the lights stabilized as well. This was a strange feeling. Although his eyes were closed, as he was only sensing his surroundings, it was as though he could really see those lights. The intensity of the lights varied, looking like different size candles that had been lit up in the darkness. Besides that, the lights continued to increase, and soon, they started growing exponentially. From a few dots of light, they grew into dozens to over 100. In the distance, more lights appeared all of a sudden. Are these the alchemy flames in the divine flame cave? Xianxia fell into his thoughts as he inspected the lights, trying to determine their grades by judging the intensity of the light. Just like what Wuxia had said, the alchemy flames here range from immortal grade to the spirit grade. The small number of the brightest lights should be the spirit flames, while the slightly weaker ones were heaven flames, followed by the earth flames, and then the weakest mortal flames. What surprised Xianxia was that these alchemy flames came in different colors, which illuminated the originally dark cave. While he was still awestruck by the sight, something happened all of a sudden. The lights of different colors started rushing towards Xianxia, as though they had been drawn by something. In the blink of an eye, he was surrounded by countless alchemy flames. Xianxia was stunned, not knowing what was going on. Martial Peak, Chapter 4510, Strange White Flame. Xianxia could sense that these brightly lit alchemy flames had surrounded him as they jumped around him. Despite not knowing what was going on, he had a feeling that if he wanted, he could easily obtain any of the alchemy flames, be it a mortal flame or a spirit flame. This discovery made him arch his brow. He recalled that Wuxia had said the greater a person's aptitude, the better the alchemy flame they could get in the divine flame cave. It then dawned on Xianxia that even though he was just a heaven-grade alchemist in the divine armament world, his attainments in the alchemic Tao far exceeded the limits of this world. Regardless of whether these alchemy flames were sentient, they seemed to have instinctively realized his uniqueness, which was why they proactively approached him. Almost all the alchemy flames in the divine flame cave had gathered around Xianxia, except for one particular flame. There was a flickering alchemy flame in a spot that was several hundred meters away from Xianxia. He reckoned that it was a heaven flame by judging from its brightness, and it could be considered a better one among those in the heaven grade. The heaven flames around Xianxia were not comparable to it in terms of brightness or purity. Xianxia thought about Alchemist Wei, who had entered the place first, and had a feeling that the latter was just over there as the special heaven flame was restricted by him. That was the reason it was not drawn over. Xianxia wasn't really concerned about what was going on over there. Since Alchemist Wei had prepared for it for 2 years, he must have a special technique to get the heaven flame he wanted. Moreover, Xianxia wasn't interested in heaven flames at all. What attracted him were the small number of spirit flames. Wuxia had advised him against getting a spirit flame since he didn't have the power to match, as that would cause him to be injured. However, that piece of advice was only applicable to the average person. Xianxia had the confidence to subdue a spirit flame. He could still use a spirit flame when he became a spirit-grade alchemist in the future, and he didn't have to waste time upgrading or changing his alchemy flame. Since he had come to the divine flame cave, Xianxia naturally had to get the best one. After making up his mind, he examined the lively alchemy flames around him and soon found his target. It was an alchemy flame that was one of the brightest in this place. If he wasn't mistaken, this was supposed to be a spirit flame. Moreover, this alchemy flame gave off a gentle feeling, which was unlike some of the restless flames, so it was suitable to be used for refining pills. This orange spirit flame was originally in the outer ring, but after Xianxia sent a signal over, it slowly came closer and soon reached a spot that was 1 meter away from him. While the spirit flame was moving forward, the other alchemy flames proactively stepped aside as though they had realized how determined Xianxia was. The spirit flame continued moving forward, but just when it was about to reach Xianxia, it abruptly stopped. Xianxia had no idea what was going on, but the next instant, All the alchemy flames around him seemed to become flustered, as though a ferocious beast was coming their way. In the blink of an eye, they dissipated and went into hiding. The countless lights that Xianxia could sense instantly vanished. The originally colorful world soon fell into complete darkness. Xianxia was shocked, not knowing what he had done that caused those alchemy flames to run away. Looking around, he could see that the alchemy flame restricted by Alchemist Wei was pulsating. However, Alchemist Wei seemed to have a way to control it. Xianxia couldn't see clearly what the other party was doing, but the alchemy flame was unable to flee regardless of how hard it tried. It seemed to be bound to that exact spot. It seemed that it was just a matter of time before the flame was captured by Alchemist Wei. Xianxia came to his senses and thought back on what he had been doing since he came to this place, but he didn't think he had done anything wrong. Nevertheless, the alchemy flames that had surrounded him disappeared just like that. Just then, he caught a glimpse of a light that was slowly flying towards him from a distance. It was a white flame that wasn't particularly bright. According to his observation, he reckoned that it was an alchemy flame in the mortal grade. However, the light was astonishingly pure. Xianxia hadn't seen any other alchemy flame with such purity. The mortal flame soon reached Xianxia and landed in front of him, then became unmoving. Xianxia was startled for a moment as he was torn between tears and laughter. What's going on? All the alchemy flames were gone, leaving behind a mortal flame. He was now a heaven-grade alchemist, so there was no way he would take a mortal flame which wouldn't meet his requirements for making pills. After observing the mortal flame for a moment, Xianxia concluded that besides the fact that the light was pure, there was nothing special about it. Therefore, he stopped paying attention to it. Then he emptied his mind and sensed his surroundings in an attempt to draw the alchemy flames back to him. However, his action elicited a strange reaction from the small white mortal flame. Like a naughty kid, it jumped around in Xianxia's perception to draw his attention. Seeing that Xianxia ignored it, the flames started circling around him. A moment later, it suddenly charged towards the heaven flame bound by Alchemist Wei. This turn of events finally attracted Xianxia's attention. He could sense that the heaven flame bound by Alchemist Wei became even more flustered while the alchemist exclaimed. Alchemist Wei did not have long to ponder the issue. However, as the mortal flame dashed forward and instantly engulfed the heaven flame with its white light. After the dust settled, the light that belonged to the heaven flame was nowhere to be seen. The white alchemy flame didn't change one bit as it swaggered back towards Xianxia. Upon reaching him, the flame gently whirled around as though it was trying to brag. Xianxia was flabbergasted. Although it was the first time he came across this situation, it was obvious to him that the heaven flame was swallowed by this white mortal flame. Xianxia said that all the alchemy flames in the Divine Flame Cave were planted with seals, so there was no way they would devour each other. What was going on with this white light then? Moreover, only alchemy flames of higher grades could gobble up ones of lower grades. How did a mortal flame wolf down a heaven flame? Who destroyed my flame? Who? Alchemist Wei's roar reverberated across the entire cave. Getting no reply, Wei Cheng said through clenched teeth, "Good. Unless you stay in this cave forever. This way we'll find out who you are sooner or later. This matter is not settled." After Wei Cheng barked for a while more, Xianxia could hear the footsteps fading into the distance. There was a dark expression on Xianxia's face as he looked at the white light in front of him. He had practically done nothing, but it seemed that a grudge had been formed between Wei Cheng and him. Xianxia could only hope that he wasn't the only person in the cave at this moment. Otherwise, he would never be able to explain himself. After witnessing how the white light swallowed the heaven flame, Xianxia realized that this white flame was different somehow. The average mortal flame was not able to do that. Furthermore, regardless of how hard he tried to sense his surroundings, the other alchemy flames in the cave didn't respond to him. As he recalled the sight of those alchemy flames fleeing, Xianxia let out a long sigh. Now it seemed that regardless of what he thought, he had to take this white flame. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened during the process. As soon as Xianxia relayed his intent, The white flame flew towards him and directly disappeared into his body. At the same time, Xianxia could clearly feel that there was a new strange power in his body. The power wasn't harmful to him, but he needed some time to refine and familiarize himself with it before he could really use it. He had achieved his goal for coming to the Divine Flame Cave. Although he had only taken a mortal flame, Xianxia reckoned that it wasn't just any ordinary mortal flame judging from its strange behavior. It seemed that he had to head to Records Hall to find out what kind of alchemy flame he had accepted. Standing up, he shuffled towards the light at the entrance and soon left the Divine Flame Cave. Then, he walked up the spiraling path. 1 hour later, Xianxia could finally see bright sunlight again, which suggested that he had finally left the cave. Before he could adjust to the brightness, though, he heard someone speaking through gritted teeth. "It's really you." Xianxia turned his head and saw Wei Cheng glaring at him. The blood warriors behind him sported dark expressions as well. On the other hand, Wu Zhengqi was standing with his hands behind his back as he looked curiously at Xianxia. A dejected Xianxia knew that the trouble was inevitable, but he still pretended to know nothing. "Vice Hall Master Wu, this." Wu Zhengqi explained. Alchemist Wei came across an accident when he was trying to obtain an alchemy flame in the cave. It seems that he was unable to achieve his goal because he was disturbed. Therefore, Alchemist Yang, he wants to know what you did down there. Of course I was trying to get an alchemy flame in the cave. What else could I do? Xianxia frowned. I didn't act against anyone or anything. Why don't you ask the other alchemists who have entered the cave? Wei Cheng said through clenched teeth. There were only the two of us in the cave. There were no other alchemists. If you hadn't done anything, this way couldn't possibly have failed. I was about to succeed. Xianxia shook his head. I have no idea what you're talking about, Alchemist Wei. I was just trying to obtain an alchemy flame for myself. However, I was shocked to hear someone exclaiming just now. It seems that it was you who screamed. A relentless Wei Cheng snapped. Stop playing dumb. Who else could it be if it weren't you? Xianxia gazed at him and replied. It's the first time we meet, Alchemist Wei, and there are no grudges between us. Both of us are the heaven-grade alchemists of Profound Pill sect, so why would I act against you? Wu Zhengqi nodded. That's true. What actually happened, Alchemist Wei? Wei Cheng still glowered at Xianxia, but he realized that the latter was right. It was the first time they met, and there were no grudges between them. There was no reason for Xianxia to derail his plans. However, as he recalled the 2 years he had spent getting prepared and the fact that he was so close to succeeding, he was unable to just let the issue drop. Martial Peak, Chapter 4511, Martial Method Stage. It was then Wei Cheng sported a dark expression and narrated what had happened in the Divine Flame Cave. According to him, everything was going well initially, but at the most critical moment when he was about to capture the Heaven Flame, it seemed to have been disturbed. After pulsating for a moment, it disappeared. Besides that, did you happen to see anything else? Xianxia asked probingly. Wei Cheng was startled for a moment. What do you mean? Did you see anything else? No, I was just asking. Xianxia replied in a perfunctory manner. Based on what Wei Cheng had said, he didn't see the sight of the white flame engulfing the heaven flame inside the cave. In his perception, the heaven flame disappeared abruptly, and he didn't even see the alchemy flames of different colors gathering together. If he had, he would have exposed it. That's strange, Xianxia thought. I'm sorry that your attempt to capture a heaven flame has failed, but I really know nothing about it, nor is there a reason for me to interfere in your plans. Xianxia stared at him in a frank manner. Even if you didn't mean to, this matter must have something to do with you, Wei Cheng said through clenched teeth. It was obvious that he was infuriated. After all, he had been preparing for this moment for 2 years, and his attempt failed at the last moment. It was expected that he couldn't get over it. An impatient Xianxia gazed at him. What do you want, then? To fight me? Although Wei Cheng's failure did have something to do with him, he didn't mean to do it. Moreover, he couldn't really admit anything, so Xianxia could only deny it. Surprisingly, Wei Cheng's eyes brightened when he heard that. Good. You're the one who said it. This way we'll fight with you. He then gazed at Wu Zhengqi. Please be the witness for us. Vice Hall Master Wu. Wu Zhengqi appeared hesitant, as though he was trying to say something, but he eventually let out a sigh. Since both of you want to settle the matter in such a way, this Wu will act as witness. However, I hope that both of you won't go overboard as you're from the same sect. Wei Cheng cupped his fist. Many thanks, Vice Hall Master Wu. He then glared at Yang Kai. I'll see you at the martial method stage in 3 days. Upon finishing his words, he waved his hand and left with his blood warriors. Yang Kai had just placed his hand on the hilt of True Void Sword when his aura dissipated instantly. Shocked, he gazed at Wei Cheng's leaving figure and asked in puzzlement, why is he leaving? Wu Zhengqi explained, since an agreement has been reached, he naturally has to go back and get prepared. A helpless Yang Kai asked, what's there to prepare when we're just going to have a fight? An astounded Wu Zhengqi stared at him. Are you going to fight with Alchemist Wei, just like this? What else should I do? Wu Zhengqi gaped at him for a moment before landing a slap on his own forehead. I've forgotten that you're new to the sect, so you're not familiar with our rules yet. The thing is, alchemists are important treasures of profound pill sect, so the fights between alchemists are different from those of other cultivators. Yang Kai frowned. Please enlighten me, Vice Hall Master Wu. Wu Zhengqi explained, usually, a fight between alchemists is divided into 3 rounds. The one who wins 2 rounds will be the winner. Nevertheless, the first 2 rounds have nothing to do with the alchemists, as only their bodyguards would go on stage. They'll fight in the first 2 rounds, and it will be best if there's a winner. If there's a draw, the alchemists will then go on stage. However, the competition between alchemists will be all about alchemy, not a battle. That way, the safety of the alchemists can be ensured. Even if one of them loses, he wouldn't be injured. Upon hearing his explanation, Yang Kai replied, I see. It was no wonder that Wei Cheng said they would meet again at the martial method stage after 3 days. Yang Kai initially thought that they would just fight right away, and he had even considered using a bit of his true strength. You don't have any blood warriors yet, right? Wu Zhengqi gazed at him in an awkward manner. In response, Yang Kai shook his head. Wu Zhengqi burst into laughter. It seems that you'll have to head to the Blood Warrior Hall, but, I'll stop here. You'll find out about it when you reach the Blood Warrior Hall later. Yang Kai felt helpless as he returned from the Divine Flame Hall. His trip to the cave ended up in him getting a mortal flame and offending Wei Cheng. It also never crossed his mind that he would agree to fighting with him. Life was truly unpredictable. However, that didn't bother Yang Kai one bit, as he was most concerned about the kind of mortal flame he had obtained. Why was it able to engulf a heaven flame? While he was in his thoughts, he walked down the mountain and soon arrived at Seeking Pill Pavilion. After looking around for a while, he still couldn't find the person he wanted to see. He thought that woman's stubbornness was her only good point. She had said she would be waiting for him, but she had disappeared barely a few days later. However, on his way back to the peak, he suddenly heard Hua Rong calling out to him in a passionate manner, Alchemist Yang. Yang Kai turned his head and saw the woman at the recruitment stage. As she yelled, she dashed forward and soon reached Yang Kai. With a fervent gaze, she asked, Are you here to look for me? After taking a few steps back, Yang Kai nodded, yes. An elated Hua Rong asked, Have you changed your mind and decided to take me on as your bodyguard? The woman's jovial expression surprised Yang Kai as he wondered why she was so ecstatic. After measuring his words, he replied, I can take you on as a bodyguard, but I must give you a test first. Tell me, as long as it's achievable, I'll do it for you. Hua Rong nodded repeatedly. Yang Kai examined her as he doubted her ability to carry out the task. However, there wasn't a better person to do this job at this point. He initially wanted to borrow Gao Ming from Gao Xian Peng, but the latter wasn't even in profound pill sect now, so how was he supposed to borrow his bodyguard? I want you to head to Void Spirit Sword sect and escort 3 people to this place. Hua Rong was all ears as she listened to him. Then she asked, That's it? Yang Kai nodded, Can you do it? Hua Rong replied with a smile, Don't underestimate me, Alchemist Yang. I can even escort everyone from Void Spirit Sword sect to this place, not to mention 3 people. Good, I'll leave it to you then. When you return, I'll take you on as a bodyguard, Yang Kai said through clenched teeth. He had to settle the issue of getting his medicine boy as soon as possible since those from Profound Pill Sect had only given him 1 month. After that, he would have to start providing alchemy services at Seeking Pill Pavilion. If he didn't have a medicine boy to help him out by then, he would be swamped with work. That was why he rushed over to look for Hua Rong first instead of heading to the Blood Warrior Hall. After I come back with those people, how am I going to look for you? Hua Rong darted her gaze around. I can't enter Profound Pill Sect without an identity token. That was indeed a problem. Just when Yang Kai was ready to say he would ask someone to wait at this place every day, Hua Rong suggested by saying, "Why don't you bring me to make a registration and get the identity token for a bodyguard first? That way, I can directly enter Profound Pill Sect when I come back." Seeing that Yang Kai appeared hesitant, she said, "Please trust me, Alchemist Yang. I'll definitely complete your task. If anything goes wrong, you can kill me." Since she had said so much, Yang Kai gave it a thought and agreed to it. It didn't take him a long time to bring Hua Rong to make a registration. However, a bodyguard hired from outside like Hua Rong would have to go through the examination and verification of Profound Pill Sect to have her background checked. This was to ensure that she wouldn't pose a threat to the alchemist she followed or to the sect as a whole. She would only be acknowledged as a bodyguard after everything was done. Yang Kai didn't have to be concerned about it anyway, as Profound Pill Sect had an intelligence department to deal with such matters. When he saw Hua Rong off, she already had a temporary identity token with her. With this token, she was able to visit most places in Profound Pill Sect, except for the most important areas. After she was gone, Yang Kai headed to the Blood Warrior Hall to select 2 Blood Warriors. Since they were trained in Profound Pill Sect, their loyalty was guaranteed. Yang Kai also didn't have to pay anything to get them. He initially thought that there were countless powerful cultivators in the Blood Warrior Hall, and he could easily get 2 8-step or 9-step Heaven Realm Masters. But after arriving at this place, he realized that he was too naive. There were indeed some Heaven Realm Masters in the Blood Warrior Hall, but the strongest ones were only in the 3rd step or the 4th step Heaven Realm. They were even weaker than Hua Rong, which was why he was disappointed. It was then he realized why Wu Zhengqi appeared hesitant at the mention of the Blood Warrior Hall. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai realized that it wasn't so surprising. Profound Pill Sect was a powerful, great force, and it wasn't difficult for them to nurture Heaven Realm Masters. However, it took time for Heaven Realm Masters to grow, and the ones in higher steps had all been selected by the other Heaven Grade Alchemists. The Blood Warriors that were left were naturally the weaker ones. How was Yang Kai supposed to fight with Wei Cheng with these Blood Warriors? Although he had no idea about the cultivation of Wei Cheng's Blood Warriors, they were clearly not in the 3rd or 4th step Heaven Realm. Yang Kai initially intended to select 2 Blood Warriors, but he had now lost interest. Nevertheless, the Blood Warriors looked fervently at him, as though they were willing to do anything for him upon receiving his order. It would be inappropriate if he didn't even choose one. In the end, he only brought back 1 Blood Warrior. 1 hour later, Yang Kai was seated on a chair in his cave mansion. There was a man who knelt on one knee in front of him. His bald head appeared pretty shiny even in the cave mansion. This guy was the only one Yang Kai had brought back from the Blood Warrior Hall, as he looked a bit special. He was truly burly, and about 2 full heads taller than Yang Kai when he was standing. His facial features looked fierce, and he was quite conspicuous even among the masters in the Blood Warrior Hall. However, this person wasn't the strongest, as he was only in the 2nd step Heaven Realm. According to the person in charge of the Blood Warrior Hall, his aptitude was low as well, and he had remained in the hall for a long time. The other Blood Warriors from the same batch were now in the 6th step or 7th step, and they had already been selected by other Heaven Grade Alchemists. He was the only one left in the hall from the same batch. Martial Peak, Chapter 4512, Yang Huai. If Yang Kai hadn't picked him out this time, this person would be kicked out of the Blood Warrior Hall in 6 months and become a guard somewhere else. This was how most Blood Warriors ended up. After all, only a small number of Blood Warriors would be selected by the alchemists. Those in the Blood Warrior Hall who had no more potential for growth but hadn't been picked out wouldn't be allowed to stay there to drain the sect's resources. Profound Pill Sect had many places that needed the protection of Heaven Realm Masters after all. What's your name? Xianxia examined the burly man who knelt on one knee in front of him. The burly man replied in a remarkably gentle voice. The Blood Warriors in the Blood Warrior Hall do not have names. We're represented by codes. Please give me a name, sir. Xianxia arched his brow. You don't have a name? He then gave it thought. Then why don't you take my surname? Since you're so well built, I'll call you Yang de Zhuang. Thanks, sir. Yang de Zhuang cupped his fist loudly. I'm just pulling your leg. Xianxia waved his hand. Yang Huai. Your name will Yang Huai. Yes, Yang Huai replied respectfully. He was fine with whatever name was given to him by Xianxia, offering no complaints at all. Do you know why I chose you out of so many people in the Blood Warrior Hall? Xianxia gazed at him and asked. Yang Huai shook his head. I have no idea. You must have your own considerations, sir. Xianxia replied with a smile. That's right, but the main reason is that you look ferocious enough. Yang Huai put on a smile that could easily make crying children silent. I don't know what secret art all of you cultivate in the Blood Warrior Hall, but it's obviously not appropriate to bring out your potential. Your body is sturdy, and your vitality is ample, so you should cultivate a body-tempering secret art. The second step Heaven Realm is definitely not your limit. I have a secret art named the Supreme Tyrant Body Art that I can teach you. You must cultivate it seriously. Yang Huai wasn't really a bright person, so a simple secret art like the Supreme Tyrant Body Art suited him. However, it was originally an Emperor-grade secret art, so Xianxia had to modify and limit it a great deal before teaching it to him. The entire process took about 4 hours. The real reason Xianxia picked out Yang Huai was that he was trying to carry out an experiment. Although he could cultivate the heaven-devouring battle law in the divine armament world, he wasn't sure if he could use other secret arts he had in this world. It was the first time he entered a small source world, and if he had more chances to enter other small source worlds in the future, he wanted to gather more information now. If his experiment was successful, he would have a new helper with him. Even if the experiment failed, it wouldn't really matter. When you cultivate the Supreme Tyrant Body Art, you'll also need some pills to assist you. I'll pass you the required ones in the future. Just cultivate it on your own for now. I have a fight with someone in 3 days, and I'll need you to go on stage at that time. Upon hearing that, Yang Huai cupped his fist. I will obey any order you give me, sir. After telling Yang Huai to choose a room in the cave mansion and settle down, Xianxia walked out alone and asked someone for directions, then headed to the records hall. The reason he went to the records hall was to find out what kind of immortal flame he had obtained from the divine flame cave. There were many ancient books in the records hall, which was divided into the outer hall and inner hall. The outer hall was open to all the alchemists in Profound Pill Sect, and all the books were free for them to browse through. However, if they wanted to enter the inner hall, they would have to pay some sect's contribution points. Xianxia had an idea about what contribution points were, but he had no idea how to obtain them. After asking around about the sect's contribution points, he realized he was basically right and that they were truly good things. In Profound Pill Sect, as long as one had enough contribution points, one could trade them for anything they wanted, including the pill recipe for the 100 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill. This discovery greatly energized Xianxia. He initially was still concerned about how to obtain the pill recipe for the 100 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill after he entered the sect, but it turned out that he would just need to earn enough contribution points. There were many ways one could earn contribution points. One of the ways was to provide alchemy services in Seeking Pill Pavilion. Although it wasn't a lot, the amount would grow into a staggering figure as time passed. One could also earn points by carrying out various tasks assigned by the sect. Since Xianxia was a newcomer, he naturally didn't have any contribution points. However, now that he had found out about them, he didn't have to worry about getting the pill recipe of 100 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill in the future. After going through many books in the outer hall of the records hall for half a day, Xianxia still couldn't find any useful information about the white flame he had obtained. One book on alchemy flames recorded many mortal flames that shared many similarities with the white flame, but it didn't explain why the white flame could easily devour a heaven flame. In that case, he could only go back to his residence. In the next 2 days, Xianxia stayed in his room and focused on refining the white flame he had obtained from the Divine Flame Cave. The white flame gave off a gentle feeling, as though it wasn't powerful at all. Furthermore, it was easy to refine the flame, so it took him just 2 days to basically complete the refinement. On the 3rd day, someone was heard calling out to him from outside of the cave mansion. Xianxia walked out and realized that it was a Heaven Realm Master he had never met before. The Heaven Realm Master cupped his fist and asked, "Are you Alchemist Yang?" Xianxia nodded, "Yes." "Who are you?" The Heaven Realm Master replied, "I'm from the Divine Flame Hall. The Vice Hall Master has told me to come over and invite you to head over to Martial Method stage." "It's time for the fight already?" Xianxia frowned. He had been refining the white flame for the past 2 days, so he had lost track of the time. If Wu Zhengqi hadn't sent someone over, he would have missed the fight against Wei Cheng. Xianxia felt helpless, but since it had been agreed upon already, he didn't intend to back down. As such, he yelled back into the cave mansion. Soon, a ferocious Yang Huai stepped out. Unlike a few days ago, Yang Huai now appeared even more savage. When he walked out of the cave mansion, he looked just like an ancient, ominous beast, which caused the Heaven Realm Master's pupils to contract. "Sir," Yang Huai cupped his fist and greeted in a respectful voice. Xianxia studied him and nodded. "You've made some good progress." A few days ago, Yang Huai didn't have his current ferocious aura. The fact that he had gone through such a drastic transformation was undoubtedly thanks to the Supreme Tyrant Body Art. This abridged version of body-tempering secret art taught to him by Xianxia seemed to match Yang Huai perfectly, so Xianxia expected the latter to have some serious achievements in it in the future. "Many thanks for your guidance, sir." Yang Huai appeared excited as well. He had stayed in the Blood Warrior Hall for quite a few years. Since his ascension to the Heaven Realm, the progress in his cultivation had been quite slow. He initially thought that it was all he could achieve in his lifetime. Nevertheless, it never crossed his mind that not only would he be brought out of the Blood Warrior Hall, but he would also obtain such a profound secret art. While cultivating the Supreme Tyrant Body Art, he could clearly feel that there was an inexhaustible source of energy that he could draw on, which was a feeling he had never had in the past. "How do you feel?" Xianxia asked. Yang Huai grinned. "I feel great. I have the urge to fight someone." Xianxia chuckled. "You'll have a chance soon." He then turned to look at the Heaven Realm Master, whose face twitched. "Please lead the way for us." The Heaven Realm Master hurriedly extended his hand. "Please come with me, Alchemist Yang." The Martial Method stage was located on a spirit peak where there was a very flat platform, as though it had been carved with an enormous blade. Presently, the stage was surrounded by many people. If there were any grudges between the alchemists of Profound Pill sect, they would come over to this place and settle it. However, such incidents were rare. Therefore, after word of the dispute between Wei Cheng and Xianxia spread, many alchemists who had nothing better to do came over to watch the good show. When Xianxia and Yang Huai arrived at Martial Method stage alongside the Heaven Realm Master, this place was already crammed with people. Around the stage stood many alchemists who had brought their bodyguards with them. Some of them gathered together and chatted among themselves, discussing the cause of the fight. Wei Cheng was seated on a chair on one side of the stage, and his bodyguards were standing behind him, a hint of impatience on his face. A helpless Wu Zhengqi from the Divine Flame Hall was waiting on the stage. Honestly speaking, he wasn't willing to interfere in this matter. Although he was a spirit realm master, Profound Pill sect was an alchemy-focused force. It wasn't appropriate for him to butt into the dispute between two alchemists. However, since he had been invited to be the witness, he had no choice but to come over. When Xianxia arrived, he immediately drew the attention of many alchemists. Although it had been only a few days since Xianxia joined the sect, the news that there was a new heaven-grade alchemist spread quickly. Many people were expected to be curious about this new heaven-grade alchemist. Furthermore, despite being a newcomer, Yang Kai had already formed some grudges with Wei Cheng, and they had to settle the dispute on martial method stage. When they finally saw Yang Kai, many of them exclaimed and gasped. That was because Yang Kai looked truly young. He appeared to be about 17 or 18 years old at most, but he was already a heaven-grade alchemist. He was the only heaven-grade alchemist in the entire profound pill sect who was this young. When these people were his age, most of them were still in the mortal grade. Their achievements paled when compared to this young man. If nothing unexpected happened, this young man would become an important figure in the future. On one side of the stage, Wei Cheng sported a conflicted expression. He was truly incensed outside of the Divine Flame Hall the other day, which was why he took Yang Kai's words seriously, even though the latter didn't really mean it. However, since they had agreed to the fight, he naturally had to look into Yang Kai's background. Upon finding out more about the young man, Wei Cheng was dumbfounded. That was because Yang Kai was a heaven-grade alchemist who was only 18 years old, and he probably would be a spirit-grade alchemist in the future. Anyone would want to form a good relationship with such a person instead of offending him. However, things had come to such a point that there was no turning back. The fight must go on. After all, Wei Cheng was a heaven-grade alchemist, so he could not embarrass himself. Furthermore, it was uncertain whether Yang Kai could really become a spirit-grade alchemist. Wei Cheng also had the potential to be a spirit-grade alchemist in the future. Therefore, even though he slightly regretted it, he was madder at the fact that his plan, which was 2 years in the making, had been ruined. If it weren't because of the accident a few days ago, he could have obtained an excellent heaven flame, which would help him improve his alchemy skills and increase his chance of ascending to the spirit grade. After leading Yang Kai to the stage, the Heaven Realm Master cupped his fist to Wu Xianxia. Alchemist Yang is here, Vice Hall Master. Wu Xianxia nodded. Good, you may leave now. Martial Peak, Chapter 45:13, Wager. Vice Hall Master Wu. Yang Kai cupped his fist at Wu Xianxia, who nodded gently in response. Wei Cheng came over and stood on the left side of Wu Xianxia. He was followed by his blood warriors. Wu Xianxia arched his brow. Many thanks for inviting this Wu to be the witness of this battle. I feel truly honored. However, I hope that both of you will not go overboard since you are both from the same sect. Peace and harmony are valued highly here. Then, he darted his gaze between Wei Cheng and Yang Kai before saying, If there are no objections, the fight shall begin. The rules are the same as always. The fight is divided into 3 rounds, and the person who wins 2 rounds will be the winner. Additionally, no weapons are allowed on the martial method stage. Do you have any problems with this? Wei Cheng and Yang Kai expressed that they were fine with the rules. Good. As for how you'll fight, you can have a discussion among yourselves. This will not interfere. The reason I'm here today is only to act as a witness. Then, Wu Xianxia went away and observed them silently. On the stage, Wei Cheng took a glance at the towering Yang Huai behind Yang Kai, then frowned. Have you only brought 1 bodyguard with you, Alchemist Yang? How are we going to fight? Yang Kai replied with a smile. What's wrong with that? The rules state that the person who wins 2 rounds will be the winner. It doesn't say how many bodyguards we must bring. Wei Cheng shook his head. That's right, but I guess you're underestimating this way. The bodyguard you've brought out of the Blood Warrior Hall is only in the 2nd step Heaven Realm. The weaker one of my 2 bodyguards is in the 6th step Heaven Realm. There's no way your bodyguard is a match for them. We'll have to let them fight to find out whether he's a match. Wei Cheng stared fixedly at him. If you're willing to apologize to me, Alchemist Yang, I'll pretend that nothing has happened so that you'll be spared the embarrassment. Yang Kai shook his head. It's good to have confidence, Alchemist Wei, but overconfidence will do you more harm than good. Wei Cheng's face fell as he snorted. I'm willing to settle the dispute peacefully, but since you've rejected me, don't blame me for oppressing you as a senior brother. I'd like to know how you're going to defeat the 3 of us when there are only the 2 of you. The rules are the same. If there's no winner after the first 2 rounds, we'll personally have to compete in the last round. Yang Kai nodded. However, before that, shouldn't we put down a wager? Otherwise, the fight will be boring. Wager? Wei Cheng was startled. What do you mean? Yang Kai turned to look at Wu Xianxia. Will it break the rules of the sect, Vice Hall Master? Wu Xianxia replied impassively. It's fine as long as both of you agree. The most important thing is that there must not be any casualties. Understood. Yang Kai nodded, then took the sword from his waist and raised it. It's a spirit armament. Is this wager good enough? Wei Cheng's pupils contracted when he heard that, and even Wu Xianxia appeared interested. The alchemists around the martial method stage immediately broke into a commotion. A spirit armament? Is that really a spirit armament? Wei Cheng gazed at him in shock. Yang Kai tossed the true void sword at Wu Xianxia. Vice Hall Master Wu can definitely tell whether it's a spirit armament or not. Wu Xianxia took the sword and unsheathed it. After he observed it for a moment, a longing expression appeared on his face. A moment later, he put the sword back in his sheath and nodded. It's indeed a spirit armament. Since Wu Xianxia had said so, Wei Cheng naturally wouldn't doubt him. He looked doubtfully at Yang Kai as he wondered what the latter was up to. A puzzled Wu Xianxia inquired, "Are you sure you want to put this spirit armament down as a wager, Alchemist Yang? That is an extremely precious treasure." In the entire divine armament world, spirit armaments were the second best weapons after the 10 great divine armaments. Every spirit armament was extremely powerful. The power a spirit realm master could use with or without a spirit armament was drastically different. Although Wu Xianxia was a spirit realm master, even he didn't have a spirit armament. Therefore, when he saw Yang Kai, a heaven-grade alchemist, nonchalantly fish out a spirit armament and use it as a wager, he felt that the latter was being wasteful. It would have been wonderful if the sword were in his possession. Yang Kai replied with a smile, "I'm short on money now, and I don't have anything more valuable than this." A myriad of expressions came over Wei Cheng. "It seems that you're confident in yourself, Alchemist Yang." Since Yang Kai had even fished out a spirit armament to be used as a wager, he wasn't just confident. He practically had no regard for Wei Cheng, who became vexed at this realization. "Although I'd like to get this spirit armament, this way unfortunately doesn't have anything suitable to be used as a wager." Wei Cheng shook his head regretfully. It was a shame that he had to let such a chance slip through his fingers. "It's fine. I don't need any precious items. I suppose you have some red jades, Alchemist Wei?" Yang Kai asked with a smile. "Red jade?" Wei Cheng was startled. "You want me to put down red jades as a wager?" He couldn't believe his ears. Even Wu Xianxia appeared flabbergasted as he secretly cursed at Yang Kai for being a wastrel. The value of a spirit armament could never be measured with red jades. "I said I'm short on money. It's fine as long as you have some red jades." Yang Kai nodded. "I do have some red jades. How many can you take out?" Yang Kai asked. An embarrassed Wei Cheng replied, "About 200,000 to 300,000. No more than that." It was expected that a heaven-grade alchemist had several 100,000 to 1,000,000 red jades. Wei Cheng initially had more than 1,000,000 red jades as well, but in order to get the Heaven Flame in the Divine Flame Hall, he had spent quite a lot of money to buy certain items, which was why he was left with so little money. Of course, even 1,000,000 red jades were nowhere near enough to buy a spirit armament, not to mention 300,000. He was fully aware of it, which was why he appeared bashful when he spoke. 300,000 it is. Yang Kai nodded. "Are you okay with putting down 300,000 red jades as a wager, Alchemist Wei?" Wei Cheng stared at him like the latter was a fool. "Are you sure you'll be fine with me only taking out 300,000 red jades as a wager?" "Yes," Yang Kai nodded. On the side, Wu Xianxia was on pins and needles. If he hadn't been restrained by his identity as a witness, he would have said to Yang Kai that he could lend him some money. It was extremely wasteful to put down a spirit armament to be a wager when the other party could only offer 300,000 red jades. Wei Cheng stared fixedly at Yang Kai, and upon making sure that the other party wasn't joking, he nodded. "In that case, I'll take out 300,000 red jades to be a wager. Please be the witness of it, Vice Hall Master Wu." Wu Xianxia replied lethargically. "Let's start now, Alchemist Yang." Wei Cheng felt elated since he was going to get a spirit armament soon. He speculated that it might be Yang Kai's way of apologizing to him. Otherwise, why would anyone do such a foolish thing? A spirit armament could more than make up for his losses in the Divine Flame Hall. At the thought of this, he felt less hostile towards Xianxia. Despite Xianxia's firm stance, he was actually a tactful person. This was his indirect way of apologizing to Wei Cheng. Xianxia nodded good. He then turned to look at Yang Huai. Do your best. Yang Huai cupped his fist and replied solemnly, I'll not embarrass you, sir. Xianxia nodded and leaped off the martial method stage. On the other hand, Wei Cheng and one of his blood warriors also left the stage, leaving only a single blood warrior to deal with Yang Huai. Wu Zhengqi shot an impassive glance at the people on the stage and replied dispassionately, If the two of you are ready, you can start at any moment. The next moment, Wei Cheng's blood warrior charged towards Yang Huai at the speed of lightning, leaving behind only an afterimage. He reached his opponent in a split second, and following a loud boom, the entire stage shook. The towering Yang Huai seemed to have been struck by a mountain as he staggered backwards and almost collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, he managed to stabilize himself soon. Then he extended his big hand. A figure disappeared in front of him as he whisked past his palm and circled around him. Soon, another loud boom was heard. A confident Wei Cheng observed the battle on the stage and nonchalantly stated, Alchemist Yang, your blood warrior is too weak. There's no way he can defeat my bodyguard. Xianxia put on a smile without responding to him. Yang Huai was only in the second step heaven realm, while Wei Cheng's bodyguard was in the sixth step. There was a difference of 4 minor realms between them. On the stage, without any external help, Yang Huai was expected to be of no match for his opponent. In just over 10 breaths of time, Yang Huai had been struck more than 10 times. Every strike would cause him to stagger and almost collapse to the ground, but he could always stabilize himself soon and counterattack. Although he was unable to harm his opponent, his powerful attacks forced the other party to dodge. Such a battle was supposed to end quickly since the powers of both parties were drastically different. Nevertheless, the reality was that Yang Huai surprised the others with his perseverance and resoluteness. Although Wei Cheng's blood warrior seemed to have gained the upper hand on the stage, he was unable to defeat Yang Huai or force him out of the stage. Furthermore, as time passed, a layer of blood mist started forming around Yang Huai's figure. It was initially inconspicuous, but as time passed it increasingly thickened. What's that? Wu Zhengqi, who had been observing the battle on the stage, arched his brow with surprise. That was because he realized that Yang Huai's speed and strength were increasing by the breath. Yang Huai was sturdy, but he was not very agile, and he was 4 minor realms behind his opponent. Therefore, since the beginning, he had been in a passive position, and his occasional counterattacks were easily dodged by the opponent. Nevertheless, as the battle dragged on, his attacks gradually became faster and more powerful. Following a tearing sound, the two of them leaped away from one another. Yang Huai was covered in blood as he widened his eyes with fury. There was a piece of cloth that he had torn from his opponent. After he released it, he dashed towards his opponent like an enraged bull, his eyes bloodshot. The spectators around the stage exclaimed. It was the first time Yang Huai managed to hit his opponent, even though he had only torn a piece of cloth from the other party. On the other hand, the 6th-step Heaven Realm Master took a look at his own chest where a small part of his robe had been torn off, revealing his vest. When he looked up and saw Yang Huai charging towards him, he became incensed and activated his spirit chi to deal with him. The intense battle thus continued. Martial Peak, Chapter 45-14 Draw. The spectators were initially not interested in the first round, as a battle between blood warriors could be quite boring. Both of them were trained in the Blood Warrior Hall, so they were most familiar with each other's moves and techniques. Furthermore, there was a huge gap in powers between the two blood warriors on the stage. It was supposed to be a battle without suspense. However, the reality surprised everyone as the 2nd-step Heaven Realm Master was still not defeated following a series of attacks from a 6th-step Heaven Realm Master. Even though he was weak and covered in blood, he was still unwavering and resistant. Many of the spectators were moved. The battle on the martial method stage remained intense. Wei Cheng's blood warrior was agile as he wandered around Yang Huai and made a move from time to time. Like a cat teasing a rat, he was able to easily mess with Yang Huai. There was a subtle change behind Wu Zhengqi's gaze as he observed the fight, and then there came a moment when Yang Huai extended his hand and bellowed, "Got you!" Following a loud boom, spirit chi surged as an air blast spread around. The sight on the martial method stage shocked everyone. At that moment, Yang Huai had miraculously caught the other blood warrior's calf while fending off the latter's violent attack. The next moment, Yang Huai put on a hideous grin and lifted his opponent before smashing him to the ground as though the latter was a chicken. If his move was successful, the other party would be severely injured despite being a six-step Heaven Realm Master. "Wait!" Chang exclaimed. Instantaneously, the six-step Heaven Realm Master curled up his body in a strange way. Like a snake, he draped himself around Yang Huai's muscular arm. Right before his back came into contact with the ground, he pushed out his fists in rapid succession at Yang Huai. Hong. The martial method stage shook violently as the intense battle abruptly stopped. The spectators looked up and saw that Yang Huai had fallen on one knee with widened eyes. He remained in the posture of the last move he made. On the other hand, his opponent was lying on the ground, his face covered in blood, looking all battered. Although he had tried his best to resolve the crisis at the most critical moment, he was still hurled onto the ground by Yang Huai. Presently, his back was all numb, which made him think that his spine might have broken. "Is it over?" After a moment of silence, the people around the martial method stage started whispering among themselves. The fact that a second-step Heaven Realm Master had won the battle surprised them. Even Wei Cheng believed that to be the case as well. He appeared sluggish as he was unable to accept the outcome. Just then, Wu Zhengqi stepped forward and extended his hand towards Wei Cheng before announcing the result. "Alchemist Wei has won the first round." Wei Cheng was startled upon hearing that. After making sure that he wasn't mistaken, he appeared puzzled. Although he was a Heaven Realm Master, an alchemist cultivation was generally built up using a lot of elixirs. Therefore, it was unlike the other cultivators who relied on tortuous hard work. Even though he had taken in every detail of the battle, he still couldn't figure out what was going on, nor did he understand why he had won the fight. However, since Wu Zhengqi had said so, there shouldn't be a mistake. Wei Cheng then gazed at Yang Kai, who appeared calm and didn't seem to have the intention of objecting to the decision. It was then he set his mind at ease. Right then, some noises were heard coming from the stage as the six-step Heaven Realm Master got up with difficulty. Although he appeared battered, he could still move at the very least. On the other hand, Yang Huai remained unmoving in the same posture. The blood streaming from his mouth and nose dripped onto the ground and caused some light noises. Seeing that, Wei Cheng finally realized that Yang Kai's blood warrior had probably passed out. It was no wonder that he had won this round. "Sir, I didn't disappoint you." The six-step Heaven Realm Master cupped his fist at Wei Cheng. "You've done a great job. Get some rest now." Wei Cheng nodded gently. "Yes," the blood warrior replied. When he leaped from the stage, he couldn't help but turn to look at Yang Huai, still reeling from shock inside. He had never come across a person as defiant as this second-step Heaven Realm Master before. In truth, he had won this battle only because of a stroke of luck. If the other party had been able to persevere just a moment longer, it was hard to tell who would have won in the end. On the other hand, Yang Kai leaped onto the stage and checked on Yang Huai, who was actually fine. This guy was extremely sturdy, so although he appeared battered, he was only covered in flesh wounds. None of his 5 viscera and 6 organs were harmed. The reason he passed out was that he had consumed too much energy. Confirming Yang Huai's status, Yang Kai circulated some of his own spirit chi into him to wake him up. "Sir!" Yang Huai regained consciousness and realized that he was defeated. With an embarrassed expression, he cupped his fist. "I'm sorry for disappointing you." Yang Kai patted the other man's shoulder. "It's fine. You're much weaker than him after all. You did well. Moreover, it's only been a short time since you started cultivating." Yang Huai grunted in a muffled voice. It wasn't until this battle that he realized how extraordinary the supreme tyrant body art taught to him by Yang Kai was. He was fully aware of his power as a second-step Heaven Realm Master. In the past, he could never have gotten into a prolonged battle with a 6-step Heaven Realm Master. He doubted that he could even last for 20 breaths of time before. However, after cultivating the supreme Tyrant Bodyguard, he was almost able to defeat such an opponent, which was simply inconceivable. He had already gained so much after cultivating the secret art for a few days. If he cultivated it for a longer time, he would have a chance to defeat the other party. Who will go on stage for the second round? Alchemist Yang. Wu Xianxia asked. Yang Kai had only brought one blood warrior with him. The bodyguard was basically half dead, so there was no way he could go on stage for the second round. Wu Xianxia had never come across such an incident before, so he had no idea what to do. Therefore, he decided to ask Yang Kai. Yang Huai got up with difficulty and cupped his fist. "Sir, I can go on stage again." Yang Kai replied with a smile. "Look at you. You're even struggling to stand stably. If you go on stage again, you'll be killed. I'm willing to die for you." Yang Huai appeared solemn. "I didn't bring you out of the Blood Warrior Hall just to watch you die. Go down. I'll take part in the fight this time." Upon finishing his words, Yang Kai gently pushed Yang Huai away. Engulfed in a soft force, Yang Huai was directly sent away from the stage. Both Wu Zhengqi and Wei Cheng were stunned. With a frown, Wu Zhengqi asked, "Alchemist Yang, the second round is still a physical fight. Are you sure you want to take part in it?" Yang Kai nodded. "What's wrong with that? Can alchemists not fight for themselves?" "There's no such rule, but Wu Zhengqi appeared to be in a dilemma. No alchemist has taken part in a physical battle on this stage before." "What's your cultivation now, Alchemist Yang?" "Third step, Heaven Realm," Yang Kai replied honestly. At that instant, Wu Zhengqi wasn't sure what to do. He then took a look at Yang Huai and reckoned that the latter really was unable to fight again. If the Blood Warrior were asked to go on stage, he would certainly lose. Since Yang Kai had no one else with him, it was understandable that he wanted to fight himself. At the thought of this, Wu Zhengqi nodded. "In that case, please be careful, Alchemist Yang." He then glanced at Wei Cheng. "Please tell someone to come forward, Alchemist Wei." Wei Cheng nodded and ordered the other Blood Warrior to go on stage. At the same time, he said in a small voice, "Don't kill him. Just throw him off the stage. He's a heaven-grade alchemist, after all. If anything happens to him, I won't be able to save you." The Blood Warrior nodded. "Don't worry, sir. I know what to do." Then he jumped onto the stage and cupped his fist at Yang Kai. "I'm ready, Alchemist Yang." Wu Zhengqi dropped him a reminder. "Alchemist Yang, this bodyguard is in the 7th step Heaven Realm. If you don't think you're a match for him, you'd better admit defeat now." "Many thanks, Vice Hall Master Wu." Yang Kai put on a smile, "But I don't think I'll be the one who will admit defeat." Right after he finished his words, he abruptly appeared in front of the bodyguard and lightly pushed out a palm surging with spirit chi. The bodyguard was initially calm and collected, but when he saw Yang Kai's palm, his expression changed drastically as he was engulfed in a sense of danger. He hurriedly pushed all his spirit chi and met the attack. At the most critical moment, he recalled that the other party was a prestigious heaven-grade alchemist instead of a bodyguard, so he quickly restricted his force a little lest Yang Kai was harmed. Spirit chi erupted as a figure was sent flying away like a sack. The person then crashed into the crowd and caused them to collapse to the ground. Wu Zhengqi, who had secretly circulated his spirit chi and readied himself to interfere, was dumbfounded by what he just witnessed. On the other hand, Wei Cheng, who was ready to watch a good show, was rooted to the spot. The other cultivators and alchemists couldn't believe their eyes either. At that instant, the entire place fell into silence. It wasn't until a moment later that these people came to their senses and turned to look at the source of the commotion. Over there, a person got to his feet as a myriad of expressions came over his face. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He was none other than Wei Cheng's bodyguard, who was in the 7th step Heaven Realm. A 7th step Heaven Realm Master was sent flying away from the martial method stage by a 3rd step Heaven Realm Master with only one move. If they hadn't seen it with their bare eyes, no one would have believed it. An incensed Wei Cheng glared at his bodyguard. "What on earth are you doing?" The 7th step Heaven Realm Master was embarrassed as he cupped his fist. Please forgive me, sir. I just wasn't careful enough. There was a doubt in his mind. Even though he had restricted his power at the last moment lest Xianxia be harmed, his attack still should have been enough to suppress a mere third-step Heaven Realm Master. He initially had the confidence to push Xianxia out of the stage in that clash, but he was the one who was sent flying away instead. As he recalled the moment their moves met just now, he felt as though he was faced with a peak Heaven Realm Master instead of a third-step Heaven Realm Master. However, it wasn't like he could explain that to anyone, so he just dismissed it as his own hallucination. Wei Cheng was infuriated. He initially thought that he could easily get a spirit armament to make up for his losses in the Divine Flame Cave, but it never crossed his mind that there would be a turn of events. Since he was unable to change the outcome, it was pointless to say anything else. He glowered at the bodyguard and snapped, "Waste!" The bodyguard hung his head low in silence, his face all red. "Vice Hall Master Wu, I suppose I've won this round." Xianxia gazed at the dumbstruck Wu Zhengqi. Wu Zhengqi came to his senses and nodded with an awkward expression. Alchemist Yang has won the second round. Martial Peak, Chapter 45:15. How is that possible? Both of you have respectively won one round of the physical fights, so the contest is currently a draw. You can have a discussion among yourselves regarding the last round. Wu Zhengqi looked around. Xianxia and Wei Cheng had already come to an agreement, and it was an unspoken rule in Profound Pill Sect. They naturally wouldn't object to it. Since the last round was about alchemy, Wu Zhengqi, a cultivator, was unable to interfere. Standing on a martial method stage, Xianxia said, "Alchemist Wei, I'm a newcomer, so I'm not familiar with the sect's rules. You could decide on what to compete. I'm fine with anything." Wei Cheng snorted. "You're truly confident, Alchemist Yang. What if I say we'll compete against each other using alchemy flames? Will you accept the challenge?" Upon hearing that, the alchemists around the stage broke into a commotion, and Wu Zhengqi immediately raised his hand. "You can't do that." A curious Xianxia asked, "Why can't we fight using alchemy flames?" It seemed to him that it was a serious issue to fight against one another with alchemy flames. An astounded Wei Cheng asked, "Why don't you even know this? Have you been living under a rock?" On the side, Wu Zhengqi explained, "Alchemist Yang, all alchemists have their own alchemy flames, which are divided into different grades. You've been to the Divine Flame Cave, so you must be aware that a powerful alchemy flame can swallow a weaker one to upgrade itself. That's why some alchemists fight against each other using their alchemy flames. However, this kind of fight is extremely dangerous. Usually, the alchemy flame of either party will end up getting swallowed. Once that happens, the alchemist will suffer from a severe backlash. Therefore, unless it is an unresolvable blood feud, alchemists never compete against each other using alchemy flames." After explaining it to Xianxia, he turned to look at Wei Cheng. "Alchemist Wei, you and Alchemist Yang are important treasures of Profound Pill Sect. It isn't like there's a life-or-death feud between the two of you. It will be fine if it's any other form of competition. However, if you really want to fight using alchemy flames, this will have no choice but to report the incident to the Elder Council and ask them to interfere." Wei Cheng pressed his lips together. This Wei was just making a point. "Of course, I know how dangerous it is to fight using alchemy flames. Please don't take it seriously, Vice Hall Master Wu." It was only then that Wu Zhengqi nodded. "That's good." Wei Cheng turned to look at Xianxia. "We won't fight using alchemy flames. However, it will be far too time-consuming if we compete against one another in a complete alchemy session. Why don't we refine some medicinal liquid? Let's see who will be able to refine a purer, more concentrated medicinal liquid from the same herbs. It's a simple contest and won't take a long time." Xianxia was naturally fine with it as he nodded, and it was apparent that Wei Cheng was well prepared. As he clapped his hands, the Heaven Realm Blood Warrior, who was previously sent flying away from the stage by Xianxia, leapt up with 2 boxes in hand. With his hand behind his back, Wei Cheng stated, "These are starry sky flowers. They are similar in terms of their medicinal age and size. You can examine them and pick out one. Instead of using any alchemy furnaces, We'll only use our own alchemy flames to refine the medicinal liquid and see who can do better." As he spoke, the Heaven Realm Blood Warrior reached Xianxia with the boxes and let him examine them. The alchemists around the stage whispered among themselves. Alchemist Wei is trying to refine a starry sky flower? It isn't an easy task. That's right. Of all the heaven-grade herbs, even though starry sky flowers are not the most precious, they are definitely the most difficult to refine. I heard that even the best heaven-grade alchemists in profound pill sect can only refine 70% of its medicinal efficacies. Even the spirit-grade alchemists from the Elder Council can only reach 90%, let alone heaven-grade alchemists. However, it's a good test to find out an alchemist's foundation. This will be interesting. Noises could be heard coming from everywhere as Xianxia gazed at the boxes. Just like what Wei Cheng had said, there was no difference in size or age between the two herbs. They could be said to be identical. They looked like flowers the size of a palm, with 8 petals each, on which silver lines were seen glowing, making them look like a sky full of stars. Xianxia had never seen these flowers before and had a feeling that they were native to the divine armament world. Wei Cheng extended his hand. "Please, Alchemist Yang." Xianxia nodded and randomly selected one. The bodyguard then walked towards Wei Cheng with the other flower. Wei Cheng took the flower and said with a smile, "By the way, Alchemist Yang, I have some unique insight when it comes to refining starry sky flowers, so you'll definitely lose." He wouldn't have come up with such a form of competition if he were not confident in himself. That was the reason he had prepared 2 starry sky flowers from the start. Xianxia didn't respond to him. Right then, Wuxia was heard saying, "If the 2 of you are ready, you can start at any moment." "Please, Alchemist Yang," Wei Cheng shouted while activating his spirit chi. At the same time, an orange flame appeared above his palm. The brightness of the flame suggested that it was a very high-quality heaven flame, though Xianxia wasn't sure exactly what kind of flame it was. The heaven flame surrounded the starry sky flower as its intensity shifted from time to time. Under Wei Cheng's control, the flame started extracting the medicinal liquid out of the starry sky flower. Seeing that, Xianxia hurriedly activated his spirit chi and alchemy flame. A white flame appeared out of thin air and flickered in the next moment. Although it appeared very pure, it wasn't comparable to the heaven flame of Wei Cheng when it came to color or grade. "Immortal flame?" someone exclaimed all of a sudden. Many of them were dumbfounded as they gazed at the flame above Xianxia's palm. Although they had no idea what kind of alchemy flame it was, they reckoned that it was a mortal flame just judging from its appearance. It was inconceivable that the alchemy flame of a heaven-grade alchemist was a mortal flame. If they hadn't seen it with their eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Mortal flames were usually used by new alchemists as they were the lowest grade of alchemy flames. Wuxia was also astounded. Xianxia had visited the Divine Flame cave a few days ago, so he should have gained something. Why did he only get a mortal flame? A busy Wei Cheng took a glance at Xianxia, then guffawed. "Alchemist Yang, how can you use a mortal flame to refine a starry sky flower? Do you know that it's a heaven-grade herb? There's no way a mortal flame will work on this spirit flower. I suggest that you admit defeat now to save you from embarrassment." Xianxia shot him a glance and replied impassively, "What difference does it make whether it's a mortal flame or a heaven flame? The alchemist is the foundation of everything. As long as one is skillful enough, he can refine a heaven-grade herb using a mortal flame. Like this." As he spoke, the white flame surged while the medicinal liquid was extracted from the starry sky flower and formed into a ball. With continuous burning, the impurities were slowly removed. Wei Cheng was stunned. How is that possible? While he was in a dazed state, his heaven flame almost destroyed the starry sky flower. Flustered, he quickly restrained the heaven flame's power. The alchemists around the stage broke into a commotion as the sight before their eyes was inconceivable. A white mortal flame could really refine a heaven-grade herb as fast as Wei Cheng's heaven flame. In fact, Xianxia was actually suppressing the white flame. Although he already knew that the white flame he had obtained from the Divine Flame Cave was strange, he hadn't had time to carry out any experiments with it yet. It wasn't until this moment that he realized the white flame was incredibly powerful when it came to refining medicinal liquid. He didn't really exert much force when the medicinal liquid was extracted out of the starry sky flower. Moreover, the impurities in the medicinal liquid were swiftly purified with the help of the white flame. This made Xianxia feel even more curious about the kind of alchemy flame he had obtained. Unfortunately, there wasn't any record of it in the Sex Records Hall. The competition was still ongoing. On the martial method stage, Xianxia and Wei Cheng continuously adjusted the intensity of their alchemy flames. The original starry sky flowers were now gone and replaced by 2 drops of medicinal liquid. The drops of liquid glowed as though a sky full of stars had been condensed together. As the impurities were removed, the drops of medicinal liquid shone brighter and brighter. Wei Cheng's forehead was covered in sweat. He didn't mind losing 300,000 red jades, but he couldn't bear to embarrass himself in such a way. It had been decades since he joined Profound Pill Sect, so if he lost the competition against a newcomer who only arrived a few days ago, he would be too embarrassed to show his face again. Moreover, Xianxia was only using Immortal Flame in this competition. Therefore, Wei Cheng went all out. Under such immense pressure, he was able to exceed his own limits, and compared to the times when he refined starry sky flowers in the past, he actually achieved a new record in performance. 1 hour later, Wei Cheng took a deep breath and abruptly withdrew his heaven flame. There was a drop of very pure medicinal liquid hovering above his palm, swirling around in mid-air with the influence of his spirit qi. Under the sunlight, the medicinal liquid reflected a rainbow of lights. He let out a breath, and without even needing to look at it, Wei Cheng knew that he had extracted 70% of the medicinal efficacies from the starry sky flower. Although it wasn't the best record in Profound Pill Sect, it was the best he had personally achieved so far. Then he looked up and saw that Xianxia had also finished his refinement. There was also a drop of starry sky flower's medicinal liquid hovering above his palm. And from the looks of it, the drop of medicinal liquid was about the same as his own. With a conflicted expression, he felt his chest tightening. That sight before his eyes alone made him realize that he had lost. That was because he used a heaven flame to refine the starry sky flower, while Xianxia used Immortal Flame. Wei Cheng didn't think he could have achieved the same result using Immortal Flame. Still, this was a competition between 2 alchemists with a huge wager on the line, so Wei Cheng naturally wouldn't admit defeat easily. He looked provocatively at Xianxia and commented, "You're pretty amazing, Alchemist Yang." Xianxia nodded, "You've done pretty well yourself, Alchemist Wei." Seeing that neither of them was sincere, Wu Zhengqi coughed and said, "This Wu is a cultivator who knows nothing about the profundities of the alchemic Tao. Both of you will be the judges of the results. I believe you'll be impartial and conscientious." He might have been sincere when he said those words, but it could also be that he wasn't willing to be the judge of the last round. Both parties came to a draw in the combat rounds, and the winner would emerge in this final contest. It was inappropriate for Wu Zhengqi to decide and announce the winner. Therefore, he decided to leave the matter to the 2 competitors themselves. Martial Peak, Chapter 4516, Famous After a Single Battle. Wei Cheng nodded. "In that case, Alchemist Yang and I will examine the medicinal liquid ourselves." Then, he circulated his spirit qi and pushed his drop of medicinal liquid towards Xianxia. Seeing that, Xianxia also sent his medicinal liquid that was extracted from starry sky flower over. While they examined each other's medicinal liquid, the alchemists around the martial method stage watched attentively. They were eager to find out who the winner would be. However, before the results were announced, they had no way to tell. A moment later, Xianxia put on a smile and gazed at Wei Cheng, whose expression kept changing as though he had just seen something shocking. The spectators could see that while Xianxia was calm and collected, Wei Cheng appeared conflicted. They were shocked as they thought that Wei Cheng might have lost the competition. But how is that possible? Both of them on the stage were heaven-grade alchemists, but one of them used Immortal Flame while the other used a heaven flame. There was no way Wei Cheng would lose. While they were lost in their doubts, though, Wei Cheng suddenly let out a sigh and became dejected. The medicinal liquid hovering above his palm fell apart. Then he cupped his fist. Alchemist Yang is truly skillful. This way is no match for him. I've lost the competition. You have my respect. Yang Kai nodded gently. He wasn't surprised by the outcome, but Wei Cheng had earned his respect at the last moment by being straightforward. That guy was foul-tempered, but he could still be considered a righteous man. At the very least, he wouldn't refuse to admit defeat. The crowd broke into a riot as the alchemists looked at Yang Kai in shock. They could not figure out how he used immortal flame to refine such pure medicine liquid, and even defeated Wei Cheng. In the past, they would never have imagined such a thing was possible, but it now happened right in front of them on this day. I'll tell someone to send the 300,000 red jades to you later. Goodbye. Wei Cheng's face was crimson as he hurriedly left the stage. He soon disappeared into the distance alongside his blood warriors. Congratulations, Alchemist Yang. Wu Zhengqi stepped forward and passed the true void sword back to him. You've surprised all of us with your capabilities today. I'm sure your name will be known to everyone in Profound Pill Sect soon. Yang Kai took the sword and replied with a nod. Many thanks for your kind words, Viceholm Master Wu, but fame doesn't really matter to me. Since this matter has been settled, I'll take my leave now. I'm sorry for bothering you today. It's fine. I had fun watching the competition as well. Wu Zhengqi chuckled. Yang Kai nodded and walked down the martial method stage, followed by Yang Huai. Wei Cheng was a pretty efficient man, as, barely 1 hour after Yang Kai returned to his cave mansion, he received the 300,000 red jades as promised. It took Yang Huai quite some time to carry all the red jades into the cave mansion, and once he was done, the entire place appeared quite luxurious. Yang Kai had previously obtained 100,000 red jades from Heavenly Martial City, which allowed him to go from the peak Earth realm to the third step Heaven realm in just 1 month. With 3 times as many resources than what he previously possessed, Yang Kai reckoned that the red jades could last him for quite some time. However, he was uncertain about how much his strength would increase. As one's cultivation improved, he would consume increasingly more resources. Yang Kai even doubted that these red jades could allow him to achieve an ascension of 2 steps. With that said, things were easier now with these red jades. At the very least, he could buy the ingredients for the body-tempering medicinal liquid that Yang Huai needed. He then fished out some red jades and jotted down a prescription before telling Yang Huai to head to Profound Pill City to buy a large number of herbs. Profound Pill City relied on Profound Pill Sect to thrive, but the reverse was also true in some sense. As a result, there were a lot of herbs for sale in the city. It could even be said that any spirit herb could be found there as long as it wasn't too rare. It took Yang Huai 4 hours before he returned with bags of herbs in hand. Yang Kai selected some herbs that could help him with cultivating the supreme tyrant body art and told him to cultivate on his own. Then he sat down with his legs crossed in the middle of the red jades that had been piled up like mounds and activated the heaven-devouring battle law. It could be said that Yang Kai instantly became famous after the competition on the martial method stage. He already drew some attention when he joined Profound Pill Sect as a heaven-grade alchemist back then, but with that said, there were many heaven-grade alchemists in the sect, and they had their own things to do. Therefore, they were only slightly curious about him. Now, however, after Yang Kai defeated Wei Cheng, his name became known to everyone in the sect, just like Wu Zhengqi had predicted. Not only was Yang Kai a heaven-grade alchemist at the astonishingly young age of 18, but he had also defeated a veteran heaven-grade alchemist when it came to refining medicinal liquid. Furthermore, he only used a white mortal flame at that time to do so. All the things he had achieved piqued the interest of many. Even those from the Elder Council soon heard about it. After the competition, Yang Kai started receiving invitations from various heaven-grade alchemists from time to time. They mostly asked him to their cave mansions to attend gatherings of sorts. The heaven-grade alchemists would frequently come together and discuss the alchemic Tao. This was the norm in Profound Pill Sect, as by doing so, they could realize their own weaknesses and learn from others through exchanging pointers. This was a great practice that had been passed down over the generations. However, due to various different circumstances and personalities, the Heaven Great Alchemists all had their own circles of friends, and it was difficult for others to mingle into such established groups. Certainly, these circles wanted Xianxia to join them, and he never turned them down. It had only been a short time since he joined Profound Pill Sect, so he was more than happy to become friendly with the other Heaven Great Alchemists. Furthermore, he could also find out more about the level of alchemy in this divine armament world by talking with others about it. In just 1 month, Xianxia had attended 7 gatherings. His experience and knowledge in the alchemic Tao were far superior to these Heaven Great Alchemists. However, due to his young age, he didn't want to reveal too much. Having said that, he would occasionally let out some of his insight in a tactful manner and allow others to benefit from it. He had made friends with many people in the past month, and he was well received in all circles. If he claimed to be the most popular Heaven Great Alchemist in Profound Pill Sect now, no one would object to it. After all, given his young age and exceptional aptitude, any Heaven Great Alchemist was willing to become his friend. The 1-month deadline imposed by the sect was fast approaching, but Hua Rong still hadn't returned. However, considering the distance between Profound Pill Sect and Void Spirit Sword Sect, Hua Rong should be back soon. As Xianxia expected, Hua Rong returned barely 3 days before the deadline. With the temporary identity token given to her, she was able to enter Profound Pill Sect without difficulty. When Xianxia rushed over upon hearing the news, Hua Rong was already waiting in the reception palace. Upon seeing him, Hua Rong cupped her fist. "Sir, fortunately, I've not disappointed you. They're here." She seemed exhausted, and it was obvious that she hadn't had proper rest in a while. "Well done." Xianxia nodded and turned his head. Wan Ying and the other 2 junior brothers from Void Spirit Sword Sect came over with excited expressions and cupped their fists. "Eldest senior brother." Xianxia raised his hand and stroked Wan Ying's head. "You must be tired. Did anything happen on the road?" Despite being jovial, Wan Ying still muttered, "Stop stroking my head, eldest senior brother. I'm not a child." Nothing happened as Big Sister Hua was there to protect us. "That's good. I'm sure you already know why I've asked you to come here. I need a few assistants, and since you have some heritage in alchemy now, you can stay here to help me while continuing to study the alchemic Tao." "Yes, eldest senior brother. We won't disappoint you." The 2 junior brothers cupped their fists. "Get some rest tonight, and I'll bring you to register your identities tomorrow. You'll first have to join Profound Pill Sect and become outer disciples before you will be allowed to become my assistants." He then led Wan Ying and the others to head to his cave mansion. Hua Rong approached the next moment and poked his waist before asking in a small voice, "Sir, who's that ugly and ferocious-looking bear behind us? Show some respect." Xianxia looked down at her hand and chided her, "I brought Yang Huai out of the Blood Warrior Hall to work as my guard. Since you will work with him, you should get to know him." "So, he's a Blood Warrior from the Blood Warrior Hall." Hua Rong seemed to have expected this. When she took one more glance at Yang Huai, she shuddered and asked dejectedly, "Sir, am I not good enough for you? Why did you get one more person to be your bodyguard? I'm saddened by what you've done. I went to Void Spirit Sword Sect and back in the past month for you. Is this how you're supposed to treat me?" She seemed ready to sob, as though Xianxia had thoughtlessly abandoned her after having his way with her. Xianxia glared at her. "If you dare to spout nonsense again, I'll kick you out of Profound Pill Sect." Hua Rong instantly pressed her lips together. "Why do you sound like an old fart when you're only a young man?" "Humph." Then she exclaimed, "Wow, this is what the inner circle of Profound Pill Sect looks like. This place is magnificent, and the world energy is so rich." Xianxia shook his head and ignored her. After returning to his cave mansion, Xianxia told Hua Rong and the others to choose their own rooms and settle in. Then, he had a servant prepare a meal for them. As they gathered together, they started wolfing down the food. Xianxia asked about Void Spirit Sword Sect, and upon learning that all was well, he finally set his mind at ease. After giving it a thought, he realized that it wasn't so surprising. He was now a disciple of Profound Pill Sect after all. Additionally, Li Zhongqing and Zhuangju, he would never betray him. The other Earthrealm Masters were also still relying on him to refine 10 revolutions clear heart pills for them, so they would never do anything to harm Void Spirit Sword sect. Also, the sect now possessed a black jade mine, so they wouldn't have to worry about getting cultivation resources. They also had the support of the businesses owned by Tian Luo Hall and Roaring Tiger sect. Before Wanting Ying and the others departed, Su Chang Fa, Gu Kongning, and Hongxiu already had a discussion on whether they should open their gates and take in more disciples. There were not many disciples in Void Spirit Sword sect, because they were previously not powerful enough or wealthy enough to protect and support too many people. However, things were different now. Even Tian Luo Hall and Roaring Tiger sect had been subdued by them. So naturally, Su Chang Fa wanted to restore the glory of Void Spirit Sword sect. Before Wanting Ying left, Su Chang Fa had told her to ask Yankai for his permission. After all, Yankai was technically the sect master of Void Spirit Sword sect. Certainly, Yankai wouldn't object to this. When there was a chance, he would head to Profound Pill City and get someone to send a letter back to Void Spirit Sword sect. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4517, Providing Alchemy Services. 3 days later, a Profound Pill sect deacon came to get a wooden token engraved with Yankai's name to hang in front of a vacant desk at the Seeking Pill Pavilion. The two junior brothers who came from Void Spirit Sword sect also went to assist. One was tasked with running errands, while the other was tasked with receiving the cultivators who came to ask for pills. On the other hand, Wanting Ying remained by Yankai's side to help him personally. Compared to the two other junior brothers, her aptitude in alchemy was better. Besides, Yankai intended to nurture her talents. Although Yankai mastered countless pill recipes, none of them belonged to the divine armament world. Many of the pills in the outside world did not exist in the divine armament world. Similarly, some of the pills in the divine armament world did not exist in the outside world. That was why he only listed one type of pill, which was the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pill, when the deacon came to collect the wooden token for registration. In other words, Yankai would only be refining the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pill at the Seeking Pill Pavilion. Fortunately, this pill was also the most in-demand pill among all Earth Realm cultivators. Even though he started providing alchemy services today, Yankai was not too concerned. Refining the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pill was not a difficult matter for him, after all. It would take some time at most. Therefore, he continued to cultivate even after the deacon took his wooden token. On the other hand, Wanting Ying waited outside his secluded home with a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. From time to time, she would raise her head and look down the mountain frantically. After waiting for more than 2 hours, a figure suddenly came speeding in this direction from the foot of the mountain. She let out a cheer and quickly went to greet the visitor. A short while later, she came hurrying into the secluded home with a bag clutched tightly in her hands. She exclaimed excitedly, Eldest senior brother, somebody came to request a pill." Wrapped in a burst of fragrant wind, she rushed over to Yankai. She was completely out of breath, and her bosom that was just beginning to take shape heaved up and down violently. Yankai opened his eyes and looked at her. Then he spoke with some amusement. "If somebody is here to make a pill request, then they are here to make a pill request. Why don't you catch your breath first?" She quickly took several deep breaths and calmed her excitement. After that, she placed the bag beside him and looked at him eagerly. "Open the bag and take a look inside," he motioned to her. She responded and cheerfully opened the bag. When she saw the dazzling array of items inside the bag, she couldn't help exclaiming in astonishment, "What are all these? These must be worth quite a lot." Yankai swept a glance over the items and nodded. The pill recipe of the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pill is a secret that only the alchemists of each sect are allowed to know. That's why the people who come to request the pill do not know what kind of herbs to prepare. They either prepare enough black jades and red jades or precious treasures with enough value as compensation. Of course, how much they prepare will depend entirely on their means and generosity. The more generous they are, the further up on the waiting list they will be placed, and the faster they can obtain the pill they want. This was a piece of information Xianxia learned after spending time with other alchemists over the past month. Due to the number of cultivators in the divine armament world, there was an overwhelming demand for the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pill. The speed at which alchemists could refine pills could not keep up with the demands of the cultivators. It had to be said that not every cultivator only required one 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pill to advance to the heaven realm. Some might even need to undergo many attempts before they succeed, and each attempt required one or more 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pills. Compared to other heaven-grade pills, the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pill was much harder to refine. Among hundreds of heaven-grade alchemists in Profound Pill Sect, less than half were listed to refine the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pill. The other half either did not have enough contribution points to exchange for the pill recipe, or their success rate in refining the pill was so low that Profound Pill Sect forbade them from refining it. Therefore, all the Heaven Realm alchemists listed to refine the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pills had accumulated large amounts of resources brought by the cultivators who came here to make pill requests. It was just that performing alchemy required time. That was why not all the cultivators who came to make a pill request could obtain the pill they wanted quickly. Some people who came to make a pill request might be placed on the waiting list and told it would be several years before it was their turn. That was what happened to Tian Luo Hall's palace master, Shu Wan Cheng, back then. He once came to Profound Pill Sect to request a 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pill and offered up a substantial remuneration. Even so, he was told to wait for several years. It was not as though one's priority on the waiting list was immutable. If they offered a gift valuable enough to tempt the alchemist performing alchemy for them, then their request would be brought forward on the waiting list. For that reason, most cultivators who came to make a pill request would prepare as much compensation as they could afford in order to obtain the pill they wanted as soon as possible. This was not a secret, and when Xianxia heard this from his senior brothers and senior sisters, he finally understood why most alchemists were such wealthy people in the divine armament world. With the ability to perform alchemy, it was difficult not to make a fortune, and Xianxia was now one of them. There was basically no need to worry about his cultivation resources from now onward. As long as he continued to provide alchemy services at the Seeking Pill Pavilion, the riches would continue to flow without pause. Ying, have you prepared the things I asked you to? Xianxia placed the bag of items to the side and asked. I prepared them, eldest senior brother. Wan Ying quickly nodded in response. In that case, let's begin. You may stand to the side to observe my actions. If there's anything you don't understand, don't hesitate to ask. Yes. She nodded seriously. She knew that her eldest senior brother wanted to nurture her talents, and that an opportunity to observe a heaven-grade alchemist performing alchemy was very rare. Even the medicine boys serving beside the other alchemists in Profound Pill Sect did not enjoy such generous treatment. This was the first time Xianxia performed alchemy after he obtained the White Flame and the Five Dragons Furnace, and he soon discovered that the support provided by the White Flame when performing alchemy was simply incredible. Be it in terms of condensing the medicinal liquid or other processes, the results were countless times better than when he used the Radiant Flame Stones. At Seeking Pill Pavilion, Matai sat in a corner with a depressed look on his face, looking as though he had lost his soul. At this moment, he was staring lifelessly at the desk by the side. There were two young medicine boys sitting behind the desk. Moreover, there was a wooden token hanging above the desk with the name Xianxia engraved on top. Unlike the other desks where there were people constantly coming and going all day long, this desk could be said to be noticeably empty. It could even be said that nobody visited this table. Of course, it was not completely without visitors. At the very least, Matai had gone up to that desk to make a pill request when the Seeking Pill Pavilion opened its doors this morning. He also offered up all the wealth that he had been accumulating for many years. He initially waited with great excitement and anticipation, but after making some inquiries, he was completely dumbfounded by what he learned instead. It turned out that the heaven-grade alchemist named Xianxia was providing alchemy services at the Seeking Pill Pavilion for the first time today. As if that was not bad enough, it was rumored that alchemist Yang was only 18 years old. An 18-year-old heaven-grade alchemist. How can there be such a person in this world? When I was 18 years old, I was only in the mortal realm. Even if alchemist Yang began learning alchemy from inside his mother's womb, it's still impossible for him to be a heaven-grade alchemist. Let's just say that he's indeed a heaven-grade alchemist, but he is so young. What is his success rate in refining the 10 revolutions clear heart pill? Matai finally understood why nobody had been lining up at this desk when he arrived here this morning. He initially thought that he was incredibly lucky and hit the jackpot, but who could have known that this was the real situation? It's over. It's all over now. If my pill request fails, I will never get another chance to advance into the heaven realm again. If I don't advance into the heaven realm, then how will I get my revenge on my enemies? Thinking back to the person who died in his arms 3 years ago, he was tempted to kill himself by ramming his head into the table. He deeply regretted his foolishness. There are so many alchemists. Why did I have to choose this fledgling alchemist Yang? Another pitiful person whose pill request failed. A passerby couldn't help sighing when they walked by and saw him. Then they casually tossed a black jade to him. There are many people at the Seeking Pill Pavilion like Matai, those who spent a great fortune just to come here only for their pill request to fail in the end generally had the same reaction as him. Some even went mad from the shock. It was just that there were spirit realm masters guarding the Seeking Pill Pavilion all year round, so those who dared to act without restraint in this place tended to suffer tragic endings. The clattering of the black jade startled Ma Tai back to his senses, and he stood up abruptly. Maybe I still have time to change my mind. I only just offered up my compensation this morning after all. Less than half a day has passed since then. Alchemist Yang might not have started refining yet. I might have the chance to get back what I offered earlier. As soon as the thought passed through his head, he hurried over to the desk. The 2 young disciples from Void Spirit Sword Sect sat upright behind the desk, looking at the lively scene in front of the other desks and comparing that to the quiet scene in front of them. They could not help feeling envious. Senior Brother Jing and why won't they come and make a pill request to eldest Senior Brother? We don't have anybody here. They don't even need to queue. The slightly younger Junior Brother asked. Senior Brother Jing and replied, it might be because eldest Senior Brother is just starting to provide alchemy services and his name is not well known. The people who came here to make pill requests feel uneasy about eldest Senior Brother's skills. Even if there's no need to queue here, they won't dare to try asking us. After all, it was not easy for them to gather their wealth for compensation. The Junior Brother said, but isn't eldest Senior Brother amazing at refining the 10 revolutions clear heart pill? I heard that the former sect master has many 10 revolutions clear heart pills that eldest Senior Brother refined before he left. Jingen laughed and explained, you might know that, but others don't. Don't worry, Junior Brother. Fame is like fine wine. The older it gets, the more fragrant it becomes. Time will tell. Besides, didn't we get a customer who came to make a pill request earlier? Oh, somebody's coming. Stop looking so gloomy. Smile quickly. Things might be a little quiet here, and our business might be a little lacking, but we can't lose to others when it comes to hospitality. Why does this customer look so familiar? The Junior Brother muttered. This person seems to be the one who came to make a pill request this morning. So, it is him. Matai walked straight up to the desk and cupped his fist with a slight bow. Greetings, sirs. Jingen smiled. So, it is the sir who came to make a pill request this morning. How may I help you, sir? Matai opened his mouth. Despite rehearsing what he wanted to say earlier, he didn't know how to bring up the topic at this moment. Should I say that I want to take back what I offered up earlier? Should I say I'm regretting my decision and don't want to go through with my request anymore? If I say these words, will they beat me up? But this matter is related to my advancement into the heaven realm. Even though he was extremely anxious, he could only steel himself now. Just as Matai was about to speak, though, he heard the medicine boy call out while looking at something behind him. Little junior sister, you're here. Does eldest Senior Brother have instructions for us? Marshall Peak, Chapter 45:18, An Endless Stream. Matai turned to look in that direction, and saw a young girl dressed in turquoise robes with a sweet appearance walking towards them. She was probably the so-called little junior sister. Wan Ying said, "Eldest senior brother didn't give any instructions. I came here to deliver the pill." Before Jing could react, a sudden thought occurred to Ma Tai, and his eyes lit up, and he shouted, "Deliver a pill? Deliver what pill?" Wan Ying was so startled that she jumped to the side and looked at Ma Tai in confusion. "This is—" Jing smiled and said, "Don't panic, little junior sister. This, sir, is the one who made a pill request this morning." "Oh, so it is you." She immediately understood and pursed her lips into a smile. "Since you are here, sir, I'll just hand the pill straight to you. You can also check to see if there's anything wrong with it." While speaking, she handed a jade box to Ma Tai. Ma Tai stared at the jade box in shock. "Pill? Is the pill I requested done?" And she tilted her head to the side and stared at him, unable to understand his reaction. Then she pushed the jade box toward him again and said, "Sir, why don't you take a look first? Afterwards, please accompany Senior Brother Jing to the front desk and report the results to the Deacon Station here." "Oh, good. Ma Tai finally returned to his senses. He wiped his hands vigorously against his clothes, as though he was afraid the dirt on his palms might contaminate the jade box, and took it with great solemnity. Holding his breath, he opened the box lightly, and a round pill entered his vision. Wan Ying proceeded to say, "Sir, your luck is pretty good. Eldest senior brother managed to produce one high-rank pill." Ma Tai's hand started to tremble uncontrollably, and his eyes stared fixedly on the pill inside the jade box like a leech. He had never felt so emotionally charged before, and he exclaimed excitedly, "A high-rank 10 revolutions clear heart pill." When his voice rang out, numerous pairs of eyes from all directions turned to stare at him in unison. Wan Ying leaned close to her two senior brothers and asked in a whisper, "What's wrong with this, sir? Why is he making such a huge fuss?" Jing replied with a laugh, "Maybe he's just too happy. Is this really what Alchemist Yang refined for me?" Ma Tai was in disbelief. Just moments ago, he had decided to ask for his compensation back despite the risk of offending a heaven-grade alchemist. Who could have known that he would obtain a high-rank 10 revolutions clear heart pill in the blink of an eye? His life was truly filled with ups and downs. It's a high-rank 10 revolutions clear heart pill. I never even dreamed that I would receive a high-rank 10 revolutions clear heart pill. When he came here, he felt that he would have been satisfied just to receive a mid-rank 10 revolutions clear heart pill. It had to be said that countless people came to the Seeking Pill Pavilion for pills every year. However, less than 10% of them were lucky enough to obtain high-rank pills. Most of them would only receive mid-rank or even low-rank pills. That's right, it was just refined earlier. In fact, it's still warm from the furnace. If you don't believe me, you can feel it for yourself, Wan Ying pointed out. Ma Tai didn't know which part of his brain was defective, but he listened to her words and actually reached out his hand to touch the pill. Then he immediately exclaimed in surprise, "It really is warm." Wan Ying smiled even more brightly as she said, "Did you think I would lie to you? I personally watched as eldest senior brother refined this pill, and then I quickly delivered the pill here without a moment's delay." "Many thanks. Many thanks, young lady." Ma Tai thanked her gratefully. Jing said, "Sir, there are many eyes here. I think you should put the pill away first." Upon hearing those words, Ma Tai finally realized that there were countless people around him. Moreover, they were almost all staring at the pill in his hands with envious gazes. He quickly closed the jade box and cupped his fist at the three of them. "Please thank Alchemist Yang on my behalf. This Ma will definitely return this great kindness if the chance arises in the future." Unable to understand what Ma Tai was feeling at the moment, Wan Ying was at a loss for what to do and quickly waved her hands. "You're being too polite, sir. You came here to make a pill request, not to mention that you've already paid for it. It's only right that we refine the pill for you." Jing chimed in, "Sir, please follow me to meet the Deacon Station here and report the handover in person." This was a necessary procedure. Every alchemist who provided alchemy services at the Seeking Pill Pavilion had to make a record regarding the success or failure of their pill refining and the quality of the pills they produced. These were related to their evaluation and how many contribution points they would receive as a result. Ma Tai was clearly aware of this procedure, so he immediately nodded and said, "Of course. It's as it should be. Sir, please lead the way." Jing and immediately led Ma Tai to the deacon stationed at the front desk. Ma Tai took out the high-rank 10 revolutions clear heart pill and left after obtaining the deacon's verification. Meanwhile, the deacon wrote down Yang Kai's alchemy evaluation in his records. At the same time, a large crowd of people suddenly rushed over to the originally quiet and deserted table. They surrounded Wan Ying and the other junior brother, clamoring with questions. When they heard that there was no extended wait required for Yang Kai to refine the 10 revolutions clear heart pill, especially after witnessing the high-rank pill that Yang Kai refined for Ma Tai, many people immediately expressed their desire to request alchemy services from him. For a time, the scene was so chaotic that they attracted the attention of the Seeking Pill Pavilion's guards. Only then did the chaotic situation return to order. A short while later, Wan Ying hurried back to Fixed Moon Peak where Yang Kai's secluded home was located. She also brought with her an entire carriage worth of precious treasures. When she rushed into the secluded home while yelling excitedly, Hua Rong and Yang Huai naturally came out after hearing the commotion. After listening to Wan Ying's explanation and seeing the carriage that was filled with treasures, Hua Rong's eyes shone with a green light. She kept circling around the carriage and cheering, "We're rich! We're rich! We're rich!" On the other hand, Yang Kai was very calm. This situation was well within his expectations. He instructed Hua Rong and Yang Huai to put away the items in the carriage. He told them to keep the useful items and then bring the rest down the mountain to sell at Profound Pill City for red jades. As for Yang Kai himself, he entered his secluded home with Wan Ying to continue performing alchemy. There was an unwritten rule among the alchemists of Profound Pill Sect when it came to performing alchemy. No matter how many pills were refined, they only needed to give one to the person who made the request. They could keep the remaining pills for themselves. It was up to them whether they wanted to hand these pills to the sect or sell them themselves. Nevertheless, even an alchemist like Gao Xianpeng could only refine 10 revolutions clear heart pills back when Yang Kai first met him. Moreover, 3 of them were mid-rank pills while the last was a low-rank pill. Gao Xianpeng was considered one of the best among all the heaven-grade alchemists in Profound Pill Sect, but even he could only obtain such results, so what more need be said about the other heaven-grade alchemists? Producing 2 or 3 pills per furnace was basically the norm. In many cases, they might produce only 1 pill or worse, fail at their alchemy attempt altogether. Therefore, most heaven-grade alchemists did not have many 10 revolutions clear heart pills in their possession despite this unwritten rule. Refining a furnace of 10 revolutions clear heart pills would take at least half a day or up to 2 days. Furthermore, they needed to rest and recover their strength afterwards, so their efficiency was not very high. Yang Kai, however, was very different from the others. With his alchemy skills, he could produce at least 5 or 6 pills at a time. If he was lucky, he might even produce 7 or 8 pills. When he refined the 10 revolutions clear heart pill for Ma Tai, he had produced 6 pills from that furnace. 2 of them were high rank, while the others were mid-rank. With just 1 furnace of pills, Yang Kai had enough to satisfy the pill requests of 6 people. In addition, the time he took to refine 1 furnace of pills was much shorter compared to other alchemists. It was only because he was teaching Wan Ying along the way that Yang Kai deliberately slowed down his movements. If he focused solely on the refinement process, he would only need an hour or so to finish a furnace of 10 revolutions clear heart pills. Not only could Yang Kai condense many more pills at once than average, but he also took far less time to do so. In this way, providing alchemy services did not affect his cultivation time at all. As the days passed, a long queue formed in front of a certain desk at the Seeking Pill Pavilion every single day. There was an endless stream of people who came to make pill requests. As long as they were there for the 10 revolutions clear heart pill, they would choose to queue in front of Yang Kai's desk. This couldn't be helped, though, as the 10 revolutions clear heart pill that Yang Kai refined would be mid-rank at worst. With a little luck, they might even receive a high-rank pill. More importantly, there was no precedent of failure. This gave the people who came to ask for pills a great sense of security and reassurance. For that reason, they were willing to spend however much needed for their request. The number of people who came to ask Yang Kai for pills already created a wait list a year long. Be that as it may, a year was not that long compared to the other alchemists. The 300,000 pieces of red jade that Wei Cheng lost to Yang Kai back then had been finished a long time ago. Most of the resources brought by the people who came to ask for pills were also sold for red jades by Yang Huai and Huarong, who then constantly sent these red jades back to the secluded home for Yang Kai to cultivate with. Meanwhile, the remaining spirit herbs were refined into various pills by Yang Kai. With the help of massive amounts of resources and pills, Yang Kai and the others experienced a rapid growth in their respective cultivations. Huarong, who was previously in the 6-step heaven realm, had advanced into the 7-step heaven realm after serving by Yang Kai's side for a mere 3 months. Wanning Ying and Jing and advanced into the 7th-step mortal realm and 8th-step mortal realm, respectively. Even Yang Huai advanced from the 2nd-step heaven realm to the 5th-step heaven realm in one go. His growth rate was simply sensational. The Supreme Tyrant body art was indeed perfectly suited to this brawny man who resembled an iron tower. Supplemented by the large amounts of resources and elixirs given to him by Yang Kai, it was not strange for Yang Huai to experience such remarkable growth. As for Yang Kai, he was now in the 5th-step heaven realm. With the growth of his strength, his demand for cultivation resources also grew larger in turn. The heaven-devouring battle law was certainly heaven-defying. When cultivating the secret art, devouring resources was like drinking water or eating rice. Combined with the continuous stimulation of his dragon vein, there was no amount of resources in the world that Yang Kai could not swallow clean in a short period of time. Fortunately, resources would flow in continuously as long as he continued to provide alchemy services at the Seeking Pill Pavilion. At present, Yang Kai was more worried about his contribution points than red jades. Although he received a set amount of contribution points for every alchemy service he performed, it was not much. He had investigated the number of contribution points required to exchange for the 100 revolutions clear heart pill already, and the number was so high that Yang Kai felt a little speechless. Based on his current rate of accumulation, he would need to perform alchemy at the Seeking Pill Pavilion for at least 20 years to save up enough contribution points to exchange for the pill recipe of the 100 revolutions clear heart pill. It was not surprising when he thought about it, though. Generally speaking, it would take at least several dozen years for a heaven-grade alchemist to become a spirit-grade alchemist. As such, a heaven-grade alchemist had more than enough time to accumulate the necessary contribution points. It was just that the speed of Yang Kai's growth and advancement was too fast. In just 3 months, he had advanced from the 2nd-step heaven realm to the 5th-step heaven realm. Yang Kai estimated it would take only a year or two before he reached the 9th-step heaven realm. At that time, he would need the pill recipe for the 100 revolutions clear heart pill in order to refine one for himself. 1 or 2 years was not enough time for him to accumulate enough contribution points, no matter how many furnaces of pills he refined. He even took the time to teach the Earth-grade and Mortal-grade alchemists in the sect to earn more contribution points, but unfortunately, these contribution points were but a drop in the bucket compared to what he needed. Martial Peak, Chapter 4519, Sect Master Summons. Third Elder Yu Bo Yang rushed into Profound Pill Sect's Elder Hall with a scroll in his hands. Great Elder Wu Fenghua asked, "What's wrong, Elder Yu?" "Greetings, Great Elder." Yu Bo Yang gave a bow before he explained. "While checking the daily reports of the sect today, I came across something interesting. Please take a look, Great Elder." Wu Fenghua stroked his beard and smiled lightly. "If even you find it interesting, Elder Yu, then it won't be a trivial matter. What happened?" Yu Bo Yang did not elaborate. He simply handed the scroll in his hand to the other party. Then he sat down on a chair next to the great elder and poured himself a cup of tea. Wu Fenghua unfurled the scroll and murmured, "Oh?" The records from the Seeking Pill Pavilion. Following a quick glance through the records, it didn't take long before his eyes involuntarily narrowed slightly. "This! Are you certain that the records are accurate, Elder Yu?" Yubo Yang slowly nodded. The deacons in charge of recording the pill quality at the Seeking Pill Pavilion work in groups of 2 that rotate shifts every 10 days. It's impossible for every group to make a mistake. I have also questioned them myself. This is indeed the truth. How can this be? Wu Fenghua stared at a certain part of the scroll, where the name Yangkai of Fixed Moon Peak was clearly written. Below the name were various dates followed by the words, pill formed. Lastly came the words high rank and mid rank that appeared in a cyclical manner behind the words pill formed. Moreover, the words high rank occupied a terrifying 30% in this series. Yubo Yang said, "It's difficult to believe, but this is indeed the truth. Ever since Yang Kai began providing alchemy services 3 months ago, he has never experienced a single failure when refining the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pill. Moreover, the quality is always mid-rank or above." Wu Fenghua was pensive. It's possible that he may have failed, but he used the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pills he refined previously to make up for the losses. Even so, this success rate is terrifying. He has practically surpassed even veterans like us. In all fairness, can you achieve such success for 3 consecutive months, Great Elder? Wu Fenghua pondered the question seriously before he slowly shook his head. "It's difficult," Yubo Yang asked. "Even veterans like us can't accomplish this. So how did a young boy like him do it? Not to mention, the quality of the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pills are all mid-rank or superior." Wu Fenghua looked up at the other party. "Elder Yu, what do you mean?" Yubo Yang explained, "This boy must have his own unique insights into refining the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pill, which can increase his success rate and the quality of the pills." Wu Fenghua fell silent for a while before he nodded lightly. Yubo Yang continued, "Great Elder, please take another look at the number of times he has performed alchemy over the past 3 months. You'll discover something else after you make a comparison." After receiving the reminder from Yubo Yang, Wu Fenghua checked the records once more. A moment later, he raised an eyebrow and exclaimed, "This boy is getting faster and faster." Yubo Yang nodded in affirmation. "That's right. In the beginning, he could only refine enough pills to fulfill the pill requests of 2 people each day. He probably refined a single furnace of pills per day, and each furnace produced 2 or 3 pills. Afterwards, he gradually began to satisfy the needs of 3 to 4 people each day. But over the last week or so, 7 or 8 people received a 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pill each day. 7 or 8 people. This is truly unheard of. Even if refining 1 furnace of pills produced 3 pills, one would need to refine 3 furnaces of pills to supply enough pills for 7 to 8 people. How could a single heaven-grade alchemist refine 3 furnaces of pills within a day, though? Even veterans like themselves would be exhausted after refining 2 furnaces of such pills in a single day. Furthermore, this was not counting the time needed for rest and recovery. Wu Fenghua closed the scroll. It looks like this boy does indeed have his own personal insight into refining the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pill. Elder Yu, why did you come here to tell me about this matter? What are your thoughts? Yubo Yang's eyes gleamed. Great Elder, this is an important matter that can bring great fortune to Profound Pill Sect. If the boy can spread his alchemy techniques within Profound Pill Sect, then the alchemists of Profound Pill Sect will experience a massive improvement in efficiency. What's more, since his insights can be used for refining the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pill, it might also work with other pills. If that is possible, then... Wu Fenghua's eyes narrowed slightly. How could he not realize the importance of the matter? If Yangkai could share his insights with the entire sect, it would certainly be a huge boon and merit. At that time, the time taken for the alchemists of the sect to refine pills would be shortened considerably. They would have more time to do other things, and in the long term, the benefits towards profound pill sect would be immeasurable. Be that as it may, such insights belonged to him. Wu Fenghua hesitated slightly. Yu Boyang insisted. He is a profound pill sect disciple. If it is something that can benefit profound pill sect, he should offer up his insights. Besides, it's not like the sect won't compensate him for his contribution. Wu Fenghua shook his head. This boy is extremely talented and will definitely become a spirit-grade alchemist one day. There's no need to create friction with him. But he raised a hand to stop Yu Boyang. This matter is very important, so I must inform the sect master. Sect master can decide on what to do. Why don't you come with me, Elder Yu? Yu Boyang nodded upon hearing those words. Good. The two of them immediately set off to meet the sect master and report their various discoveries. Inside a secluded home halfway up Fixed Moon Peak, Yang Kai was teaching Wan Yinging alchemy with some common materials when Yang Huai suddenly walked inside and announced in a rumbling voice, "Sir, there's an old man outside who claims to be the bodyguard of the sect master. He said that the sect master invites you over for a chat." The sect master? Yang Kai raised an eyebrow at those words. Is it finally here? I'm glad that my continuous attempts recently were not a waste of time. He nodded and added, Got it. I'll head there now. After instructing Wan Yinging to practice on her own, Yang Kai changed his clothes and walked out of the cave mansion, where he immediately noticed the stooped old man. The old man was standing there with his hands behind his back, looking rather ordinary and inconspicuous. There did not seem to be anything special about him other than the fact that one of his eyes was blind. There is no saying what he experienced in the past to become like this. Upon seeing Yang Kai approaching him, the old man simply looked up at him without much reaction. Greetings, senior. Yang Kai stepped forward and bowed. Although he was a heaven-grade alchemist, this old man was the bodyguard of the sect master. The old man was bound to be in the spirit realm, and likely a master at the peak of the spirit realm at that. The old man gently nodded. The sect master has summoned you. Follow me. Saying so, he turned around. In the next moment, Yang Kai felt a gentle force wrapping around him. He then flew forward behind the old man, the scenery passing by him as swiftly as the wind. 10 breaths later, his figure came to a sudden halt, and he found himself standing in front of a grand hall before he could react. The old man turned back and said, Go on in. The sect master and several elders are inside. Many thanks, senior. Yang Kai cupped his fist as thanks and strode towards the hall. Speaking of which, I have never met the elders of Profound Pill Sect before. There was a test when he first joined Profound Pill Sect, but nobody had revealed themselves at the time, so Yang Kai had never met them before. Being summoned here today was within his expectations, though. Ever since he began providing alchemy services, Yang Kai had no choice but to improve and increase his refinement speed, as the number of pills he produced had to keep up with his demand for cultivation resources. Only then could he grow stronger, faster. Unfortunately, such outstanding performance would surely attract the attention of Profound Pill Sect's elders one day. Yang Kai originally felt a little hesitant about his actions. After all, his current strength was not that high, so it might be dangerous to expose too much of his real ability. However, after careful consideration, he decided that there was no danger to his life since he was part of Profound Pill Sect now. In addition, he might even be able to resolve his concern over the contribution points along the way. Nevertheless, his explanation for certain things had to be carefully considered. Upon entering the main hall, Yang Kai immediately felt 3 pairs of eyes turning towards him, and when he looked up, he saw 3 people sitting up ahead. The one in the middle was an old man dressed in all white. He also had white hair and a white beard. Despite his clearly advanced age, he was in high spirits. His expression was dignified and calm, as though he was used to being in a high position. 2 other old men were sitting on his left and right. One was dressed in green, and the other was dressed in red robes. The 3 of them were extremely imposing, and while the power in their bodies was withdrawn, they were definitely in the spirit realm. Yang Kai took 2 steps forward and cupped his fist. Disciple Yang Kai, greet sect master and 2 elders. The old man in the middle smiled. How do you know that this old master is the sect master? We've never met before, right? Wouldn't it be embarrassing if you addressed the wrong person? Xianxia calmly replied, if I've addressed senior wrongly, then I'll ask to make sure before I greet you again. The great elder and third elder exchanged a glance with each other, with the latter commenting, he's quite bold. Bailey Yunsang raised a hand to calm the chatter before continuing, I called you here today because of your excellent performance at the Seeking Pill Pavilion. Be in terms of quality or quantity, the 10 revolutions clear heart pills you refined are far superior to your peers. It's just that the great elder and the third elder have some doubts about certain matters. That's why I called you here to refine a furnace of 10 revolutions clear heart pill in front of us. Yu Boyang said, both the herbs and the alchemy furnace have been prepared for you. The sect master himself used this alchemy furnace when he was younger, so it is definitely better than your own alchemy furnace. Feel free to use it as you please. Those words made Xianxia raise a brow. Looking up, he saw a small and delicate alchemy furnace in front of him. He had noticed this object when he first entered the Grand Hall, but he had not paid much attention to it at the time. Looking at it now, he realized that the alchemy furnace was indeed quite old. He could tell that it was extraordinary at first glance. The great elder also spoke up. Do your best at this refining. Don't feel stressed or pressured about anything. Xianxia thought to himself, if I did my best at refining, wouldn't I frighten you guys to death? Even so, he cupped his fist and said, this disciple will not disappoint sect master and 2 elders. Do you need time to rest or prepare? Wu Fenghua asked. Xianxia replied, this disciple is full of vigor. There's no need for that. Wu Fenghua nodded. In that case, please begin. Xianxia bowed and finally walked over to the alchemy furnace. Activating his spirit chi to stimulate his alchemy flame, he shot the little white flame into the alchemy furnace. As soon as the white-colored alchemy flame appeared, Bailey Yunsang and the 2 elders were stunned. That was because the white flame seemed to be nothing more than a mortal flame to them. This brat is going to use a mortal flame to refine a heaven-grade pill. Great Elder Wu Fenghua was about to question Xianxia when Bailey Yunsang raised a hand to stop him. He glanced at Bailey Yunsang in astonishment, only to see the latter staring at the white flame with a solemn expression. Moreover, Bailey Yunsang's eyes were flashing with excitement. Why would a trivial mortal flame make the sect master so excited? Wu Fenghua wondered before a sudden thought struck him. He suddenly recalled a certain legend written in one of the sect's oldest records. Martial Peak, Chapter 4520, Fated. 4 months had passed since Xianxia joined Profound Pill Sect. With the exception of the first month, he had spent the remaining 3 months refining 10 revolutions clear heart pills every single day. It could be said that he had perfected the skill of refining this heaven-grade pill and could flawlessly do so even with his eyes closed at this point. Therefore, he even had the excess energy to covertly pay attention to the reactions of the sect master and the 2 elders. The spirit chi around them fluctuated slightly, and it was obvious that the 3 of them were secretly communicating with each other. Nevertheless, he had already mentally prepared himself to expose some of his secrets. That was why he had to put some effort into refining the pill this time. The white alchemy flame danced as he formed one hand seal after another. After several hours, Xianxia used his pill condensing technique before smacking the alchemy furnace with his palms. A soft sound immediately rang out from within the furnace. At the same time, the strong aroma of pills filled the air. Taking a shallow breath, he took 2 steps backwards and cupped his fist. Sect Master, Elders, this disciple has finished the refining. Please inspect and verify the results. All 3 men seated above him stared at him blankly. Their expressions were filled with a sense of shock and disbelief that could not be concealed. As the elders of Profound Pill Sect, they were considered wise and knowledgeable. Moreover, they were accustomed to various great changes in life. Even when battling the other alchemy forces during the Divine Armament Tournament, their expressions would remain indifferent and unchanged. However, they had no idea how they were supposed to feel about everything they just witnessed. Everything that happened just now was beyond their comprehension. If they had not seen the entire process from start to finish, they would not have dared to believe that such a bizarre situation could exist in this world. How long? Bailey Yunsang was the first to return to his senses and turned to look at the Great Elder, asking this short question. Wu Fenghua quietly counted for a moment before he solemnly said, "Less than 6 hours." Yu Boyang gasped. Even though he had expected such results, he couldn't help feeling absolutely stunned to hear those words. It took less than 6 hours to refine a furnace of 10 revolutions clear heart pills. Moreover, this furnace was refined by a heaven-grade alchemist. Even veterans like them would normally take 8 to 10 hours to refine a furnace of 10 revolutions clear heart pills. It had to be said that they were among the best spirit-grade alchemists in the entire world. If other heaven-grade alchemists were given this task, it would be good if they took only 12 hours to refine a furnace of 10 revolutions clear heart pills. Such results had surpassed the refining record of the entire profound pill sect. No, the refining record of the entire divine armament world. Bailey Yunsang nodded lightly. The time has been shortened by half, at the very least. Now, we have to check the pills that were formed. Having said so, he walked down from his seat. The Great Elder and Third Elder quickly followed behind him. It only took a few steps for them to stand in front of the alchemy furnace. All three of them unanimously had expressions of anticipation and anxiety on their faces, as if there was something very important inside this furnace. "Open it," Bailey Yunsang instructed. Wu Fenghua responded and raised a hand to smack the alchemy furnace. The cover of the furnace flew into the air, and the situation inside the furnace immediately entered their eyes. Yu Boyang exclaimed in astonishment. He produced 5 pills. Reaching out a hand, he grabbed the 5 pills and examined them carefully, his expression of shock deepening as he shouted, 2 high-rank pills and 3 mid-rank pills. Wu Fenghua hurriedly took the 5 pills from Yu Boyang upon hearing those words. Not only did he perform a similar examination of the pills, but he also used his fingernail to scrape off a bit of pill powder and place it in his mouth to taste. Only then did he exclaim, "There's no problem with the medicinal efficacies." He turned to look at Xianxia in shock. What he saw in front of him was simply astonishing. Bailey Yunsang suppressed the excitement in his heart, and doing his best to lower his voice, he looked at Xianxia and asked, "How did you do it?" Xianxia cupped his fist. This disciple modified the pill recipe for the 10 revolutions clear heart pill. I also used some different alchemy techniques at the same time. Wu Fenghua nodded. The pill recipe you used just now is certainly different from the one you used when you first joined the sect. Many of the processes have been simplified, and some of the techniques are new and unique. I've never seen such techniques before. With this improvement, you can indeed shorten the refinement time greatly, but that's not all. You can even increase the number of pills formed and their quality. But how did you come up with these improvements? The pill recipe for the 10 revolutions clear heart pill that belonged to profound pill sect had been modified and improved over countless generations. Furthermore, this was the pill recipe for a heaven-grade pill, so only a spirit-grade alchemist had the qualifications to make improvements to it. Bailey Yunsang himself had tried to make improvements to this pill recipe in the past. Unfortunately, his efforts proved to be unproductive, and eventually he gave up after wasting 2 years for nothing. Something that even Bailey Yunsang had failed to achieve had been accomplished by a heaven-grade alchemist who only joined the sect 4 months ago. More importantly, the recipe was improved by a wide margin compared to the original. That was simply not something that could be achieved by an ordinary man. This disciple doesn't know either. Xianxia cupped his fist and replied, "You don't know." Yu Boyang glared at Xianxia. "How can you not know? Aren't you the one who improved this pill recipe?" Xianxia replied, reporting to Third Elder, the pill recipe was indeed improved by this disciple, but this disciple does not know why the changes improve the pill recipe in this way. I just felt that making those changes during the alchemy process would be better, so that's what I did. Those words left Bailey Yunsang and the other two confused. "It's like this," Yang Kai hurriedly brought out the explanation he prepared in advance. This disciple was fortunate enough to join Profound Pill sect. When I first registered to refine the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill, I used the original pill recipe. Then, this disciple faintly heard a strange voice inside a waking dream one night. The voice was intelligible and impossible to comprehend. This disciple could not understand what the voice was saying at all. But when I woke up and refined the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill again, I instinctively made some changes to the recipe. Afterwards, the voice would appear in my dreams again every now and then. Every time the voice appeared, this disciple gained something. As a result, this disciple improved the pill recipe for the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill over the past few months until it became what it currently is. I also somehow comprehended a few extraordinary alchemy techniques. This was the explanation Yang Kai prepared in advance. His current performance was rather bizarre, so he needed a valid reason to explain it. Contrary to his expectations, though, the three elders looked shocked by his explanation. Bailey Yun Sang asked, "Did you say you faintly heard a strange voice?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. This disciple suspected that this knowledge was imparted to me by Honored Master when he taught me alchemy in the past. It's just that I was too young and could not remember much from that time, so I didn't understand Honored Master's kind intentions. Maybe performing alchemy again has jolted certain memories, leading to my recollection of various things from the past. That voice is probably the sound of Honored Master earnestly teaching me. In any case, his fabricated master was not in Profound Pill sect, so Yang Kai decided to push all the responsibility onto him. Bailey Yun Sang slowly shook his head. "Your honored master might be a talented genius, but even he cannot succeed to this extent. This matter is probably unrelated to him." Yang Kai was astonished. "How are you so sure, sect master? If this matter is unrelated to my fabricated master, then I really don't have a suitable reason anymore." On the other hand, Bailey Yun Sang seemed to no longer wish to dwell on this topic. He waved his hand dismissively and said, "You don't need to ask too much. In any case, I'm certain this has nothing to do with him. The strange voice you heard, this sect master knows what it is." Yang Kai was a little flabbergasted as he thought, "How can you know? Even I don't know what it is." Yu Boyang quickly asked, "Sect master, do you suspect?" Bailey Yun Sang nodded solemnly. "There's no other possibility aside from this explanation." Great Elder Wu Feng Hua stroked his beard and nodded lightly. "If that's the case, then everything makes sense now. But why would that happen?" "It is the will of the heavens." Bailey Yun Sang sighed softly and turned to look at Yang Kai again. "Do you want to see the true body of this voice?" "Sect master." Both Wu Feng Hua and Yu Bo Yang gave a start of surprise. Bailey Yun Sang, however, just waved his hand and declared, "He can even hear its voice, which can only mean that he has fate with it. Allowing him to come into contact with it might lead to further discoveries." Wu Feng Hua pondered for a while before he nodded. "You're right, sect master." Yu Boyang looked at Yang Kai with a complicated expression. "Kid, you sure are lucky. This is a blessing that many people never encounter in their lives." Yang Kai was completely bewildered and asked, "Sect master, that voice actually exists?" Bailey Yun Sang burst out laughing. "You heard the voice yourself. Why are you asking me?" Yang Kai didn't know what else to say. He originally wanted to push everything onto his fabricated master, but who could have known that he would create a connection with something else through a series of coincidences? Now that things had come to this point, Yang Kai felt he was riding a tiger and could not get off anymore. Thus, he could only nod in response. "I will follow your arrangements, sect master." Bailey Yun Sang nodded in delight. "There's no need to rush. Go back and rest for tonight. I will send somebody to get you tomorrow. On another note, there's another thing that I want to ask you." "Please ask, sect master." And so he inquired, "Where did you obtain the alchemy flame you used just now?" Yang Kai replied, "This disciple obtained this alchemy flame from the divine flame cave a few months ago, but this disciple does not know what kind of alchemy flame it is. Could it be that you know, sect master?" Bailey Yun Sang revealed a look of affirmation. He had a guess when he first saw the white flame, and this was simply confirming his initial conjecture. After sorting out his thoughts, he said, "It might be an alchemy flame that I know, but whether it is or not will need to be verified." While saying so, he instructed Xianxia, "Bring out that alchemy flame of yours." Xianxia immediately pushed his spirit qi to manifest his alchemy flame. In the next instant, the white flame danced in the palm of his hands, looking extremely gentle. Bailey Yinsang stared at the white flame and slowly reached out his hand towards Xianxia. At the same time, a golden flame suddenly appeared in his palm. The golden flame that danced wildly was extremely pure and scorching hot. One could tell that it was a spirit-grade alchemy flame at a glance, one that was of a much higher grade compared to the white flame in Xianxia's hands. However, as Bailey Yinsang moved his hand closer, the golden alchemy flame began to flicker. On the other hand, the white flame in Xianxia's hand remained steady. This phenomenon became increasingly obvious as the distance between them shortened. At a certain point, the golden flame abruptly shrank into a ball on its own and retreated to Bailey Yinsang's wrist. It was as though the golden alchemy flame had spirituality and could sense a great danger ahead. Bailey Yinsang withdrew his alchemy flame and breathed out softly. "It really is that alchemy flame." Both Wu Fenghua and Yu Boyang were staring at Xianxia with complicated expressions. It was obvious that they understood what just happened. "Put it away," Bailey Yinsang ordered. Only then did Xianxia put away the alchemy flame and humbly asked, "Sect Master, what exactly is this white flame?" This disciple searched through the record hall, but could not find any relevant entries regarding it at all. Martial Peak, Chapter 45-21, Grand Tao Divine Tone. Half a day later, Xianxia returned to his cave mansion. In the end, he still did not learn anything about his white flame. Sect Master Bailey Yinsang and the two elders definitely knew something, but they were clearly hesitating to answer his questions. Perhaps they were worried that Xianxia was too young and inexperienced to learn the truth. In any case, they did not tell him much. They simply explained that the white flame was not an ordinary alchemy flame and could not be classified using the standard mortal, earth, heaven, and spirit grades. Moreover, the white flame supposedly had a very long history. They also warned him to use the alchemy flame with caution and pay attention to any changes in case anything went wrong. Their attitude towards the white flame was very odd. It was a mixture of longing, wariness, and awe. Since they refused to say anything, Xianxia did not inquire any further. His questions would not be answered anyway. At the moment, he was more concerned about the voice that he randomly mentioned. He initially wanted to push all the responsibility on his fake master, but who could have known that the voice would actually exist? At this point, Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could not shake the feeling that he shared an inexplicable fate with Profound Pill Sect. Back then, he randomly came up with a fabricated master only for Gao Xian Peng to misunderstand the situation and ultimately introduce him into Profound Pill Sect. And now, the random voice he created turned out to be connected to some sort of grand existence. Judging by the attitudes of Bailey Yinsang and the two elders, the true body that produced the voice was likely an extraordinary object indeed. What's more, at present, there was certainly something absolutely incredible in Profound Pill Sect. Xianxia had a slight guess in his heart, so he couldn't help looking forward to the experience. The next day, the one-eyed old man in the spirit realm, who had come previously, arrived outside the Fixed Moon Peak cave mansion once more. As soon as he saw Xianxia, he immediately pushed his spirit qi, wrapped Xianxia in it, and took to the sky. By the time they landed, they had arrived in a quiet valley where an old man stood in front of them. It was Profound Pill Sect's sect master, Bailey Yinsang. However, he was alone this time. The two other elders from yesterday were nowhere to be seen. Xianxia stepped forward in greeting. Bailey Yinsang nodded. "Come with me." After saying so, Bailey Yinsang took the lead, and Xianxia quickly followed closely behind. As they moved forward, they passed through multiple checkpoints and barriers. Along the way, Yang Kai sensed countless spirit realm masters hidden in the shadows all around them, all of them vigilantly scanning the surroundings. The perception of these spirit realm masters locked firmly on his body when he walked past them with Bailey Yinsang, making Yang Kai feel as though he was being pricked by thorns. This is the restricted area of Profound Pill Sect. Only this sect master and a few other elders are allowed to enter this place. Anybody else who wishes to enter this place will need to spend a large amount of contribution points to gain access. In addition, they will need to pass an inspection to ensure that they are absolutely loyal to Profound Pill Sect before they are allowed to enter. Bailey Yinsang explained while moving forward, "Do you feel anything?" Bailey Yinsang's question came out of nowhere. Yang Kai shook his head in response, reporting to Sect Master, "I don't feel anything in particular." Bailey Yinsang was not bothered by the answer he received and simply continued moving forward. A short while later, Yang Kai sensed that he had followed Bailey Yinsang into the belly of a mountain. His vision suddenly brightened when he reached this place. There was a large cavern in the heart of the mountain, and the cavern was filled with a gentle light that illuminated the whole place. Yang Kai's gaze was instantly drawn towards an object in front of him. Not far away was a structure shaped like an altar, and an antique four-legged cauldron sat atop it. The cauldron was approximately half the height of a man, and it could be seen at a glance that it was extremely old. There were clear traces caused by the passage of time, covering the entire cauldron. The cauldron was also filled with a dense white fog which flowed out gently, like a trickling stream of water, filling the entire space with a strange power. Under the effects of this strange power, Yang Kai felt his mind becoming calm and peaceful. Even his soul reached an unprecedented point of clarity. At this moment, Yang Kai felt a stroke of inspiration and suddenly straightened his finger like a sword and turned around to face the cave wall. Activating his spirit chi, he began scribbling something on the wall. Bailey Yinsang was startled by Yang Kai's abrupt actions. He did not know what kind of frenzy had come over this boy, but just as he was about to stop him, his expression changed slightly. He seemed to realize something and hurriedly fell silent while paying close attention to Yang Kai's movements instead. A rustling and scraping sound filled the air. This place might be a restricted area, but the large cauldron was the only item of value in this place. The other caverns and altars simply contained normal objects. Thanks to Yang Kai's actions, row after row of densely packed words appeared on the cave wall. In exchange, a thick layer of dust quickly settled around his feet. The entire process continued for half an incense stick's worth of time. Then, he suddenly groaned and clutched at his head. His strange movements from before stopped abruptly. Bailey Yinsang walked over to Yang Kai's side and stared at the words written on the cave wall with glowing eyes. His expression was filled with pure excitement, and he murmured under his breath, "Incredible! How incredible!" Sect Master. Yang Kai shook his head slightly before he turned around and called out, "Oh, are you all right?" Only then did Bailey Yinsang remember to check on Yang Kai's condition. Yang Kai shook his head. "I'm fine." "Sect Master, what happened?" Bailey Yinsang smiled at Yang Kai. "Don't you remember what you did?" Yang Kai stared at the words carved on the cave wall and dazedly said, "I'm not too sure myself. It was as if something suddenly exploded in my head, and I received this knowledge for some reason. I was afraid I might forget, so I quickly wrote it down. If I made a mistake, please punish me, Sect Master." "You did well. You didn't make any mistakes. You did extremely well." Bailey Yinsang looked at Yang Kai emotionally before he turned back to look at the wall. "This is a pill recipe. Do you know what pill recipe this is for?" Yang Kai pondered for a moment. "It should be the pill recipe for something called the Mortal Yuan pill. This pill will be extremely beneficial towards those in the mortal realm once refined." After saying that, he seemed shocked. "That's strange. Why would I know this? I've never learned this pill recipe before." Bailey Yinsang patted Yang Kai on the shoulder. "Don't panic. This is not a bad thing. On the contrary, it is a blessing. As for why you know this, think carefully about what happened just now." Yang Kai put on a thoughtful expression. A moment later, he replied, After following Sect Master here, I saw the large cauldron over there and subsequently heard a bang in my head. Then, could it be that all of this is related to that explosion? Bailey Yun Sang said, "This old master did not hear any explosions. I don't know what it sounded like either. Think about it carefully. Have you ever heard that sound anywhere else before?" Xianxia was pensive. "It's similar to the voice I heard back at Fixed Moon Peak, but much louder and clearer." And Bailey Yun Sang nodded and pointed to the large cauldron. "That is the source of the voice you heard earlier." Xianxia looked in that direction and asked puzzledly, "Sect Master, what is that cauldron?" "That cauldron." Bailey Yun Sang's expression turned solemn, and he bowed deeply to the large cauldron, quickly explaining, "That is one of the 10 great divine armaments, the Medicine King Furnace." Xianxia was shocked. "This is the Medicine King Furnace?" "Indeed." Bailey Yun Sang nodded. "Unbelievable." Xianxia stared at the Medicine King Furnace blankly. "I thought." "Thought what?" "That the divine armaments should be sparkling and radiant?" Bailey Yun Sang chuckled. "Each of the 10 great divine armaments represents a grandau of this world. They might not have a gorgeous appearance, but they are undoubtedly the most valuable objects in the divine armament world." This disciple has been enlightened. Looking at the Medicine King Furnace, Bailey Yun Sang sighed slightly. "Do you know why this old master brought you here?" Xianxia shook his head. "Logically speaking, a heaven-grade alchemist like you, who recently joined the sect, would never obtain the qualifications to come into contact with the Medicine King Furnace. Just as this old master told you earlier, this place is Profound Pill Sect's restricted area. Only this old master and several elders are allowed to step into this place. Aside from that, other disciples not only have to spend a large amount of contribution points, but also show absolute loyalty to the sect in order to enter this place and explore its mysteries." "Mysteries?" Xianxia keenly grasped onto the key point. Bailey Yun Sang nodded his head with a solemn expression. "Yes, mysteries. The mysteries of the grand alchemic Tao. Each of the 10 great divine armaments represents a grandau of this world, and the Medicine King Furnace represents the alchemic Tao. There are countless alchemic Tao truths contained within the Medicine King Furnace. If you can glimpse just one of the mysteries within, you will benefit endlessly throughout your life." Pausing for a moment, he smiled at Xianxia. "That faint voice you heard is the Medicine King Furnace's grandau divine tone. This old master will hear that voice occasionally, but it has always been vague and indistinct. I've never received as much benefit as you have." Xianxia looked stunned. "So you're saying that I managed to improve the pill recipe of the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill thanks to the Medicine King Furnace, and not because my memories of being taught by Honored Master had resurfaced, and that pill recipe for the Mortal Yuan pill." And Bailey Yun Sang stroked his beard and looked at Xianxia in delight. "Your residence on Fixed Moon Peak is quite far from here. Not to mention, there are various defenses in place to protect this area. Nevertheless, that did not stop you from hearing the Medicine King Furnace's grand Tao divine tone. That must mean that you have a connection with the Medicine King Furnace. For that reason, this old master made an exception to bring you here. Judging from the situation, it was a wise move. You immediately received the teachings of the Medicine King Furnace and obtained the pill recipe for the Mortal Yuan pills as soon as you arrived. If you stay here for the long term, your harvest will only be even greater." Xianxia was taken aback by those words, but rather than happiness, he felt dread. "If I stay here for the long term, then won't I just be wasting my time here?" When he saw the Medicine King Furnace earlier, he confirmed his previous speculation. Bailey Yun Sang and the others believed that the voice he randomly made up yesterday was related to the Medicine King Furnace. It was just that he never imagined things would coincidentally fall into place so perfectly. Bailey Yun Sang was apparently also capable of hearing the Medicine King Furnace's grand Tao divine tone. It was just that the voice he heard was rather ethereal, so he did not benefit much from it. But the mysterious voice really existed. That was why Xianxia immediately pretended to feel a headache and write down the pill recipe for the mortal Yuan pill when he caught sight of the Medicine King furnace. Having mastered countless pill recipes, producing a pill recipe that did not exist in the divine armament world was very easy for him. The mortal Yuan pill was simply more nonsense that he created. Although I don't know the reason why, this is heaven's will. I can only obey. From today onward, you will live here and comprehend the secrets of the Medicine King furnace. Don't worry about the affairs regarding the seeking pill pavilion. This old master will help you make arrangements. Martial Peak, Chapter 4522, Free Access. If it was said that Bailey Yunsang had some doubts about Yang Kai's explanation yesterday, then it could be said that his doubts immediately vanished after seeing the pill recipe for the mortal Yuan pill. How could Yang Kai have comprehended a pill recipe out of nowhere, if not for the teachings of the Medicine King Furnace's Grand Tao Divine Tone? Even if it was only a pill recipe for a mortal grade pill, it was not something that could be created on the spot. It would take a considerable amount of time and countless alchemy experiments to create even the simplest of pill recipes. Bailey Yunsang himself was one of the best alchemists in the divine armament world, but even with his knowledge and experience, he had never seen or heard of the mortal Yuan pill before. It could only be said that the divine armament had shown its prestige and passed down its legacy to its disciples. Seeing as Yang Kai received such a huge reward the moment he came here, his gains would only be greater if he could stay here for a longer period. That was extremely beneficial to Profound Pill Sect. On the other hand, Yang Kai was secretly cursing in his heart. Damn it! Where will I find cultivation resources if I get trapped in here for a long time? Providing alchemy services at the Seeking Pill Pavilion was his biggest means for gathering resources at the moment. If he could no longer guarantee even that, then his cultivation would surely progress very slowly. There was no saying when he would finally advance into the spirit realm at this rate. Besides, he had too many secrets, and there was a huge risk of exposure if he stayed here for a long time. Nevertheless, he could not deny having a great interest in the Medicine King furnace. If he guessed correctly, then the 10 great divine armaments were the manifestation of the divine armament world force. The reason he came here was to refine part of the small source world's source strength, thereby enhancing the heritage of his small universe. The moment that thought crossed his mind, he quickly said, "I can't, Sect Master." Bailey Yunsang frowned and asked, "Why not? Do you feel that your freedom is being restricted in coming here? If that's the case, you don't need to worry too much. From today onward, you'll have free access to this restricted area. This old master will also issue an order to inform the guards outside about this matter. You should know that this is a monumental opportunity for you. This disciple is grateful for your kindness, Sect Master." Yang Kai cupped his fist solemnly. "Truthfully, Sect Master, even though this disciple obtained the pill recipe for the mortal Yuan pill after that voice exploded in my head earlier, this disciple feels as though my head is about to split apart right now. There are stars dancing in my vision, and I have the feeling that something extremely bad will happen if I continue to stay here." Bailey Yunsang was stunned when he heard the words. Although he could hear the Medicine King Furnace's voice, what he heard was like a vague whisper. As such, he could not determine whether Yang Kai was speaking the truth. However, looking at Yang Kai's pale complexion and excessive sweating, those words did not seem to be fake. He contemplated for a short while before he nodded. Perhaps this old master has been too eager for quick success. The Medicine King Furnace is a divine object, so with your cultivation, it is certainly not something you can come into contact with for extended periods of time. After pondering for some time, he finally added, "In that case, this old master will give you the right to freely access the restricted area. You can come and listen to the Medicine King Furnace's Grand Tao Divine Tone whenever you think it is suitable. If you obtain any gains from your experience, organize your findings and hand them to this old master." "I will obey your orders, Sect Master." Yang Kai hurriedly cupped his fist. This outcome was undoubtedly the best he could hope for. He could come and go as he pleased. Thus, it would not prevent him from providing alchemy services at the Seeking Pill Pavilion. Rest assured, your contribution to the main sect will not go unrewarded. This old master will ask the contribution hall to evaluate every single harvest that you obtain in this place and reward you with the corresponding contribution points. Although you only joined the sect recently, I'm sure you know that having more contribution points is a good thing. You can exchange for anything that you want with those contribution points. This disciple understands. Many thanks for your great benevolence, sect master. Xianxia looked calm on the surface, but he was dancing with joy in his heart. The problem regarding his contribution points had been solved. Having countless pill recipes in his head, he could just randomly pick one from his repertoire and earn massive amounts of contribution points. Let's end things here today. If you feel unwell, you should go back and take a good rest. Also, don't forget to organize and hand over the improved pill recipe for the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill, as well as some of the alchemy techniques that you displayed yesterday. Yes, not long after their return from the restricted area, the one-eyed old man came over once more. This time around, he handed a golden token to Xianxia. There was a large, profound character carved on the token. Xianxia had seen this token yesterday, as Great Elder Wu Fenghua and Third Elder Yubo Yang both carried similar ones. The old man had a strange expression on his face when he handed the token to Xianxia. It was obviously his first time seeing a heaven-grade alchemist receiving an elder's token. Be that as it may, he had always been a taciturn man, so he did not ask a single question despite his curiosity. With this token, Xianxia was free to come and go from the restricted area as he pleased. Although he wanted to examine the Medicine King furnace as soon as possible, he felt that it was best not to act too eager so as not to reveal any mistakes. In the following days, in addition to providing alchemy services to cultivation resources, Xianxia also sorted out the improved pill recipe for the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill and some of the alchemy techniques that he displayed previously. Then he went to Profound Pill Sect's contribution hall to turn these things over to the sect. It was obvious that the people at the contribution hall had received the news in advance. One of the elders in charge of the contribution hall personally examined the things that Xianxia brought, and not only was he full of praise, he also awarded Xianxia with a large amount of contribution points. The number of contribution points awarded was so large that even Xianxia was pleasantly surprised. If this happened another 2 more times, he would have enough contribution points to exchange for the pill recipe for the 100 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill. A few more days later, Xianxia finally felt that the time was right and rushed towards the restricted area once more. After hanging the golden, profound token on his waist, he had a smooth journey with no obstacles. There were many layers of protection in the restricted area, but nobody blocked his path. He soon arrived at the deepest part of the restricted area and came face to face with the Medicine King furnace placed on the altar again. Just like last time, the Medicine King furnace was overflowing with a white fog that was so dense it was almost solid. That white fog filled the entire space with a wonderful power of serenity and peace. Looking left and right, Xianxia was overjoyed to see that there was nobody around him. The last time Bailey Yun Sang brought him here, he had not been in the position to investigate this place. Now that he was the only person here today, it was only natural that he took the time to study the truth of the Medicine King furnace. Striding to the top of the altar, Xianxia circled around the Medicine King furnace several times and discovered that there was nothing special about this object from the outside. Is this really worthy of the reputation of the 10 great divine armaments? Are the other 9 divine armaments as bland in appearance? Be that as it may, what Bailey Yun Sang said was true. The divine armaments might not have a gorgeous appearance, but they were the most precious objects in the world, as each one of them represented a grand Tao. The Medicine King furnace was covered in intricate patterns, and as Xianxia examined the patterns, he suddenly had a realization. The patterns did not seem to be static, but instead changed constantly like living beings when he was concentrating. Moreover, he vaguely discovered a mystery amidst the changing patterns. It looked like Bailey Yun Sang's statement was correct. The Medicine King furnace certainly contained the mysteries of the alchemic Tao in the divine armament world. If a person could understand the mysteries hidden within the ever-changing and flowing patterns, there would surely be an immeasurable effect on the improvement of their alchemic Tao. Xianxia could not be bothered to investigate these patterns, though, as no matter how amazing the Medicine King furnace was, it only represented the alchemic Tao of the small source world, which was not beneficial to him. What he cared about was the Medicine King furnace itself. Taking a deep breath, he stretched out his hand and placed it on the Medicine King furnace. In the next moment, a rumbling sound rang out in his mind like the tolling of a morning bell. Xianxia immediately felt his soul shaking uncontrollably, threatening to split his head apart from the pain. Unable to stop himself, he howled in pain. His entire body twitched uncontrollably, and even his hand that was pressed on top of the Medicine King furnace clenched tightly. It took quite a while before he slowly calmed down once more. Even so, the buzzing sound in his head continued endlessly. His entire soul shook so strongly that he was unable to concentrate as a result. This experience gave him the feeling that the Medicine King furnace was resisting his touch and instinctively rejecting him. After pondering for some time, Xianxia had a vague feeling that this phenomenon was related to his origins. He was a veritable outsider to this world. Meanwhile, the Medicine King furnace represented one of the grand Taos of this world. It was only natural that it would reject and resist him. Nevertheless, this brief contact allowed him to confirm that the Medicine King furnace did indeed contain an aura of source strength. It would seem that his initial speculation when he first entered this world was not wrong. In order to refine the source strength of the divine armament world, he would have to begin with the 10 great divine armaments, as they were the physical manifestations of the divine armament world's world force. Xianxia originally thought that he would have to wait 100 years until the next divine armament tournament to come into contact with the 10 great divine armaments. Who could have known that the opportunity would come so suddenly? Under these circumstances, Xianxia's first instinct was to surge his spirit qi in an attempt to refine the Medicine King furnace. As long as he could refine the Medicine King furnace, it would be equivalent to obtaining 10% of the divine armament world's source strength. The world force would then become the capital to enhance and strengthen his own small universe once he exited the divine armament world. More importantly, he would not suffer any hidden dangers thanks to his existence and efforts in the divine armament world. The world force was extremely compatible with him. This was one of the cultivation shortcuts for open heaven realm masters that Su Ling Gong mentioned at the beginning. Xianxia's spirit qi surged, pouring into the Medicine King furnace at a steady rate. However, the effects were minimal at best. He could sense that the Medicine King furnace was absorbing his spirit qi, but the consumption rate was absurdly high. Clearly, refining this divine armament was not something that could be done overnight. In less than half an incense stick's worth of time, Xianxia's spirit qi was nearly exhausted. It had to be said that he had spent countless resources on his cultivation. As such, the spirit qi stored in his body was extremely terrifying compared to others in the same realm. Nobody in the 5th step Heaven Realm Master could compare to him, while even those at the peak of the Heaven Realm were not on the same level. Be that as it may, Xianxia was practically a lamp running out of oil after such a short period of time. It looks like I will have to slowly figure out another method to refine the Medicine King furnace. Fortunately, I can freely access this place now. The future is still far ahead. When that thought crossed his mind, a sharp voice entered his ears. "What are you doing?" Xianxia turned to look in the direction the voice came from, where he saw a woman dressed in an imperial dress glaring at him coldly. This woman had quite a beautiful appearance. She looked like she was only in her early 30s, and her body had enticing curves. Her beautiful hair was pulled up behind her head in a dignified bun. Despite never meeting this person before, Xianxia keenly caught sight of the golden token hanging by her waist. Thus, he quickly withdrew his hands and took several deep breaths before he cupped his fist in greeting. "Fixed Moon Peaks Xianxia greets Martial Ant."